Chapter 001, Blind Date. In the year 2048 of the Huaxia calendar, I was already slightly drunk inside a private dining room on the 4th floor of the HR Alliance Mall in central China-based city. The aroma of alcohol filled the entire room as I raised my glass, looking earnestly at the burly captain beside me. "Captain," I said, "thank you for taking care of me all these years. If not for you, I'd have died in the wasteland long ago. Now that I've lost my right arm, it's time for me to leave." With that, I downed my drink in one gulp and added with self-deprecating tone, "Truth is, I should have quit long ago. I just couldn't accept it, kept pushing myself in the wastelands, hoping to become a war god someday. But I know I bit off more than I could chew. All these years of effort only made me a warrior. Maybe warrior is my ceiling after all." The captain patted my shoulder as I smiled bitterly, sighing, "Old Shin, since the Grand Cataclysm, countless martial artists dreamed of becoming war gods, but few actually made it. Even the conglomerates in HR Alliance domestically only have a handful of war gods." Try to look at it differently. The other squad members stayed silent. They'd long faced reality, going to the wastelands just to earn money, not to improve themselves, just wanting to build savings before retirement. "Alright, stop looking so glum," the captain continued. "Retiring is a good thing. You won't have to risk your life in the wasteland anymore. Old Shin, you're over 30 now. When you go back this time, marry a wife and settle down. Don't be like Moyang here, who can't keep his pants zipped and spends all day hitting on university girls, ruining their lives." Moyang flared up, "Captain, watch your words. It's always consensual." The team members all laughed, and the private room's atmosphere became lively again. I chuckled as well. "Alright, I'll listen to the captain. Come on, let's keep drinking. Tonight, us brothers drink until we drop." We drank late into the night until the team members gradually left. The captain drove me back to Zhangnan Garden Community, one of the 6 major satellite cities of Huazhong City. After I got out of the car, he gave me a bear hug. "Old Shin, if you ever run into trouble, don't hesitate to call me." I nodded. "Don't worry, if trouble really comes knocking, you'll be the first one I reach out to." We exchanged a knowing smile before parting ways, and I returned to the standalone villa at number 76 in the residential area. First, I took a shower, then headed to the open-air balcony on the 3rd floor, picking up a bottle of alcohol to continue drinking. After tonight, I would completely bid farewell to my past self. Combat god. Maybe it'll take a long time. Any other martial artist would have long given up on the idea of becoming a combat god after losing their dominant arm, but I still held on to hope. This wasn't because my willpower or conviction was extraordinarily strong, but because I knew this was the swallowed star universe. I was well aware that in Roslin's future leadership, Earth would march into the cosmos and become a supreme lineage. By then, reaching the currently unreachable level of combat god might become easily attainable. I raised my head to gaze at the bright moon hanging high in the sky and sighed with melancholy. Without a golden finger or natural talent, it's too difficult to stand out on this earth transformed by supreme beings. Enough. I've tried my best. Starting today, I'll honestly resign myself to a simple life. Once Luofeng grows up, I'll move to Jiangnan Base City. Having made this decision, I completely let go of my obsession with struggling forward alone. The next day, I brought gifts to old Wu's place in our neighborhood and asked Aunt Wu to introduce me to a potential spouse. She agreed immediately without caring at all about my missing right arm. For many families, having a warrior with disabilities is actually a good thing. Their daughters wouldn't have to live in constant fear after marrying into such households. "What kind of wife are you looking for? Any specific requirements?" joked Aunt Wu. "At your age, young girls would fawn over you. Should I find you a young one?" I quickly waved my hands in protest. No, they're too much trouble. I'd prefer someone steady and mature. Whether she has a job or not doesn't matter. Over the years I've spent most of my earnings on equipment and secret techniques, but still have 200 to 300 million savings left. Supporting a wife wouldn't be an issue, especially since as a battle commander level warrior, I'm more than qualified to work as an instructor at any district-level extreme martial arts gym. Alright, waiting for Auntie's good news. Within 2 days, Aunt Wu came back with 3 photos. She sat on the sofa and introduced them to me. "Take a good look, these 3 girls all come from decent families, though none have produced martial artists." When I explained your situation, they were all willing. I quickly thanked her and picked up the photos to examine. My standards for a partner aren't high, but everyone loves beauty, so in the end, I chose the girl with the best looks and figure. "Oh, you've got good taste. I like this girl too," Aunt Wu said, hesitating slightly. "I heard she works at the HR Alliance Mall, so she might be quite busy normally. You should be mentally prepared. If it really doesn't work out, you can always have her quit later and find something stable near the neighborhood." Working at the HR Alliance Mall, whether as a server or in other positions, demands high standards for looks and figure. Moreover, facing martial artists is part of the job, often involving social engagements. I frowned and said, "Aunt Wu, let's meet first before deciding." That same afternoon, Aunt Wu arranged our meeting at a cafe near Nanyuan residential area. The place had an understated, quiet ambience, somewhere I often went when feeling unsettled. I arrived at the window seat and saw the girl from the photo. She was stylishly dressed in a tan and white trench coat, secured with just one button at the chest, revealing glimpses of a rose-red slim-fit dress underneath. Her legs were slender, clad in pink and white boots, her hair cascading over her shoulders. Her fair skin was smooth and taut, with minimal makeup. As I sat across from her, she smiled before I could introduce myself. Shinping from the Gale Squad, she said. I've seen you before at a bar on the 3rd floor. But someone like you, a martial artist, probably wouldn't remember a server. I caught the teasing tone in her voice and smiled wryly. If I'd known I'd end up sitting here drinking coffee with you someday, I'd have visited that bar more often. She extended her hand with a smile. I'm Li Yuewei. After a brief handshake, we started chatting. I must say she's quite the conversationalist, no surprise given her work at the HR Alliance Mall. Talking with her felt like a warm spring breeze. As they talked, the conversation turned to life after marriage. Li Yuewei took a sip of coffee and said seriously, Mr. Shin, if we get married, I hope you won't interfere with my work. This isn't for myself, but for the future. My family has no martial artists, and my parents are both hoping their child becomes one. With your warrior skills, training a martial artist wouldn't be difficult, but I'd prefer our child to go further. As for other matters, I'll follow your lead. I remained silent for a moment. I didn't want my wife working at the HR Alliance Mall, but her reasoning made sense. Besides, having no talent myself, I could only place my hopes on our child. After careful consideration, I nodded. With no other disagreements, our plans progressed smoothly. We chose an auspicious date, and Li Yuewei and I formally married. On our wedding day, I invited members of the Gale Squad along with martial artists and their families from South Court residential area to witness our union. Late at night, as the festivities gradually subsided, Li Yuewei lay on the bridal bed under the glow of stars, her cheeks flushed with shyness in her wedding dress. Watching my calloused hands slowly remove her gown piece by piece, her body tensed up as she whispered, be gentle later. As my heavy frame pressed down, she winced in pain, her expression contorted. The night of passion was fleeting yet tumultuous. The next morning, staring at the vivid red stain on the sheets, I patted my head in regret, chastising myself for being too forceful with my new wife and failing to cherish her fragility. Just as I was about to say something comforting to appease her, a translucent virtual frame slowly appeared before my eyes. You have gained a wife. Opening a new chapter for your family. Reward, 2nd layer of Ninefold Thunderblade, mastery of subtle movement technique. I froze, rubbed my eyes fiercely, and pinched my face to confirm the virtual frame wasn't an illusion. Overwhelmed with joy, I clenched my left fist in excitement. This was undoubtedly a golden finger, and what's more, it belonged to the family-oriented type. In my past life, I was a bookworm who'd read through entire libraries, yet after crossing over, I tried every method imaginable and still couldn't activate any golden finger. Just when I decided to give up and ride coattails, it unexpectedly awakened. The notions from my past life misled me. I couldn't help but sigh. Having experienced a failed marriage before crossing over, I initially had no intention of marrying in this life and even felt resistant to the idea. If not for losing my arm and becoming disheartened, I wouldn't have married at all. A pained groan beside me snapped me out of my thoughts. Li Yuewei bit her lip and murmured resentfully, Shinping, last night was my first time. Couldn't you have been more gentle? It's still swollen. I quickly apologized, my bad, it's just that my wife is too beautiful, I couldn't hold back. With a delicate huff, she granted me forgiveness. Sweetheart, you rest first. I'm going to buy some medicine. As I spoke, I got up and dressed, then went downstairs to the pharmacy at the residential compound entrance to purchase anti-inflammatory ointment. Combined with genetic technology, the medicine worked exceptionally well. By noon, Li Yuewei could already get out of bed and move around. 3 days later, she was barely able to endure my affections. During those 2 or 3 days, I spent most of my time in the training hall, practicing the Ninefold Thunderblade. Somewhat unaccustomed, I twirled the saber with my left hand before sheathing the combat blade. Although practicing the saber technique with my left hand was still awkward, the hidden burst of force reached 21-fold. In just 2 or 3 days, I grasped the 2nd layer essence of Ninefold Thunder Saber. Previously, I had spent over a decade tempering myself in the wildlands before mastering the 1st layer. Under normal circumstances, who knows how many years it would have taken to achieve the 2nd layer. Besides saber techniques, there's movement skills too. Persistent training can push entry-level microstep footwork past the threshold, but mastering it demands genuine talent. I've always had average comprehension, my footwork stagnated at the microstep level all these years. Yet now, a single reward has sent my combat strength skyrocketing. Mastering the 2nd level of Thunder Saber, combined with my perfected micro-level movement technique, has elevated my combat strength to that of a mid-level warlord. This is the charm of a golden finger. If I can continuously receive clan rewards, becoming a war god is no longer just a dream, and my right arm can be fully restored. Losing my right arm doesn't depress me. There are many treasures in the Swallowed Star universe that can regenerate limbs. Once I become a war god, I can enter the war god palace and purchase life water. Xin Ping, dinner's ready. Li Yuewei's voice floated upstairs. Being newly married, she hasn't grown accustomed to calling me husband yet. Only when overcome with passion at night does the term slip out. I took a quick cold shower, sat down at the dining table, took a few bites, and praised, "Honey, your cooking is absolutely delicious." She laughed and said, "Stop the sweet talk, just eat up. In 3 days, I'll be starting work at the Commerce Center and won't be able to make lunch for you, so you'll have to take care of yourself. Oh, and when you have free time, go check out the martial arts studio in our neighborhood. Ask the owner if any of the extreme martial arts gyms in the district need extra staff." Ugh, married for just a few days, and she's already turning into a manager. I knew she meant well, but I had other plans. Honey, I've given it some serious thought these past few days. Being a martial arts instructor is too stable for me. I don't intend to go for it. She looked up and asked, "So what do you plan to do?" After a moment's thought, I replied, "Since I have some savings now, I want to start a business. I'll begin with what I know best, buying and selling monster materials." Noticing her gaze fixed on me, I set down my chopsticks and continued, "I'll give it a shot first. If it really doesn't work out, I'll settle for being an instructor at a martial arts school." After listening, she said, "All right, there's no harm in trying. Monster materials are pivotal resources on Earth, in high demand by military forces and martial artists worldwide, representing enormous profits." Deep down, she actually supported this path, knowing success could secure our future. The next day, she took me around the city to scout locations, focusing mainly on areas near the train station. Most warriors sell the monster materials they've hunted either at military supply bases, HR Alliance malls, or nearby material companies, so despite the high rent, we had to rent a place. After shopping around all morning, we found a retail space for resale and negotiated the price to rent it. We had a quick lunch at noon, then immediately went to register the company and handle various certifications like business licenses. "Let's name the company Pingwei Materials Company," we decided in the evening while dining at a mall restaurant. I said, "Finding employees is easy, but a manager is a bit tricky. The manager of a materials company needs connections in the warrior circles and strong social skills. A good manager wouldn't join a newly registered company, and even lesser ones might hesitate. After all, I'm just a battle-level warrior with limited connections and influence, and the company's growth prospects aren't particularly high." Li Yuewei said, "I know a few managers through the HR Alliance marketplace. Maybe we can pull one over." The marketplace has a bottom-ranking elimination system every year. Some managers get cut. Though our company is small, at least it's an option. I nodded. "Then I'll leave this to you, dear." 5 days later, Pingwei Materials Company officially opened its doors after recruiting 4 employees. Members of the Gale Squad came to show their support. The burly Captain Sheen punched my shoulder with his fist. "If it weren't for your wife, even I, as the captain, wouldn't have known you'd started a company." "Come on, old Shin, that's not very thoughtful of you." "Exactly, clearly you haven't been treating us like brothers." The 3 teammates from Muyan glared at me angrily. I gave a bitter smile. "Captain, I just couldn't stay idle at home. Wanted to try starting a business. It's really nothing major." Captain Sheen shot me a glare. "How is it not major? Now that you've started this company, all the monster materials we hunt will obviously be sold through you. If you didn't tell us, wouldn't that just benefit others?" I knew the captain was looking out for me, so I immediately poured myself 3 cups of wine as self-punishment, and only then did my teammates let me off the hook. The drinking session lasted until late at night. Li Yuewei came to the company storefront after her shift to tidy up and, seeing me thoroughly drunk, instructed the staff to help me into the car. As I sat in the car, the night breeze blowing through the window brushed against my cheeks while we headed toward Zhengcheng. With bleary eyes, I opened the virtual panel. "Your family has acquired its first business asset, taking a step toward prosperity. Reward, 3rd layer of ninefold Thunderblade, perfect level movement technique." At the sight of these rewards, my intoxication vanished almost instantly. My eyes burned with focus as I stared straight ahead. The 3rd level of the ninefold Thunderblade truly aligns with my expectations. Establishing a company and acquiring assets can earn clan rewards. Ancient noble families steadily elevated their prestige through accumulated clan heritage. So logically, expanding clan descendants, family enterprises, territories, and reputation. As long as I strive in these directions, I should continuously receive rewards. I was thrilled beyond measure, itching to begin immediately. Yet I understood that haste makes waste. Matters like expanding descendants couldn't be rushed. Even if my wife conceived today, 10 months of pregnancy would pass before a child arrived. Cooling my excitement, I gazed at the neon lights flashing past the car window, feeling my restless heart gradually settle into calm. Take it slow, no rush. After spending so much time in the Swallowed Star universe, I've cultivated ample patience to steadily improve myself. Returning to Villa number 76 in Nanyuan Community, I took a shower in the bathroom while my wife Liu Wei went to the kitchen to brew a bowl of sobering soup. While sipping her soup, Liu Wei apologized. It was my fault for inviting Captain Qin to celebrate. She made the unilateral decision to notify Team Gale about the company's opening. I held her soft little hand and said, "My dear, I know you mean well, but no matter what decisions you make in the future, please inform me first. Even if you know I might disagree, you should still let me know." Liu Wei nodded and whispered, "I understand." I smiled and pinched her cheek, saying, "Alright, go take a shower and wait for me in bed. Let's work hard together so your parents can hold their grandchild sooner." After drinking the hangover soup, I went to the training hall to practice my blade technique. The ninefold thunder blade is famously difficult to master. The further you progress, the tougher it gets. But once mastered, the benefits it brings are tremendous. Swoosh, swoosh, my left arm swung the combat blade through the air, generating waves of hidden force through the muscles and bones of my arm. This power continuously transferred to the blade, growing steadily stronger. As I grew more accustomed, my heart became like a lake, where the ripples from the vibrating combat blade could clearly stir layer upon layer of waves across its surface, each wave representing another layer of hidden force. The third level allowed for 3 additional layers of hidden force, each at 70% strength, totaling 4 layers capable of unleashing 280% force, equivalent to 2.8 times the original power. My current punch strength reaches around 12,000 units. If I unleash the ninefold thunder blade technique, my punch force would exceed 30,000 units. The punch strength of intermediate warlords ranges from 16,000 kilograms to 32,000 kilograms. Therefore, once I fully master the third level of the ninefold thunder blade and combine it with flawless movement techniques, my combat power will approach that of an advanced warlord. Even if just barely reaching the threshold of advanced warlord, within the central China base city, I'd be more than qualified to lead an elite warrior squad. After practicing my blade techniques, I began cultivating the guidance art 9 layers of primal chaos, which complements the 9 thunder blades. For martial artists, guidance arts are the foundation. Only through daily unceasing practice can one continuously enhance their physical constitution. Throughout these years since crossing over, I've never skipped a day of practice. Yet, my innate talent is truly mediocre, and the daily improvements have been minimal. However, now that I've executed the 9 thunder blades, my body has expended tremendous energy. The depths of my cells hungrily absorbed the free-flowing cosmic energy for a full 2 hours before stopping. This efficiency pleasantly surprised me. In the past, after purchasing the manuals for the initial layers of the 9 thunder blades and mastering only the first layer, managing half an hour of daily guidance art cultivation was considered decent at best. At this rate, I should be able to increase my punching power by 6 to 8,000 units annually. In 2 years, my combat strength will surpass that of a high-level warlord. Of course, this is the most ideal scenario. I'm already over 30, and my physical functions definitely can't compare to teenagers aged 18 or 19. My training efficiency will diminish year by year, but no matter how much it declines, with the help of ninefold thunder blade, I'm confident I can reach the combat level of a war god within 5 years. The future looks bright. Humming a tune, I took another cold shower and then headed to the bedroom. My wife, Liu Wei, was wearing a pink and white nightgown, her dewy skin making my blood boil. Seeing me pounce towards her, she put down the magazine in her hands and said resentfully, "Why did your martial arts training take so long today? Normally, you'd be done in just over an hour." I grinned and said, I was in a joyous mood today, so I practiced a little longer. As I spoke, one of my hands slid beneath the lace trim of the nightgown. Disgusting. Turn off the light, quick. Just close the curtains. Don't turn it off today. I want to admire my wife's figure properly. You're shameless. Turn it off now. We've been married for quite some time now, yet my wife remained bashful in these matters, still shy as a young girl. I didn't want to force anything, so I simply turned off the lights. Before long, our spacious bedroom resonated with the most primal symphony. Day by day passed, and before I knew it, it was the end of June. 2 months had gone by since the opening of Pingwei Materials Company. Although we hadn't secured any major deals during this time, we managed to barely cover expenses through the business connections pulled in by Storm Squad and Liu Wei, a state of affairs I found reasonably satisfactory. On the way home with my wife in the evening, Liu Wei brought up her cousin's situation. Unlike me, several of her parents' siblings and cousins had miraculously survived the Great Cataclysm, and they maintained a close-knit relationship. My cousin will graduate from Huazhong University this July. Jobs in the base city are hard to come by these days, and my parents want me to pull some strings to see if we can get him into the HR Alliance marketplace. This has been driving me crazy. The marketplace is packed tight, every position is accounted for. The only way to squeeze in is as a materials procurement manager, but that job requires connections. My cousin doesn't have any, so there's no way he'd get in. Listening to her, an idea struck me. I'd been thinking about opening another shop but hadn't found the right opportunity yet. Honey, I said, how about we start another store and have your cousin come help us? Liu Wei shook her head. No, Pingwei company needs a considerable amount of funds to tide things over. The money you've saved shouldn't be touched. I'll figure something out myself. I chuckled, just an ordinary hot pot restaurant won't cost too much. Around our neighborhood, I'd say at most 8 to 10 million. Besides your cousin, our parents can join us too. They're getting older and shouldn't be doing heavy work anymore, let them quit their jobs. Li Yuewei's heart stirred slightly, yet hesitation flickered across her face. Honey, even though we're married, I don't want to bother you with every little thing, she said. What's the trouble? Besides, I just want to do my filial duty for our parents. Hearing me say that, my wife was genuinely touched and whispered softly, keep the lights on tonight. My body quivered with excitement, and I abruptly stepped on the gas. Slow down. Look how eager you are. Li Yuewei covered her mouth, giggling. The next day, I went scouting for a new shop near the neighborhood. However, after several rounds, I found no stores for rent or sale. Nanyuan community was an area where martial artists lived, surrounded by bustling commercial spots. No merchant would willingly abandon such a prime location. With no other choice, I had to settle for second best and search further away. After searching all day, I found a shop for rent at Shingen intersection. I called the owner and negotiated for over an hour. Once we settled on the price, I immediately phoned the renovation company. A few days later, Li Yuewei brought her cousin to the shop. Hello, brother-in-law, Li Qi greeted warmly, introducing the girl beside him. This is my girlfriend, Su Tong. Su Tong was dressed provocatively, wearing only a pink tank top and a short skirt. Her youthful skin accentuated her curvaceous figure. She extended her hand sweetly and said, "Nice to meet you, brother-in-law." I shook hands briefly with a few people before entering the shop. The interior was being renovated, and after casually glancing around, I started discussing management considerations for the hot pot restaurant with Li Qi. Li Qi patted his chest reassuringly. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I'll work hard to make the business thrive. I reassured him. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just breaking even would be fine. After lunch, my wife and I returned to our neighborhood. Before we even entered our home, Li Yuewei started complaining. My cousin's girlfriend knew perfectly well she was meeting you today, yet she dressed so provocatively. Clearly not a proper girl. And as for greeting you, a simple hello would suffice, yet she had to shake your hand? She's definitely up to something. I caught a whiff of vinegar in the air and immediately declared with righteous conviction, "You're absolutely right, dear. Don't worry, I definitely won't get involved with that type of girl." Unexpectedly, she narrowed her eyes and pressed further. If not that type, then which type did you have in mind? I quickly pacified her. Of course, the only one I want to get involved with is you, my wife. Her face instantly bloomed into a smile as she said, "Consider yourself forgiven. I've got good news, I'm pregnant." Really? I exclaimed with delighted surprise. Would I lie about something like this? She retorted. My wife chided me. This is wonderful. I hugged my wife and kissed her passionately. She pushed me away and said half-jokingly, gently, be careful not to bump the baby. Right. I immediately became more cautious. Placing my hand on her belly, I pressed my ear against it as if I could sense the tiny life connected to my flesh and blood. A joyful smile curled at the corners of my mouth. Having a child not only meant I'd have new ties binding me to this cosmic world of devouring stars, but it also signaled the beginning of prosperity for our family line. Li Yuewei couldn't suppress her laughter seeing me like this. Just got the test results today, and you can already hear it kicking? Alright, enough, you go practice at the training hall. I'm heading back to bed for a bit. Got work at the mall tonight. Hearing this, I immediately said, honey, you shouldn't keep working now that you're pregnant. What if you bump into something and hurt the baby? Quit the job already. She rolled her eyes. I'm not that delicate. Besides, it's early days, just no intense exercise, and I'll be fine. I'll apply for maternity leave in a few months. Seeing she wasn't considering quitting, I dropped the subject. I changed into my workout gear and headed upstairs to the training hall. Suppressing my excitement, I began practicing my blade techniques. By now, I had already thoroughly mastered the explosive power of the third level of Ninefold Thunderblade, and wielding the blade with my left hand had become second nature. Combined with my footwork, I could perfectly execute the movements with seamless coordination. After finishing his sword practice, he proceeded to cultivate the Ninefold Primal Chaos Induction technique. Soon, energy-deprived cells greedily absorbed the cosmic free energy, nourishing every part of his body. At night, I drove my wife to the HR Alliance Mall Tower. She had been working night shifts these days, so I adjusted my schedule to commute to and from the Pingwei Materials Company along with hers. Arriving at the company, the night shift receptionist hastily greeted me. I nodded in acknowledgement and walked straight to my office. The company currently doesn't have many employees, but we still divide them into day and night shifts. Since warriors returning from the wilderness to the base city arrive at irregular hours, our business needs to operate 24/7. Sitting at my desk, I opened the ledger to check today's revenue, not a single completed transaction. I didn't pay much attention to this. The main purpose of establishing the company was to secure family rewards. As long as we're not operating at a severe loss, it's acceptable. I thought to myself, after my wife gives birth, I'll need to go train in the wilderness zone. On one hand, it'll accelerate my physical enhancement, and on the other, it'll provide plausible justification for my sudden power surge. I turned to gaze at the night scenery outside the window, lost in thought. In this devouring starry sky world, wanting to grow a family clan requires formidable personal strength as an absolute necessity. It must even be prioritized above all else. After all, without sufficient martial deterrence, no matter how much industrial resources a family expands, they would merely be paving the way for others. As a warrior who has lost his right arm, any sudden surge in my strength would inevitably raise suspicions in greedy eyes. That's why venturing into the wilderness zone is absolutely necessary. In the wilderness zone, daily battles with monsters provide plausible explanations. Sudden enlightenment in sword techniques or drastic improvements in physique have plenty of precedent. By early August, the hot pot restaurant was fully renovated. We picked an auspicious day for its grand opening. On opening day, the discount promotions attracted quite a few customers, and business was booming. Li Qi, my wife, my parents, and I were swamped with work. Even Li Qi's girlfriend didn't have time to chat with me. It wasn't until we closed the shop at night that we finally had time to rest. Li Qi suggested, cousin-in-law, looking at this situation, we should probably hire more staff for the shop. After a moment of thought, I replied, it's normal for there to be more foot traffic right after opening. Things will stabilize once the discount period ends. But having only 2 or 3 waitstaff is indeed too few. Why don't you hire 2 more? Li Qi quickly said, my girlfriend Su Tong has 2 or 3 close friends who haven't found jobs yet. How about we ask them to come work here? Fine, you make the decision. I wouldn't fuss over such trivial matters. Back in the neighborhood, I opened the virtual panel, where a line of text appeared. Your family has acquired a new asset, taking another step toward prosperity. Reward, second layer of 9-fold Thunderblade technique. Seeing this, I frowned. My blade technique had already reached the 3rd layer long ago, so now receiving the 2nd layer as a reward was completely redundant. Could it be that the rewards for developing family assets are random? Or do they correlate with the overall profitability and growth potential of the asset? After careful consideration, I felt the second possibility was far more likely. Unlike a hot pot restaurant, a materials company would have far greater development prospects, so the rewards would naturally scale up. If that's truly the case, then my idea of relying on rented storefronts to expand assets was undoubtedly doomed from the start. The money I have is still far from enough. If it were a large hot pot chain or other businesses related to people's livelihoods, the rewards would likely be higher. But once the number of ventures increases, competition with the consortiums in the base city would be inevitable. Individual martial artists dabbling in small-scale affairs wouldn't draw the attention of Zheng group-led consortiums in central China base city. However, if their interests were affected, they would undoubtedly intervene. I knew this well enough. I had originally hoped to open a few small shops first, relying on continuous rewards to strengthen myself, but now it seemed this path was impassable. Mustn't get impatient. With my current weak strength, gradual accumulation is still the most reliable approach. I took several deep breaths in succession, calming my heart. With the family's golden finger at my disposal, there was no need for impatience. Over the next few months, I didn't entertain the idea of opening a shop again. Instead, I diligently ran the materials company and spent time with my wife, leading a peaceful yet monotonous routine. The night was deep, specks of starlight spilled onto the bed through the window. Li Yuewei tossed and turned, unable to sleep. I asked with concern, what's wrong, honey? She hesitated and said, honey, you've been holding back all this time, it must be hard for you. The doctor mentioned that in the 2nd trimester, we could, maybe if you go gentle? I thought it was something serious, but it turns out to be this. I laughed and said, honey, I'm fine. You need to be extra careful now that your belly is getting bigger. She continued, well, if it really comes to that, you can find someone outside to take care of it. Just don't bring her home. I immediately grew wary. My wife isn't usually this generous, she often gets jealous easily. Why would she suddenly suggest I satisfy my needs with another girl? This had to be a test. I quickly replied, honey, what are you talking about? You're the only one in my heart. I wouldn't lay a finger on any other girl. Li Yuewei listened with heartfelt emotion. Husband, you're so good to me. I quietly praised my quick reflexes for avoiding a pitfall, urging her, go to sleep now, don't overthink things. After that night's minor episode, I became even more meticulous in caring for my wife. In the blink of an eye, it was mid-April the following year when my wife finally gave birth to our child at the hospital. The doctor carried the baby over and announced, congratulations, Mr. Shin, it's a boy. Looking at the child, my face brimmed with excitement as I walked to the hospital bed. I had my wife look at our son and said, fair and chubby, he'll surely have a hearty appetite when he grows up. I've rewritten this novel passage for you from Xinping's first-person perspective while maintaining the original plot, making the overall narrative more concise. Li Yuewei and I named our child Xinyu. While my wife and her parents were cradling and playing with the baby, I opened the virtual interface, which indeed displayed a new notification. Your family has welcomed its first bloodline. taking a small step toward prosperity. Reward, 1 portion of Dragon Blood, 9-fold Thunder Blade Technique, 4th layer, Intent Realm Movement Technique. My pupils contracted sharply at the sight of these rewards. While population growth was crucial for clan development, and blade techniques and movement techniques were expected rewards, Dragon Blood, this kind of cultivation resource, came as a truly pleasant surprise. The inclusion of Dragon Blood proved reward items weren't limited to just techniques, which was absolutely pivotal. Blade and movement techniques could only enhance combat power, but cultivation resources could drastically improve my physical constitution in a short time, causing my strength to skyrocket. This Dragon Blood can double a warrior's physical attributes after use. The lower the original strength, the greater the improvement. Since last August, I've trained daily, but my punching strength has only reached around 18,000 kilograms. Using Dragon Blood could likely push it beyond 36,000 kilograms, reaching the physical prowess of an advanced war general. Combined with the 4th level of the 9-fold Thunder Blade, my combat power could ascend to the warlord tier. I'm itching to return to the villa and try the Dragon Blood immediately to see its effects, but my wife just gave birth, so I need to stay and care for her. Seeing the expression on my face, Li Yue's smile widened. She could tell I was genuinely thrilled. My wife stayed in the hospital for half a month after giving birth, and we completed the discharge procedures. Upon returning to the villa, I brought over my parents-in-law so they could help care for my wife and child. The once quiet villa became lively. At first, the baby's cries distracted me from my cultivation, but I gradually grew accustomed to them. After staying home for 6 days, I began claiming rewards from the virtual interface. With a whoosh, a test tube containing golden liquid appeared in my palm. The liquid filled just over a third of its volume. I know how to use Dragon's Blood. Remove the stopper, lie flat on the ground, and apply the liquid to your chest. Before long, the area where it was applied grew warm. The Dragon's Blood had begun to take effect. A surge of heat flooded my body, flowing along my bloodstream to every limb and extremity. Excruciating pain instantly spread throughout my entire being. My muscles convulsed, my heart rate accelerated, and my blood flow sharply increased until unconsciousness claimed me, yet the effects continued relentlessly. In my unconscious state, my bones, muscles, and internal organs underwent frenzied transformations. Genes fractured and reorganized, forging a stronger physique, while the neurons in my brain underwent their own metamorphosis. I don't know how long I was unconscious, but when I woke up and saw my skin had turned bronze, I knew the Dragon Blood had worked successfully. I clenched my fist, feeling the immense power surging through my muscles. I should go test my punch strength. After taking a cold shower, I couldn't wait to head to the extreme martial arts gym in our neighborhood. At this hour, there were few people in the gym, only a handful of martial artists training. I stepped up to the punching force tester, arched my body, and delivered a powerful blow to the target. With a loud boom, the target was slammed down heavily. When it rebounded, the display read 35,710 kilograms. I smirked and threw 4 or 5 more consecutive punches, averaging over 36,000 kilograms per strike. Truly worthy of Dragon's Blood. I was exhilarated. My punching force alone had now reached the level of an advanced warlord, matching even Captain Chinshan of the Gale Squad. I tested my speed and neural reaction time again, both now reaching the level of an advanced warlord. From today onward I am an advanced warlord. When I unleash the 9-fold Thunder Blade's explosive fist strength, I qualify as a junior combat god. After crossing into this swallowed star world for so many years, I've finally reached the combat god tier, ranking among the top 3,000 globally. Even though life had long worn down my edges, I couldn't help but laugh heartily at this moment. After calming down, I activated the golden finger. For me, the war god level is no longer the goal, it's just the starting point. My next step is to strive to break through beyond the war god level within 5 years, reaching the planetary level. I clenched my fist and silently set this goal for myself. Only by reaching the planetary level could I truly wield authority. During dinner that evening, Li Yue brought up the matter of the hot pot restaurant. My cousin has worked at the hot pot place for quite a while. He came to see the kids yesterday and mentioned wanting to try opening his own hot pot shop. I looked up and asked, is he uncomfortable working at the shop? My father-in-law smiled and replied, Li Chi is a strong-willed kid, he wants to buy his own place. My mother-in-law added, property prices nearby are high. With his salary, he can't afford it. That's why he wants to open his own store. I didn't say anything and kept eating. Housing prices in the base city really were steep. Most college graduates lived in rentals. Only those from well-off families could afford to buy. Li Yue chimed in, he's just overly ambitious. After just 1 year, he wants to strike out on his own. If he fails, he won't even be able to pay back the loan. I'm in a good mood and said lightly, young people should go out and explore. Since he has ideas, let him try. I'll provide the startup funds as my investment share. Just give me dividends when profits come in later. After all, this money was earned through my blood and sweat, it can't be given away for nothing. My parents-in-law tried to dissuade me a few times, but seeing they couldn't change my mind, they eventually agreed and even praised me for being thoughtful. Back in the bedroom, I said to Li Yuewei, "Honey, the doctor said you need 2 months of rest at home before we can be intimate again." She responded, "I never said penetrative sex, can't we use other methods?" My eyes lit up. "Really? Shall we? Hee, then I'll have to trouble my wife." After more than half an hour, Li Yuewei complained, "Why does it take so long?" I scratched my head. "Sweetheart, it's been nearly a year since we last had sex, and I'm a martial artist full of stamina. Please be understanding." Li Yuewei didn't argue back and said, "How about listening to me? Go find one outside." "Darling, I'm not testing you. Many martial artists in the HR Alliance Mall hire companions, I completely understand." I hadn't expected my wife to be so considerate, but I wasn't about to fall for this trap. Seizing the opportunity, I said, "Honey, rather than looking outside, why not vent that energy in the wilderness?" Chapter 006, Small Reputation. The Wastelands? Li Yuewei's heart tightened upon hearing this, her delicate brows furrowing deeper. She almost instinctively wanted to shake her head in refusal, but seeing the earnest expression on Shen Ping's face, and recalling the incident with her cousin earlier that day, she swallowed her initial response and instead said, "The wastelands are too dangerous. With the baby just born, if anything were to happen to you, what would become of me and our child?" Shen Ping quickly reassured her, "I'm only going to the county town near the military supply base. I won't venture deeper. There are very few beast-level monsters there, and with my skills, I'll be perfectly safe. Even if we encountered danger, I could retreat to the supply base immediately." Seeing his wife remain silent, he continued, "It's been almost a year since the company started operating, and there still hasn't been much progress. Most of the materials were brought back and sold by the captain and the others. They didn't charge too much to accommodate us, which was fine at first, but over time, the team members can hardly avoid grumbling. I'll head to the wasteland zone myself. On one hand, it can help cover some company losses, and on the other, it'll hone my skills, maybe even lead to some breakthroughs. What's more, when our child grows up, they'll definitely follow the warrior's path. We'll need to find them a skilled instructor, someone at least at the level of an advanced battle master. That's going to cost a pretty penny." Speaking of children, Li Yuewei wavered. Working at the HR Alliance Mall, she knew all too well that warriors were the most sought-after profession these days. Though dangerous, the money flowed like water. Their child Xinyu would undoubtedly become a warrior someday, and raising an outstanding one truly required significant financial investment. "All right, but you must promise me, darling, never venture into the deeper wilderness zones. Every year, warriors perish there, and I couldn't bear for you to be among them." Shen Ping's heart swelled with joy as he nodded repeatedly in assurance. 5 days later, Huazhong Base City's train station. The fully armed Shen Ping's eyes shone with anticipation. In the past, every time he ventured into the wilderness with his team, they had prepared for death, offering prayers before departure, for survival in the wild was always uncertain. But now, with combat power akin to that of a war god, unless he had the misfortune of encountering a beast tide, his life was practically guaranteed safe. Li Yuewei's face was filled with worry. To be honest, these past few days she had been filled with remorse, yet once the words were spoken, there was no taking them back. "Remember to call every day. If you really don't have time, then every 2 or 3 days, but you must call. If you don't, I won't be able to eat or sleep." She kept chattering away with endless instructions. Shen Ping smiled and said, "I'll call you every night." Just then, the train pulled into the station. He turned and stepped onto the train, waving his hand as he went. "Go on home, wife." Li Yuewei stood in place watching the train depart. Inside the train carriage, the noise was overwhelming as mercenary squads from different factions conversed with each other. Lone wolves like Shen Ping sat quietly with their eyes closed, conserving their energy. Among them were novice squad members freshly arrived in the wasteland districts, their faces alight with excitement and ambition, dreaming of honing their skills while making a fortune. After traveling over 100 miles, the train reached the military base camp. Stepping off the train, gazing at the towering spire, Shen Ping cracked a smile. Back in his Storm Squad days, they'd come here every 2 or 3 months on average. These ruins were as familiar to him as the scars on his knuckles. Shen Ping, you're venturing into the wildlands alone? Where's the rest of your Storm Squad?" A supply base officer gaped in astonishment. Shen Ping casually replied, "Last year my arm got severed, so I left the team. Been recuperating at home for a year, but still feel the wilderness suits me better. So here I am on my own." The officer gave a thumbs up. "Gutsy. Those who dare venture into the wilderness alone usually have absolute confidence in their abilities." He knew Shen Ping was only at the warrior level, and having lost an arm, his combat effectiveness must have decreased significantly. Yet here he was alone, truly remarkable courage. Shen Ping chuckled dryly. "I'm just prowling around nearby county towns, making some petty cash." Hearing this, the officer said politely, "That's not bad, but if you come across any premium goods, remember to take care of your old brother here." This old brother was from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, responsible for purchasing monster materials in the military zone. In reality, most officers here belonged to different factions and were all vying to procure materials. Competition remained quite intense. "No problem," Shin Ping replied briefly before retreating to his quarters to rest. It was May, and the weather in central China wasn't particularly hot, but he still instinctively rested until evening before setting out. Beyond the military supply base lay the wilderness area. Newcomers tend to be extra vigilant, yet this seasoned warrior strode briskly along the crumbling highway, shield and combat blade strapped to his back. "I'll start by honing my blade techniques and footwork in nearby County 0416. After some time, I'll venture further to the urban districts." Though he'd fully mastered the ninefold thunder blade technique and perfected his movement arts within the safety of the base city's training halls, it was an entirely different experience from the wastelands. Practice chambers held no real threat, nothing like the constant danger of the wilderness that kept every sense razor-sharp. Whoosh! As they approached the county town, Shin Ping accelerated his pace, his toes lightly tapping the ground in rapid succession as his body shot forward like a cannonball, reaching the outskirts of the county in just over 10 minutes. Roar! The number of beastly roars ringing in his ears suddenly multiplied. Plop! He drew his combat blade, leaping forward as lightly as a dragonfly skimming water to kill a pig-like beast soldier before him. This movement instantly drew the attention of numerous surrounding beast soldiers, who charged madly toward Shin Ping. In the past, he would never have dared to act so recklessly. Even when dealing with beast soldiers, he would have proceeded with caution, careful not to make too much noise. But now things were different. Not to mention his swordsmanship, even just his movement techniques at the artistic conception level were enough to keep beast commander-level monsters from laying a finger on him. Put! As his blade flashed continuously, his figure darted back and forth among the horde of beast soldier-level monsters, dancing as if on the edge of a knife. Every strike of his blade claimed the life of another beast soldier. Before long, over 50 to 60 monster corpses littered the ground. Under normal circumstances, even a warrior-class fighter would find it extremely difficult to kill so many soldier-class beasts this quickly, as these creatures typically attack in groups and often gather around commander-class monsters. Killing too many would inevitably draw the attention of those higher-tier beasts. At this very moment, a commander-class bloodthirsty tank locked onto Shin Ping, charging at him with furious speed, its razor-sharp tusks aiming to skewer his body. Put! When the creature's tusks were mere centimeters from piercing Shin Ping's flesh, a flash of blade light sliced through the air, killing the beast instantly as his body gracefully sidestepped with elegant precision. Boom! The bloodthirsty tank continued its charging momentum for over 10 meters before finally collapsing to the ground. Shin Ping gripped his combat blade, his face alight with excitement. Had it been a year ago, taking down a beast general-level bloodthirsty tank alone would have been incredibly difficult. These things had thick hides impervious to most strikes unless you hit their weak spots directly. But now, he'd slain it with a single decisive slash. With the beast general dead, the surrounding beast soldiers scattered in panic. Only a few stray creatures still charged forward, only to quickly become corpses beneath Shin Ping's blade. While collecting materials, looking at the wounds on the bloodthirsty tank's body, he realized his control over the force still wasn't proficient. He'd struck too hard just now and needed to keep honing his skills. Thus, in the following days, Shin Ping trained his blade techniques and footwork like a man possessed, moving through the county town as if it were his personal domain. When his tactical backpack was full of materials, he'd head to the supply base to sell them. After a solid 2 months, he gradually began making a name for himself at the military district base. Chapter 007, Spreading Swiftly. Late at night, the moon shimmered like water. Stars blazed brilliantly. A faint chill settled upon the 20-story rooftop overlooking the county town. Shin Ping leaned against the edge of the wall and activated his wrist communicator to call his wife, his daily ritual these days, bringing her some measure of reassurance. "I just went to the military supply station the day before yesterday to sell materials, got lucky and bagged a beast commander-level monster. Made over 10 million. Truly lucky. What kind of warrior could I, alone, take down a beast commander? When am I going back? I'll stay a bit longer before heading back." The call ended. He was just about to close his eyes for a rest when his wrist communicator vibrated. It was from Captain Qin Shan. After answering, the captain's steady voice came through. "Old Shen, that old man Huang at the supply station told me you went alone into the wasteland zone, killed quite a few beast soldiers. What were you thinking? You just had a child. If something happened to you, what would happen to your family?" Shen Ping had already prepared his explanation. "Captain, I just can't get used to staying idle at home. I thought about honing my blade techniques and movement skills in the wastelands, but I won't venture too deep. You know I practiced the ninefold thunder blade, and recently I've felt some progress. That's why I came out alone to see if I could make a breakthrough." The captain fell silent for a moment, thinking to himself that this was truly in line with Shin Ping's temperament. His tone softened slightly as he said, "You reckless brat. Fine, whatever. Just make sure you know what you're doing. You're not alone anymore, you've got a family to look after now." They chatted for a while longer. Then the two ended their communication. News about the massive hunting of beast soldiers over the past 2 months has even reached the captain's ears. It seems word spread swiftly from the supply base. This was all part of Shin Ping's plan. For a warrior-class fighter, killing beast soldiers was as easy as slaughter, yet no one would go on a frenzied hunting spree against them. After all, warriors were different from psychic masters. The slightest mistake when facing a horde of beast soldiers could prove fatal. Therefore, once the number of beast soldier materials sold increases, it would undoubtedly draw attention. After some time, he planned to gradually sell 1 or 2 beast general level monster materials. By then, he could simply claim that his blade techniques and movement skills had undergone a breakthrough. As for the remaining materials from hunting the beast commander level creatures, they can all be taken back when returning to the base city. Next time I go to the supply base, I can reveal a bit more of my strength. Most of the martial artists who know him are aware that he practices the ninefold thunder blade, and he hadn't made a breakthrough for a long time. Now that he's suddenly broken through, no one would suspect anything. They'd just assume he had accumulated enough foundation. Later, I'll earn more money and wait another 6 months to a year before revealing further improvements in my strength. At this thought, he closed his eyes and rested. The number of beast commander level monsters in the entire county town wasn't high, and during this period, he had nearly wiped them all out. Only a single medium-level beast commander resembling a tiger cat remained in the eastern district. He wasn't in a rush, planning to finish it off when he returned to the base. Half a month later, Shin Ping arrived at the supply base once again. The officer surnamed Huang clicked his tongue in amazement at the beast commander materials and remarked, "Shin Ping, your luck is truly remarkable." Shin Ping smiled. This time, it wasn't luck. I just happened to make a breakthrough in my blade techniques and footwork, barely managing to kill that beast commander. Officer Huang's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "A breakthrough in blade technique? Don't tell me you've reached the second level of ninefold thunder blade?" Shin Ping grinned without denying it. "Alright, hurry up and settle the account. If it weren't for our past relationship, I wouldn't even sell these beast general materials to you. I've opened my own materials company in the base city now." Officer Huang snapped back to attention, his demeanor instantly growing even more enthusiastic. The ninefold lightning blade had a notoriously high barrier to entry, stumping countless martial artists over the years. Yet here was Shin Ping, who'd lost an arm, making remarkable progress with the blade technique. With this mastery of the saber, the man had already ascended to the level of a mid-tier warlord. A single realm difference may seem insignificant, but the gap is actually enormous. An ordinary warlord might only qualify as a member of an elite martial artist team, while a mid-level warlord could serve as its captain. Their money-making abilities are worlds apart. Therefore, whether the other party was willing to sell him materials or not, maintaining this connection was worthwhile. When he returned to his room to rest, news of Shin Ping's breakthrough spread rapidly through the military supply base. By nightfall, just before leaving the base, a nearby warrior team's captain came over personally to invite him. "Shin Ping, would you be interested in joining our Thorn Squad? Unlike Gale Squad, our team has 2 mid-level war generals, including myself. If you join us, we could even take down a high-level beast general. The materials from high-level beast-class monsters are generally priced at over 100 million. If encountered by lone wandering hunters, their value rises even higher. Teams like Thorn Squad attract many warlord-level fighters eager to join. Profits come quickly. Even contributing minimally guarantees massive earnings. Merely riding the coattails can net billions annually." "Thanks. I'm not considering joining another team for now." Shin Ping declined politely. The captain of Thorn Squad didn't mind and said with a smile, "You're always welcome to join whenever you have the idea." Leaving the base, he re-entered the wilderness zone. He stayed in the county town for another 6 days. Shin Ping set his sights on that medium commander-level mutated beast in the eastern district. Killing it would still be somewhat troublesome, mainly because of the large number of beast soldiers gathered around it. Whoosh! His feet tapped rapidly against the nearby buildings. He employed no tactical maneuvers, charging straight toward the mass of beast soldiers. Roar, roar! The mid-level beast general, a tiger-cat hybrid, detected the movement and growled low, commanding the beast soldiers to close in. In less than half a minute, hundreds of them had surrounded him. Perfect timing, he roared with laughter. Shin Ping felt exhilaration rather than fear as he tightly gripped his battle saber, darting through the gaps between the monstrous soldiers with lightning speed using his flowing light movement technique. If his movement technique were merely at the perfect level, he wouldn't risk such recklessness. But having reached the intent realm, which touches the boundaries of movement mastery, he could sense and predict every monster soldier's attack direction and distance through subtle air currents. It could be said, with intent realm movement technique, he maintained perfect awareness of his surroundings and could even exploit the environment for dodging and counterattacking. Witnesses saw Shin Ping charging in and out of the encircling horde of monstrous soldiers, felling over 50 beasts in moments before swiftly turning his blade toward the watching intermediate-level monster commander in the distance. Feline-type monsters are all extremely fast, and this medium-ranked beast general 3-tailed tiger cat was even swifter. Shin Ping's physical attributes were merely at the standard advanced warrior level, making it impossible for him to catch up under normal circumstances. However, with the explosive force from the ninefold Thunderblade technique, his speed suddenly skyrocketed, allowing him to easily chase down this three-tailed tiger cat. It took him half an hour to successfully slay the creature. After collecting the materials, he returned to the rooftop of his usual high-rise building to rest. During this expedition into the wilderness zone, including this medium-ranked beast general, he had killed a total of 7 beast generals. The earnings would exceed 100 million credits, nearly 10 times what he used to make in a single trip before. It's been a while since I came out. Time to head back. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the communicator watch vibrated. Seeing it was Mu Yang, he couldn't help but smile. Within the Gale squad, aside from the captain, he got along best with Mu Yang. After answering, Mu Yang exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment, "Brother Shen, damn impressive. You broke through your blade technique realm without making a peep. Married men are just built different. Tomorrow I gotta follow your example and settle down too." Shen Ping immediately laughed and scolded, "You're hide itching for another beating, kid? Calling this late? You back in the base city?" "Not yet. Just got back to the rooftop with the captain," came the reply. "Heard the happy news and couldn't wait to call you, Brother Shen." Mu Yang chuckled slyly, "We scored big today, 2 beast commanders. Gonna treat you to drinks when we hit the base city, and maybe get some blade technique pointers while we're at it." "Okay, no problem." After hanging up, he habitually opened the virtual interface for a look, and this glance left him momentarily stunned. Chapter 008, Blue Whisker Ginseng. You single-handedly hunted a beast commander-level mutant. Your family's reputation gradually grows within central China base city, taking another step toward prosperity. Reward, 1 with Spirit, 9th Heaven Thunderblade, 5th level. Perfection of artistic conceptual movement technique. Staring at the characters appearing in the virtual frame, Shen Ping froze in astonishment, caught completely off guard. He never imagined that the fame generated by improving personal strength would also earn clan rewards, and ones as substantial as those for progeny. This proved personal renown fell within the clan's prestige system and could significantly enhance the clan's foundational power. Upon reflection, it makes sense. If the strongest member of the family isn't powerful enough, they won't be able to deter troublemakers, and the family won't be able to grow. Assets, descendants, prestige, we've already received rewards for all these so far, and won't gain more in the short term. We can only accumulate them slowly over time. The family has just begun a new chapter. Progress in any direction is easily rewarded, but once the family grows, it becomes difficult to gain rewards as effortlessly as now. In response, Shen Ping was mentally prepared, though at this stage, these rewards were more than enough, especially the botanical spirits acquired this time, which held immense value. Even the lowest grade botanical spirit far surpassed the worth of 30 billion units of life-enhancing water, and such treasures were often unavailable at any price. He didn't rush to claim them. With his eyes closed, he rested on the rooftop until dawn. As the first light broke, he packed all the beast commander-level materials into his tactical backpack, left the county town, and returned to the military supply base. After a brief wait, he boarded a train back to the central China base city. Not far from the HR Alliance shopping mall stands the train station. Li Yuewei kept glancing into the distance from time to time. As the train came to a stop, her eyes anxiously searched for a familiar figure. Only when she spotted Shen Ping in full combat gear did a smile finally appear on her face. "Darling, you finally decided to come back." They embraced upon meeting. She glared at Shen Ping with deep resentment. He'd been gone for nearly 3 months, utterly careless of how she'd felt alone in their empty home. Shen Ping chuckled awkwardly. "I'm back now, aren't I?" Then he lowered his voice, whispering by her ear, "Tonight I'll serve my wife properly." Li Yuewei's legs grew warm at his words, her cheeks flushing rosy. Leaving the train station, without even stopping by the company, the two headed straight back to Nanyuan residential area. The father-in-law and mother-in-law tactfully took the child to visit neighbors in the martial artist's family quarters. Shen Ping quickly shed his combat gear, took a refreshing cold shower, and eagerly rushed to the bedroom where he pounced playfully on his wife atop the bed. "Look at how impatient you are. I almost thought you'd forgotten about me." "Oof, how could that be? I miss my wife countless times every day." Smooth talker. Before she could finish speaking, her lips were sealed. In no time, her body went limp, and between ragged breaths she pleaded, You slow down, I've just recovered." Shen Ping was a high-level warrior with exceptional muscle control, but having held back for so long, it was inevitable he'd lose restraint. Afterward, Li Yuewei was bedridden just like during their first days of marriage. "My wife's physical condition needs some improvement too." This served as a reminder, prompting him to hurry to the training hall to claim his rewards. As a ginseng-shaped plant spirit appeared in his hand, waves of refreshing fragrance wafted into his nostrils, while information about the plant spirit surfaced in his mind. Blue Whisker Ginseng can greatly enhance cellular vitality, strength and bone density. There are many types of plant spirits, each with different medicinal effects. For instance, 100-dew grass primarily heals injuries, while 1,000-year ebony root continuously enhances physical strength. This blue whiskered ginseng has similar effects to the 1,000-year ebony root. Just a small piece steeped in water can improve an ordinary person's physical constitution. If a junior warrior rank martial artist consumes it alone, they can triple their physical attributes within half a year while absorbing its effects, with gradual improvements continuing afterward. For senior warriors like Xinping, it would at least double their capabilities. However, when shared among multiple users, the medicinal effects become diluted. Xinping's face lit up with joy. With this blue whisker ginseng, he could consume most of it himself while saving some to enhance his wife's physical constitution. When the time came, her endurance during intimacy would improve significantly. In high spirits, he picked up his combat blade and began practicing the 5th level of the ninefold thunder saber technique. The days passed one by one. It was October. A cold front from the north swept southward. The climate of central China Bay City, which had just been in late autumn, suddenly transitioned into early winter. Families of martial artists in the residential district bundled up in thick down jackets. Last year at this time, his wife would have done the same, but after continuous consumption of blue whisker ginseng this year, her physique had improved so much that she didn't even feel cold wearing just a sweater. Honey, what herbs did you use to make this infused wine? It works so well. Tomorrow let's make some for Mom and Dad too. On the way to work, Li Yuewei remarked casually. Xinping, keeping his eyes on the road as he drove, replied, "It's made with a special herb. It's fine for Mom and Dad, but don't go offering it to other relatives. This herb is extremely precious, just one leaf is worth tens of millions." "How much?" "Over 10 million. Honey, you're really too generous. You are my wife, I will give you any amount of money." Li Yuewei was deeply moved by his words. Without hesitation, she replied, "This is too precious, we shouldn't drink it. I'm perfectly healthy and don't need any tonics. We'll have many places to spend money in the future, so save it and don't go wasting money everywhere." Xinping chuckled, "Not much left. By the way, I'm planning to head back to the wasteland zone soon." "Why go again?" "Winter's coming soon, and hunting gets easier in the wasteland zone. Thought I'd take the chance to earn a bit more money during this time." Hearing these words, his wife couldn't help saying, "Honey, we're not short on food or anything now. Even if it's for the kids, you don't have to work yourself so hard." Some time ago, Chen from our neighborhood lost both his legs, and I heard 3 of his crew died. "I don't want to see something happen to you," Xinping explained. "I want to have another child, and while I still have the energy, I'd like to build up more savings for them. This time I'll only be gone for a little over 2 weeks, it'll be fine." Li Yuewei looked at Xinping's expression and sighed. Having lived with him for over a year, she had grown to understand his temperament well. Once he made a decision, it was hard to pull him back. Even if she disagreed, he would find a way to go anyway. "Fine, but we agree, just over 2 weeks. Thank you, dear, for understanding." After dropping off his wife, Xinping arrived at Pingwei Materials Company, where he routinely reviewed some company accounts, called the manager and employees for a morning meeting, took a stroll around, then drove off towards the central city's Jixian Martial Arts Federation headquarters. Unlike the branches in district and garrison cities, the Federation headquarters in the central city covered a vast area, with warriors coming and going typically at war general level or above. Occasionally, one might spot a war god, while figures of higher status like presidents and overseers were rarely seen. He came today not only to test his punching power but mainly to meet with a supervisor. He drove to the basement parking lot of the training hall. Then Xinping took the elevator to the 6th floor, where there was an enormous martial arts training hall with several punching force testing machines and a 100-meter running track. Casually picking a testing machine, he threw a fierce punch at it. The data quickly appeared, 58,100 kilograms. Only 5 months had passed since the last use of dragon's blood, yet his punching power had increased by over 10,000 kilograms. Part of this was due to the lingering effects of the dragon's blood, but the majority came from the essence of plants and herbs. Most of the medicinal wine infused with blue whiskered ginseng had been consumed by him, while his wife had only drunk a small portion, and merely using a small segment of the blue whiskered ginseng had resulted in such a significant boost. Chapter 009, War God, truly worthy of being a spiritual herb. Xinping threw several consecutive punches, with the testing equipment consistently showing readings around 58,000. This indicated that his punching power alone had reached nearly the minimum benchmark of a war god. As long as he kept consuming the blue whiskered ginseng, he would eventually attain the physical capabilities of a war god. He then proceeded to test his speed and neural reflexes. His speed approached war god levels as well, though his neural reflexes proved slightly lacking. "If I fully unleash the ninefold thunder saber technique, my combat power will reach intermediate war god level, and even approach the upper tiers of that rank." Among the global population of over 3,000 war gods, the majority remain at primary or intermediate levels. High-level war gods are considerably rare, while invincible tier war gods are fewer than phoenix feathers, more scarce than even governing council members. With his current strength, Xinping could easily obtain approval from the Extreme Combat Association's headquarters to become the branch director of Huazhong Base City, yet he couldn't risk exposure. Though during the Great Nirvana era, many war gods and council members like Hong and Thunder God rose rapidly worldwide, times had changed, nearly all global ruins had been discovered, making it extraordinarily rare for warriors to achieve such explosive advancement nowadays. Not even exceptionally talented psychic masters or martial artists could accomplish such leaps anymore. So if he were to expose himself, it would undoubtedly attract covetous eyes. After all, having remained obscure for over a decade with seemingly limited potential, a sudden rise to prominence would make anyone suspect he harbored secrets. Unless he reached planetary level strength powerful enough to fear no envy, keeping a low profile remained the wisest course. Xinping would never underestimate human greed. Shaking his head, pushing these thoughts aside, he left the training hall and headed toward the supervisor's office. Knock knock, knocking at the door. Come in. Upon entering the office, his gaze immediately fell on Supervisor Chinitong seated at the desk, staring at the towering buildings outside the window. The central China base city's Extreme Hall had 4 key figures, the president and 3 supervisors. This supervisor Chinitong was responsible for the Extreme Dojo's external resource trade. This was precisely the reason for Xinping's visit today. Hello, Supervisor Chen. I'm Xinping from the Gale Squad. Captain Qin Shan must have mentioned me to you? Chen Yitong heard the name Qin Shan and suddenly understood, smiling warmly as he said, he just called me yesterday. Have a seat. Xinping hurried over to sit in the chair beside the desk. Would you like some tea? Thank you, Supervisor. He took the tea and sat upright. In terms of strength, he was now stronger than this supervisor, but when it came to status and position, the other party could easily overwhelm him. Qin Shan has already mentioned it to me. After leaving the team, you started your own materials company and want to receive an annual quota of weapons from Extreme Martial Arts Pavilion, is that correct? Xinping nodded repeatedly and stood up. Yes, my company is just getting started. If I can sell some of the Martial Pavilion's weapons, things will progress more smoothly. All items within Extreme Martial Arts Pavilion, secret manuals, combat blades, shields, battlesuits, and the like, could be purchased by internal members at half price if they had sufficient contribution points. Some items at half price were almost at cost value. However, items purchased at half price were, in name, not permitted for private resale. Of course, this rule was merely superficial. Things like gene serums were secretly resold by members, though the Martial Pavilion generally turned a blind eye. Apart from serving internal members, the Martial Arts Hall also sells various items to warriors from other factions, though at significantly higher prices. However, due to their excellent quality, wealthier warriors still purchase weapons like combat blades from Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Xinping's visit this time was actually to apply for some agency business opportunities to expand his customer base. Manager Chen asked, how much quota do you need? About 1 billion should suffice. Weapons, shields, and combat gear aren't cheap, so a quota of 1 billion is actually quite modest. It's barely a drop in the bucket compared to what the Limit Dojo sells annually. Manager Chen nodded. Alright, no problem, but this year's quota has already been allocated. Come back in January next year, and I'll sign off for you. Xinping immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, Manager Chen. Manager Chen laughed heartily. No need to be so formal. We're all part of the Limit Dojo, helping out where we can is only natural. Xinping thanked him again before leaving the office. Aware that the supervisor had many matters to attend to, he dared not waste his time. Still, he understood that Supervisor Chen's prompt agreement was likely due to the captain's influence. Once he reached the downstairs of the guild hall, he called the captain. Did it work out? It did. Supervisor Chen agreed to allocate me a quota starting next year. Captain, you must be on good terms with him. Why hadn't you mentioned it before? Captain Qin Shan was just an ordinary high-level warrior commander, not influential enough to pull strings with the guild director. Xinping was also quite puzzled by this matter. A hearty laugh soon echoed from the other end of the phone. As long as it's settled. Before forming the Hurricane Squad, I used to hunt monsters in the wastelands with Director Chen. We have a decent relationship, don't spread it around though. Once the company gets on its feet, I'll talk to him again and secure you a bigger quota. After all, it's no skin off his nose whoever gets it. Understanding dawned on Xinping. Thanks, Captain. Drinks are on me next time. Alright, we've got a deal. Last time when Muyan went to Zhengcheng, none of you told me. That's just not right. Enough said. I'm still out in the wasteland. The call ended. His heart swelled with gratitude. Whether it was during his time with the squad or after his departure, the captain had always looked out for him. Once his strength no longer needed to be hidden, he was determined to properly repay his captain. Winter had passed. Time marched forward into the year 2050. January. With continuous consumption of blue whisker ginseng, Shinping's physical fitness finally broke through to the war god level. Though he'd barely scraped past the qualifying threshold, he was now a genuine war god, a realization that thrilled him so much he made love to his wife 5 times that very night. In the past, Li Yuewei wouldn't have been able to withstand such vigor, but her constitution had improved considerably and she was no longer as delicate as before. After diligent cultivation, at the midpoint of the month, his wife became pregnant again, and this time she followed Shinping's advice by quitting her job at the HR Alliance Mall, though she still insisted on going to work at the company. That evening, the Gale Squad returned from the wilderness zone. Shinping, still at work, rushed over to join their gathering. They arrived at a private room in the mall. Ordering several cases of alcohol, the group drank heartily. The Lunar New Year is coming soon. After this return, our captain plans to take 1 or 2 months off. We won't head back to the wilderness zone until late March. Mudang clinked beer bottles with Shinping as they each downed one, then leaned in and said, "Bro Shin, you've got to find time to properly teach me your saber techniques. Damn, weak blade skills really hold me back in the wilderness zones. If not for our captain stepping in, I might have ended up quitting like you did." Shinping's expression immediately turned grave. "Hold up, did your team engage a high-level beast commander? With Hurricane Squad strength, hunting mid-level beast commander monsters wouldn't pose problems if they exercised caution. Only when facing high-level beast commanders would team members find themselves overmatched." Wu Yang hesitated, stealing a glance at their captain before lowering his voice. "Not a beast commander. We ran into another fighter squad. Those bastards ambushed us while we were hunting monsters." Chapter 010, When Strength Falls Short. It's often said that martial heroes disrupt order through force. Ordinary people who gain power will unconsciously amplify their dark sides, let alone warriors who frequently battle monsters and dance on the edge of life and death. In the early days of the Great Nirvana, global chaos reigned. Rising warriors often clashed with each other, and some even took pleasure in slaughtering ordinary civilians. However, as the 5 great powers gradually stabilized the situation, such incidents became increasingly rare within base cities. But in the wilderness zones, such scenes still play out regularly. Deception and betrayal between warrior teams over monster materials are hardly unusual occurrences. Thus, when entering the wilderness zones, warriors face dangers not just from monsters, but even more so from other warrior teams. During his years with the Gale Squad, Shinping had encountered several instances where other fighters ambushed them with sneak attacks. Hearing Mu Yang mention this, he couldn't help but pat the young man's shoulder. "Good thing you're unharmed. Stay more vigilant from now on. Do you know which squad it was?" Mu Yang lowered his voice again. "It was the Firefox Squad." Shinping's expression turned grave. The Firefox Squad held considerable notoriety within the fighter circles of Huazhong Base City. Their team boasted 2 high-ranking martial generals, with the remaining members all being mid-tier martial generals. They typically hunted high-level beast generals and occasionally even set their sights on Lord-class monsters. Most crucially, they were a subsidiary squad of the Zhang Family Consortium. It was precisely due to the Zhang Family Consortium's resource investments that the Firefox Squad members had grown so formidable. Our Stormwind Squad and the Foxfire Squad have always stayed clear of each other's territory. Our hunting grounds don't overlap, there's no conflict of interest. So why would they ambush us? Shinping fixed his gaze on Mu Yang and asked. Mu Yang didn't say anything. Instead, he dragged Shinping out under the pretext of going to the bathroom. Only when they reached the restroom did he explain the reason. "To be honest, this is really my fault. Brother Shin, you know how I am a bit of a flirt. One time, I took a female student from Central China University out for drinks at a bar, and her roommate happened to show up. Not only was the roommate stunning, but she also had a really sweet personality, just the type our captain likes. But you know how clueless the captain is with women, so I figured I'd play matchmaker for them." Who would have thought that the younger brother of the Firefox Squad's captain also took a liking to the same woman and was actively pursuing her? That's how the feud started. After finding out, our captain, wanting to avoid unnecessary trouble, took the initiative to cut ties. He even personally called the Firefox Squad's captain to explain. But who knew they'd hold a grudge and refuse to let it go when we encountered them in the wasteland? Mu Yang gnashed his teeth as he spoke. "They're clearly taking advantage of our Hurricane Squad. The captain told us not to bring it up, but I just can't swallow this grievance." Shinping fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. The captain, 5 or 6 years his senior, had finally met a woman he fancied, yet chose to step back for the sake of the team. That sounded exactly like something their captain would do. "Stay here in Zhengcheng for the new year and rent a place. I'll teach you knife skills every day." "Alright, I'll follow Brother Shin's lead." The two returned to the private booth. Captain Qin Shan had drunk quite a bit. Clearly, this matter was weighing on him. They drank late into the night. Only then did they leave, right after the spring festival. Mu Yang came to Zhengcheng to train under Shinping in knife techniques and casually brought up the captain's matter again. The Firefox Squad called. "They said it was just a warning last time, they won't pursue the matter any further." "Brother Shin, I'm choking with resentment. Yes, our squad might not match the Firefox Squad's caliber, but their behavior crosses every line of tyranny. His fist clenched tightly in simmering fury. Shin Ping's voice deepened with severity. Resentment? You think you're aggrieved? Your captain bears the true humiliation. When strength falls short, swallow the truth. Were you the god of war? Would the Firefox squad dare swagger so brazenly? Mu Yang bowed his head in silence. Practice your swordsmanship well, don't think about anything else. Don't go near Central China University again in the future. And don't ask about anything related to that girl. Understood, Brother Shen. In their squad, Mu Yang was the youngest at just over 20 years old. His potential far exceeded that of veteran members like them, and Captain Qinshan intended to groom him as a successor. However, youth also meant a tendency to act impulsively. For a mere warrior to go looking for trouble with Firefox Captain's younger brother would be utterly meaningless. It would only escalate the conflict further, until things spiraled completely out of control. In reality, conflicts among martial artists are quite common. Sometimes they arise over women, sometimes over trivial matters, and other times simply over pride. But in today's world, strength reigns supreme. If you're weak, you have to swallow your pride. Take Luo Feng, for instance. Before he grew powerful, he had to endure even when faced with exorbitant bounties on his head. Although Shin Ping is currently quite strong, he wouldn't recklessly show off his strength either. Doing so would only bring risks to himself, his family, and the Hurricane Squad. The true essence of the ninefold Thunderblade lies in stillness and motion. Stillness means keeping your heart as calm as a mirror, undisturbed by any external influences, while motion refers to unleashing explosive speed like thunder. Having mastered the 5th level of the ninefold Thunderblade, it was effortless for him to guide Mu Yang. With a powerhouse like Shin Ping giving him unreserved guidance, Mu Yang progressed rapidly in the technique. By mid-March, his blade skills were on the verge of a breakthrough, only lacking that final spark of enlightenment. For this trip to the wilderness, focus on finding that sensation. Try to break through to the 2nd level of the ninefold Thunderblade, Shin Ping said with a smile. Mu Yang nodded eagerly. Thanks, Brother Shen. After parting ways, he returned to Nanyuan residential area, played with his child Shinyu for a while, then went to the martial arts hall to practice his Qi guidance technique. Since the new year, he had completely absorbed the remaining medicinal effects of the blue-whiskered ginseng, a plant-based spiritual treasure. His punching power had increased from over 60,000 kilograms to 76,000 kilograms, with both speed and neural reflexes reaching warlord-level standards. After fully absorbing the residual medicinal effects of the plant-based spiritual treasure in my body, my punching power should stabilize at just over 80,000 kilograms. With the 4.2-fold force amplification from the 5th level of ninefold Thunderblade technique, a single strike from me could deliver an impact force exceeding 300,000 kilograms. Shin Ping's eyes shone with anticipation. The standard for high-level warlords ranged from 250,000 to 500,000 kilograms. An impact force exceeding 300,000 kilograms already placed him at the upper tier of high-level warlords. If he could unleash 500,000 kilograms, that would put him at the pinnacle of warlord-class strength. I need to head to the wasteland area to adapt to my body's enhancements. Training concluded. He fell into contemplation. The drastic improvements from his physical surge couldn't be fully mastered through daily drills in the training hall alone. Only by battling powerful mutated beasts could he swiftly gain control and properly consolidate his augmented strength. Evening. After informing Liu away, his wife could do nothing but helplessly remind Shin Ping to be careful in the wastelands. 2 days later, Shin Ping arrived at County 416 where he had stayed before, but this time he had no intention of hunting in the county area. After all, now that he had broken through to the war god level, medium beast general grade monsters could no longer hone his skills. Thus, he planned to rest briefly before heading further out to the Taihang Mountains. Since the Great Cataclysm, the Taihang mountain range had become the most densely monster-infested area around the central China base city. Almost every surrounding county and urban district was dominated by lord-level creatures. He had ventured there dozens of times with the Hurricane Squad, but only dared to linger at the fringes of the mountains. Roar. The moment he reached the rooftop, an enormous beast's roar resounded in his ears. He glanced through the binoculars and saw several martial artists hunting a beast commander. But when his gaze fell upon one particular martial artist, his eyes narrowed. Chapter 011, Justice Served. Zhou Sun, Captain Firefox's younger brother. While instructing Mu Yang in saber techniques, Shin Ping had specifically looked into Zhou Sun's background and appearance. He just hadn't expected to run into the man here in County 416. They weren't exactly sworn enemies, but since their paths had crossed, he absolutely had to settle this score for his former captain. Whoosh! Leaping down from the rooftop, he darted across several buildings like a hare pursued by a falcon before landing on the street. Then he streaked toward the source of the beast's roar at breathtaking speed. With Shin Ping's mastery of the realm of artistic conception-level movement techniques, it was almost effortless for him to approach these martial artists without alerting them. In just a few minutes, he arrived inside a nearby abandoned 2-story coffee shop. First, deal with the beast soldiers. I'll distract this beast commander. Among the 3 martial artists accompanying Jo Sun, 2 were war generals, while the remaining one was a mid-level war general. Jo Sun himself only possessed the strength of a high-level fighter, so it was evident that these 3 war generals had brought him to the wilderness area out of respect for the Firefox captain. They battled for over 10 minutes. The bloodthirsty tank had just been dealt with. The 4 swiftly dashed along nearby streets to a high-rise building. Shinping trailed behind them, crouching in a residential house to the left of the high-rise. He then moved stealthily to the top-floor corner, where he could just barely observe them through the rooftop. Just as he was contemplating how to teach Jo Sun a lesson, the sound of their conversation reached his ears. They'd started by talking about the bloodthirsty tank and how to kill monsters more efficiently, but soon the topic shifted to the Gale Squad. Shin Shan is already old but still dreaming of being a cradle robber. That'd be one thing, but for him to compete with you, Josu? Truly overestimating himself. Just asking for humiliation. Now he's become a laughingstock in the martial circles of our Huazhong base city. By the way, Jo Sun, how pretty is that female student from Huazhong University? What, you wanna get involved too? Of course not. I'm just curious. Any girl that caught brother Jo Sun's eye must be quite special. Shinping couldn't help but frown upon hearing this, thinking these warrior fighters were utterly shameless. To curry favor with Captain Firefox and the Zhang family conglomerate behind him, they'd even flatter his younger brother like this. Suppressing his discomfort, he continued listening silently. That girl isn't what you'd call stunning. There are prettier ones at Huazhong University. But she's got this innocent charm, otherwise why would I bother chasing her? Though my patience is running thin. After this wilderness expedition, if she still refuses, I'll just take her by force. Josun sneered, there's never been a girl I wanted that I couldn't have. Once I'm done with her, I'll let you guys have a taste too. After all, she's somebody even the Hurricane team captain took a fancy to. The other three warriors immediately laughed. Brother Joe is generous indeed. TSK, after we're finished with her, let's throw her to that Qin Shan bastard. Josun joined in the laughter. Ha, that's a fantastic idea. Let's do exactly that. Hearing this, Shenping's expression darkened, his fist slowly clenching. He knew that if things really developed as Josun had described, given their captain's personality, he would ultimately accept that girl, and this matter would likely forever remain an ineradicable disgrace for their captain. He didn't continue listening. Leaving the residential house, he had originally intended to just teach Josun a lesson, but now he'd changed his mind. If such scum were allowed to keep living, never mind how many more girls might get hurt just thinking about how their captain would never be able to hold his head high again. The captain has helped me so much. Today, I'll settle this matter for him. Having made up his mind, Shinping stopped considering the potential consequences of this act. Whoosh, his figure darted and weaved through the air. Before long, he arrived near a mid-rank beast general-level monster on the outskirts of the county town. Using himself as bait, he lured both this monstrous creature and the horde of beast soldier-level monsters surrounding it, swiftly leading them toward the high-rise building where Josun and the others were resting. Boom! The stampede of countless beast soldier-level monsters shook the ground with thunderous vibrations, causing the entire high-rise to tremble faintly. Josun and the others on the rooftop had long noticed the commotion. Initially, they wondered which unlucky martial artist was involved, never imagining that this unlucky fighter would charge straight toward their position. Damn bastard! Let's flee first and settle the score with him later after we escape. Their movements were undoubtedly swift, but Shinping was even faster. With the explosive power of Ninefold Thunder Saber, his speed surged dramatically, transforming his body into a series of afterimages. The moment they scurried downstairs, he had already flashed before them. Pfft! The flashing blade light of the Blood Shadow Battle Saber instantly shattered the bones in their legs with its tremendous impact, sending their bodies flying backward to crash against the walls. This done, he rapidly retreated to the corner behind the tall building, standing still while coldly observing the scene not far away. Ah, who are you? Who the hell are you? Why are you attacking us? The mid-level warrior among them roared through gritted teeth despite excruciating pain. Josun even shrieked hoarsely, my brother is the Firefox squad leader. If you dare lay a finger on me, he'll kill you for sure. Shinping gazed coldly without blinking. These 10+ years in the wilderness had long since taught him ruthlessness, to show neither mercy nor remorse once action was taken. Roar! At this moment, hordes of beast soldiers and monsters had already charged forward, completely engulfing these few individuals amidst their miserable, agonizing screams. When the dust had settled, the mid-level beast commander had leisurely led its swarm of beast soldiers away, leaving behind nothing but dismembered limbs and a scene of architectural devastation beneath the high-rise building. Shinping walked over and carefully inspected everything, ensuring that no traces of his earlier tampering were visible. Only then did he swiftly depart from the county town, heading straight for the Taihang mountain range. 6 days passed. He arrived at a small town on the edge of the Taihang Mountains and was resting in a 3-story building when his communication wristband vibrated. After answering, Mu Yang's excited voice rang out, Huh, great news, absolutely tremendous news. That Josun is dead, he died in the wasteland. Shinping feigned astonishment and said, How could he have died in the wilderness? Didn't Captain Firefox, his brother, send any warrior generals to protect him? Mu Yang grinned. Of course they sent someone, another squad with 3 warrior-level fighters. Too bad they got cocky and picked a fight with a mid-level beast general monster. Rumor has it they died horribly, not even a single intact bone was left. Captain Firefox was so furious he flew into a rage, swearing to get to the bottom of it. He must have lost his mind even if there were other martial artists in County 416. At most they'd be ordinary martial artist squads. Who would dare provoke Joseon? This is what they call, he who sows the wind shall reap the whirlwind. That bastard Joseon has harmed plenty of people with his ruthless methods, bullying girls and leaning on the fact that his brother is an advanced combat level martial artist. Now he's finally gotten what he deserved. Shin Ping smiled, exchanged a few more words with Moyang, and then hung up. Captain Firefox doesn't possess the capabilities of a high-level battle god. Even if he investigates, what could he possibly uncover? Moreover, Qinshan, Muyang, and the others were still in the base city when Joseon's incident occurred. It's bound to end up being inconclusive. But we still can't afford to be careless. What if he drags others into this out of grief for losing his brother? At this thought, he called the captain to remind him about the girl from Central China University. Chapter 012, The Massive Reward. Huazhong Base City. In a villa owned by the Zheng family consortium, Captain Zhou Ji of the Firefox team sat in the hall with a grim expression while waiting. His team members also remained silent. Shortly after, 2 masked men entered the hall. How are the test results? Zhou Ji quickly stood up and asked. One of the men shook his head. From the reconstructed bones, there are indeed fracture wounds, but these are just broken bone fractures with no weapon marks. Even a beast general level monster could cause such injuries, so it's impossible to determine from the bones alone. Zhou Ji angrily shouted, someone must have intentionally killed my brother and made it look like a monster attack. Are you even competent? The man frowned. Captain Zhou, please calm down. This is the Zhang family's premises, and the testing equipment here is the most advanced. There can't be any mistakes. At this moment, the head of the Zhang family walked in and said calmly, Captain Zhou, please accept my condolences. Entering the wilderness as a martial artist is fraught with the uncertainty of life and death. Even war gods can fall. Besides, I warned you long ago that your younger brother's ruthless ways would bring trouble sooner or later. Alright, go back now. In a few days, you should head to the Taihang Mountains. The Firefox squad soon departed. Inside the vehicle, a team member asked, Captain, what do you plan to do? Zhou Ji gritted his teeth and replied, the Zhang family won't be of any help, we'll have to rely on ourselves. Xiao Sun had been keeping a low profile lately. The only conflict was over that girl from Huazhong University involving the Hurricane Squad. Though we warned them again and they acted meek on the surface, they're surely harboring resentment. This incident is most likely the Hurricane Squad's doing. A team member questioned doubtfully, the Gale Squad has been staying in the base city recently, they couldn't possibly have had time to deal with Xiushuan. The remaining team members nodded one after another. They all thought their captain had gone a bit mad, acting irrationally. Zhou Ji said coldly, the Gale Squad may not have had the time, but my intuition isn't wrong. Just wait, if we happen to run into them in the wilderness, we'll wipe them out as a matter of course. Taihang Mountains. In the wilderness urban area number 056, waves of beast roars continuously echoed in the distance. Shin Ping leaned against the rooftop of a building, observing nearby monsters through binoculars. The matter of killing Joseon had already been cast aside, now he focused solely on locating high-ranking beast commander-level monsters, preferably lone hunter types. These creatures rarely had ordinary beast commanders or soldiers gathering around them, making them perfect for honing the movement techniques and blade skills he'd mastered. Stared all afternoon. No results whatsoever, yet as evening approached, a black-crowned blade goat appeared within the telescope's field of view. Larger than a calf, its head bore sharp keratin structures resembling deer antlers, their tips sharp as blades. A prominent coxcomb protruded between them, while its entire body was draped in sleek black fur. Its powerful legs ended in scissor-like hooves that sent chills down the spine. Most unsettling was its tail. Unlike ordinary sheep, it stretched flat and sinuous like a snake's. Since the Great Nirvana, most global fauna had mutated. While common domesticated animals like cattle, sheep, cats, and dogs generally developed weaker mutations compared to wolves, foxes, or cheetahs, decades of evolution birthed terrifying monsters among these ordinary creatures, like the 9-lived cat demons, more ferocious even than lord-class beasts. And this horned crownblade goat is one of the most terrifying predators among mutated goat species. It boasts extraordinary speed, astonishing leaping ability, and can attack with every part of its body, antlers, hooves, and tail alike. Its scissor-like hooves in particular can effortlessly slice through even S-grade combat armor. 1, 2, 3, a full 5 antler branches, definitely a high-level beast commander. Its value surpasses even that of the Silver Moon direwolf. Shin Ping held his breath and swiftly leaped down from the high-rise. Not even a war god would dare fight a high-level horned crownblade goat commander alone. Though his fist strength could rival that of an advanced war god, he remained cautious. A single strike from this creature could mean death, or at the very least, grievous injury. After all, his combat suit was made of ordinary material. The truly high-grade ones came with exorbitant price tags. Whoosh! Within the alert perimeter of the black-crowned blade goat, Shinping moved. His figure flickered like a phantom, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. Just as he was about to close the distance, the goat immediately sensed him and leaped away, landing 100 meters distant at the entrance of a residential area. He chased relentlessly after it. Thus, man and goat dashed into the neighborhood, weaving between several buildings in pursuit. In battles between warriors and monstrous beasts, aside from footwork, speed is the most crucial factor. If you can't match the beast's speed, no matter how strong your blade technique or how exquisite your footwork, it's all useless. In this regard, warriors can't compare to psychic masters, who can attack from a distance with flying daggers, delivering omnidirectional assaults without blind spots. Shinping dared to confront the black crown blade ram because he had confidence in his abilities. After chasing it for half a minute and figuring out its leaping patterns and speed, he stopped holding back. Immediately, he channeled the power of the ninefold thunder blade into his legs, causing his speed to surge dramatically. Thud! Thud! Catching up to the black crown blade ram, Shinping anticipated its movement and swung his battle blade down with full force. Swyish! The battle blade struck its left flank, sparks flying as it grated against the tough hide. But the tremendous impact still sent the black-crowned saberhorn crashing to the ground, its internal organs shaken by the blow. Once wounded, its speed sharply decreased. Before long, Shinping whittled it down strike by strike until the beast finally succumbed. Looking at the motionless black-crowned bladehorn lying on the ground, a genuine smile spread across his face. In the past, not to mention hunters, he couldn't even take down ordinary beast commander-level monsters alone. But now he could kill a black-crowned bladehorn. His strength had undergone an earth-shaking transformation in just 2 short years. Of course, with the explosive power of a high-level war god, hunting a single hunter wasn't particularly praiseworthy. After gathering the materials, he returned to rest on the rooftop of the high-rise. Over the next 20 days, he sought out a high-level beast commander for battle every few days. Once he had fully mastered his skyrocketed strength, he didn't go looking for a lord-level creature, choosing instead to return directly. Without proper combat attire, hunting lord-level beasts is extremely dangerous. Returning to the base city, Shinping went straight to the company and deposited the monster materials from his tactical backpack into inventory. Clerk Jiang at the materials stockroom nearly popped his eyes out seeing the 3 high-level commander-grade monster materials. "B-boss, where the hell did these materials come from?" Xiao Jiang couldn't help but ask. Shinping laughed heartily. "Of course I purchased it from a martial artist. Did you think your boss, killed it myself?" Xiao Jiang scratched his head and said admiringly, "Boss is amazing. Being able to hunt high-level beast generals and hunters, that martial artist must be a war god. And you actually know such a formidable person." Shinping replied casually, "Just stumbled upon that deal by luck." "Enough talk now, hurry up and inventory these materials, register them in the company accounts." "Understood, boss." 3 high-level beast generals plus 1 hunter, with material values totaling over 2 billion. This marked the largest procurement deal since Pingwei Materials Company's establishment. The news spread swiftly, astonishing all 20-some employees including the manager. They had initially considered the company ordinary with mediocre prospects, but never anticipated their boss possessed such formidable connections. Instantly reinvigorated, the entire staff worked with frenzied enthusiasm. Seated at his desk, Shinping sipped his brewed tea and habitually opened the virtual interface. New text appeared on it. "Your family business has significantly improved, taking a major step towards prosperity. Reward, Black God Armor Set, 2 copies of Grass and Wood Essence." Chapter 013, Distant Cousin. Shinping immediately sat up straight, his eyes glued to the virtual frame. Black God Suit. This was something far superior even to SS-grade combat suits in terms of defense. When worn by a wargod-level martial artist, ordinary council-tier opponents couldn't possibly kill them. He'd originally planned to purchase a high-quality combat suit upon returning this time. Never did he expect to directly receive the Black God Suit as a reward, truly an unexpected delight. What's more significant was that Pingwei Materials Company's profits had skyrocketed, yet they could still receive rewards in the industrial development direction. This proved that expanding operations wasn't the only path to industrial advancement. Previously, the company's annual profits barely hovered around 10 million. After securing the sales agency for Extreme Martial Arts Hall's weapons, operating profits increased, but only by 30 to 40 million. This time, hunting for high-level beast generals skyrocketed profits directly to the 2 billion tier. Noticing the change in the virtual frame's font, he vaguely grasped something. When the family flourishes, there will be rewards. Whether it's a small step toward prosperity or the current great leap, the rewards would be abundant. But if the prosperity is just ordinary, then the compensation would be meager. If that's truly the case, then profits from the industries next time will likely surpass 10 billion. Additionally, there must be significant increases in population descendants and reputation compared to before to qualify for substantial rewards. Shen Ping couldn't help but fall into contemplation. The family virtual frame was his golden finger. Only by fully utilizing and exploring it could he walk more steadily and swiftly. Knock knock. Just then, a knocking sound interrupted his train of thought. Come in, he called out in response. Manager Yen walked in and took a seat with a smile. Boss, he said, I have a suggestion regarding the handling of these 4 high-level beast commander materials. Shen Ping looked up. What suggestion? Go ahead. Adjusting his tie, Manager Yen continued, right now, major factions have an enormous demand for high-level mutant beast materials. Our company is still developing, with low visibility and connections mostly maintained through your personal efforts, boss, so business has been average. If we could leverage these 4 mutant beast materials to establish connections, say, with the HR Alliance's weapons manufacturing division, or the military's procurement department, it would greatly benefit our company's future growth. Shen Ping tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Are you suggesting we proactively lower prices, or even sacrifice 1 or 2 to build connections? Manager Yen hastily added, right, we don't need such a huge sacrifice either. When I worked at the HR Alliance Mall, I had dealings with both the weapons manufacturing department and the military. With just half the value of a monster's materials, we can smooth the path. The key point is, this gives us a chance to showcase the company's capabilities. Even if we might not secure such lucrative material orders in the future, it'll serve as external publicity, attracting more martial artists to sell or purchase weapons. Shen Ping pondered in silence. For over a year, the company had operated on a modest scale. Early in the year, thanks to his captain's connections, they had established a tentative partnership with the Ultimate Martial Arts Association's headquarters in the Huaxia base city, putting the company on track. If they could indeed open up channels as the manager suggested, the company's growth would accelerate significantly. Are you confident? About 60%. Hearing this, Shen Ping made his decision. All right, I'll leave this matter to you to handle. Also, you can let them know that the company can consistently obtain orders for high-level beast materials. Manager Yan's face lit up with joy. Really? Shen Ping remained silent. Manager Yan understood immediately and said excitedly, if that's the case, I'd say we have an 80% chance. They exchanged a few more words. After Manager Yan left, a faint smile curled at Shen Ping's lips. With his current strength, hunting high-level beast generals would be easy, but the company couldn't rely on him alone. Only by establishing a virtuous cycle could it truly grow and eventually catch up to those corporate giants and wealthy families. Darling, I'm back. This time when returning to the base city, Liu Wei didn't meet him at the train station, primarily because she had matters to attend to. Whoosh! Hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom. After changing his clothes upstairs, Shen Ping noticed neither his father-in-law nor mother-in-law were home, and the child wasn't there either. Tiptoeing to the bathroom door, he suddenly pushed it open with a grin. Hee, darling, I. Just as he was about to pounce, there was a sudden shriek. He froze in stunned silence, rooted to the spot. The figure before him wasn't his wife at all, but an unfamiliar pale body. Hurry, get out! Snapped out of it. Shen Ping scrambled out quickly, shutting the bathroom door again. His face burned with embarrassment as he apologized. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize someone else was in the shower. I thought it was my wife. There was no sound in the bathroom. He spoke again. You're my wife's distant cousin, right? Yes, it's me. I'm really sorry about this. Please keep bathing. By the way, where's your cousin? Auntie went grocery shopping. She'll be back soon. After some awkward small talk, Shen Ping scratched his head and headed upstairs to the training hall. After practicing his saber techniques for a while, the awkwardness gradually faded. Opening the virtual panel, he silently claimed his rewards. Soon, a black vest and 2 bundles of herbal hearts materialized before him, suspended in midair. Black God suit. Looking at the black vest, anticipation shone in his eyes. The form of the black God suit wasn't fixed. Sometimes it appeared as gloves, other times as a vest. The method of use was simple. Wear it, and the suit would automatically absorb blood, merging seamlessly with the skin. When struck, it could instantly expand across the entire body to form a defense. As for the 2 portions of vegetation essence, one was from 1,000-year willow heart, while the other was 100-dew grass. The 1,000-year willow heart could drastically enhance a warrior's physical attributes for a short period, while the 100-dew grass mainly aided in healing injuries. If Shen Ping consumed it now, his severed arm would regenerate rapidly. There's still remnants of vegetation essence in my body, no need to rush. As for the 100-dew grass, I can use it later when revealing my true strength won't be an issue. For now, I'll activate the black god suit first. Lost in thought, he changed into a black vest, and soon a faint aching sensation spread across his body's surface. This was the black god armor absorbing his blood. The process wasn't intense and lasted only a brief moment before the armor fully fused with his skin. With this black god armor, I won't need to hold back when hunting lord-level monsters anymore. With the combat power of a high-level war god enhanced by the black god armor, Shinping was virtually invincible beneath the ranks of parliament members. Even when facing those who surpassed the war god level, he felt no fear. At this moment, he had firmly positioned himself among the world's strongest. He walked downstairs. My wife and her parents came back from grocery shopping. The distant cousin had also finished her shower and was sitting on the sofa watching TV. When she saw Shinping coming downstairs, her youthful and pretty face flushed red. "Honey, this is the distant cousin I mentioned before, Suyin. She's quite talented in music and just got accepted into the Central China Academy of Arts last year. We invited her several times, and she finally agreed to visit us," Li Yuewei said with a smile. Suyin quickly explained, "Cousin, my schedule was packed with classes earlier, and I had to juggle a part-time job too. Really didn't have a spare moment. Now that the vacations barely started, I rushed straight over." Li Yuewei handed Suyin an apple. "What part-time job? Art students aren't as sought after as before the Great Nirvana. From now on, you can just come work at your cousin-in-law's company instead," Shinping casually remarked. "Celebrities make good money too. Who knows, maybe Xiaoyin could become a star someday." Chapter 014, Thriving and Prosperous. In times of peace, celebrities certainly made a great deal of money. Appearance fees for commercial performances could easily reach hundreds of thousands, film salaries amounted to tens of millions, and endorsement advertising fees were downright astronomical. However, after the Great Nirvana, global unrest and monster rampages became commonplace. Every year, the eastern coast, northern regions, and western areas would suffer varying degrees of beast tides. Against this backdrop, martial artists became the real high earners. Though the speaker had no hidden meaning, the listener took it to heart. This distant cousin blinked her rather adorable large eyes and timidly asked, "Brother-in-law, how much money can celebrities really make?" Shenping had never interacted with celebrities and was unfamiliar with that world. My wife Li Yuewei, who frequently visited the Underground Alliance Mall, knew a thing or two about it. She chuckled and said, "Making a few $100,000 is no problem at all. If you encounter generous clients, it could even go over $1 million. Wow, that's a lot of money," Suyin exclaimed in surprise. Li Yuewei went into the kitchen and brought out the prepared dishes. "This is nothing. A martial warrior like your brother-in-law here can make tens of millions from a single trip to the wilderness if he's lucky. Xiaoyin, you should aim high. You've got a great figure, a pretty face, and that mesmerizing voice of yours. You'll definitely captivate plenty of people. Don't go making random friends during college. After graduation, your cousin will introduce you to a martial artist. Then you'll be set for life." Su Yin's face flushed with shyness as she lowered her head, taking small bites of her apple. After this holiday break, she'd be a sophomore, no longer the naive freshman girl who first entered university. She understood perfectly well the importance of money and status now. Besides, her parents had repeatedly told her to find a martial artist for marriage someday. Evening. In the master bedroom, Li Yuewei nestled against Shinping's chest, her hands wandering restlessly. "Husband, you must have been so pent up in the wasteland zone. I asked the doctor we can resume marital relations after 2 months with this second pregnancy, and that tonic wine you had me drink before New Year's really strengthened my constitution. Take it slow and we should be fine." Hearing his wife say this, Shinping, who hadn't originally harbored those thoughts, suddenly felt his passion ignite. He tightened his embrace around his wife's body, using action to give her the greatest sense of security. After becoming intimately connected, both couldn't help but take a slight, quiet breath. After half an hour of exertion, only then did this fire subside somewhat. "Husband, what do you think of my distant cousin?" During the shower, Li Yuewei suddenly asked. Shinping's mind involuntarily flashed back to that youthful figure radiating vitality he'd glimpsed in the bathroom, pearly perfection incarnate. Still, he hurriedly replied, "Not bad at all. Why do you ask?" "I was just thinking you could take a look and see if there are any suitable martial artists for her. He's still young, isn't it too early to be looking for him now?" Li Yuewei pouted, "She's not that young. Besides, universities nowadays don't prohibit marriage, they even encourage it. The sooner it's arranged, the sooner it'll be off our minds." At this, her eyes rolled playfully toward Shinping. "Tell me," she teased, "you're not falling for her, are you?" "Don't talk nonsense," Shinping said impatiently. "She's your cousin, and I'm perfectly content with one beautiful wife like you." Li Yuewei said with a playful smile, "You men say one thing but think another. Warriors are usually overflowing with energy, plenty keep mistresses on the side. Husband, if you really want to, I don't mind. Just remember my condition, as long as you don't bring them home." She interacted with many warriors and was fairly open-minded about such matters. After all, it was the truth. Although national laws still stipulated monogamy, the global population had sharply declined, and there was a desperate need for more people in all sectors. Some experts had advocated relaxing marriage restrictions, but considering the limited resources and space across the 6 base cities, the policy had never been loosened. Shen Ping fell silent. His wife might have been testing him before, but after bringing it up several times, she probably genuinely didn't mind. "We'll deal with it if it comes up later," he said. I knew you were thinking about straying." His wife was visibly upset. Shen Ping was speechless. "Wasn't this your idea? I never even considered it, okay? It was my idea, but couldn't you have at least pretended to refuse?" Li Yuewei puffed up her cheeks indignantly. "We've only been married for 2 years, and you're already tired of me." "Right. Here comes the unreasonable tantrum." Shen Ping could only coax her with gentle words, though inwardly he sighed. Women are truly troublesome. Of course, this was just a passing thought after all. Quarrels and bickering between husband and wife were perfectly normal. Sometimes, they even served as a seasoning to life. How could everything always be smooth sailing, with mutual respect like guests? With his cousin now living in the villa, daily life underwent some subtle changes. The most immediate was Shen Ping avoiding the downstairs bathroom freely, wary of another awkward incident like last time. Secondly, he became more disciplined in the living room, no longer carelessly leaving clothes strewn about. Otherwise, things remained much the same as before. Every day followed a fixed routine, practicing his sword techniques and cultivation exercises, with occasional visits to the company. Time gradually reached mid-July. Su Yin's school started, and Shen Ping personally escorted her to the gate of Huazhong Art Academy. After getting out of the car, he transferred over 1 million Chinese yuan to Su Yin's card. "Ah, cousin-in-law, why did you transfer me so much money?" Su Yin was a little dazed. Shen Ping smiled and said, "It's on your cousin's orders. Schools are full of expenses, don't hesitate to spend when needed. And quit that part-time job. Focus on your studies. Call me if money runs short." "Alright, head to school now." Touched, Su Yin clutched the over 1 million yuan sum. "Thank you, cousin-in-law." Waved his hand. Shen Ping drove toward the company. The over 1 million was just a drop in the bucket for him. Hunting down a single beast commander-level monster would fetch far more than that. Investing in his cousin might just turn her into a star. Who knows, when Earth eventually ventures into the cosmos, this could even become a viable path. Arrived at the company, Manager Yen hurriedly reported, "Boss, we've secured a channel with the military procurement division. As long as we can supply 2 high-level beast commander monsters every 3 months, they'll purchase over 3 billion worth of monster materials annually. Here is the contract, please take a look." Shen Ping carefully reviewed the contract he'd received. An annual share of 3 billion, with a 10% profit margin, meant the company stood to earn 300 million. While equivalent to just the value of a single high-tier beast-grade monster material, not an earth-shattering sum, it still represented a major deal for the firm. "No problem at all." He signed the document and handed it to Manager Yen, saying, "Well done. What about the Underground Alliance?" Manager Yen adjusted his glasses and replied, "The HR Alliance Mall is also interested, but their appetite is quite large. They're asking for materials from 4 high-level beast generals." Shen Ping sneered. What an ambitious appetite. To consistently hunt high-level beast general monsters requires at least a team of warlords as the bare minimum. 4 of them? That would demand a mid-level warlord. If they want to cooperate with a mid-level warlord, they'd better show some sincerity first. Manager Yen nodded and said, "I proposed it too, demanding no less than a 10 billion share." They didn't agree immediately, only said they'll consider it further. Shen Ping waved his hand and said, "Don't budge on that condition. We're in no hurry for now. First, focus on cooperating well with the military. By the way, the company is planning to expand. Draft a detailed expansion proposal later." "Got it, boss." After Manager Yen left, Shen Ping stretched lazily. With military procurement secured, the company was finally thriving. "I've almost fully absorbed the herb spirit's medicinal effects. Time to take the Millennium Willow Heart to further enhance my physical constitution." Chapter 015, Peak War God. Evening. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Inside the martial arts hall on the 2nd floor of Nanyuan residential area, having changed into his training attire, Shen Ping took out the Millennium Willow Heart, a plant spirit. It resembled a green crystal shaped like an egg, its internal structure oddly intricate as if fluid were circulating within. Just gazing at it with the naked eye made him feel waves of cool energy washing through his body. Unlike dragon blood, consuming the Millennium Willow Heart requires puncturing its hard shell to ingest the essence inside. My punch force is currently steady at around 80,000 kilograms. I wonder what level my physical abilities will reach after taking this. His eyes brimmed with anticipation. Luo Feng used the Millennial Willow Heart, empowered by the dark golden orb of mental spiritual force within his sea of consciousness. Instantly, he leaped from an elementary war god to an advanced war god, his power soaring by nearly threefold. Though devoid of mental spiritual force, conservative estimates still placed his enhancement at least twofold. Whoosh. Inhale. With a deep breath, his heart gradually steadied. Then, using a pre-prepared SS-grade dagger, he punctured the outer shell. The green essence liquid inside immediately flowed out, and Shinping opened his mouth to swallow this vital marrow. Splash! Instantly, waves of cool, refreshing sensations spread throughout his entire body. Consuming dragon's blood had once been agonizing enough to make him faint, yet swallowing this millennia-old willow heart caused not the slightest pain. Sizzle! Soon, the surface of his skin began vibrating, the effect of boundless vitality flooding his system as the medicine took effect. His tendons, bones, and membranes started transforming. Every organ in his body and the cellular structure of his bones underwent radical changes. Genes fractured and reorganized, with obsolete cells rapidly being replaced by the newly evolved ones. At the same time, his physical condition was improving at an astonishing rate, evolving from an elementary war god level all the way to an intermediate war god level, yet the transformation showed no signs of stopping. Shinping stood motionless, eyes closed as he carefully sensed the enhancement of his body. Only when that cooling sensation gradually faded did he realize the effects of the Millennium Willow Heart had ceased. Bang! With a light punch delivered into the air, a sonic boom erupted, and even his fist could feel the whooshing airflow. This punching power must unquestionably exceed 150,000 kilograms. Considering the standard for intermediate war gods ranges from 128,000 kilograms to 256,000 kilograms, even if I'm not yet at advanced war god level, my physique must rank among the upper echelon of intermediate war gods. Combined with the 4.2x burst multiplier from the fifth layer of the ninefold Thunderblade, even the minimum output surpasses 600,000 kilograms. His face was filled with excitement. 500,000 kilograms already marked the peak of war god level, and now he had reached that threshold as a martial artist. As for the invincible war god tier, he knew he wasn't quite there yet after all. That rank stood just below parliamentary level warriors, serving as an honorific title for the strongest among war god combatants. To achieve such heights purely through martial arts, one must reach absolute mastery in either blade techniques or movement arts. Globally, those worthy of this title could be counted on one hand. I'll head to the wilderness area tomorrow to test my strength. A single casual punch from him could exceed over 100,000 kilograms. If he were to test this at a martial arts gym, the commotion would be too great. The best approach was to venture into the wilderness and battle lord-class monsters. Moreover, with his black god armor, safety wasn't the slightest concern. The next morning, fully equipped, Shinping arrived at the train station and stepped into the carriage. Watching the martial artists come and go, observing the myriad expressions on their faces, his countenance appeared calm, yet inwardly he couldn't help but marvel at how surreal it all felt. Just over 2 years ago, he had been a crippled warfighter, a missing arm, his potential severed, his future bleak. Yet now, he wielded combat prowess at the peak of war god level. I'm no genius. All I have is this cheat of mine, he silently thought to himself. The world of devouring starry skies is a world for geniuses. Without comprehension or innate talent, one could never stand out. Even on this earth transformed by mighty cultivators, it remains extraordinarily difficult to rise above the rest. Over 99% of people are destined to remain ordinary and mediocre. Clank clank. As the train began to move, he suppressed his thoughts and closed his eyes to rest. Entered the wilderness zone. This time, Shinping headed directly toward the depths of the Taihang Mountains, arriving in an abandoned town near the mountain range. He heard the roaring explosions of beastly cries in the air. It was a lord-level monster. Rushing to the highest point of the town, I took out my binoculars and saw it was actually a goldcrest dragon, seemingly being hunted by a team of martial artists. Boom! Boom! The massive goldcrest dragon shattered boulders as it charged, its obsidian gold scales providing astonishing defense. Withstanding attacks from multiple warriors' blades, it relentlessly pursued the dodging vanguard warrior at the front. Crimson God Squad. After careful observation, Shinping recognized this squad. There were extremely few squads at the war god level, as most who broke through to that rank saw their status skyrocket and preferred hunting monsters alone. Only a small number still formed teams. The Crimson God Squad was one such war god team from central China-based city, but it only had 2 junior-level war gods, with the rest being high-level war generals. With such strength, hunting high-level beast generals was easy, and they could even take on ordinary lord-level creatures. However, facing the Golden Crown Dragon was pushing their limits. Sure enough, the fierce battle lasted for over half an hour. Seeing that they couldn't defeat the Golden Crown Dragon after prolonged fighting, the Crimson God Squad decisively chose to retreat. The Golden Crown Dragon chased for over 10 minutes before finally returning to its lair. Shinping waited in place for a full hour, ensuring the Crimson God Squad wouldn't return, before setting his sights on the Golden Crown Dragon. Bang! His foot slammed against the ground as his body shot forward like a cannonball, closing the distance to the Golden Crown Dragon in the blink of an eye. The newly rested dragon glared at this tiny figure suddenly before it, golden eyes blazing with fury. These humans truly knew no end. Did they really think it was some pushover? As a monster comparable to a mid-tier lord-class creature, its intelligence was far from low. Roar! the sharp claws came flashing down. Shin Ping swayed aside effortlessly like a feather carried by the shockwave, then twisted unnaturally midair. Using the golden crown dragon's claws as a springboard, he vaulted toward its eye in a flash, his blade hissing as cold steel gleamed. The golden crown dragon reacted swiftly, its golden pupils abruptly turning white, a defensive feature of its eyes. Yet it underestimated Shin Ping's strength. The moment the battle blade made contact with the white pupils, an impact force exceeding 500,000 kilograms cleaved straight through them, slicing a deep, long gash along the eyelid. The golden crown dragon let out a pained roar, spewing a strange liquid from its maw. It's venom. Shin Ping's dark god armor emerged across his body, completely encasing him. The venom splashed onto the armor only produced a layer of white vapor, utterly failing to corrode through. Time to sacrifice yourself to my blade. Grinning fiercely, he wasn't in a hurry to kill this golden crown dragon. Instead, he treated it as a training dummy for his saber techniques, continuously engaging it with his great perfection movement skill infused with artistic conception. It took a full half hour. Only after the fiercely satisfying battle did Shin Ping reluctantly finish off the golden crown dragon. At his peak war god level strength, he could even slay high-tier lord-level mutated beasts. After collecting the materials, he headed toward the next location. Since he was out anyway, he decided to complete the military cooperation mission while he was at it. Chapter 016, Blade Technique Realm. 10 days later, Shin Ping returned to the number 056 Wilderness Urban District once more. During this period, he had already hunted down 2 high-level beast commanders. Taking down one more would fulfill his quarterly mission requirement. Boom! Crash! The weather proved uncooperative. Just as he reached a high-rise rooftop to survey the area with binoculars, torrential rain began pouring down. The heavy rainfall quickly formed thick layers of water mist, obscuring any distant scenery from view. Seeing this, he had no choice but to retreat into the building to rest. Glancing at the time on his communication wristband, Shin Ping saw it was lunchtime, so he called his wife. Have you eaten, dear? Not yet. I don't have much appetite. Probably because my stomach hasn't been feeling well lately. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup. I'm fine. I'm just worried about you. The wilderness zone is so dangerous, and you've been gone for 10 days. I'll be back in a few more days. After hanging up, he shook his head. This was his wife's old habit. Whenever he went to the wasteland, she'd worry so much she couldn't eat. Normally, it was manageable, but now that she was pregnant, this anxiety naturally amplified. In just over 3 months, my wife will give birth. I'll hunt 1 or 2 more beasts these next few days, then go back and spend time with her. At least 6 months away from the wasteland after that. The backpack formed by the black god suit still contained materials from the golden crown dragon. Combined with 4 or 5 high-level beast general materials, that would more than cover his military quota for half a year. Lost in thought, his communication wristband vibrated. It's Mu Yang. Bro Shin, what are you having for dinner? Hearing the barely contained excitement in Mu Yang's voice, Shin Ping chuckled. Since when did you learn to care about your brother Shin's life? Out with it, what good news do you want to share with me? Mu Yang chuckled slyly. Why don't you take a guess, brother Shin? Did you hunt down a high-level beast warrior? No. Or did you find a girl you fancy? Brother Shin, my journey is towards the stars and seas. Women would only slow me down. Shin Ping scoffed. You, a playboy, aren't even blushing while saying that. Cut the crap and get to the point. Mu Yang then said, I've made a breakthrough in my blade technique. Shin Ping froze, unable to hide his surprise as he exclaimed, You mean the ninefold thunder blade? Yes. Haha, all thanks to Brother Shin's guidance. Yesterday, while battling a beast general level monster, I suddenly grasped that crucial moment of insight. One of Mu Yang's teammates joked, This kid's been holding it in all day, Lao Shun, you better play alone. The rest of the team, including squad leader Qin Shan, burst out laughing. Shin Ping snapped out of his surprise and praised enthusiastically, Impressive, Mu Yang. Breaking through after just a few months training with me, you've clearly got real talent for the ninefold lightning blade. Well done, keep it up. Mu Yang quickly demurred with typical modesty. It's all thanks to Shinji's excellent teaching. Shin Ping chuckled, teasing, Your attitude's not bad. Come to Zhangchun later, and I might reluctantly keep mentoring you. I'll also share some good news. I recently made a breakthrough in the ninefold thunder blade technique. At these words, the line immediately fell silent. Then, a startled cry burst from Mu Yang's communicator. Wa Shin, Shinji, you broke through to the 3rd layer of ninefold thunder blade? No way. What? You think your Shinji isn't capable of a breakthrough? I didn't mean it like that, Brother Shin. Don't misunderstand. Shin Ping laughed heartily. Yang, I know exactly what kind of person you are. Actually, when I was teaching you sword techniques, I already had some insight into the triple thunder blade's 3rd level. Back when I was constantly fighting in the wilderness, I couldn't achieve the calm mindset needed for sword mastery. After settling down with a family, having enough time to contemplate might be the reason for my breakthrough. He'd long prepared this explanation for his breakthrough. Now, using Yang's happy occasion as an opportunity, mentioning it wouldn't seem too shocking. At this moment, Captain Qin Shan chimed in, "Old Shin, congratulations. It seems convincing you to settle down was the right call. Some fighters have combat talent and make breakthroughs during monster battles, while others like you achieve enlightenment while teaching others through repeated contemplation. I hear the elite instructors at the Limit Dojo's training camp operate the same way. If I'd known earlier, I should have let you retire sooner. Pity I don't practice the Ninefold Thunder Blade, or I could have asked for your pointers too." The Gale Squad members felt genuinely happy for Shin Ping, chatting for a full half hour before ending the call. The rain outside the building grew heavier by the moment. The darkened sky rumbled with thunder that drowned out the beast's roars. Though monsters feared no storm, they weren't foolish enough to stay out in the downpour, and now huddled within buildings along the streets. The rain didn't gradually stop until evening. Shin Ping rested in the building overnight and began hunting early the next morning. There were 3 high-ranking beast commander-level monsters in Area 056, each surrounded by large numbers of ordinary beast soldiers and commanders. Although his combat strength was at the peak of war god level, getting entangled by the beast soldiers and commanders would inevitably allow the high-ranking beast commanders to escape. After observing all morning, he finally locked onto a high-ranking beast commander stationed in the shopping mall square. Whoosh! His figure leaped out in a flash. Soon, using the mall's terrain to his advantage, he spent over 10 minutes to slay this high-ranking beast commander-level monster. He then killed 3 mid-ranking beast commanders, causing the remaining commanders and numerous beast soldiers to scatter in defeat. However, the remaining 2 would be much harder to deal with. Each was surrounded by a dense mass of at least several thousand beast soldiers and commanders. There was no other way. Shin Ping could only patiently bide his time. Fortunately, after 3 days of waiting, he finally seized the opportunity to slay these 2 high-level commander-grade monsters one by one. 2 days later, he boarded the train back to the base city with a bulging sack of monster materials. With 5 high-level commander-grade monsters, along with other commander-grade creatures and the materials from a Lord-grade golden crown dragon, the total value of these materials alone exceeded 5 billion Huaxia dollars. Manager Yen was ecstatic. "Boss, this combat god warrior you've befriended must be at least mid-tier combat god in strength. The golden crown dragon matches a mid-grade lord-class monster. Hunting one isn't easy at all. And with these golden crown dragon materials, HR Alliance's procurement department will certainly agree to our previous demands. There are over 3,000 combat gods worldwide, but few possess the strength to regularly hunt lord-grade monsters, especially mid-grade lords. Consequently, major global forces have enormous demand for lord-grade monsters, with high-grade lords worth over 10 billion being particularly sought-after commodities. Most material suppliers capable of providing high-level beast general monster materials are already quite large-scale operations, which is why Manager Yen was so excited. After some contemplation, Shin Ping voiced his intention to complete military missions using Lord-level monsters. Manager Yen hurriedly responded, "Boss, there's absolutely no need. Although the contract stipulates we deliver 3 every 3 months, rules are rules. Delivering 1 or 2 short won't raise eyebrows with the military as long as we consistently provide high-level beast general materials. Monster hunting carries inherent risks. Nobody can guarantee successful harvesting from every excursion into the wilderness." Shin Ping nodded. "In that case, let's use the Lord class to establish channels with the HR Alliance. Regarding hiring new employees and expanding the warehouse, handle those matters quickly. By year-end, our company needs to reach medium scale." "Understood, boss." Returning to his office, he opened the virtual panel where new text had appeared. "Your family business has progressed, taking a step towards prosperity. Reward, Ninefold Thunder Blade, 3rd layer, Mastery Level Blade Technique Realm." Chapter 017, The Issue of Offspring. Looking at the reward, Shin Ping fell into contemplation. The materials this time were worth more than double the previous batch, and net profits had risen rapidly. Yet the rewards for industrial advancement only included the 3rd level of Thunder Blade and a newly added Blade Technique Realm. Clearly, to continuously obtain greater rewards in family business operations, he would need to elevate prosperity to its next minor threshold. It turned out just as I expected. However, the rewards differ based on how each family branch develops, whether in business, offspring, or family prestige. Not sure about the specifics yet. My wife has about 3 more months before she gives birth. By then, we should start seeing some patterns emerge. Suppressing his thoughts, he claimed the family rewards. Instantly, the 3rd level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade technique flooded his mind, along with a wealth of accumulated insights and experiential knowledge in blade practice. He had long mastered the 3rd level of the Thunder Blade, but his realm and blade techniques was far inferior. With these insights, he needed only to refine his proficiency to immediately grasp the elite-level blade technique realm. In the future, guiding Muyang would become even more effortless. The captain said I have a talent for teaching, I should continue to cultivate this aspect. Then I can use it as an excuse to conceal my rapid improvement in the ninefold Thunder Blade. Also, with the company's expansion, I'll need to find an opportunity to promote it. Money and connections meant resources. Apart from one's innate potential, what matters most for warriors is resources. With sufficient resources, one can continuously improve even without natural talent. Now that Pingwei Materials Company is rapidly expanding, proper marketing will soon let other warriors know Shinping has made his fortune. When that time comes, revealing a portion of his true strength won't appear abrupt. Knock knock. The sound of knocking rang out. Shinping pushed aside stray thoughts and called out, "Come in." Moments later, a woman dressed in professional attire entered the office. He caught the scent of perfume lingering in the air. Shinping raised his head, perplexed. "And you are?" The girl smiled as she introduced herself. "Boss, I'm the new secretary recruited by the company, responsible for all your affairs here." As she spoke, she handed Shinping a document containing her detailed credentials. "Lin Jing, did Manager Yen hire you?" Shinping casually skimmed through the documents. Come to think of it, the company did need a secretary. With his wife at home expecting and him frequently traveling to the wasteland zones, he often had no time to handle company affairs. During the company's early stages, this wasn't an issue, but as the business expanded, things couldn't continue like this. The secretary, Lin Jing, shook her head. "I was recommended by General Manager Li." Shinping remained silent. The documents clearly stated that Lin Jing had previously worked at the HR Alliance shopping center. She must be acquainted with his wife. "All right, you can work at the company from now on. Thank you, boss. Now I have a secretary." Life at the company improved significantly, the most direct benefit being not having to pour my own tea anymore. If I needed something done, just one call to my secretary and someone would handle it immediately. Of course, Shinping knew the secretary Lin Jing wasn't appointed for his sake, but was specially recruited by his wife to assist with company affairs, as Li Yuewei's resignation had left most routine work to her. After work, leaving the office, he noticed many employees still toiling away. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Except for night shift workers, everyone else should clock out now. Our company doesn't do overtime." Instantly, over half the staff exhaled in relief, rising collectively to follow Shinping out of the building. Returning to Nanyuan residential quarter. Stepping into the villa, Shinping called out habitually, "Honey, I'm home." The door opened. Suyin, wearing an adorable hooded coat, popped her head out and blinked her big eyes. "Brother-in-law, you're back," she said. After changing into slippers, he gave a quiet affirmation while heading toward the martial arts hall upstairs, asking along the way, "Xiaoyin, you're here? Where's your cousin?" "Cousin went for a walk in the neighborhood, pushing the baby stroller," she replied. Suyin said as she helped place the shoes outside the door, continuing, "It's the weekend today, so I took a taxi over to keep cousin company." Shinping glanced at Suyin. This distant cousin was quite a sensible girl. "It's good you came to keep your cousin company while she's idle at home during her pregnancy," he remarked. After changing into a set of casual clothes, he returned downstairs to the living room and sat on the sofa, casually chatting with Suyin, mainly asking about her daily life at school and her plans for the future. "Our academy has a 3-year program, where many students start looking for jobs by their second year, some aiming for radio stations, others for performing arts troupes. I haven't quite decided yet." Compared to her last visit to Shinping's house, she had grown a bit more lively and was quite close to Shinping, likely influenced by that over $1 million Huaxia dollars. Shinping smiled, "No need to rush. If you can't find a job after graduation, just listen to your cousin and come work at the company." As they chatted on, his wife and her mother returned. Seeing Shinping, Li Yuewei's face lit up with joy as she chided, "You didn't even call to let me know you were coming back. I could have picked you up at the train station." Shinping quickly stepped forward to support her. "Your belly's so big now, don't move around too much." Pushing the stroller to the sofa in the living room, Li Yuewei sat down and said, "We're running low on groceries at home. What do you want for dinner tonight? I'll ask my mom to go shopping later. Just make something simple." Shinping watched TV with his wife for a while. Although monsters now roamed the wilderness zones and the lives of citizens in the bases weren't as prosperous and peaceful as before the Great Ruin, entertainment still existed. Even gaming companies remained. After all, ordinary people still made up the vast majority of the global population. After finishing dinner, he practiced for a bit in the training hall, and by the time he finished, it was almost midnight. He returned to the bedroom. His wife was still awake. Lying on the bed with his arm around her shoulders, they chatted about recent company affairs. Li Yuewei said, "The new secretary is actually an old friend of mine from Alliance Mall. When I first joined HR, she took great care of me. Don't you dare think about making a move on her." Shinping sighed, "Do I really seem like that kind of person?" Li Yuewei continued, The company is expanding rapidly thanks to your connections. We can't just have Manager Yen as the sole senior manager in charge of material procurement. In a while, I'll have Lin Jing find 2 more. Got it. Shinping nodded and, seeing his wife was about to say more, quickly interrupted. Alright, let's get some sleep now. Staying up late isn't good for the baby. And so the days passed one by one. In the blink of an eye, it was November. Just 2 days later, his wife gave birth to their second child, a daughter, Shen Hui. This was their eldest daughter's name. On the hospital bed, Li Yuewei didn't look as pale as last time after giving birth. Her constitution had improved tremendously, making this delivery go quite smoothly. Shinping handed their daughter to his wife while simultaneously opening the virtual display. Your family has welcomed a new descendant, taking another step toward prosperity. Reward, 9th Heaven Thunderblade, 6th Layer, Mastery Level Great Achievement in Sword Technique. His eyes shone faintly. The rewards for offspring and family lineage are indeed different. It seems that for the family, continuing the bloodline holds greater importance. Still, carrying a child for 10 months is truly arduous. Though his wife's physical condition far surpassed that of ordinary people, she had already borne him a son and a daughter. Shinping couldn't bring himself to ask her to endure it again. Does this mean if I want to keep receiving rewards for offspring, I'll have to take a lover? Chapter 018 A Pleasant Cooperation. Seeing the blissful smile on his wife's face as she hugged their daughter, Shinping quickly suppressed that fleeting thought. Right now, the most important thing was being there for his wife. The matter of keeping a mistress could wait for later consideration. In the afternoon, relatives from both families came to visit, instantly crowding the hospital room. Uncomfortable in such boisterous company, Shinping excused himself to take a walk downstairs. The moment he stepped out of the hospital building, he ran straight into Suyin. Brother-in-law. Su Yin's sweet voice rang out as she quickly walked up to Shinping. Noticing she was carrying fruits in her hand, Shinping casually remarked, "What brings you here? Don't you have classes at school? The school is about to go on break, so there aren't many classes. I was actually planning to accompany my cousin at the hospital these past few days, but something came up." Cousin-in-law, which room is my cousin in? Let me take you there. While riding the elevator, standing beside Suyin, his peripheral gaze inadvertently caught the full contours pressing against her chest. His mind unwittingly flashed back to that scene he'd witnessed in the bathroom. How could such a petite frame accommodate such generous curves? He wondered idly what she usually ate to grow like that. Back to the hospital room. His wife's relatives once again bombarded him with endless questions, mostly about the company and the hotpot restaurant. Their probing inquiries clearly hinted at wanting him to arrange positions for a few people. Shinping wasn't stingy. Had it been his wife or mother-in-law making the request, he wouldn't have refused. But these relatives wanted to secure jobs for other outsiders. He wasn't running a charity, so he deftly deflected with polite non-answers. By evening, peace finally returned. "Honey, maybe you should go back. I'm fine, I'll be discharged in 2 or 3 days. Besides, Mom and Xiaoying can take care of me." Li Yuewei could see Shinping feeling uncomfortable around her relatives. If he stayed, he'd still have to put up with their pestering tomorrow. Shinping nodded, kissed his wife on the forehead, and left the hospital. He returned to the villa in their residential area. He changed into his training attire, collected his reward, and immediately began practicing his blade technique. After mastering the skill, his blade movements became exceptionally fluid, almost as natural as wielding his own arm. Paired with his footwork, the entire performance flowed seamlessly, like an artistic dance. After training for over an hour straight, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue in his body. Late at night, the moonlight was as cool as water. After completing his cultivation, Shinping sat on the rooftop, gazing at the stars as his mind gradually settled. Just 1 more month, and it would be 2051. Calculating the time, there were still over 9 years before the golden-horned beast would appear. During this period, he had to break through to the planetary level or even the stellar level to protect himself and his family when doomsday came to Earth. After completely absorbing the medicinal effects of the Millennium Willow Heartcore, my physical fitness should reach a level of 200,000. Combined with the ninefold Thunderblade technique, I can unleash an impact force nearing 1 million. Among War God tier warriors, I'd undoubtedly be invincible. However, breaking through to planet level will likely be extremely difficult. The leap from War God to planet level represents a qualitative evolution in life genetics. For many War Gods, this step poses a significant barrier. Even though his progress has been rapid since opening a new chapter for his family, achieving this breakthrough through his own efforts alone might take who knows how long. Therefore, he could only rely on external aids. Across the entire Earth, the only substance that could easily help a War God breakthrough to planet level was the Muya crystal. According to the rules governing rewards, the family's prosperity must make substantial progress to receive generous rewards. Currently, rapidly increasing family population and descendants isn't feasible. leaving only options like family reputation and family business. The easiest path forward remains the family enterprises. My main focus will now be on managing Pingwei Materials Company, though I'll need to reveal some of my true capabilities to gradually build my reputation. The 5-year plan to break through to planetary level, 2 years have already passed. I must strive to reach this goal as soon as possible. 5 days later, Pingwei Materials Company. Inside the teacher's office, Manager Yan took out the contract and handed it to Shinping. Boss, Director Feng in charge of material procurement has agreed to our previous request. This is the negotiated contract. I've had our company's legal counsel review it thoroughly. The contract is fine. Please take a look. If you agree, the deal is essentially done. However, regarding the signing, Director Feng would like you to go there in person to sign it face to face. Manager Yan said with a smile, I suspect he's trying to establish a connection with the war god backing you. Every war god is someone whom various factions and financial groups strive to befriend. After all, there are only a little over 3,000 worldwide. The Extreme Combat Academy's War God Preparatory Camp alone accounts for quite a few, while most of the rest belong to the 5 major world powers. Shinping twitched the corner of his mouth. There was no war god behind him, but there was no need to refuse this matter either. He could just give a few perfunctory words later. After all, the Lord-level materials were real. He skimmed through the contract. Nodding, he said, fine, make the arrangements. Let me know when to meet. Manager Yen hurriedly replied, it's already scheduled, 3 o'clock this afternoon. All right, at 3 o'clock. Shinping led Manager Yen to the supervisor's office at the HR Alliance Marketplace. Unlike the supervisor of Extreme Martial Arts Hall, this supervisor Feng clearly knew how to enjoy life. His office was even more luxurious than a premium suite in a 5-star hotel. Mr. Shin, Mr. Yen, please have a seat. The office secretary poured tea for each of them before standing to the side. The supervisor will be here shortly. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you. It didn't take long. Manager Feng, whose middle-aged figure had grown plump, walked in. My apologies for keeping you both waiting. He sat on the sofa and instructed his secretary to bring out the fine wine. I'll punish myself with a drink. As he spoke, Manager Feng downed a cup directly, then poured wine for Shinping and Manager Yen respectively. He didn't bring up the materials contract, but rather chatted about topics concerning martial artists and monsters. Only after 2 or 3 rounds, when the atmosphere became lively, did he smile and say, President Shin, I've always admired the war god level experts capable of slaying lord-class monsters. May I ask what your relationship is with this war god? Shinping replied, I wouldn't call it a relationship. We just happened to meet in the wilderness area. Perhaps our temperaments matched, which is why I could obtain the monster materials hunted by that senior war god. Manager Feng didn't believe this explanation and continued probing while under the influence of alcohol. Unfortunately, Shinping remained tight-lipped and never revealed the name of the war god behind him. Seeing this, Manager Feng didn't press further and cheerfully signed contracts with Shinping, each putting their names to paper. Pleasure working with you. The two shook hands, signaling the deal worth billions annually. Although the actual profit from those billions was less than 1 billion, it still thrilled Shinping and Manager Yen. After all, small gains stacked up. With those billions, the company could continue expanding its scale, and its reputation would gradually spread. Killing 2 lord-class monsters a year is easy for me. Once this news spreads, I can use the opportunity to reveal some of my true strength. There are quite a few globally available methods to enhance physical fitness. Gene serums and dragon's blood are openly accessible through the network, while others rely on personal connections. An HR Alliance partnership precisely represents such valuable connections. End of the month. As the news spread, the Hurricane Squad all called to offer their congratulations. Old Shin, well done. Who'd have thought you'd quietly partnered with the HR Alliance Mall on such a big project? We'll be back in the base city in a few days. You're definitely treating us to a feast, and we're going to make you pay big time. Haha, no problem. Chapter 019, The Auspicious Wife Theory. Central Plains Base City, Zheng Family Villa. In a courtyard planted with a jujube tree modest and unadorned, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding high-tech architecture, an elderly man past 60 sat by a stone table beneath the tree. Across from him was Zhang Guorui, the current head of the Zhang family. On the stone table, a chessboard lay between them, the game now reaching its decisive final moments. Checkmate. The elderly man in his 60s smiled faintly and said, Guorui, you lose. Zhang Guorui shook his head and said, after studying for so long, I still can't beat old you. You don't lose to me because you're inferior, you're just too distracted. The elderly man in his 60s hit the nail on the head. Zheng Guorui sighed helplessly, there's no helping it, there are too many matters requiring supervision. I can't afford to be as leisurely as you, old you. Lately, a materials company has emerged in the base city, unexpectedly securing a 10 billion yuan deal with the HR Alliance. Rumor has it they're backed by a mid-level war god. The elderly man in his 60s exclaimed softly, a mid-level war god? Who might that be? No idea. We're still investigating, but it likely isn't someone from Huazhong Base City. I know all the war gods here, and none have any connections with this materials company. Old you, could you keep an eye out for me at the war gods assembly? Got it. After finishing their chess game, Zheng Guorui instructed the butler to summon the captain of the Firefox squad. He looked at Zhou Ji and said, "As for your brother's matter, don't go stirring up trouble with the Gale squad anymore. If you're determined to seek justice for your brother, do it in your personal capacity, don't drag the Zheng family into it." Zhou Ji frowned. Zheng Guorui added a warning: a former member of Gale squad has acquainted themselves with a mid-level war god. Consider your actions carefully. Over the past few months, Zheng Guorui had known Zhou Ji was using the Zheng family's influence to covertly investigate the Gale squad. He hadn't paid much attention initially, but now things had changed. If any trouble erupted, the Zheng family might inevitably get entangled. Zhou Ji's expression changed slightly. "I understand." Leaving the Zhang residence, he punched the car door and gritted his teeth. "Damn it, that hurricane squad just got lucky. But just wait, I'll find my chance sooner or later." Third floor private room in the HR Alliance Mall. Shen Ping and the members of the Gale squad gathered together once more. Having shared life and death experiences in the wilderness, their bond was exceptionally strong. Even if a member left, they would spare no effort to help each other when trouble arose. Captain Qin Shan grinned and said, "Old Shin, you've really made a name for yourself since leaving these past few years. Partnering on such a large scale with the Underground Alliance, your future looks bright. Who knows, we might need your protection someday." Mu Yang teased playfully, "Captain, I'm already under Shin's wing. Without his guidance, my blade techniques wouldn't have improved so easily." Shin Ping waved it off. "Mu Yang, kid, stop mentioning it all the time. Guidance alone means nothing if you don't put in the effort." That said, the company's collaboration with the Underground Alliance involved a bit of luck too. If it continues, I'll definitely need your help down the line. The captain understood Shin Ping's meaning, smiled, and raised the bottle in his hand. "Come, drink." After 3 rounds of drinks, Shin Ping leaned close to Qin Shan's ear and whispered, "Captain, was there any fallout from that Firefox squad incident? If there is, I might be able to handle it." Qin Shan hastily spoke up, "Old Shin, don't. Being able to make friends with a war god is your good fortune. It's not worth owing favors for this matter. As for the Firefox squad, at worst we can keep avoiding them. I refuse to believe Zhou Ji can do anything to our squad. Keep running the company well. Aside from Moyan, the rest of our team has pretty much reached their limit. Any future improvements will depend on you." Shen Ping nodded and continued drinking with his team members. This lasted until late at night. The group had just left the shopping mall after the New Year festivities. In early March of 2051, after staying at home for over 6 months, Shen Ping set out again for the wilderness zone. During this extended period, news of his collaboration with the HR Alliance shopping mall had spread throughout the base city. Upon arriving at the military supply base, numerous officers greeted him one after another. Whether familiar faces or strangers, all treated him with notable enthusiasm. Officer Huang from Thunderbolt Dojo joked, "Old Shen, your company makes so much money. Why not enjoy a comfortable life in the base city instead of running back to the wildlands?" Shen Ping laughed. "I'm a fighter. Staying home for too long makes me restless. If I stayed any longer, I probably would have grown mold. It's better here. Stepping into the wildlands feels like coming home." Officer Huang had nothing to say. They exchanged a few more casual words. Shin Ping headed toward his assigned quarters. By nightfall, he set off for a more distant county town. His trip to the wilderness zone wasn't just about hunting high-level beast warrior monsters, it was also an opportunity to intentionally reveal a portion of his true strength. 2 days later, moving swiftly, he arrived at the county town. Most often, county towns farther from military supply bases had larger numbers of beast warrior monsters, especially in urban districts where lone beast warriors hunting alone were frequently encountered. He wasn't afraid of beast warriors surrounded by their lesser beast soldier kin. Spotting his target, he charged directly toward it without hesitation. Put, like a wolf among sheep, facing beast soldiers or even beast generals, he harvested them like melons and vegetables. After mastering his blade technique to perfection, he could effortlessly slay beast generals with pure swordplay alone, without even needing to employ the ninefold thunder blade. Just 3 to 5 days, Shin Ping had already hunted over a dozen beast generals, including 2 mid-tier beast generals. Afterward, he stayed resting in the county town for a few days before finally returning to the military zone supply base to sell the monster materials to Officer Huang. Upon seeing the mid-tier beast general materials, Officer Huang was dumbfounded. "Old Shin, did you kill this?" Shin Ping grinned and said, "If I didn't kill it, then who could've? My physical fitness broke through to mid-level warrior ranking around early spring. With the ninefold thunder blade technique, I barely managed to take down a mid-level beast general. Once I get more proficient, hunting will become much easier." Officer Huang suddenly realized and looked at Shin Ping with envy. "Last time I heard Mu Yang from the Hurricane Squadron say you'd broken through the 3rd level of the ninefold thunder blade. I didn't expect it to be true. You must be at the level of a high-ranked warlord now." Yes, Shin Ping chuckled modestly. Though my combat strength ranks as a high-level warrior, I still can't hunt high-level beast commanders. After I get accustomed to my enhanced physical strength for a while, I'll go get assessed as a mid-level warrior. Enough talk, hurry up and calculate. Rest for the night, and while the iron's hot, go get some more practice. Transaction complete. Watching Shin Ping's retreating figure, Officer Huang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Shin Ping's really like a withered tree coming back to life. Not only has he befriended the war god, but his blade techniques have been breaking through continuously. Rumor has it it's because he got married and settled down. Could there really be something to this fortune-bringing spouse notion? After some time had passed, the news that Shin Ping's combat power had reached high-level war god status quickly spread, provoking envy and jealousy among many warriors. Surprisingly, over half of them actually believed the prosperous husband theory was credible. Of course, more rational warriors mostly suspected it was due to the medium-level martial god backing Shin Ping. You single-handedly hunted a medium-level beast god. Your family's reputation is gradually growing in the central China base city, taking a small step toward prosperity. Rewards: 1 botanical spirit, 7th layer of 9-fold thunderblade, perfect level blade technique realm. Chapter 020, such an intense reaction. Taihang Mountains. On a rooftop in the nearby urban district, Shin Ping gazed at the text displayed in the virtual frame, a faint smile curling his lips. Having visited the military supply base twice consecutively to sell mid-level beast commander monster materials, the ripple effect of this news had indeed borne fruit, just as he had anticipated, yielding a reward in family prestige, albeit only a minor incremental gain. Claim, as he silently recited in his heart. A box containing plant spirits immediately materialized before his eyes, while his mind flooded with extensive insights and experiences in blade techniques, along with the profound essence of the 7th level of the 9-fold Thunderblade. He put away the box. Taking out his binoculars to observe the roaring ironback sword dragon in the distance, he muttered, "Since I need to hunt a lord-level mutant beast anyway, might as well use you to practice my newly acquired blade techniques." Whoosh! His body leaped forward, flickering as he darted between urban structures. With every flash of Shin Ping's movement, the air trembled with thunderous booms like airborne jets, the sonic cracks of supersonic speed. The ironback sword dragon's cold eyes had barely registered Shin Ping's figure when blade light already slashed across its body. The 7th layer of 9-fold Thunderblade unleashed a force multiplier of 5.6 times, combining with his physical prowess to deliver a strike exceeding 1 million kilograms of impact force. Even the massive lord-level mutant couldn't withstand such power. Its colossal frame sent staggering backward by the devastating blow. Roar! The ironback sword-scale dragon roared furiously, its massive and heavy tail viciously sweeping toward Shin Ping. Despite its incredible speed, against Shin Ping's perfected movement technique, the tail couldn't even graze him. To master his saber techniques, Shin Ping wasn't in a hurry to kill this leader-level beast. Instead, he relied on his agile movement speed to engage in an intense back-and-forth battle. It had to be admitted that fighting monsters was far more effective for honing his saber skills than simply training in the villa's martial arts hall. In just a single morning, he had grasped about 70 to 80% of the techniques. After spending 10 more days in the Taihang Mountains and slaying 4 or 5 high-level commander-grade beasts, he had completely mastered the rewarded saber techniques. On the train back to the base city, Shin Ping's combat backpack, disguised by his black god suit, bulged conspicuously. Nearby warriors paid no mind. While military supply bases could process monster materials, most fighters preferred selling their most valuable spoils back in the base city. My current strength qualifies me as an invincible battle god now, but revealing my true power must be done step by step. Haste would be unwise. Stepping off the train, he went straight to the company and stored the monster materials in the rented warehouse. Employee Xiao Jiang did a quick inventory and reported, "Boss, these materials are worth about 4.5 billion Huaxia currency. Additionally, this month the company has purchased over 1 billion worth of monster materials, bringing the total value of all materials in the warehouse to 5.5 billion Huaxia currency." Shin Ping couldn't help but express surprise. "A big order came in?" Xiao Jiang quickly explained. "It's from the 2 new managers, each purchased around 300 million worth of materials. The rest were acquired by Manager Yen and other company employees." Hearing this, Shin Ping showed a satisfied expression. "Good. Once the company's reputation spreads, we'll get more and more orders like this." In the past, Pingwei Materials Company would consider it a good performance if they procured 10 million worth of monster materials in a month. Now, the transaction volume had surprisingly reached hundreds of millions. Even though the actual profit margin wasn't high, it undoubtedly indicated the company's rapid growth. After returning to the office, his wife Li Yuewei and secretary Lin were both absent. According to the manager, they had gone to handle some issues with a batch of weapons. After calling to check and confirming there weren't any major issues, he finally set his mind at ease. Based on previous speculation, when the company's annual profits reach 10 billion, there might be a significant family-level reward. So far this year, including this harvest, total profits have already reached 5 billion Chinese yuan. Just 50 billion more might trigger the industrial reward. Looking at the accounting figures on his office laptop, Jinping pondered carefully. He planned to stay home for 3 months before heading back to the wilderness zones. One trip there should generate the remaining 50 billion in material profits. As an invincible war god, earning tens of billions annually was considered minimal. A single high-level lord-tier monster could be worth nearly 10 billion. Hunting just 2 such creatures a year would surpass 100 billion in earnings. At the parliamentarian level, one could earn even more, though those who reached that tier typically cared little for money. What they pursued were precious treasures like plant spirits or muya crystals. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Jinping and Liu Wei had just finished work. After showering back at the villa, the two of them lay down together on the bed. Having held back for a full month, like dry wood meeting a spark, they ignited instantly. After 3 years of marriage, they knew each other's bodies intimately, and once the flames were kindled, they plunged in without hesitation. After finishing, Liu Wei brought up business. Honey, an investment firm recently reached out wanting to invest a sum to help our company grow faster. Should we meet with them? An investment firm? Jinping was taken aback. During the initial period of the Great Nirvana, the situation was unstable, and daily life was under military control. However, after the opening of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and Thunder Martial Arts Hall, coupled with the 5 major powers gradually stabilizing the situation, the domestic economic environment began to recover. The fastest development was in weapon materials and related fields, while investment companies only regained their vigor in the last 3 or 4 years. It was only natural that they had set their sights on Pingwei Materials Company. The company has just expanded its scale, and funds are not currently in short supply. There's no need to engage with them for now, we can revisit the matter later. After a moment of contemplation, he replied. Liu Wei nodded and continued. There's another thing. A few days ago, the Zhang family sent someone over, saying they wanted to meet with you. After speaking, she added with concern, the Zhang family is a major financial group in central China-based city with deep roots. They're involved in nearly 1/5 of various industries within the base city. Could this meeting be an attempt to acquire our company? Jinping chuckled lightly and reassured her, don't worry, the Zhang family wouldn't dare to have such grand ambitions. Tomorrow, have Secretary Lin contact them to arrange a time. I'll meet with the Zhang family, most likely they want to recruit us. Pingwei Materials Company's rapid development, especially after collaborating with the HR Alliance, had caught the attention of several factions within the base city. The Zhang family's request for a meeting wasn't entirely unexpected, though their primary objective was likely the medium-level war god supporting him. As for the company's profits, to be honest, the Zhang family didn't even consider them worth their notice. The discussion concluded. Cuddled in Jinping's arms, Liu Wei's hands began to roam mischievously beneath the blankets. Teasing him as she stirred, she said, by May, Xiaoyin's school will be on holiday. Hubby, do you think we should have her come stay with us for a while? Last year when she was home, I could tell you weren't quite comfortable. Jinping felt his desire rising. Rolling over, he said, wife, you decide, I'm fine with whatever. Liu Wei's tongue traced her lips as she stared at Jinping with an amused smile. They say a man's words are a devil's lies. Deep down, husband, you must be dying to have Xiaoyin come over, aren't you? The moment I mentioned her, you got so worked up. Ah, look at you, so intense already. Soon, his wife couldn't even form words anymore. The master bedroom was filled solely with the most primal sounds reverberating through the air. Chapter 021, The Zhang's Sincerity. 5 days later, the largest restaurant in the downtown area of Huazhong Base, the 5th floor private box, Jinping had arranged to dine here with the Zhang family head. Although it was just the two of them, the table was laden with numerous dishes, and over 10 impeccably dressed servers stood by, attending exclusively to their meal. After 2 glasses of wine, Zhang Guorui gestured to the dishes on the table and asked with a smile, President Shen, how does it taste? Does it suit your palate? If not, I'll have them prepare everything anew. This restaurant was part of the Zhang family's business empire. Its clientele comprised only the wealthy and influential, generating substantial annual profits. This single table spread alone cost over 10 million, a sum beyond the means of ordinary martial artists. Even veteran executives from the base city's business circles couldn't afford to dine here regularly. Jinping sensed the sincerity in the other party's tone, so he got straight to the point. Mr. Zhang, I've never been a picky eater, I can stomach anything. It's an honor to meet you today. Whatever you need to discuss, just say the word. If it's within my power, you can count on my agreement. Seeing Jinping speak so frankly, Zhang Guorui stopped beating around the bush and said bluntly, here's the thing. According to manager Feng from the HR Alliance, Pingwei Materials can supply 2 lord-level monster materials annually. So I'd like to cooperate with you, Director Shen. Jinping leaned forward and asked, how do you propose we collaborate? Zhang Guorui pondered for a moment before saying, if Pingwei Materials Corporation can provide our Zhang family with 1 medium-tier lord-level monster every year, then this restaurant's annual profits will be split 40% for CEO Shen. Additionally, we'll offer 0.5% of Zheng Group's shares as well as a villa in the Lishui district. Hearing this, Xinping narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he wasn't clear on the exact annual profits of this restaurant, they certainly exceeded 5 billion yuan. Just this portion alone would bring in 2 billion, and when combined with the shares in Zheng Group, the total value far surpassed the materials from a single medium-tier lord-level monster. And there's even a villa in the Lishui district. The Lishui district is the largest area within central China Bay City. Those who reside there are anything but ordinary, and each villa is practically equivalent to a small estate, its value utterly incomparable to the martial artists' villas in Nanyuan residential area. These terms are indeed tempting. However, pies don't just fall from the sky for no reason. Even if the Zhang family is trying to win over the medium-level combat god backing him, what they're offering seems excessively generous. At this thought, Xinping picked up a piece of meat, chewed it, then said, President Zhang, my Pingwei Materials company has only been developing for a few years. Being able to collaborate with the HR Alliance and the military is already our limit. I'm afraid we aren't fortunate enough to partner with the Zheng family. Besides, acquiring materials from a medium-sized lord-level monster shouldn't be difficult for an organization like the Zheng Group, given your financial resources and connections. Zhang Guorui shook his head and replied, President Shen overestimates our Zhang family. As a martial artist, you should understand just how difficult it is to hunt a medium-sized lord-level monster. While our family does have the financial means to obtain such materials, securing them consistently is another matter entirely. Currently, competition for materials is fierce across all nations, including the various base cities within our own country. Our Zhang family doesn't have the backing of a medium-level war god. He delivered the final sentence with a trace of self-mockery in his tone. Xinping remained silent. He knew what Zheng Guorui said next was the truth. Consortiums in the homeland were colossal entities within base cities, but compared to the core families of underground alliances in Europe and elsewhere, they paled somewhat. Most of the war god class experts they could recruit were merely low-tier war gods. President Shen, to be frank with you, our Zhang family mainly wants this material to exchange for resources. What do you say? If you agree, we can sign the contract right now. Our two families will then join hands to advance together throughout Huazhong Bay City. Zheng Guorui fixed Xinping with an intense, burning gaze. Today's terms were presented with genuine intent to collaborate with Pingwei Materials Corporation, while also serving as a probe to assess the capabilities of the Titan-level warrior backing them. A Titan who can consistently hunt mid-tier lord-level creatures would rank among the upper echelons of intermediate-tier combatants. If they could leverage this to establish connections with such a figure, the Zheng family's influence within the HR Alliance marketplace would increase significantly. Xinping didn't rush to respond. He leisurely savored the dishes before him, eating unhurriedly for a good 10 minutes before finally raising his wineglass. President Zhang, he said, to a fruitful partnership. The Zhang family was one of the corporate groups within the base city. The Shen family's growth couldn't avoid crossing paths with the Zhang family, better to cooperate now than clash later. Zhang Guorui let out a hearty laugh and raised his glass as well, clinking it together. The drinking atmosphere grew much more congenial after that. After the feast, when wine and food had been sufficiently enjoyed, Zhang Guorui said with a smile, the restaurant also has a dedicated lounge. If General Manager Shen wants to relax, I can arrange it for you. The massage therapists here have very unique techniques. Xinping immediately understood Manager Zheng's implication. He declined with a shake of his head, better not, I'm not accustomed to such places. Alright then, let's go sit down first and have some tea to sober up. How about letting the company's legal department take a look at the contract first? Yes. The two walked out of the private room, and many people waiting by the door immediately followed behind. However, as soon as they took the elevator to the second floor, Xinping heard a familiar voice. I'm sorry, Shenyu, but I'm not looking to date during my university years. Following the sound of the voice, it turned out to be his distant cousin, Suyin. He walked straight over. Xiaoyin, what are you doing here? Suyin turned around, momentarily surprised before her face lit up with joy. Ah, brother-in-law, it's a classmate's birthday celebration, so I came along with them. Shenyu, standing beside her, frowned slightly and was just about to greet Suyin's brother-in-law when he noticed a middle-aged man with a square face approaching, followed by several others. He hurriedly trotted forward to meet them. Uncle Zhang. Zhang Guorui smiled. Xiaoyu, what brings you to the restaurant today? Chenyu replied, it's my birthday, so I brought some classmates along to celebrate. Zheng Guorui glanced at Suyin and immediately grasped most of the situation. Turning to Xinping, he said, young people always enjoy having some fun on their birthdays. Manager Shen, who might this be? My wife's cousin. Xinping introduced briefly. Zheng Guorui said gently, feel free to come here for any future gatherings. As soon as he finished speaking, someone behind him promptly notified the restaurant manager to deliver a card. After handling this trivial matter, the two went for tea to rest, sitting in the tea room for about half an hour until the company's legal advisor brought over the contract. Both parties signed, officially sealing their cooperation. They left the restaurant. Noticing Suyin standing at the restaurant entrance, Shin Ping offered her a ride in his car. "See, cousin-in-law, did I cause any trouble for you?" Suyin lowered her head like a child who'd done something wrong and spoke timidly. Shin Ping glanced at the rearview mirror and remarked casually, "Not at all. Though that guy, Chen Yu, right? Has he been bothering you since then?" Only then did Suyin reveal a sweet smile. "He stopped pestering me and has been much more polite. Brother-in-law, could you drop me off at home? I'm not going back to campus tonight." Shin Ping gave a slight nod without pressing for details. The situation was clear enough. Shin Yu had probably tried to confess his feelings during the birthday celebration. Such things were common on campuses. As long as it wasn't coercive, he had no reason to meddle in others' affairs. Chapter 22: Settling Old Scores. Late at night, the martial arts hall on the second floor of the villa. Moonlight spilled through the glass window onto Shin Ping's body. The ambient cosmic energy surrounding him continuously surged into his skin's acupoints, voraciously absorbed by his ravenous cells. Only when his body reached energy saturation and could no longer feel that cooling sensation did he finally cease his cultivation. Though his physical constitution now approached that of a high-level combat god, whenever at home, he still maintained his training regimen. While such incremental progress paled in comparison to the medicinal effects of herbal essences, Shin Ping understood great distances begin with single steps. Returning to the bedroom, he found Li Yuewei already fast asleep. Not wanting to disturb his wife, he headed to the first-floor bathroom to wash up. But just as he reached the bathroom door, he bumped into Suyin. Her hair was still damp, wearing only a pink tank top with her smooth, pale legs completely exposed. In her hands, she held a pair of cartoon-patterned underwear. Both froze on the spot. But soon Suyin's pretty face turned scarlet all the way down her neck, while her earlobes burned with an even fiercer blush. She frantically pressed the undergarment in her hands tightly against her body. Pingshin finally managed to tear his eyes away with great difficulty, quickly turning around as he took a deep breath and said, "Xiaoyin, why are you still awake in the middle of the night?" Suyin's mind was still spinning in confusion as she instinctively replied, "Cousin-in-law, I couldn't sleep, so I came out to wash." She simply couldn't bring herself to finish that sentence. Shin Ping glanced at Suyin's skimpy outfit out of the corner of his eye and hurriedly said, "Go back inside quickly, or you'll catch cold." Suyin blushed crimson, her head bowed as she hurried toward the house. Shin Ping closed the bathroom door and shook his head helplessly. Yet the scene from earlier lingered stubbornly before his eyes, refusing to fade. Even after showering and lying in bed, the image of Suyin holding her underwear kept flashing through his mind. Compared to when we first met, Suyin, soon to be a junior in college, had indeed grown increasingly mature in her figure, like a honey peach exuding a sweet fragrance that was hard to ignore. The next morning, during breakfast, Shin Ping found an excuse to drive to the company early, avoiding potential awkwardness at the table. Seeing it once could be called an accident, but twice, if it came down to it, his distant cousin might start thinking he had ulterior motives. Pingwei Materials Company. Sitting in the office, Shin Ping spent his days doing nothing but signing documents. As the company expanded, an endless stream of affairs required his attention. Had it not been for his wife's assistance, he wouldn't have found a single moment of free time throughout the entire day. "Secretary Lin, from now on, you don't need my approval for financial transfers regarding material purchases." "Yes, President Shun." After acknowledging his instruction, Lin Jing continued, "The Zhang Group sent over the appendix for the dry share dividend transfer agreement before 9 a.m. this morning. You'll need to sign that. Also, the deed contract for the Lishui District Villa still requires your final confirmation." As Shin Ping verified the documents, Lin Jing continued, "Mr. Shin, I've reviewed the contract. The effective date is set before December of this year, but we're still missing quite a few required documents. Should we press Zheng Corporation to send over the duplicates as soon as possible?" Shin Ping waved his hand dismissively, "No need." He understood Zheng Corporation's little scheme. They were simply waiting until the handover of mid-tier lord-level monster materials before submitting the remaining paperwork. After all, this cooperation involved funds exceeding 3 billion yuan. With the addition of that villa, the total sum reached 4 to 5 billion even for Zheng Corporation. This was no small amount of money. "I'll head back to the wastelands again in July." Buzz. At that moment, the communication wristband vibrated. Secretary Lin Jing tactfully took her leave. After answering, Shin Ping laughed and said, "Hey Captain, what's up?" Xin Shan's voice was low. "Old Shin, come to the Northern Military District Supply Base." Shin Ping sensed something was off with the captain's tone, and the directive to head to the supply base indicated trouble. Without hesitation, he informed his wife and immediately geared up before rushing to the train station. 2 p.m. He met the members of the Gale Squad, but as soon as he saw their injuries, his expression darkened. "Old Tai, your leg." Yu Tai's face turned pale, forcing out a weak smile. "I'm fine." Mu Yang, sitting nearby, gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Shin, it was that bastard Zheng Ji, the captain of Firefox team, who did this." Shin Ping turned to the captain. "What the hell happened out there?" Xin Shan clenched his fists and slammed them against the wall. "It's my fault, I got careless. Before heading to the wilderness zone this time, I heard Zhang Ji had gone there alone and didn't think much of it. Who knew that piece of shit had been secretly keeping an eye on us? He ambushed us while the team was fighting monsters. Thankfully, I wasn't far from Yutai, and with Jiangzi's sniper rifle, we stopped him from succeeding. But, old Tai lost his leg. Zhou Qiang, meticulously cleaning his sniper rifle, said coldly, that bastard is still in the wilderness zone. Old Shen, you take old Tai back to the base city. Shen Ping instantly understood the captain's plan. They clearly intended to fight their way back. Captain, I'm coming with you. Mu Yang, you stay behind. Mu Yang barely opened his mouth when Shen Ping shot him a glare. My physical strength is close to 30,000 units now. Paired with the third-level burst of the ninefold Thunderblade technique, I'm on par with the captain's strength. With me and the captain, plus Changzi providing long-range support, we can definitely take down that bastard. Xin Shan hesitated for a moment. Seeing the determination on Shen Ping's face, he clenched his jaw and said, Mu Yan, listen to old Shen. If things go south this time, our families will be your responsibility. Mu Yan's eyes instantly reddened. Captain, Shen Ping patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Trust me, take old Tai and go back. Mu Yang finally nodded in agreement. That same evening, the three men set out toward the wilderness zone. 4 days later, they arrived at District 043 and found a high-rise building. The three of them quickly made their way to the rooftop. Xin Shan pointed to a distant bell and drum tower in the distance. That's the place. At the time, a beast general happened to charge toward Lao Tai. He used it to buy time so I could rush back. Otherwise, Lao Tai would have been done for. Shen Ping peered through binoculars at the ruins around the bell and drum tower and said quietly, Captain, I doubt Zhang Ji has left this district. Here's the plan. You and Chang Zi go out first and make some noise to draw Zhang Ji's attention. He definitely doesn't know I'm coming. Once I confirm Zhang Ji's position, we'll move. Zhou Qiang nodded. Old Shen's plan sounds solid. The captain also nodded in agreement. So the three of them rested on the rooftop for the night, recovering their strength, and set out separately the next day. Just as Qin Shan and Zhou Qian made noise and fought with the monsters, Shen Ping activated his mastery-level movement technique, shifting around the area. His footsteps were light as he drifted like the wind, his sharp eyes scanning for Zhang Ji's possible hiding spots. 1 day, 2 days, Zhang Ji still hadn't emerged. By the 3rd day, when the team leader in Zhou Qiang provoked a mid-level beast warrior monster, Zhang Ji finally showed himself. Still there, as expected. Shen Ping's eyes flashed with cold determination. Like lightning, he charged from the side toward Zhang Ji, who was preparing to ambush Zhou Qiang. His speed was so astonishing that by the time Zhang Ji realized what was happening, Shen Ping was already upon him. Bang! The battle sword swung straight down. With a sonic boom that carried explosive force, Zhang Ji was instantly sent flying, smashing through several walls in a row. Even though this slash only utilized the strength of a war god tier warrior, it still shattered Zhang Ji's bones upon impact. You. Zhang Ji spat out blood, his eyes glued to Shen Ping in disbelief. He never expected a one-armed retiree to be this formidable. Captain Qin Shan, hearing the commotion, rushed over without hesitation and swiftly ended Zhang Ji's life with a single slash. Chapter 023, Mission complete. Staring at the corpse of the Firefox captain, Shen Ping and Qin Shan stood silently. Though they had avenged their teammate Yutai's crippled legs, they felt little satisfaction. Regardless of everything, Zhang Ji had been a high-level warrior who could have slain more monsters in the wasteland and protected the citizens of the base city. Yet here he lay dead, all because of his brother's actions. Warriors possessed power beyond ordinary people, but if they failed to control their emotions and prejudices, they would ultimately reap what they sowed. Soon after, Zhou Qiang descended from a distant rooftop. After examining Zhang Ji's corpse, he instinctively glanced at Shen Ping. Injuries like these couldn't possibly have been inflicted by a high-level warrior's combat strength. Chang Zi, remember this. Zhang Ji was taken down by the combined efforts of all three of us. Understood? Zhou Qiang grinned. Got it, Captain. Qin Shan placed his hands on Shen Ping and Zhou Chang's shoulders, and the three of them gazed at each other, bursting into laughter together. Returning to the base city, Mu Yang, who had been anxiously waiting for news, sighed in relief at the sight of the unharmed captain and others. How did it go? He asked. Qin Shan said casually, he's dead. Mu Yang clenched his fists and said, good, then fell silent. He didn't ask for details, but he figured the captain and the others had paid a heavy price. They rested at the hotel for the night. At noon the next day, they gathered in a private room at the HR Alliance Mall for a meal, ostensibly a reunion, but in reality, it was a farewell for their old teammate Yutai. Why the long faces? Yutai's injuries had stabilized, and color returned to his pale face. He chuckled, retirement suits me just fine. Like Lao Shen, I can start a business or do odd jobs at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, just no more trips to the wastelands. Having said this, his smile gradually faded as he sighed. Captain, Muyang, Xiangzi, now only you three will have each other's backs. Don't follow mine and Lao Shen's footsteps. If you tire of this, quit while you can. We've earned enough over the years to live comfortably. Zhou Qiang responded, I'll retire when the time comes, but Mu Yang and the captain can still push forward. Especially Mu Yang, he might even form his own elite squad someday. Mu Yang hurriedly shook his head. Shangji, don't tease me. If it weren't for your guidance, I wouldn't have grown so quickly. The group chatted while drinking. After 3 rounds of drinks, Shinping asked, Captain, what are your plans next? With only 3 members in an elite warrior team, it's hard to cover everything in the wilderness. Qin Shan drank a cup of wine alone. Noticing Mu Yang and Zhou Qian looking at him, he finally spoke unhurriedly. The Hurricane Squad should recruit new members. Let's wait till August to see if there are any suitable candidates. Come on, bottoms up. The mortality rate for martial artist squads in the wilderness zone is relatively high. Only after undergoing prolonged mutual adjustment and achieving seamless teamwork can the chances of survival and successful hunting dramatically increase. Established elite squads like the Tempest Squad rarely suffer casualties. Now that both Shinping and Yutai have successively withdrawn, they have no choice but to recruit new members. The drinking continued until past 4 in the afternoon. Everyone, including Shinping, was thoroughly intoxicated and had to call their family members to come pick them up. When Li Yuewei picked up Shinping, she saw Yutai's legs and immediately felt a nervous lump in her throat. She hurriedly checked her husband's body and only relaxed after confirming he wasn't injured. Back at their villa in the community compound, after preparing the sobering soup, she spoke earnestly, Honey, let's not go to the wasteland zone anymore, okay? Shinping shook his slightly groggy head, frowned, and said, Wife, don't worry about these matters. Rest assured, I'll be fine. Li Yuewei opened her mouth but didn't bring up the topic again. She knew she couldn't persuade Shinping, and she also understood that the company's growth mainly relied on the war god connections her husband had made in the wasteland zone. If these connections were severed, their Pingwei Materials company would be like duckweed floating on water, rootless and adrift. After Shinping went to lie down in the bedroom, Li Yuewei sighed softly, Alone, I can no longer keep his restless heart tied down. July arrived. Central China-based city entered the sweltering summer. In such weather, even the monsters in the wilderness became restless. Almost every 3 or 4 days, winged beasts would appear over the base city. This was typically the season when warriors ventured out to hunt, as within another month or 2, the peak period of beast tides would begin. Honey, I'm heading to the wilderness. I'll be back in 2 weeks at the shortest, or a month at most. Keep an eye on the company while I'm gone. Changed into his combat suit, Shinping went out fully armed. Her mother-in-law couldn't help saying as she watched his retreating figure, Daughter, why don't you talk him out of it? We lack nothing at home. What's he going to the wasteland for? Li Yuewei remained silent, but inwardly she felt utterly helpless. Inside the military supply base, Officer Huang from the Thunder Dojo tossed the keys to Shinping and asked with a smile, Old Shin, are you planning to hunt mid-level beast generals or high-level ones this time? Shinping chuckled and quipped, What if they were high-level beast generals? Could you handle them? Officer Huang widened his eyes and hinted meaningfully, Not just high-level, I could even take down a Lord-class beast. Haha, I don't have the skills to hunt Lord-level beasts. Officer Huang didn't mind either. Lao Shen, be careful when you head to the wasteland, don't run into a rat tide. Summer is indeed the peak season for rat infestations. Especially before and after the rainy season, hordes of rodent-like monsters emerge from underground in overwhelming numbers, so vast that even a war god would face the risk of falling in battle. As the invincible war god, Shinping naturally feared nothing from the rodent tide. As night fell and temperatures dropped significantly, he raced along the abandoned highway with the howling wind whistling past his ears, interspersed with sporadic beastly roars from the roadside. The night sky was dotted with twinkling stars, yet the surroundings teemed with overgrown weeds. Any martial artist without considerable skill would surely shudder with dread in such an environment. This time he was once again heading toward the Taihang Mountains, and what's more, into the depths of the range. Only that area would see many mid-tier lord-level monsters appearing. 3 days later, he spotted a violent ape dragon, a type of lord-level monster known for exceptional agility and often accompanied by a large group of commander-level beasts. Even high-level combat gods generally avoided provoking them. Using his binoculars, Shinping observed the creature and dismissed the idea of engaging it. The main issue was the sheer number of commander-level beasts nearby. Charging in would inevitably lead to being blocked and delayed, an inefficient strategy. 2 more days of searching followed. He had just encountered another intermediate lord-level mutant beast. Seeing that it had only a few monstrous generals around it, he immediately acted, darting to the edge of the beast with incredible speed and using the bodies of other monstrous generals as springboards to rapidly close the distance. After more than 2 hours of intense fighting, he finally managed to kill it. With these materials from this beast, I can settle the deal with the Zheng family. Soon, the hotel profits, Zheng Corp's stock dividends, and that villa in Lishui district will all be secured. If I can bag a few more high-level monstrous generals, the company's annual profits this year might break the 10 billion mark. A glint of anticipation flickered in Shinping's eyes. By his earlier estimates, hitting 10 billion in profits would almost certainly unlock hefty rewards. Chapter 024, An Unexpected Reward. July 20th. Torrential rains enveloped the Taihang Mountains. The roiling black clouds loomed like monstrous beasts across the sky, as flashing lightning split the heavens with thunderclaps that shook the very ground. Leaning against the window frame of an abandoned building, Shinping glanced at his wristwatch while chatting with Liu Wei. Honey, I'll head home once the rain stops. How's the kid? No cold, I hope? Liu Wei said. Don't worry about home. Mom and Dad are taking good care of everything, and we go for regular checkups at the hospital. We're all healthy as can be. But you, out there in the wilderness, I just can't stop worrying. Let me know when you're coming back, and I'll meet you at the train station. All right. Judging by how hard it's raining, it'll probably keep up for a while yet. The call ended. With nothing better to do, he headed downstairs to practice his blade work. By evening, in the distance, there were faint roars of beasts accompanied by gunfire. Shinping glanced through his binoculars. It was a team of warriors taking advantage of the rain to hunt high-level beast commanders. Anyone daring to venture this deep wouldn't be weak. He remained hidden in the building, not out of fear of the squad, but to avoid unnecessary trouble. The next morning, the rain stopped. He packed up briefly and followed the same route back. As he neared the military supply base, he notified his wife and asked her to inform the Zheng family to collect the materials. It was almost noon. Liu Wei and her assistant Lin Jing caught sight of Shinping fully armed, his bulging combat backpack immediately grabbing attention. Did you eat at the military depot? Nah, just had some ration bars. Shinping grinned. Liu Wei wiped the dust from Shinping's weary face with a tissue, her heart aching. Come on, let's head back to the company and get some proper food first. The company originally didn't have a cafeteria, but after recent expansion, they rented an entire building nearby specifically for this purpose. The dining hall was set up on the second floor. Shinping was genuinely hungry. When venturing into the wilderness zone, one doesn't carry much food, mostly just some compressed biscuits and high-calorie rations. He wolfed down his meal. Liu Wei watched from the side, peeling an eggshell in her hands. Slow down, she said. No one's going to steal it from you. He had just finished eating. Representatives from the Zheng Corporation arrived. President Shen, here are the documents for transferring the contractual shares and villa procedures from last time. We've been extremely busy these past few days. Our sincerest apologies for the delay. Shinping accepted the materials and handed them to the company's legal counsel. After confirming all paperwork was in order, he escorted the Zheng Corporation representatives to the warehouse. Following appraisal, the person in charge of Zheng Corporation smiled upon confirming it was indeed medium lord-level monster materials. My father went to the Kyoto-based city, he said. He just called me, expressing his hope that the cooperation between our Zhang family and Pingwei Materials Company can continue indefinitely. Shinping extended his hand to shake with this eldest son of the Zheng family. Naturally, he replied. After the Zheng Corporation representatives had departed, Liu Wei scoffed. What hypocrites! Had we failed to provide the monster materials, they would have kept dragging their feet on the contract paperwork indefinitely. Business is all about profit, it's only natural. Shinping didn't pay much attention to such a trivial matter and instructed Secretary Lin, get the procedures completed at the government office as soon as possible. Yes, President Shun. Secretary Lin Jing worked with remarkable efficiency, completing all the procedures in just one afternoon. Of course, an ordinary person wouldn't have managed this speed, but Pingwei Materials Corporation had collaborations with the military, so the base city government naturally had no reason to cause delays. On the way back to the residential district at night, Liu Wei said, Honey, I heard there's a medicine in America called Elixir of Life that can regenerate amputated limbs. It costs a fortune. Between company funds and what you've saved from the wasteland expeditions these past 2 years, we have over $1 billion. Let's keep that money untouched until we've saved enough for the elixir. And that luxury villa in Lishui district that the Zheng family gave us, it's quite valuable, but we don't need such a big place. Let's sell it. Shinping hadn't realized his wife had been worrying about this all along. Touched, he smiled, and said, There's no need for that, dear. Spend the money as you see fit, no need to pinch pennies. As for my arm, there are other ways besides the elixir to regrow it. After October, I'll go abroad with that senior mentor of mine. With luck, we might find herbal medicine to restore it. The overseas trip had long been part of his plans. During the Great Nirvana period, many warriors rose to prominence rapidly. For instance, the world's strongest warrior, Hong, and the second strongest, Thunder God, both ascended beyond the war god level within just a few years. Their growth was fueled by ancient ruins and treasures such as the grass and wood spirits. Though decades have passed and global resources have largely been divided, there are still undiscovered places waiting to be unearthed. Therefore, using the excuse of traveling abroad to coincidentally discover a plant spirit relic or ruin is entirely feasible. Is there any other way? Liu Wei froze for a moment. Her knowledge in this area was limited. The only reason she knew about the Water of Life was because of the growing reputation of Pingwei Materials Company. Got it, Shinping said earnestly. Seeing this, Liu Wei didn't press further, though she privately resolved to start saving money for her husband. Back at home, Shinping took a deep breath, suppressed distracting thoughts, and opened the virtual interface. Sure enough, a line of text appeared on it. Your family has established roots in central China Base City, with rapidly expanding industries taking a solid and powerful step toward prosperity. Reward, space wristband, 1 Muya crystal, 3 portions of plant spirits. Additional reward, modified gene potion production formula, improved version with 0 side effects. Seeing the rewards, he was stunned at first, but quickly became thrilled with excitement. To think the rewards this time would be so generous, not only Muya crystals but also a spatial wristwatch, an exceptionally rare item. With this, he'd never have to worry about wasting beast-level materials during hunts in the wilderness again. Apart from this, and there was even an additional reward. This left Shinping utterly overjoyed. The gene potion production formula, with 0 side effects if utilized effectively, would undoubtedly propel the Shin family into the ranks of corporate conglomerates in no time. It's worth noting that the core corporate families within the HR Alliance maintain their economic dominance primarily due to their monopolistic control over industries like wristwatch technology and other sectors. A solid and forceful step. This appears to be an even higher family prosperity evaluation than a giant leap. His eyes remained fixed on the virtual text box. Suppressing his excitement, he carefully pondered every family prosperity evaluation was crucial. Only by deciphering its underlying patterns could he steadily elevate their standing. The surge in assets must be due to the company's profits reaching billions, but the foundation laid beforehand is likely the main reason for this evaluation. Could it be the villa in the Lishui district? After much contemplation, Shinping concluded his speculation was likely correct. After all, if a family wanted stable development, it undoubtedly needed a solid foundation, the very core of inheritance and continuity. In comparison, the value of the South Garden villa paled against the Lishui district villa, which was practically a miniature estate. Honey, dinner's ready. Coming. Put away distracting thoughts. He went downstairs for dinner, and after finishing his meal, rather than practicing cultivation, he took an early shower and slipped into bed. Having received such generous rewards today, he was brimming with excitement and planned to thoroughly indulge with his wife. Chapter 025. Breaking through to planetary level. The night was as cool as water, but the bed burned with spring's fire. After successive physical collisions, Liu Wei gradually became overwhelmed. Breathing heavily with a fragrant sigh, she gasped, "Husband, you're too strong. I really can't take it anymore, can't go on." Though somewhat disappointed, Shinping didn't say much. His wife's physical constitution was ultimately still too weak even with him controlling his strength. She couldn't endure for too long. He turned on the bedside lamp. Rising from the bed, he carefully cleaned his wife. Liu Wei apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry, darling, I didn't satisfy you today." Truth be told, the couple's intimate moments were quite sporadic. Sometimes when Shinping ventured into the wilderness, they wouldn't see each other for 10 days or even half a month, leaving only phone calls to alleviate their loneliness. Shinping lowered his head to kiss Liu Wei's forehead, then gently held her shoulders and reassured her warmly, "It's all right, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault." Liu Wei responded with a soft then after a moment of silence, she lifted her head and said, "Darling, I know you're very good to me and always consider my feelings, but I truly can't handle it alone. Maybe we should find another partner. That Xiaoying girl is quite nice. After she graduates, I'll ask for her opinion." Shinping frowned. "Xiaoying is your cousin." Liu Wei shook her head to interrupt. "If she's willing, other aspects aren't an issue." Seeing this, Shinping didn't resist further, only saying, "Let it be natural. Don't let Xiaoying suffer any grievances." He didn't have much resistance to this idea. Moreover, today's assessment of the family rewards made him realize that there was still much untapped potential in terms of descendants, family business, and family reputation. If he continued to focus on expanding descendants, he would inevitably need to raise mistresses outside, a hurdle he couldn't avoid. In the following days, Shinping didn't train as diligently as before. Apart from work, he stayed at home to recuperate mentally, preparing to bring himself to peak condition before consuming the wooden crystals. Breaking through to the planetary level on one's own would indeed be best. However, his aptitude as a martial artist was mediocre. While his physical condition could reach the peak of war god level within 2 or 3 months, his mental strength was relatively weak, so it might take a considerable amount of time for him to break through. On the other hand, Muya crystals could allow martial artists at the 8th or 9th tier apprentice level to break through to the planetary level within a month. Though this would be a waste of resources, he couldn't afford to worry about that right now. After all, achieving the planetary level was the most crucial goal. As long as he became a counselor-level powerhouse, no one would dare covet the secrets he possessed, even if they were exposed afterward. 10 days later, feeling his mental state reaching its peak, Shinping entered the training hall and took out the prized Muya crystal. Gazing at the white crystal radiating a rice-like fragrance in his palm, he took a deep breath and clenched it tightly before beginning his practice of the 9th layer primordial source guidance technique. Immediately, the immense energy within the Muya crystal was frantically absorbed through his skin's acupoints. Incredibly refined energy surged into his body as his cells greedily devoured it. Cells that normally required half an hour to reach saturation became completely saturated in just over 10 minutes, while only a fraction of the Muya crystal's energy had been consumed. As expected of the Muya crystal, at this rate of improvement, by the end of August my physical fitness will completely reach the peak of war god level. With the pure energy of the Muya crystal stimulating my spirit, I should be able to break through to planetary level in one go. Just the fragrance of the Muya crystal alone can invigorate the spirit, and absorbing its energy keeps the mind in an extremely active state. Mid-August, while fully immersed in his cultivation, Shin Ping received a call from his former captain, Qin Shan, arriving at the familiar spot in the HR Alliance Mall. Upon entering, I immediately noticed two unfamiliar faces. Old Shin, let me introduce you, these are our Hurricane Squad's two newest recruits, Li Chen and Shuejin. Both were exceptional talents recruited by the Limit Dojo this year, showing great promise. Their potential is excellent, with high hopes they'll become mid-level warriors, possibly even advanced-level warriors in the future. Qin Shan said with a smile. The two new members hurriedly greeted Shin Ping. From Qin Shan, they had learned that this former veteran member was now the CEO of Pingwei Materials Company, with a thriving business and extensive connections. Building a good relationship with him would be beneficial for them. The Hurricane Squad is a good team. Stick with the captain, and you won't suffer any losses, Shin Ping said before beckoning Mu Yang to bring out the wine. By dusk, they finally parted ways. Before leaving, Mu Yang asked Shin Ping if he'd have time in the next month or two, wishing to resume saber training with him. Let's talk about it in September. I'll call you when I'm free. Got it. The period from August to October is the most dangerous 2 months in the wilderness zone, as beast tides are prone to erupt. Under normal circumstances, the captain and the others would choose to rest and recuperate in the base city. Back at the villa, he once again entered the state of absorbing the Muya crystal to cultivate. His wife knew these days were very important for Shin Ping, so after work she tried not to make any noise to avoid disturbing him. Her mother and father-in-law would also take the two children to the residential area or the hot pot restaurant during the day. And so, he continued cultivating until the end of August. 2 p.m. As soon as he sat down cross-legged to absorb the Muya crystal, the cells in his body seemed to boil, and his body began to radiate heat. A look of joy flashed across Shin Ping's face. He recognized this as the sign of an imminent breakthrough. Suppressing all distracting thoughts, he focused his mind and guided the absorption according to the movements of the 9 layers of primal chaos. Bang! As the refined energy surged in like a torrential flood, the genetic primal energy hidden deep within his cells began gathering like droplets of water. In just a few minutes, he felt a scalding current forming in his lower abdomen, composed of an abundant concentration of genetic primal energy. The heat currents grew increasingly dense. Once they reached a critical threshold, the currents began to whirl, drawing in and coalescing more genetic primal energy before surging toward the dantian at his abdomen. Splash! Shin Ping's ears seemed to reverberate with the sound of scorching currents colliding. At this moment, his spirit reached its absolute peak, even merging with his physical form. With a thunderous boom, the previously non-existent dantian in his lower abdomen burst open violently. The raging currents of genetic primordial energy formed through spinning collisions madly poured inside, then continued rotating as they began expanding and contracting. With each cycle of expansion and contraction, the volume of the genetic energy stream would shrink. After countless collisions and compressions, a miniature planet finally took shape within his dantian. This miniature planet burned with a fiery hue, appearing like a blazing orb at first glance. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that it was actually a massive aggregation of numerous amber-colored hexagonal crystals. Buzz! Almost the instant this miniature planet manifested, Shin Ping's consciousness trembled as an intangible connection formed with the miniature planet. With just a thought, he could now control it. Planetary level. This is planetary level. Feeling the strange fluctuations emanating from the fiery miniature planet, his face lit up with excitement. These peculiar waves, much like magnetic fields, could counteract Earth's gravity, allowing him to levitate. Genetic primordial energy, right? I need to use genetic primordial energy to transform my body now. He suppressed his excitement. With a slight movement of his will, a strand of flame-yellow genetic primordial energy flew out from his dantian, instantly merging into his body. Almost instantaneously, Shin Ping's entire skeletal structure, skin membranes, muscles, meridians, and internal organs began transforming at a visibly rapid pace. P.S. Special thanks to Chen Hawanmu for the 100 coin tip, and heartfelt gratitude for everyone's monthly ticket support. Chapter 026, Special Abilities. The leap from apprentice level 9 to planetary level represents an ascension in lifeform genetic hierarchy, an extraordinarily difficult threshold to cross. Especially for those with Earth's subpar genetic lineage, Combat God level represents the absolute limit for most martial artists. But if one breaks through, the resulting enhancement would be tremendous. Just like Shin Ping at this moment. As the genetic primal energy transformed him in all aspects, his physical capabilities skyrocketed at an even more exaggerated rate than consuming plant essences. In just half an hour, his punching power surged by over 500,000 kilograms, and it was still climbing. Only when his bones and meridians seemed to have been completely reforged did the genetic primal energy's transformation gradually come to an end. Sensing the changes in his body, he clenched his fist slightly, as if an explosive force was threatening to burst free from his arm. It's been over 3 years since activating the Golden Finger cheat system, and I've finally broken through to planetary level, 2 years ahead of my 5-year estimate. Although he'd known his cheat system would eventually lead to this breakthrough, actually reaching this milestone still filled him with irrepressible joy. He dashed to shower off the excitement. Unable to restrain himself, Shin Ping immediately left the fortified city for the wildlands, eager to test his newfound planetary-level capabilities. TSK. With a slight mental impulse, the miniature yellowish planet in his dantian began rotating, emitting waves of peculiar vibrations. Instantly, his entire body floated like a feather in the air, no longer bound by Earth's gravity. Bang! The moment his genetic primal energy was activated, he rushed forward at tremendous speed. At first, he struggled to adjust and nearly crashed into the distant skyscrapers, but within mere minutes, he had completely mastered aerial flight. He gazed down at the sprawling buildings below. This sensation of soaring freely like a bird filled him with exhilaration and immersion. 2 hours later, only reluctantly did Shin Ping finally land on a high-rise rooftop. Then, channeling genetic primal energy into his skin, his body surface immediately erupted in flames. Every martial artist awakens a special ability upon breaking through to the planetary level. In the universe, these special abilities are categorized into 8 major types: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light. Each category is further divided into various subtypes. For example, Luo Feng's ability, Diamond Body, falls under the metal attribute. His ability, however, belongs to the fire class, which includes subtypes like Flame Human and Fire Refinement. Judging by the changes on his body's surface, he guessed he was a Flame Human, as activating this ability significantly boosted his speed. Of course, martial artists' special abilities vary wildly, some provide strong enhancements, others weaker ones, but regardless of their strength, what matters most is how they are utilized. He stayed in the wilderness until dusk. Shin Ping had just returned to the base city. During dinner, he began contemplating his future advancement plans. Before reaching the planetary level, his strength was insufficient, progress could only be made slowly. But now that he had attained the rank of a martial council member and possessed the Black God armor, only Hong and Thunder God posed any threat to him globally. Therefore, the pace of his development could now be accelerated significantly. After all, advancing through the planetary levels would become progressively more difficult. To maintain his previous growth speed, he would need to secure generous family rewards such as Muya crystals. To achieve another surge in industrial growth, we must emulate the core financial consortium families of the HR Alliance by mastering monopoly economics. Hence, the development and utilization of genetic agents must be accelerated. However, once such technology emerges, it will inevitably attract covetous eyes from all sides. The plan to reveal our strength cannot be delayed any longer. We must go abroad by November at the latest. As for the family's foundation, if the impact truly stems from the villa industry in Lishui district, then strengthening our roots might earn us another solid and powerful evaluation. Lastly, there's the matter of heirs. At this thought, Shin Ping couldn't help but glance at Liu Wei. Though they had met through a matchmaking arrangement, years of companionship had fostered genuine affection between them. Despite his wife repeatedly urging him to take another partner, he had always harbored hesitation in his heart. But we really need to speed up in this regard now. Honey, has Xiaoyin been having a lot of schoolwork lately? Liu Wei froze in surprise. This was the first time her husband had brought up her cousin in front of her. While internally pondering the deeper meaning behind his words, she replied, "Not much coursework, but Huazhou Art Academy only has a 3-year program. Since she's already in her final year now, her classmates are all job hunting, so she's been tagging along with them." Shin Ping gave an understanding hum before asking, "Has she figured out what kind of job she wants?" Liu Wei said casually, "For female graduates from art academies these days, getting into a radio station is considered lucky. Most of the others either end up in publicity work or become event hostesses. The best among them might land jobs at the HR Alliance Mall. She's just tagging along aimlessly. I've already told her she should just come straight to the company by year-end. We're short-handed right now anyway." As he spoke, his wife suddenly laughed. "Let her learn from Lin Jing for a while first, then she can assist in your office later." Shin Ping felt a warmth in his chest but forced an awkward chuckle. Being a secretary might not be the best fit for her. Liu Wei didn't respond, instead giving Shin Ping an eye roll. She'd always known that a cat couldn't resist stealing fish. Now her husband had finally shown his true colors. But she didn't particularly mind. In this era of walled base cities, warriors with decent personalities like her husband were rare. Most fighters ran wild, maintaining multiple women on the side without a second thought. Early September had just arrived. Shinping immediately called Muyang, summoning him to the residential compound. Hearing it was time to practice blade work, Muyang promptly drove over. "Brother Shin, you finally called me." At the sight of Shinping, the kid complained humorously with a touch of resentment. Shinping shot him an annoyed glare. "Hurry up and change your clothes. We're heading to Extreme Martial Arts Gym later." "All right." After changing their clothes, the two walked toward the Extreme Martial Arts Gym in their residential area, warmly greeting other martial artists they encountered along the way. "Brother Shin, you seem different this time, more authoritative somehow," Muyang remarked. Shinping chuckled. "Call it the aura of leadership. With the company expanding to over 300 employees, if you spent every day in an office being flattered by crowds, you'd naturally develop this kind of gravitas too." In truth, he knew it was due to breaking through to the planetary tier. The two were extremely familiar with each other. If it were an ordinary martial artist standing before him, they would instinctively feel tense and perceive an invisible pressure. Muyang imagined that scenario and quickly shook his head. "Forget it. Compared to sitting in an office, I'd rather deal with monsters in the wasteland." As for Muyang's response, Shinping wasn't the least bit surprised. Most martial artists with potential for growth wouldn't stay in the base city, they longed for the wasteland, chasing the thrill of dancing on the edge of knives while battling monsters to push their bodies to the limit. Arriving at Extreme Martial Arts Gym, he first had Muyang demonstrate his blade technique before offering guidance. With his mastery of the Ninefold Thunder Saber technique and profound understanding of blade arts, he pinpointed the flaws in Muyang's form with just a few succinct remarks. "How many times must I tell you? The Ninefold Thunder Saber emphasizes the unity of stillness and motion. Your blade is swift enough, but lacks explosive power." Again, during the saber instruction session, Shinping didn't hold back at all. He'd curse whenever deserved. Half a month later, the lad had finally shown some improvement with his blade technique. Buzz. The smartwatch vibrated. At a glance, his face registered surprise when he saw the caller ID. It was actually his cousin Suin. Chapter 027, The Cousin's Thoughts. This distant cousin had never taken the initiative to call him before. Only during her brief stays at home would she exchange a few words with him, and ever since that time he accidentally saw her washing her underwear in the bathroom. The two of them hadn't spoken more than a few sentences to this day. After answering, Su Yin's sweet voice came through the wristwatch. "Cousin-in-law, Xiaoyin, is there something you needed? I'd like to ask my cousin-in-law for a favor." "No problem. Go ahead." "What is it?" Shinping replied in a gentle tone. After hesitating for quite a while on the other end of the line, the caller finally explained the situation. It turned out that recently while job hunting with her roommate, they'd been running into walls everywhere. Either the wages were too low, or the employers had improper designs on their bodies. Seeing roommate troubled by this matter all along, Suin then mentioned that Pingwei Materials Company was run by her cousin-in-law, after which her roommate asked her to help arrange an internship there. After hearing this, Shinping couldn't help but laugh. "No problem at all. Bring your roommate to the company tomorrow. If it seems like a good fit, she can start interning with us." "Ah, thank you, cousin-in-law." Suin hadn't expected it to go so smoothly, her tone turning cheerful. "Hee, I'll treat cousin-in-law to dinner tomorrow." At the same moment, excited exclamations from her roommate came through the phone. Shinping shook his head and ended the call. The company was in a rapid growth phase. Not only was the materials company hiring staff, but future production and sales of genetic agents would also require massive manpower. To him, this matter was completely effortless. The next day, he simply informed his wife, asking her to make the arrangements at the company today. Li Yuewei said with a hint of jealousy, "Such a small matter, she could have just called me. Yet she went out of her way to call you personally. Truly, a grown daughter belongs to another family." Shinping sighed helplessly. "Isn't it the same either way?" "Of course it's different. If Xiaoying needed help for her roommate, the first person she thought of wasn't me, her cousin, but you, her cousin-in-law. That shows who holds the highest place in her heart." Li Yuewei snorted. "Have you two been exchanging glances behind my back?" Hearing this, Shinping immediately recalled the youthful glimpses he'd caught in the bathroom twice, but such things he'd rather die than admit them. Even if his wife didn't mind, he couldn't say it. "Honey, what are you imagining now? She's your distant cousin. If you hadn't kept bringing up that kind of thing, I wouldn't even have had the slightest improper thought." Seeing her husband's completely earnest expression, Li Yuewei burst into laughter. "All right, I was just joking." Shinping deliberately put on a stern face. "You can't casually make jokes like this in the future. I might actually take you seriously." His wife promptly clung to Shinping's arm and pleaded in a meek tone, "Husband, I was wrong. I'll make it up to you properly tonight." Shinping's expression shifted slightly, and he instinctively asked, "How exactly will you make it up?" His wife didn't respond verbally, but her tongue lightly traced the edge of her lips, radiating an alluring charm in that instant. "Not tonight, right now. Stop it." Days passed quietly in this mundane yet occasionally joyful life, and before they knew it, over a month had gone by. Even before November arrived, cold waves from the north swept southward, leaving the streets of Huazhong Base City carpeted with fallen leaves. At the entrance of Nanyuan Residential District, Muyang settled into the driver's seat and called out through the open window, "Brother Shen, the captain will take the new recruits to the wilderness in a few days. If you have time toward the end of the year, I'll come by for more sword practice." Shen Ping chuckled and scolded, "Your progress is so slow, don't you dare go around saying you learned from me out there." Muyang scratched his head with an awkward laugh. "Head back now. I'll be leaving the base city soon too, planning to make a trip to South America. If things take longer than expected, I might not even have time by year's end." Muyang froze. "Brother Shun, you're going to South America?" Shen Ping nodded, pointing to his severed arm as he said, "The Amazon rainforest in South America was already sparsely populated before the Great Cataclysm. Afterward, ancient ruins were discovered deep within the jungle by various nations. So this time, we're going to try our luck and see if we can find something valuable to restore my severed arm. Don't worry, we have that elder leading us." Mu Yang's expression of concern lightened slightly. "Brother Shen, even with a war god-level elder guiding you, you still need to be extra careful. South America has no shortage of monsters." "Okay, I will." He watched as Mu Yang walked away. A smile spread across Shen Ping's face. After this mission in South America, he'd be able to reveal a significant portion of his true capabilities. Back at the villa, dressed in a snug turtleneck sweater, Suyin was playing with two children. She'd been interning at the company alongside her roommate, and even during weekends she chose to stay here rather than return to campus. His gaze unconsciously lingered on the pronounced curves stretching her sweater fabric. Compared to his wife who'd given birth, the college student Su Yin's figure could truly be described as voluptuously proportioned. She seemed to sense the lingering stare. Su Yin turned around and, upon seeing Shen Ping, smiled sweetly and said, "Brother-in-law, just now cousin Li Qi called to ask you to go to the hot pot restaurant. He mentioned there's trouble with some drunk customers causing a scene. These past 2 years, Li Qi's hot pot restaurant has been doing fairly well, but it frequently runs into trouble with intoxicated martial artists causing disturbances. Unfortunately, Li Qi isn't a martial artist himself and lacks connections in that circle, so he often has to turn to Shen Ping for help. Tell him to call Bureau Chief Chun from the base city directly." With that, he went upstairs, but Suyin followed him up. This took Shen Ping by surprise. He turned sideways and asked, "Little Yin, is there something else?" Suyin's face suddenly flushed red, her eyes darting nervously, and her slender arms fidgeting awkwardly. Sensing Shen Ping's gaze on her, she took a deep breath to muster her courage and said, "Brother-in-law, my cousin said something to me yesterday about that matter." She seemed too embarrassed to speak, unable to get the words out. Shen Ping understood perfectly. His wife had mentioned to him earlier that she would ask her cousin's opinion. Apparently she'd done so yesterday. Pretending to be casual, he said, "Xiaoyin, don't feel pressured. Your cousin and I both respect your thoughts. No one's going to force you. Even if you're unwilling, nothing about our current situation will change. Got it?" Suyin nodded repeatedly. "I understand, brother-in-law. I appreciate all your kindness to me. I'm just not ready yet." Having said this, her large, glistening eyes lifted as she continued, "Could you give me some time to think it over?" Shen Ping smiled, "Sure, there's no hurry with this matter." Thank you, brother-in-law." Suyin, beaming with joy, quickly stepped forward and lightly planted a peck on Shen Ping's cheek. Then, her face flushing crimson, she scampered away as if fleeing, nearly stumbling at the stairway landing. Standing in place, Shen Ping touched the lingering softness on his cheek, his nose seemingly catching a whiff of youthful fragrance. Unconsciously, the corners of his eyes crinkled with mirth. A maiden's heart is always springtime. Chapter 028, War God Evaluation. On October 28th, at the security checkpoint of Central China Base City Airport, Shen Ping waved to his wife and mother-in-law, "Go on back. The plane takes off in just over 10 minutes. I need to head over now." His wife was deeply worried. After all, this time Shen Ping wasn't just going to the wilderness zones, but all the way to distant South America, a place so remote that if something went wrong, they might never even recover his body. "Husband, forget about the herbs if you can't find them. Just promise me you'll stay safe." "I know." After embracing Liu away, Shen Ping headed through security. Once cleared, he boarded the massive airliner via the boarding bridge. He'd splurged on a top-tier first-class cabin this time, a ticket costing tens of millions that even most business tycoons would find extravagantly expensive. Reaching the top floor, he curiously examined the interior of the passenger aircraft. The entire plane was saucer-shaped, with circular alloy walls that exuded a futuristic technological dreamscape. The seats were arranged in concentric circular rings, one nested within another, with a massive holographic projection screen at the very center. Compared to standard and mid-tier economy class cabins, the premium class seats were spacious and comfortable, perfect for reclining when tired. As fellow passengers settled into their seats, the aircraft rumbled to life and soared into the sky. Once it leveled off at cruising altitude, the holographic screen began playing a movie. The flight route first goes to Hongning Base City, then from Hongning Base City to America, and finally to Rio Base City in South America, which is also the only base city on the entire South American continent. The total flight time is nearly 3 hours. So, after watching a movie for a while, Shinping closed his eyes to rest. By the time they arrived at Rio Base City, it was already evening. Stepping out of the airport, he headed straight to a nearby hotel to rest for the night. The next day, he set off toward the wilderness of South America. The moment he left the bounds of the base city, he became like a wild horse let loose, sprinting wildly along the abandoned roads. In no time, he soared into the sky, flying at breakneck speed toward the Amazon basin. After the Great Nirvana, the humid and steamy Amazon jungle had reverted entirely to a primeval forest, where only warrior-level fighters would occasionally come to hunt. However, Shinping knew that hidden within was the long-discovered number 9 ancient ruins, a monitoring station established by the meteorite star civilization on Earth. It was from here that the global supply of the Black God suits originated. It's almost November. I'll stay here for 2 months, hunt a couple of high-level Lord-class monsters while I'm at it, and when I return, I can claim the title of high-rank war god. Lost in thought, his figure flashed into the depths of the jungle, landing on a relatively open riverbank. The reason he revealed the strength of a high-rank war god instead of the counselor level was primarily because breaking through to the counselor level was extremely difficult. Among the ancient ruins discovered and utilized on Earth, there were virtually no treasures that could directly elevate someone to the planetary class. If he revealed his counselor level strength, even the world's strongest fighter, Hong, might take an interest in the ancient civilization ruins he had discovered. High-rank war god was different, that could be achieved through the effects of plant spirits elixirs. Splash! With a flip of his palm, he took out the 100-dew grass from his spatial wristband. Inhaling the refreshing fragrance emitted by this botanical spirit, Shinping placed it in his mouth and began chewing. The 100-dew grass could significantly heal injuries, far surpassing the $30 billion life water produced in America. From the moment he obtained this herb until now, he had finally reached a point where he could use it. TSK. As a refreshing sweetness flooded his throat, the effects of the 100-dew herb took immediate effect. The energy it contained rapidly enhanced the cellular activity in Shinping's body. A tingling itch spread from the stump of his severed right arm as the scar tissue there began to regenerate wildly, tiny fleshy buds visibly spreading across the scarred surface at an astonishing pace. Not long after, his severed arm grew back. I've gotten so used to my left hand that now that my right hand has recovered, it feels a bit awkward. Shinping grinned, gripping his combat blade in his right hand as he ventured into the jungle to hunt beasts. Gradually, he loosened up his muscle memory, and within just a few hours, his right-handed blade work became fluid again. Moreover, this was a genetically enhanced right arm, with muscles and bones equally formidable. Several days later, with his right hand, he could unleash the power of the ninefold thunder blade technique. Bang! A strike exceeding 5 million units of impact force slashed into a high-tier warlord-level beast, effortlessly tearing through the scales it had concentrated on its surface. The sheer force even shattered the beast's internal organs. Most planetary-level fighters could achieve 3 to 4 times their normal strength during explosive attacks. With the 7th level of the ninefold thunder blade technique combined with his perfected blade mastery, if he were to test in the virtual trial tower at the warrior training camp, his amplification would definitely exceed 5-fold, placing his overall strength on par with a planetary-level Tier 2 fighter. When my physical abilities improve by another level or 2, I'll go test my skills against a king-class monster. While collecting materials from high-level monster corpses, Shinping thought to himself inwardly. Truthfully, he could already battle king-class monsters now, but their hides were thick and rough with astonishing defensive capabilities. The combat blade in his hand couldn't even pierce their scales. In the blink of an eye, the date arrived at January 2, 2052. Inside the Extreme Martial Hall in Rio Bay City, Shinping met with a manager, selling the materials from 2 high-level, Lord-class monsters he had hunted to the Extreme Martial Hall, while also applying for a high-level War God strength assessment. Mr. Shin, 18 billion Huaxia dollars have been transferred to your dedicated warrior account. Additionally, your contribution points at the Extreme Martial Hall have increased by 9 million. Your warrior rank has been updated in your official records. However, you must still wait for the War God Palace to dispatch an examiner for your assessment. Your War God title will be officially confirmed only after you pass this assessment. At that time, you will also receive the consciousness sensing helmet from the War God Palace, which is required to access it. The supervisor wore a smile, though inwardly he was astonished. When reviewing the materials, he had checked Shinping's records, which showed only a mid-level general ranking. Moreover, given his age, Shinping was past the prime period for rapid strength growth, yet he had somehow reached the level of a high-level war god. How many high-level war gods are there in the entire world? And now, there's one more. How long until the examiner arrives? Shen Ping asked. The supervisor quickly responded, the representatives from the War God Palace will arrive via their exclusive smart fighter jet. It'll take no more than an hour. Alright. After waiting just over an hour at the Limit Martial Arts Hall, a smart fighter jet landed on the lawn in front of the building. 3 assessment officers from the War God Palace soon emerged, one of them carrying a metallic case. Applications for the War God assessment generally pass with ease, as no one would joke about such matters, nor would anyone dare to falsify them. Mr. Shin, we need to assess your punching power, speed, nerve reaction speed, and other metrics. You just need to meet the standards of an advanced war god, they explained. The War God Palace possesses specialized testing equipment. Even while controlling his strength, Shin Ping's physical attributes and all other data reached peak war god standards, which immediately made the examining members of the War God Palace treat him with reverence. War God Shin Ping, welcome to the War God Palace. This is a neural induction helmet, which contains detailed instructions. With this neural induction helmet, you can directly enter the War God Palace no matter where you are on Earth. By becoming a member of Battle God Palace, you'll gain numerous privileges along with the responsibilities they entail. As for the specifics, you'll understand once you enter the Battle God Palace. The Battle God Palace member handed a metal case to Shin Ping. When opened, it revealed a dark blue helmet inside. Shin Ping smiled, tucked the metal case into his backpack, and asked, since you 3 came by intelligent fighter jet, could I trouble you to take me back to Huasha's Central Plains base city? Chapter 029, Receiving Another Great Reward. Facing such a small request from a peak war god, the assessment team from the War God Palace naturally had no reason to refuse. Besides, it was a simple favor. They might even use this opportunity to build some rapport with this peak war god. They were more than happy to oblige. So soon enough, Shin Ping boarded the smart fighter jet. Departure, head to the central China base city in the Huaxia nation, announced the Chinese descended member of the assessment team. Instantly, the intelligent fighter jet took off, flying at an extraordinarily fast yet stable speed. Inside the cabin, at first, the atmosphere was somewhat silent. After flying for over 10 minutes, the Chinese man took the initiative to speak. Mr. Shin Ping, congratulations on becoming a member of the Warrior God Palace. Inside the Warrior God Palace, there are auctions where many precious items are sold, including intelligent fighter jets. With your strength, I believe it won't be long before you can purchase one. The other 2 promptly chimed in agreement. Smart fighters are incredibly expensive. Even the most basic saucer-shaped models can only be afforded by a select few among the war gods. Shin Ping chuckled. I just got lucky. While hunting monsters in South America, I accidentally swallowed 2 peculiar plants. Not only did my amputated arm grow back, but my physical abilities skyrocketed from an average martial warrior all the way to the peak of war god level. Otherwise, how could I possibly be riding in a smart fighter with you? As for buying one, maybe when I'm richer. Hearing this, the 3 examiners couldn't help but show astonishment on their faces. They never expected this warrior god to not only have been a mid-level war general before, but also to have lost an arm. Luck is also part of one's strength. Mr. Shin Ping is now a genuine warrior god, the Chinese man hurriedly added. The other 2 members' eyes brimmed with envy. Had Shin Ping not been present, their gazes would have been outright jealous. After all, consuming just 2 plants and skyrocketing straight to the peak of war god realm, what incredible luck. Even those warriors who rapidly rose during the Great Nirvana period never experienced such fortune. More than an hour later, the intelligent fighter jet landed on the plaza before the Huaxia base city's extreme hall. Thank you, all 3 of you. Mr. Shin Ping, you're too kind. Watching the fighter jet take off once more and vanish into the horizon, Shin Ping knew it wouldn't take long for the news of his astounding luck, becoming a peak war god warrior, to spread throughout the global war god circles. And this was precisely the outcome he desired. S.H. Shin Ping? Just then, a voice called out from behind him. He turned his head around. It was Chen Yitong, the manager of the assembly hall. Shin Ping couldn't help but step forward to greet him. Manager Chen. Manager Chen was utterly astonished. When he spotted the smart fighter jet from the Warrior God Palace, he had assumed it was some important mission from headquarters. Yet to his surprise, it was Shin Ping who stepped out of the aircraft. Considering Shin Ping was merely a warrior-ranked martial artist, even if he had befriended a mid-level warrior god, he shouldn't have had any chance to interact with Warrior God Palace members, let alone ride in one of their smart fighter jets. Unable to contain his curiosity, Manager Chen blurted out the question. Shin Ping repeated the explanation he had given earlier inside the fighter jet. 2 plants? Manager Chen blinked, momentarily puzzled, but quickly snapped back to attention and said enviously, "You're incredibly lucky." Shinping sighed with emotion. Yeah, I never expected to become a war god warrior either. Manager Chen, I just got back from South America. Manager Chen quickly responded, family reunions are important. You should hurry back to your neighborhood. After Shinping left, his expression was rich and complex. As a supervisor at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he knew Earth possessed some rare resources capable of drastically enhancing a warrior's physical abilities, though such items were exceedingly uncommon. He never expected Shinping to stumble upon one. What a stroke of luck. It's like suddenly discovering someone you know has won the lottery jackpot, utterly shocking yet enviable, making you wish it could have been you instead. Evening. Li Yuewei returned from Pingwei Materials Company to their suburban villa. The moment she stepped inside, she saw Shinping sitting on the sofa. First startled, her expression quickly brightened with joy. Honey, when did you get back? Why didn't you tell me? As she was about to place her handbag on the sofa, she froze. Honey, your arm, it's... Shinping pulled his wife into his embrace with both hands, laughing. Darling, from now on I can hug you with both arms again. Li Yuewei stared fixedly at the right arm before fiercely kissing Shinping's lips. This is wonderful, my love. This night was destined to be restless. The next morning, when Shinping stepped onto the balcony for fresh air, his wristband began vibrating. After answering, Captain Qin Shan's voice rang out, Old Shin, congratulations, congratulations. His steady tone carried a hint of excitement, clearly thrilled about Shinping's breakthrough to war god level. After all, this is the war god realm we're talking about. There are barely over 3,000 such beings across the entire globe. Now that a member of his hurricane squad had become a war god, it made Shinping even happier than if he had befriended a mid-level war god himself. You knew already, Captain? Qin Shan laughed and scolded, such big news, and you didn't tell me yourself? Director Chen was the one who called me. How about we get together in a few days? Shinping nodded, alright, let's make it this Saturday. Qin Shan secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Most warriors, upon becoming war gods, would experience a sudden surge in status and power, inevitably carrying a hint of arrogance in their words. But Shinping showed no such attitude. Moreover, he had accepted his invitation without hesitation. This showed that Shinping still regarded him as his captain. Alright, I won't disturb you any further. I'm sure your phone must be ringing off the hook right now. With that, he hung up. And just as Qin Shan had predicted, for the entire morning, Shinping's communication wristband hardly stayed silent. Whether they were acquaintances or unfamiliar martial artists, virtually everyone who had his contact number called to offer their congratulations. Apart from this, the head of the Zheng family, government officials from the central China base city, the president of the Lima Dojo along with other executives, and even representatives from the Thunder Dojo, all called one after another. If Shinping had only been rated as an elementary warlord, it wouldn't have caused such a stir. But his assessment was for advanced warlord, and according to rumors from the examining members of the Warlord Palace, his results placed him at peak warlord level. Globally, very few reach this tier, arguably fewer than the number of members in the parliament. Therefore, various parties naturally came to offer their congratulations, seizing the opportunity to make new connections. During lunchtime, the vibration of the communication wristband finally ceased. Shinping opened the virtual panel. New text appeared on it. You have slain a supreme lord-class monster. Your family's reputation has skyrocketed within the central China base city and is gradually gaining global renown, taking a solid and powerful step toward prosperity. Reward, 2 Muya crystals, 3 portions of plant spirits, the 8th layer of 9-fold thunder blade technique, and the realm of intent-based blade mastery. Additional reward, 1 C-class gene potion formula. Gazing at the text, joy flashed in his eyes. This is a solid and powerful evaluation, which is quite rare. Moreover, judging by the rewards, they're actually even more generous than last time. Clearly, the clan's evaluation this time is on a higher level. P.S. Currently at 600 ongoing readers. First round of recommendations starts tomorrow. Please keep reading, and thank you so much. Chapter 030, Crafting the Gene Potion. Claim. After finishing the meal, Shinping arrived at the second-floor training hall, silently reading the words in the virtual frame as he contemplated. Before his eyes instantly appeared the family's rewards, the Muya crystals, the plant spirit, and a high-tech-looking special apparatus. At the same time, vast insights into the 8th layer of the 9 Thunder Saber technique and the realm-level saber method flooded his mind. Sniffing the fragrant aroma of the Muya crystal, he hastily stored it along with the plant spirits into his space wristband. After breaking through to the planetary level, physical enhancement would slow down drastically, but with the Muya crystal, things were different. The pure, concentrated energy within the Muya crystal could accelerate the growth of his strength. As for the plant-based spiritual essences, they were now almost ineffective for him and could only serve as clan resource reserves, waiting to be consumed by future bloodline descendants when they came of age. Xinping then turned his gaze toward the special apparatus. As soon as his hand touched it, the device's information automatically flooded into his mind. A grade C genetic enhancement formula? Surprise flickered across his face. The previous ordinary gene potion formula involved knowledge of genetic extraction and various chemical and biological processes. Though detailed, he didn't understand it at all. His original plan was to partially reveal his capabilities, purchase a biopharmaceutical company, and leave the production to them. To his surprise, the C-grade gene potion formula reward came with an instrument capable of directly manufacturing the potion. This family reward is really considerate. Xinping couldn't help but feel excited. With this instrument, producing gene potions would be much simpler. He only needed to prepare the raw materials listed in the formula. He didn't rush to test its effects yet. He first familiarized himself with his knife techniques in the training hall, then headed to the company to retrieve a few warrior-level monster materials from the warehouse. Returning to his villa in the residential area, he placed the materials into the machine. Buzz, accompanied by the machine's faint vibrations. 2 hours later, a standard genetic enhancement serum was produced. According to the formula instructions, a standard genetic serum can elevate a martial artist to the warrior rank within a few months of consumption, while a C-grade genetic serum requires 1 year to advance an ordinary warrior to elite warrior status. If the effects are genuine, then these two serums would essentially be equivalent to creating one elite warrior. At this thought, Xinping couldn't help but draw a sharp breath in shock. While there indeed existed methods to enhance a martial artist's physical constitution, they invariably came with various restrictions either affecting one's potential growth arcs or being prohibitively expensive, accessible only to those with extensive connections and status. Yet the genetic serum in his hands had no side effects whatsoever. Most crucially, as long as monster materials remained plentiful, it could be mass-produced. The moment this became public knowledge, the global repercussions would be seismic, with every major faction likely descending into frenzied competition. Without formidable strength to protect it, this thing absolutely cannot be manufactured on a large scale. He made up his mind. He immediately stored away the genetic serum and its manufacturing equipment. Though developing the family is of utmost importance, every step must be taken steadily. There's absolutely no room for recklessness. Walking onto the balcony as the wind brushed against his face, Xinping's thoughts grew calmer. Since activating the family interface until now, he had progressed steadily. Now that his identity as a peak-level war god had been exposed, his status had skyrocketed abruptly. Precisely at such moments, caution and prudence were all the more necessary. Throughout the ages, those who grew arrogant and conceited often suffered the most devastating falls. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he began formulating his cultivation development plan. First was strength. With the Muya crystal, he aimed to break through to planetary level 4 or 5 within 5 years. Next was his corporate ventures. Given his publicly displayed pinnacle warlord strength, he could expand this aspect rapidly without issue, so within 5 years, he aimed to surpass the Zheng family conglomerate in the central China-based city. Finally came the foundation of his family. He believed a solid foundation was crucial for building a family's legacy. The rewards from last time had proven this. Yet how exactly to strengthen this foundation remained unclear to him for now. The communication watch vibrated at this moment. A glance showed it was the delivery hotline from Limit Dojo. Mr. Xinping, this is the secret manual you purchased. You can open it using your fingerprint. Arrived at the entrance, Xinping took the sealed ally box and opened it with his fingerprint, revealing the ninefold Thunderblade manual inside. He had previously only purchased the first 3 levels of the manual. Now that his contribution points had reached 4 stars, he could buy the complete set at half price. However, even at half price, the full set would cost 50 billion Huaxia dollars, far more than what he currently had in his account. Thus, he only purchased the first 8 levels, which would be more than enough for him to demonstrate his skills. The delivery specialist respectfully listed some important precautions before leaving. Looking at the secret manual, he sighed inwardly, thinking, the real money is still in secret manuals and weapons. Such a shame my talent is mediocre. I could never create my own manuals. To the council-level experts who surpass war gods, money is just a number. Hardly any elite council members care about wealth. But Xinping was different. He genuinely wanted to make money because profits were the measure of his company's growth. Saturday that day, Pingwei Materials Company was on holiday. As usual, Suyin, his wife's cousin, came to stay at the villa. It was currently January, and the weather in the base city was still quite cold. She wore a white down jacket, her cheeks flushed red from the cold wind, creating a striking contrast with her fair neck. Brother-in-law, you're heading out so early. Shin Ping nodded. I made an appointment with someone at the HR Alliance Mall. I won't be back for lunch, let your cousin know later. Okay. He changed his shoes, seeing Suyin escort him to the door. With a quick glance around, he suddenly pulled Suyin into an embrace, savoring the soft, resilient warmth pressed against his chest. Lowering his head, he brushed his lips against hers. The yielding softness was a novel sensation. Brother-in-law, not here, please. Suyin's body seemed to melt, her breath coming in delicate wisps, her blushing face appearing even more adorable. During these days since his return, Shinping and Suyin maintained a normal working relationship at the company, but within the villa, they had shared several intimate moments. Though she would squirm with shyness each time, she never refused him, which only emboldened him further, making his actions grow increasingly audacious. Go to the bathhouse tonight. He pinched her delicate nose. With a chuckle, he swiftly walked away. Meanwhile, Suyin, her heart pounding like a guilty thief, hurriedly glanced back at the upstairs window before patting her chest where her heartbeat thumped wildly. The familiar spot at the HR Alliance Mall. As soon as Shinping entered, all members of the Gale squad immediately stood up. Captain Shin Shan stepped forward with a hearty laugh, saying, "Our squad's combat god has arrived." New members like Xue Jin stood stiffly, their expressions filled with reverence. After all, this was a genuine combat god, someone beyond their usual reach. Even though he was a former member of their squad, they didn't dare act as casually as their captain. Shinping said helplessly, "Captain, I just got lucky." Mu Yang chuckled half-jokingly, "Brother Shin, I wish I had that kind of luck too." Before Shinping could respond, Zhou Qiang nearby curled his lips and teased, "Yangzi, you'd better wait for your next life. Go away, stop mocking me." With just a few simple words, the private room's atmosphere came alive. The squad continued chatting and drinking, with no one mentioning Shinping's luck. The conversation mainly revolved around the Windstorm squad's recent gains during their time in the wilderness. They drank until past 2 in the afternoon. Xue Jin and the other new members left, while Shinping turned serious and asked, "Muyang, do you want to break through to high-level warrior?" Chapter 031 The Path of Foundation Development. The words barely faded. The gazes of Qin Shan, Mu Yang, and Zhou Qiang simultaneously turned toward Shinping. Every martial artist yearns to urgently improve themselves and attain greater strength. After all, in this age of fortress cities, power translates to wealth, status, and influence. While high-rank warlords may not equal combat gods in strength, considering how few combat gods exist globally, let alone within each fortress city, their numbers are exceedingly rare. Thus, the status conferred by being a high-rank warlord is more than sufficient for most martial artists. Take the 3 chief instructors of the Limit Dojo, for instance, they are all high-rank warlords. Mu Yang took a deep breath, his eyes filled with longing. "Yes, I want it. I dream of it." After finishing speaking, yet he shook his head helplessly, "Brother Shin, I know you're a war god now with access to resources and connections far beyond what you had before, but anything capable of breaking through to high-level war general status must be precious. Even if such a thing were placed right in front of me, I couldn't afford it." Qin Shan and Zhou Qiang exchanged glances, both guessing that Shinping likely intended to use his connections and resources to help Mu Yang. Though his intentions were good, as teammates who had survived life and death situations together, they were reluctant to owe each other favors. Shinping laughed, "You brat. Being able to resist such temptation, impressive. It proves my usual care for you hasn't been wasted." Mu Yang's expression eased as he slumped his shoulders and said, "Brother Shin, if you sweeten the deal just a little more, I might just cave in." The private room immediately erupted in laughter. But once the laughter subsided, Shinping pretended to fetch something from his coat while actually retrieving an ordinary gene serum from his spatial bracelet. Placing it on the table, he said gravely, "During my trip to South America, I accidentally stumbled into an ancient civilization ruin. Besides the plant that drastically enhanced my physique, I also found this thing there." Captain Qin Shan looked at the metal tube and asked puzzledly, "Old Shin, what is this?" "Gene serum. And what's more, it's gene serum without any side effects that won't affect physical potential." Listening to Shinping's words, the 3 members of the Gale squad widened their eyes in unison. "Really?" Shinping said solemnly, "That's exactly how it's described in the documentation. I'm not entirely sure about the specific effects myself. These genetic serums come in different varieties. The ones on the table right now can help an ordinary warrior break through to the war general level within a few months. There's even a higher grade version that enables a war general to advance to high-level war general within a year." Hiss. Qin Shan and the others couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Nowadays, even gene serums with side effects on the market are worth hundreds of millions. If this metal syringe before me truly has no side effects, one can only imagine its value. "Shin, Brother Shin,
how much of this potion do you have? Mu Yang suddenly asked at this moment.
Xin Shan and Zhou Qiang fixed their gaze intently on Shen Ping. If the quantity of potions is substantial, it would have a profound impact on the global martial arts community, the 5 major nations, the 2 great martial schools, as well as the various mercenary organizations and other influential factions. Shen Ping said slowly, not much, only able to supply some each month.
He didn't specify the exact quantity.
Meanwhile, Xin Shan, Mu Yang, and the third person noticed Shen Ping's mention of each month, which implied the genetic serums in his possession might be producible. The 3 exchanged glances. They all saw the shock in each other's eyes. Even with minimal production, this potion holds astonishing value and could perfectly serve as a social resource.
Snapped out of it.
Instead, they all fell silent. In the end, it was their leader, Xin Shan, who spoke first. Old Shen, since you shared this with us, it means you trust us as insiders. Tell us your thoughts, whatever you decide. We're with you. Shen Ping waved his hand. Hey, I don't have any concrete ideas either. I mainly feel it'd be a waste to purely sell this stuff for profit. Xin Shan nodded subconsciously. Money truly isn't crucial for a war god, and the value of this gene potion is incalculable. Using it just to make profit indeed seems wasteful.
Mu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Shen, why don't we follow Europe's example and form a mercenary group? With gene potions, we could definitely attract many martial artists.
Besides, you've already started a materials company, Brother Shen, so mercenaries could perfectly undertake hunting missions. As he spoke, he grew increasingly excited. During the Great Nirvana period back then, the HR Alliance gradually expanded precisely by relying on abundant financial resources and materials to become the global powerhouse it is today.
This is indeed one possible direction,
but it's not very realistic. Shen Ping chuckled and said, Pingwei Materials Company doesn't have much financial resources. Let's get the gene therapy agents into the market first before considering other things. Although he rejected Mu Yang's suggestion, the other's words had given him some ideas about establishing a development foundation. Xin Shan said, all right, we'll handle this matter. Meanwhile, Mu Yang rubbed his hands together eagerly, his face full of anticipation. Brother Shen, let me be the guinea pig for testing the potion.
Inject it into me without holding back.
Zhou Chang's eyes gleamed with excitement. No, let me do it.
I'm sturdier. Shen Ping sighed helplessly. You too. Don't worry, there's enough for everyone. Brother Shen is awesome. The private room immediately buzzed with lively excitement. Evening. On the road back to the residential compound.
As Shen Ping drove, he reflected that with the captain and others helping, news of the genetic serum would soon spread among limited circles in Huazhong Bay City. By the time the information fully fermented and propagated, which would take about a year, Pingwei Materials Company would have expanded further, creating a mutually beneficial cycle with the genetic serum. Moreover, during this period, he could gauge the martial artist's market response to determine the optimal monthly production quantity of the potions. This was also why he chose not to publicize it in the Warrior God Palace. The Warrior God Palace was a global virtual gathering place for warrior gods. If he auctioned items there, the news would spread like wildfire. Soon, all major powers, including the 5 great nations, the Limit Dojo, and the Thunder Dojo, would come knocking on his door. If he couldn't handle the situation properly, it would inevitably lead to unnecessary troubles.
Buzz. He hadn't even reached the neighborhood entrance yet. The smartwatch vibrated. Hello, President Zhang. I was just about to head home. My wife's cooked dinner. Yes, let's schedule another day. He'd just hung up. It vibrated again.
This time it was the supervisor from the HR Alliance Mall Partnership who wanted to arrange a dinner gathering.
Shen Ping gave the same excuse as before.
For anyone else, he wouldn't hesitate to refuse, but both the Zhang family and the HR Alliance supervisor were business partners, so he had to maintain cordial relations for appearance's sake. Of course, with his current publicly acknowledged peak warrior status, even if he refused, they wouldn't dare show the slightest dissatisfaction. After purchasing the martial arts manual, there wasn't much left in the company's account. I need to quickly earn a sum of money, then make another trip to the wilderness area later to collect more high-level commander-tier monster materials.
As a council-level powerhouse,
he was dirt poor. Forget about buying a smart fighter jet to flaunt his status. He couldn't even afford to purchase warlord-tier monster materials. Now the company clearly needed to continue expanding, with many places requiring funds. P.S. Thank you so much to all the dear readers for your monthly votes. Truly grateful.
Chapter 032 Entering the War God's Palace. Living room of the villa.
As soon as Shen Ping changed his shoes and stepped inside, he was greeted by the mouth-watering aroma of meat. Walking over to the dining table, his eyes widened at the lavish spread of dishes.
Honey, what's the special occasion today?
You've prepared such an extravagant dinner, he remarked in surprise. Li Yuewei served Shen Ping a bowl of porridge with a smile. The company closed a 1 billion yuan deal today, so we're treating ourselves to celebrate, she explained.
Shen Ping suddenly understood. $1 billion order, not bad, definitely worth celebrating.
Pingwei Materials Company had been developing rapidly over the past 2 or 3 years, expanding quickly in scale,
but billion-dollar orders like this were still quite rare. Just as he was about to sit down to eat, his wife leaned in closer and urged, "You reek of alcohol, go take a shower first." She instructed Suyin to go to the kitchen and fetch the hangover soup. In no time, after showering, Shinping took the opportunity during dinner to discuss the company's upcoming plans with his wife. There are no available shops to rent around the train station area. If we want to continue expanding, we'll have to look for locations further away. Arrange for someone to check it out tomorrow. Liu Wei replied, "Darling, there's a building near the HR Alliance shopping mall that's recently been listed for rent. The price has been set too high, though, so negotiations haven't progressed. Even though our company's accounts are tight right now, the bank is willing to provide us with high liquidity. I think we can secure it." Got it. Shinping nodded and added, "One more thing, find some time to acquire a small to mid-size bioengineering and pharmaceutical company. After we relocate our offices to the new building, we'll establish a pharmaceutical division." Liu Wei gave an acknowledging hum. She knew that recently her husband's strength had skyrocketed, breaking through to the war god level, and his network of connections had exploded overnight. Their company could now venture into a wider range of industries. "Honey, the Zhang Corporation has been developing weapon materials and apparently made some progress. The day before yesterday they sent someone to our company proposing a collaboration. Should we agree?" Shinping picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and chewed slowly. The Zhang Corporation's intention for cooperation was obvious. They simply wanted to use mutual benefits to strengthen ties between both parties. After all, with an openly acknowledged peak war god like him in the mix, the Zhang family's influence within the HR Alliance would no doubt grow significantly. Don't rush into it. Let's focus on setting up the biopharmaceutical division first. I've acquired a new type of gene serum. This department will become crucial to our company in the future. Liu Wei listened intently and nodded solemnly. She didn't ask about the specifics of the serum, knowing that her husband would share what she needed to know when the time was right. Late at night, he wrapped up his training session in the martial arts hall. He went to check the master bedroom and saw that his wife was already fast asleep. Then he quietly made his way to the first-floor bathroom and gently turned the door handle. It was locked from the inside. A look of delight flashed across his face. There seemed to be movement at the door. The bathroom door slowly swung open, and the bright light spilled through the widening gap, casting a large illuminated patch. Shinping quickly entered the bathroom and locked the door, his eyes fixed intently on his distant cousin Suyin, who was wearing only a cartoon-patterned nightgown. "Xiaoyin, how long have you been waiting?" Suyin's frail body tensed, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. I just came in." Shinping suddenly reached out and pulled Suyin into his arms, grasping her soft, delicate hand as he said gently, "Your hands are almost freezing, yet you claim you just came in. Let your cousin-in-law warm them up for you." Warming up, little by little, their clothes became fewer and fewer, their breaths mingling in the air between them as body heat transferred between their pressing forms. The rapid thrumming of each other's heartbeats pulsed loud and clear in the intimacy. "Is my brother-in-law's body feeling hot? So hot. Then would you like to feel even hotter?" Suyin's crystalline earlobes turned crimson, her face nearly dipping into her chest. She was truly too embarrassed to speak. Seeing her cousin-in-law staring at her, she finally bit her lip and said, "I do." Not long after the words fell, her body trembled slightly, her delicate brows furrowed tightly, and her face scrunched up. As her expression grew increasingly pained, she transformed from a schoolgirl into a woman. Half an hour later, the sound of running water in the bathroom ceased. Shinping held Suyin, her face flushed and curled up in his arms, gently brushing aside the sweat-dampened hair from her forehead as he said awkwardly, "Xiaoyin, it's all my fault. I couldn't control myself." Exhausted and weak, Suyin murmured softly, "No, it's not your fault, brother-in-law. I wanted this too." Seeing her like this, Shinping could only carry her carefully back to the bedroom. Then he wiped her body with a warm towel before stroking her head and whispering, "Go to sleep now." He didn't leave, but waited until Suyin fell asleep before returning to the master bedroom. The next day, Suyin took a leave of absence. His wife Liu Wei didn't pay much attention either. With the company currently in a period of rapid expansion and countless tasks demanding her attention daily, she hardly had time for such trifles. It wasn't until Shanping spoke up that she understood why Xiaoyin had taken leave. "Xiaoyin has been living with us for so long. I thought you'd already won her favor. And here you are, she gave you her first time right in the bathroom." Shinping gave a dry laugh. He had only intended to be affectionate with Suyin last night, but he couldn't hold back. Her youthful, alluring figure was too enticing. Still, since it had happened, he had no intention of hiding it. "All right, don't worry about it. I'll go buy some medicine for her later to help with the soreness." Liu Wei smiled and said, "You'd better treat Suyin well from now on." Shinping replied with a solemn expression, "I plan to take her abroad for a proper wedding in a little while. Fine. After all, Xiaoyin is your woman now. After settling the matter, neither of them brought it up again. Returning to the office,
Xin Ping resumed his busy schedule. Ever since his war god level strength had been revealed, phone calls came pouring in almost daily, from corporate CEOs, martial artists, and even foreign factions like mercenary groups, most seeking an audience with him.
At 3 in the afternoon,
he took the opportunity to enter a quiet back room in the office, retrieved the virtual sensor helmet from his space wristwatch, and entered the War God Palace. Generally speaking, when using a virtual helmet, one must be mindful of personal safety since consciousness leaves the body. If used in the wilderness, the body could easily face danger without time to react. Even with the helmet's alarm function, caution is still necessary. Xin Ping was protected by the Black God suit, so there were no safety concerns for him. Swish! In the vast, tranquil room spanning over 1,000 square meters, he appeared dressed in a simple black robe and curiously surveyed his surroundings. The room was equipped with a swimming pool, a bed, tables and chairs, a luxurious dining table, a training area, and various other facilities.
Welcome, War God Xin Ping. A sudden electronic voice rang out. It was the artificial intelligence of the War God Palace.
Listening to the AI's introduction, he turned his gaze to the War God Palace regulations lying on the table, which detailed the many functions of the palace.
After figuring it out,
he left the room and walked along the corridor passage, arriving at a massive square below. There were quite a few war gods sitting in the square, numbering nearly 1,000. The war gods are rarely encountered in the base city, they're everywhere in the Hall of War Gods. While casually strolling, a white war god nearby took the initiative to approach and introduce himself. "Hello, I'm Frolati."
Xin Ping smiled. He recognized this social butterfly of the war god circle.
"I'm Xin Ping," he replied.
P.S. The chapter took longer to review, apologies for the delay. Chapter 033, The Reward Level of Offspring. Upon hearing the introduction, Frolati couldn't help but take a few more glances at Xin Ping. Nowadays in the War God Palace, this Xin Ping was practically a household name, not because of his fame, but because his overwhelming good fortune made many war gods green with envy.
After all, since the cataclysm, apart from the initial years when relics of ancient civilizations frequently emerged, it had been rare to see someone consume just 2 plants and leap straight to the peak of war god status. Numerous war gods speculated that what he encountered were likely spiritual herbs of flora, and exceptionally potent ones at that. In recent days, news spread that even a war god had traveled to South America in search, but unfortunately returned empty-handed. "So it's War God Xin Ping, no wonder you seem unfamiliar.
This must be your first time entering the War God Palace." Xin Ping nodded. "That's right."
Frolati smiled. "Your first time here, there's a surprise waiting for you later." Xin Ping knew exactly what this white warrior god meant by surprise. Every newly arrived warrior god at the Warrior God Palace would receive a grand welcome, because it meant Earth had gained another force, another powerful protector for humanity.
Sure enough, as his foot touched the first floor tiles, the entire hall suddenly darkened, followed by a resonant clang as music erupted through the space, loud, jubilant, and passionate.
Almost instantly, every war god seated in the hall rose to their feet in unison, their gazes locked on Xin Ping, some even beginning to clap. Even though Xin Ping had anticipated this moment, the electrifying atmosphere swept him up regardless. As he looked at these war gods before him, he knew with absolute certainty, every celebration in this moment came from their genuine hearts. After the grand and stirring welcoming ceremony at the Hall of War Gods concluded, Frolati pointed to the massive display screen on the hall's wall and said, "Warrior Xin Ping, you are the 3,316th warrior in the Warrior's Palace. Although you're a newcomer, your strength has already reached the peak of warrior level. This is quite rare." His tone carried a hint of envy as he spoke. There are only a few hundred high-level warriors worldwide. Among them, those who achieve peak physical condition and who possess unique talents and blade techniques or movement skills can be called invincible warriors. Such elite fighters are even rarer than council members. Even without specialized skills, very few people in the world can match their raw physical prowess.
"I was just lucky."
Xin Ping replied modestly that he didn't know anyone in the War God Palace, so he could only follow this Frolati around the hall while sampling some delicacies along the way. Before long, a war god from Huaxia proactively came over to greet him.
A little over 10 minutes later,
he had met 5 or 6 war gods, exchanged a few casual words with them, and considered them acquaintances. Among them was Yang Hui from the elite training camp of the Lima Dojo's headquarters. "Xin Ping, don't mind those European war gods gossiping about your luck behind your back," someone reassured him.
"Luck is part of strength after all. If you obtained it, then it's rightfully yours. Plenty of war gods have been to South America, why didn't they find it?"
This warrior Yang Hui speaks very bluntly. Xin Ping felt he could get along quite well with him, mainly because no other war gods spoke to him like that, and besides, they were both members of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, which naturally brought them closer. Next, he familiarized himself with the other functions of the Warrior God Hall under Yang Hui's guidance. After spending a little over an hour there, he finally left the Warrior God Hall, a quiet inner office. Shenping sat on the sofa as his consciousness gradually returned. Looking at the dark blue virtual sensor helmet, he silently realized, the reason why Hong, the world's strongest fighter, holds such high global prestige is partly due to his unmatched strength, but another factor must be the existence of the Warrior's Palace. On the surface, the Warrior's Palace appears to be merely a virtual communication platform. Yet the connections, resources, and influence it fosters far exceed its apparent value. If the Shen family could possess something like this and gain recognition from all global warriors, the family's prestige would instantly skyrocket to unimaginable heights. But this kind of thing was just a fleeting thought. Actually putting it into practice would be incredibly difficult. Back in the office, he checked the time. It was almost 5 p.m., and he had a dinner engagement to attend at 6, hosted by the military of the central China base city. Shenping respected soldiers deeply. After all, the peace and stability enjoyed by hundreds of millions living in the base cities relied entirely on these soldiers risking their lives for protection. Every year, over 10,000 soldiers alone perished in monster surges. He notified Secretary Lin to arrange a handover of his duties. He left the company and drove to the pre-arranged dinner location, habitually glancing at the virtual panel along the way. At first glance, his expression froze momentarily. The virtual panel had unexpectedly displayed new text. Your family has gained a new member, taking a step toward prosperity. Reward, One Wood Spirit, 9th layer of Ninefold Thunderblade. Shenping immediately thought of Suyin. Last night in the bathroom, they had become intimate. If the population count had increased, it could only be due to her. He had originally assumed that at least a wedding ceremony would be required, granting her official status before any increase would occur. But now it seemed that might not be necessary. Could it be that just having intimate contact is enough to trigger the new member reward? He couldn't help but speculate. But he soon shook his head, feeling there must be some underlying pattern. His gaze returned to the text. The reward this time wasn't insignificant. Based on previous rewards, the lowest family evaluation had been just taking one step forward. Yet this time, he received the Vegetation Spirit and the 9th layer of Ninefold Thunderblade, clearly an upward trend in overall rewards. It appears rewards for offspring carry greater weight than those for business ventures. He made a mental note. Suppressing his thoughts, he focused on driving. They arrived at the appointed restaurant. Just as he parked, Commander Chu from the Huazhong military base came forward to greet him directly. Pingwei Materials Company was initially able to collaborate with the military thanks to the assistance of this very Commander Chu. After exchanging pleasantries, the two entered the restaurant. During the meal, Commander Chu got straight to the point about the purpose of their meeting. Firstly, to further deepen their cooperation by increasing annual material purchases from 3 billion to 20 billion. Preferably including materials from Lord-level monsters. Secondly, he wanted to request Shenping's help in dealing with high-level Lord-class monsters during beast-tide attacks on military defense lines. In China, the beast-tide threats along the eastern military district's defense lines primarily come from the sea, while the northern military district defenses of central China's base city face threats from deep within the mountains. Beast tides occur almost annually, though most consist of lower-level threats. Nevertheless, military casualties remain significant during these events. Alas, we have too few war gods in the northern military region. After all, with greater maritime threats, the main forces naturally tilt toward the eastern military region, that I understand. But every year, watching helplessly as my soldiers are brutally killed by Lord-class monsters, I can't help but wish more war gods could be assigned here. Now that our base city has someone like you, a peak-level war god, I've swallowed my pride and come begging. Shenping quickly responded, Commander Chu, I accept. Commander Chu was overjoyed. Mr. Shenping, on behalf of the 100,000 soldiers guarding our military front, I thank you. With that, he bowed deeply toward Shenping. Seeing this, Shenping quickly stepped forward to stop him. Commander Chu, there's no need for this. As a Chinese citizen, defending our homeland is my duty. Good, good. Come, let's drink. Tonight we won't stop until we're drunk. P.S. Special thanks to reader 20210616102191157 for their generous 500 coin tip. Your support is deeply appreciated. Chapter 034, The Potion's Powerful Effects. The days passed one by one. Mid-March, the weather in central China base city was turning warmer. The willow trees planted along the residential roads had sprouted tender buds, and spring was in the air. Villa living room. The Shenping family sat around the dining table having breakfast. Their son Shenyu, almost 3 years old, kept shoveling rice porridge into his mouth with his spoon. The porridge splashed out and soaked his collar, making his grandmother-in-law quickly fetch a towel to wipe it clean. Mom, let him do it himself. Don't spoil him too much. His wife said this while turning to Suyin beside her. Noticing her furrowed brows, she asked, Xiaoyin, why aren't you eating? Suyin replied, I don't know why,
but I've had no appetite since last night and kept feeling nauseous. Shinping instinctively responded, could you have caught a chill at night? We should go to the hospital later to get it checked. Li Yuewei listened with subtle facial changes, leaning in to whisper a few words. Su Yin's face turned red as she nodded. Li Yuewei immediately said, then it seems confirmed. After dinner, I'll accompany you to the hospital for a checkup. It should be accurate. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Shinping, as if to say all those nights of hard work hadn't gone to waste. Shinping was about to speak when his communication wristband vibrated. It was Captain Qin Shan. He set down his bowl and chopsticks and stepped outside. Lao Shun, the effects of the genetic potion are outstanding. In less than 2 months, Muyang and Shangzi's physical fitness has already surpassed intermediate warrior level. At this rate of improvement, they'll reach advanced warrior status in another 2 or 3 months at most. Qin Shan lowered his voice, I think it's time to spread the word. Among the martial artist squads we have good relations with, many members like Chang have virtually no potential left. If they use the gene serum, the news will spread through them in just 2 months. Shinping's face lit up with joy, but he still asked, are the results really that noticeable? Although he was confident in the items rewarded by his family, he had never personally experienced their effects. Moreover, the description claimed it would take a year to reach high-level warrior status. Qin Shan couldn't contain his excitement. Noticeable? That's an understatement. For Muyang and Zhou Qian, their usual monthly gains from hard training in wilderness battles might reach a few hundred kilograms on a good month. But do you know how much they've improved during this period? A staggering 10,000 kilograms. What? A 10,000 kilogram increase in punching power? Shinping's eyes widened in shock. He had originally thought the genetic serum only elevated warriors to the minimum standard of an advanced combatant, but judging by his teammates' rapid progress, it clearly reached the peak level. You know, even within the same advanced combatant tier, the gap between ordinary performers and peak performers was enormous. Huff, puff. He couldn't help but take a deep breath to suppress his astonishment. If this were the case, the value of the C-grade genetic serum could be estimated even higher. After all, it represented an enhancement bringing one close to the level of a war god. If used on martial artists with outstanding potential, they would undoubtedly break through to war god status after consuming the serum. Captain, release the news. As for the price of the potions, ordinary gene potions will be 200 million Huaxia dollars, and C-grade gene potions, let's set it at 2 billion. Qin Shan quickly interjected, Olshan, isn't that price a bit too low? Among the major global factions, even if a combat god-level warrior doesn't venture into the wilderness to hunt, simply having their name on the roster commands an annual salary of around 5 billion. As for high-level combat generals approaching the combat god level, earning over 3 billion a year isn't difficult, they just need to make a few more trips to the wilderness. Nowadays, the effect of a C-grade gene potion is almost equivalent to giving a martial artist the hope of becoming a warlord, yet it only costs 2 billion. In Qin Shan's view, this is far too low. Take the martial arts manuals and cultivation techniques sold by Extreme Home, for instance, they're meant for training and breakthroughs, but mastering them doesn't guarantee reaching warlord status. Even so, these manuals dare to sell for tens of billions. Shinping replied, 2 billion is enough. Don't forget, these gene potions are primarily for warlord-level martial artists. If priced too high, they won't be able to afford them and would have to borrow or take out loans. Besides, Captain, the most important thing for the potions is to establish a market and connections. Once the effectiveness of the potions gets thoroughly publicized, more and more people will want to buy them. Qin Shan sensed the ambition in Shinping's words and chuckled, alright, we'll do it your way. Oh, and as for Muyang and Xiao Chang's shares of the potions, we'll owe you for now. They can pay you back once they earn enough money later. Even brothers settle accounts clearly. It involves 2 billion yuan. Even if Shinping were willing to give it for free, Muyang and Zhou Qian would never accept it. Captain, since we're within the squad, let's consider it an internal rate, just give us a 50% discount. End of communication. Shinping's eyes flashed with excitement. The effects of the genetic potion were beyond expectations. With this, he might be able to attempt to enhance his foundational growth. The core conglomerate families of the HR Alliance, along with the Limitless and Thunderbolt martial arts halls, had established their massive influence and attracted warriors from across the globe. Even nations couldn't compare, all thanks to the monopoly resources they controlled. It was almost noon. Li Yuewei returned home from the hospital with Suyin and announced joyfully upon entering, "Husband, good news, Xiaoyin is definitely pregnant." Shinping hurried forward to support Suyin and said, "That's wonderful. Don't go back to the company anymore. Stay home and focus on your health from now on." Suyin shook her head repeatedly, "I just got pregnant. It's fine to keep working at the company." Li Yuewei said, "How can that be? You're the top priority in our family needing special care now." Shinping chimed in, "Xiaoyin, listen to your cousin." With that, he paused thoughtfully before continuing, "The villa in Lishui district has been empty for a while. With Xiaoyin pregnant and our family expanding after delivery,
I think we should move there as soon as possible. We'll also need to hire some help for caregiving. The 2 children at home can still be taken care of by your wife's parents, but if there's 1 or 2 more, they'll inevitably be overwhelmed and unable to manage effectively. Liu Wei gave an acknowledging hum. All right, until the end of March then. The moving arrangements were settled. After Suyin returned to her room to rest, the wife whispered, "Honey, when do you plan to have the wedding ceremony with Xiaoyin?"
Xinping thought for a moment. "We'll go abroad after moving." China had a monogamous marriage system.
Though given his status, the government wouldn't interfere even if he remarried. It was still best to avoid such complications.
Moreover, going abroad would be better for Xiaoyin, at least she wouldn't have to endure gossip. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye.
Having lived in Nanyuan residential district for a long time, Xinping packed up all the furniture and took one last look at the villa, his eyes brimming with reluctance. But for the sake of his family's future, he had to leave, no matter how attached he felt. Many of the residential compound's martial artists and their families came to bid farewell upon hearing the news, as Xinping had gained quite a reputation in the neighborhood.
Off to the Lishui district villa, huh? That place is enormous. Your old Xin is really making something of himself, unlike my husband who's still stuck as a mere instructor.
Liu Wei, Xinping's wife, chatted with the neighbors until noon before they finally drove away from Nanyuan residence. For the next 2 months, Xinping was busy again after handling the wedding with Suyin, while awaiting the reaction to the news about the gene potion spreading.
Chapter 035, Gathering Storm. Ancheng, one of the satellite cities of the central China base city.
On May 8, inside the extreme martial arts gym of Tianfeng community, He Yong, now a mid-level warrior, was greeting fellow martial artists as usual when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. He strode forward enthusiastically and said, "Old Hu, you've been visiting the gym more frequently lately.
What's the matter? Planning to retire early like me?" The martial artist surnamed Hu laughed and said, "I'm a bachelor, what would I retire so early for? Besides, I haven't had my fill of hunting monsters in the wilderness yet." He Yong couldn't help feeling bewildered. "If you're not retiring, then what are you doing at the martial arts school?"
"At our age, our potential has long been exhausted.
Training won't help us improve.
You'd be better off spending that time trying to pick up a few girls at the HR Alliance Mall, might even bring one home with you. You're always nagging me about settling down."
The warrior surnamed Hu blared at He Yong with exasperation. "As for why I'm at the martial arts hall, obviously to test my punching power." "Test punching power? Old Hu, with your stagnant physical stats that haven't improved in months, is there really any point in testing?"
The 2 men had a good relationship and often teased each other without taking offense. If this had been before, Warrior Hu would surely have fired back with a retort. But this time, he just smiled mysteriously and said, "Whether it's necessary or not, you'll find out soon enough." As he spoke, he walked toward the punching power tester. He Yong was puzzled. What's this guy up to? Muttering, he followed along. Soon, the martial artist surnamed Hu stood in front of the punching power tester, his eyes gleaming with anticipation.
2 months of relentless training between the martial arts center and wilderness was about to pay off. Was the money well spent or not? It all came down to this moment. Whoosh! He took a deep breath.
Bending his body with his waist sinking low, he suddenly exerted force and slammed heavily onto the punching target.
Boom! A bursting sonic boom echoed out.
The numbers on the punch force tester soared continuously, finally stopping at 35,100 kilograms.
Seeing the data,
martial artist Hu clenched his fists in excitement. Beside him, He Yong's eyes widened instantly, staring fixedly at the numbers.
35,000 in punching power.
This is already the punching power level of a high-ranked warrior, albeit barely meeting the threshold, but even at its lowest, it still counts as high-ranked.
Snapped out of it.
He Yong stared at the martial artist surnamed Hu with astonishment.
"Old Hu, what kind of berserk potion did you take? You've actually crossed into high-ranked warrior territory? Quick, throw a couple more punches." Not that He Yong needed to say it.
The martial artist surnamed Hu was already moving to test himself again. The data for the subsequent 2 punches hovered around 35,000.
Seeing this, He Yong couldn't stay calm anymore. His eyes gleamed intently as he asked, "Old Hu, if I remember correctly, you tested your punch force at the martial arts hall a few months ago, and it was around 26,000 at the time. Now, in just a few months, it's skyrocketed by nearly 10,000 kilograms. Oh my god, what exactly did you buy?" The martial artist surnamed Hu let out a hearty laugh. "Still mocking me now?"
He Yong hastily replied, "Old Hu, come on, out with it."
"Fine, I'll bring out the bottle of aged liquor I've been hoarding at home tonight."
The martial artist surnamed Hu's eyes lit up, his alcohol-loving stomach already craving. "You said it yourself then.
Come on, let's find a quiet spot."
The 2 settled into a cafe near the residential area. Seeing the leisurely way the martial artist surnamed Hu called for the waiter, He Yong grew so anxious his eyes nearly bulged out of his head.
"I bought gene-enhancing serum." Hearing this, He Yong frowned. "Old Hu, I know about gene serums, but their effects aren't supposed to be this potent, are they?"
Although gene serums had side effects, most martial artists generally didn't care because if they were buying this stuff, it meant they'd hit their natural limits anyway. The the martial artist surnamed who lowered his voice, not the standard market variety, this is a new type of gene serum.
Rumor has it leaked out from some ancient civilization ruins.
Taking it can elevate you to high-level warrior rank within a year. Practically demi-warlord tier.
He Yang's eyes widened. Ancient civilization serum? You're serious? The martial artist surnamed who shook his head. How would I know? But its effectiveness is truly remarkable.
Initially, I didn't believe it, but the person who gave me the potion was a team leader I'd worked with for many years. He said we could sign a contract and try the potion first. That's why I took it with a why-not mentality. But who would have thought? At this point, his voice grew excited. In just 2 short months, my strength surged by nearly 10,000 kilograms.
He Yang was completely convinced by the undeniable facts and eagerly asked, "Do you still have any of this potion left? How much does it cost?" "Not expensive, just 2 billion Chinese yuan.
The martial artist surnamed who clenched his fists and grinned. I was actually feeling the pinch earlier. But now it's clear this money was well spent. Even if there's no further improvement, with my current physical condition, I can earn back the cost in at most a year or 2. Old he, it's only because of our long-standing friendship that I'm willing to tell you this, there definitely won't be much of this potion available.
Buy it now.
If you don't have enough money, borrow some.
If that doesn't work, take out a loan." He Yang didn't hesitate. "I'll buy it." It wasn't just Ansheng.
Across the other satellite cities of the central China base city and even in the urban districts, the news of the gene potion, which had initially spread in small circles over 2 months, began to propagate at hurricane speed.
Its effects were simply too potent, martial artists couldn't resist it.
Those who got wind of the news and witnessed its results, even if it meant bankrupting themselves, were rushing to purchase it as eagerly as possible.
Lishui District's mega villa, the spacious third-floor balcony.
Xin Ping lounged in the swimming pool as he answered Qin Shan's call.
"Old Shan, we've got 20 martial artist orders today. Do you still have enough stock?"
Qin Shan said with a smile. From March until now, in just 8 days, the number of warriors seeking to purchase sea-level gene potions has skyrocketed. Xin Ping replied, "Don't worry, Captain.
There's enough, definitely enough." Hearing this,
Qin Shan felt much more at ease, but still hesitated before adding, "The number of warriors wanting to buy will only keep increasing from here on out, Old Shan.
You'd better mentally prepare yourself.
Money is secondary, what really matters is that once the news spreads completely, powerful forces from all over the world will surely come knocking, even those elite council members. This potion's impact will be enormous.
With our limited strength, we won't be able to hold on to it. The best solution is to partner with a powerful organization."
Xin Ping said with a solemn tone, "I understand. In a while, I plan to get in touch with the military and the Extreme Martial Arts Association. Once we reach a cooperation agreement, the other council members wouldn't dare to act recklessly."
Qin Shan nodded slightly. "Good that you understand. End communication."
Xin Ping rose from the bath, changed his clothes, and headed to the training hall. The martial arts hall in the Lishui district villa was far more spacious and better equipped than the one in Nanyuan residential area. He first spent 2 hours practicing saber techniques, repeatedly drilling the mastered ninefold thunder saber technique until his internal energy was nearly depleted. Then he swiftly began practicing the guiding technique to absorb the pure energy from the Muya crystal. The vastly superior quality of Moyer crystal energy not only nourished his body but also nurtured his spirit. More than 10 minutes passed. The body's cells reached absorption saturation.
Indeed, it's the wooden child crystal.
At this cultivation speed, within another month or 2, I'll be able to break through to planetary level 2. When the time comes, I'll conveniently reveal my true strength.
Chapter 36, Undercurrents from All Sides. Downtown Central China Base City. Extreme Club Tower. Executive Office.
Chen Yitong stood by the window, gazing at the distant skyscrapers with a furrowed brow. The club was about to undergo leadership reshuffling, and as expected, his position would soon change. The reason he had secured this post during the last reshuffle wasn't due to his competence but rather his personal ties with the chairman, who had given him a helping hand.
But no amount of connections could keep him in the executive position indefinitely.
After all, there were quite a few senior warriors eyeing the supervisor position, and in recent years his work performance had been merely adequate without any outstanding contributions. It would be difficult for him to get a word in with the chairman now.
Alas,
he let out a long sigh and turned back to sit in his office chair.
Bang!
Suddenly, the door burst open with force. Chen Yitong's face darkened with displeasure.
Even if rumors said he was leaving, he hadn't departed yet. Was this really how little respect they could show? Just as I raised my head to see who it was, a familiar voice rang in my ears. "Old Chen, why are you still sitting there?"
"Ah, President Jiang." Chen Yitong hastily stood up. "There's still some time before the leadership transition.
Sitting here shouldn't cause any trouble, right?" President Jiang furrowed his brows. "That's not what I'm talking about, it's about the new genetic serum." "What? A new type of gene serum?" Chen Yitong looked utterly bewildered. Seeing his expression, President Jiang immediately realized Chen Yitong hadn't heard the news yet and scolded, "Old Chen,
how have you been doing your job as a supervisor? You're completely unaware of such major news. Recently, rumors about a new type of gene serum have been circulating in the central China base city. Apparently, taking this serum can propel someone to high-level warrior rank in a short time without any side effects.
Shanitong's eyes widened in disbelief. A gene serum that can push someone to high-level warrior rank? That's impossible. Who's spreading this nonsense? President Jiang frowned. Several martial artists have personally experienced it, so it probably isn't fake. But regardless, you need to call the captain of the Gale Squad immediately. This matter originated with him. Shanitong was momentarily confused. How did this suddenly involve Qin Shan? But he reacted quickly, suddenly recalling Qin Shan's squad member Shin the war god, and immediately shuddered. He hastily dialed Qin Shan's number. Beep. After answering, without even pausing for breath, Shanitong demanded, "Old Qin, do you know anything about this new gene serum?" Qin Shan laughed heartily. "Old Chen, word has already reached your ears, huh? I was just about to tell you in a few days, the new gene potion being sold is actually mine." Shanitong, noticing the guild leader staring at him, quickly pressed further, "You're selling it? So the rumored effects of the new gene potion are all true?" "That's absolutely correct. Old Chen, let me be straight with you, the potion's effects are incredibly potent. Even high-ranking warriors like us can gain around 10,000 kilograms in punching power within 2 or 3 months of taking it. If you're interested in buying, I can give you an insider's half-price deal, 1 billion. Qin Shan said. Not only was Shanitong on good terms with him, but as the director of the Extreme Pavilion, his connections and status spoke for themselves. A half-price offer had actually been discussed with Shinping beforehand. How much? Half price is just 1 billion? Upon hearing this, Shanitong was dumbfounded once again. A genetic serum capable of breaking through to high-level war generals even with side effects has efficacy nearly rivaling the dragon blood resources of the Lima Dojo, and dragon blood sells for a staggering 80 billion. A moment later, the call ended. Listening in throughout, President Zhang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Old Chen, since you're on good terms with this Qin Shan, the matter of the new genetic serum is in your hands. Whatever it takes, secure an annual quota of 500 doses for me. As long as you pull this off, no one can touch your director position. Hell, the next term will be yours. Shanitong seemed as if he had been injected with adrenaline, brimming with energy, but the thought of 500 doses immediately deflated him. President, he said helplessly, if this serum truly lives up to what Qin Shan claims, organizations like the Thunder Dojo, the HR Alliance, the 5 major nations, and other factions will all scramble for it the moment word gets out. Even with my good rapport with Qin Shan, securing such a large share would be nearly impossible. Moreover, the production of such gene-enhancing serums is undoubtedly limited. The more precious a resource, the scarcer it tends to be. Take dragon blood, for example. It's tightly controlled by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, with only a minimal amount released for sale annually. President Jiang acknowledged that his initial demand was indeed excessive. A minimum of 100 doses, then, he compromised, and the Thunder Dojo mustn't outpace us in procurement. With that, he disappeared in a flash, leaving Shanitong no chance to object. Seeing this, Shanitong was speechless, but to secure his position as supervisor, he had no choice but to brace himself and personally seek out Qin Shan. News of the new gene potion spread like wildfire. After the first round of results were announced, word quickly passed from 1 martial artist to 10, and 10 to 100. Since they were all martial artists, who didn't have a few close friends and family? There was no way to keep the news under wraps. If President Jiang of the Extreme Martial Arts Gym received the news, then so did the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Gym, the HR Alliance, the Zhang Family Consortium, and naturally, the military as well. So the calls came in, some made to Qin Shan, others from martial artists who made personal visits after pulling strings for connections. Although many suspected that the source behind Qin Shan was likely Shinping, they didn't contact Shinping immediately. Since the other party hadn't explicitly mentioned it, showing up uninvited would be awkward unless they were particularly close. May 10th. The sky was gloomy, and a drizzle had been falling since 8 in the morning, showing no sign of stopping by noon. Shinping left the office, but before he could reach the restaurant downstairs, his communication wristband buzzed to life. Old Shin, I can't hold on anymore. There are too many people coming to inquire. I told them we can only supply 50 doses a month, and now they've cornered me at the neighborhood gate. Some of them are even combat gods. Qin Shan said with a grimace, you're the only one who can handle this now. Shinping chuckled, all right, I reckon the calls will start rolling in soon. Just hold them off for now, and don't budge on the 50 doses per month. To be honest, this quantity was already substantial, but compared to the vast number of martial artists out there, supply still fell far short of demand. Every faction was eager to secure a larger share, as each dose not only represented a high-ranking martial general but also held the potential for a breakthrough to combat god status. Hanging up the call, as he walked toward the dining room,
He opened the virtual interface, where text displayed industrial rewards. However, the family's evaluation wasn't high, merely a preliminary step, so the rewards were quite modest. If I want a substantial evaluation in industrial sectors this year, the profits will need to exceed 50 billion, or even reach the 100 billion level, Shin Ping silently speculated. These days, although many martial artists sought to purchase genetic agents, most signed contracts for pre-use of the agents, paying only a portion of the money upfront. The overall profits generated from the genetic agents weren't substantial yet. In response, he wasn't particularly concerned to truly make big money from genetic agents. The real large-scale orders would have to come from major global factions and organizations. After finishing the meal, the communication wristwatch vibrated again. Shin Ping glanced at it. It was an unfamiliar caller ID. After answering, a vigorous voice came through the wristwatch. Shin Ping, the god of war? I'm Jia Yi from Huaxia. You must have heard of me. Shin Ping perked up immediately and replied hurriedly, Counselor Jia, I know who you are. Jia Yi let out a hearty laugh and continued, these gene serums were obtained by you from ancient civilization ruins, weren't they? On behalf of Huaxia, I'd like to propose a collaboration, an annual supply of 200 gene serums. How does that sound? Chapter 037, Soaring Industry Profits. 200 serums per year would translate to 400 billion Huaxia currency in profits, an enormous sum. Yet for the nation, this amount was insignificant, especially considering these funds would be used to cultivate high-level martial warriors. Each additional high-level warrior meant increased strength for Huaxia against the monstrous threats. Thus Jia Yi felt slightly nervous after presenting the cooperation terms. In his view, selling gene serums of this caliber for 2 billion each was far too cheap. Major factions would undoubtedly scramble for them, inevitably driving prices up. Therefore, the other party might not be willing to supply such a large quantity. However, the voice on the other end of the phone replied directly, no problem. Jia Yi was momentarily stunned, then laughed, good, warrior Shin Ping is straightforward. Tomorrow I'll send someone to sign the contract with you, and the money will be transferred immediately to your exclusive martial artist account. Shin Ping nodded, alright, but Counselor Jia, I also have a small condition. Jia Yi, now in a rather good mood, said lightly, go ahead. I hope the National Military District Defense Lines can supply Pingwei Materials Corporation with at least 300 high-level beast generals every year. Just high-level beast generals? Jia Yi narrowed his eyes. Shin Ping smiled and said, if Counselor Jia is willing to have the military districts provide lord-level monster materials, then Pingwei Materials Corporation will gladly accept them all. Major forces worldwide are requiring monster materials, with the military being particularly in urgent need, so he knew Jia Yi wouldn't offer Lord-tier materials. Sure enough, Jia Yi said, Lord-tier monster materials are in tight supply, and I can't promise you anything. However, I'll instruct the military to make as many concessions as possible in the contract. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Shin Ping realized that his earlier mention of monster materials might have hinted at some of the ingredients for the genetic serum to Jia Yi, but he didn't care. After all, the serum could only be produced using a genetic synthesizer. There was no way the military could reverse engineer it. Back at the office, he called Captain Qin Shan to spread the word that Pingwei Materials Company had now partnered with the military, leaving only 400 doses of the gene serum available annually. Qin Shan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing the news, the other factions could no longer remain idle. They hurriedly took their cars to the Pingwei Materials Company headquarters to pay a visit in person. Faced with Shin Ping, a warrior at the pinnacle of battle prowess, they dared not adopt the same attitude they had toward Qin Shan. Their words were exceedingly polite, with some even bordering on flattery, all in the hopes of securing a larger share. Reception room. As he observed the representatives from Thunder Dojo, Extreme Dojo, and the HR Alliance, he smiled and gestured for everyone to take their seats to begin discussions. After everyone had taken their seats, Shin Pingkai then spoke unhurriedly, everyone, it's not that I'm unwilling to offer more shares, but the production of gene serums is extremely challenging. Our company's biopharmaceutical division was only established a few months ago, and currently, we can produce a maximum of 50 doses per month. Now there are only 400 left. He didn't finish his sentence. The manager of Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall called out, God of War Shin Ping, our Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall wants 100 doses. Chen Yitong refused to be outdone, declaring, my Limit Dojo also wants 100 doses. The representatives from the HR Alliance, as well as those from Europe and the United States, wore displeased expressions. With only 200 doses remaining and facing competition from the two major dojos, they knew they couldn't win the bidding. They could only negotiate to split the final 200 doses among themselves. A full 2 hours of fierce arguing, they had finally reached a satisfactory outcome. Tomorrow, military representatives will arrive to sign the contract.
Everyone should gather here then.
None of the delegates raised objections, and they promptly stood up to leave one after another. However, once they had gone far enough, Xinping's communication wristband began to vibrate.
Director Chen. Xinping wasn't surprised at all. Chen Yitong lowered his voice. God of War Xinping, I know you must still have reserves, more than 600 units annually, right?
For the sake of Mount Qin and our past cooperation, please increase the quota a little more. During the early days of Pingwei Materials Company's establishment, it was indeed Director Chen who provided the first weapon sales order worth 1 billion, which set the company on track.
Now, 2 or 3 years have passed. The situation shifted. Xinping couldn't possibly be inconsiderate.
Supervisor Chen, given our friendship, the most I can do is give you an additional 10 units quota per year. 10 units may seem insignificant, but these are essentially elixirs that allow one to advance close to the level of a war god. This was already an exceptionally generous return of favor.
Chen Yi beamed with delight.
Thank you, War God Xinping. With these 10 vials, he could finally deliver results to the association president.
No sooner had manager Chen hung up than the representative from Thunderbolt Dojo called.
After much pleading and persuasion, Xinping agreed to provide 3 more vials. Next came calls from HR Alliance, Europe, and America, but this time he refused to budge.
The next day,
the military and the 2 major dojos sent specialized legal consultants to sign contracts, which stipulated that these organizations must provide high-level beast general materials annually. While Pingwei Materials Company could purchase such materials themselves, their acquisitions above the beast general level had been limited. Previously, it was only through Xinping's hunting expeditions in the wilderness that the company had built its reputation. Secretary Lin went through the contract clause by clause with the company's legal counsel, arguing every point meticulously, even with military representatives, given that this was a multi-billion-dollar agreement.
After an entire day of negotiations, all contracts were finally signed. The moment the ink dried,
Xinping's exclusive martial artist account received a transfer of 1.2 trillion funds, making his heart swell with excitement.
Compared to the previous 10 billion industry profit, this was a 100-fold surge. Monopolizing economies still yield the fastest money. After sending off the various factions, he couldn't help but reflect both of the world's top martial arts institutes and the HR Alliance thrived on monopolistic economies. Even the 5 major nations couldn't interfere and could only choose cooperation.
Now, Pingwei Corporation had also secured a monopolistic hold over pharmaceuticals. Secretary Lin, please instruct all company executives to gather in the conference room for a meeting. The gene potion profits were only part of his plan. The true value lay in leveraging such resources to consolidate connections and influence.
Inside the conference room,
with a solemn expression, Xinping declared, "From now on, anyone selling monster materials to our company must receive not only payment but also our company's star rating, similar to the system used by Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Manager Huang, have the PR department draft a detailed proposal for this later. The higher your rank in our company, the greater your chance to exchange for genetic enhancement serums."
All the executives' faces lit up with excitement. They knew that once this news was announced, the company's performance in material procurement would soar dramatically. The meeting concluded.
"Darling," Liu Wei said, "now that our company is growing larger and our staff numbers keep increasing, we should bolster our security and protective measures."
Xinping understood what his wife was referring to.
With the spread of genetic serums, there would inevitably be forces attempting to infiltrate the company to spy and steal material formulas. In the past, the company's lax management hadn't been an issue, but now that wouldn't do.
Although they couldn't possibly steal the information, increasing security and preventive measures was absolutely necessary. "All right, I'll handle this matter." Walking out of the meeting room,
he couldn't wait to open the virtual panel when he went to the restroom.
Chapter 038, New Martial Arts Technique.
Your family business grows explosively, taking a solid and powerful step towards prosperity. Rewards: Flame Chapter Martial Arts Technique, 1 2nd Grade Origin Force Battle Blade, 10 Muya Crystals, 20 Plant Spirits. Bonus reward: S-Grade Gene Potion Formula, 1 Ancient Civilization Gravity Chamber.
Looking at the font, Xinping couldn't help but show excitement on his face.
Although he had guessed that this explosive profit surge in his business might earn him a fairly high evaluation, he never expected it would trigger a major step in his family's standing. This was a solid, substantial advancement to a whole new level. No wonder the rewards were so generous. Even martial arts techniques had appeared, and there was an additional type among the extra rewards. I've reached the peak of the ninefold Thunder Blade, so it's time to practice the Flame Chapter. While excited, his gaze fell on the reward, the Ancient Civilization Gravity Chamber. This item greatly assists warriors, as training under ultra-high gravity dramatically enhances their cultivation speed. Only the elite training camps of the Limit Dojo worldwide possess them. In China, consortium families must donate tens of billions just to compete for a single training camp spot, yet the competition remains fiercely intense.
"Now I have one too." He kept laughing without pause. After using the restroom,
Ping told his wife briefly, then drove back to the Lishua villa in the downtown area of Huazhong Bay City. After changing into his training clothes and entering the martial arts hall, he proceeded to claim his reward. Splash! Almost instantly, before his eyes floated clusters of glowing spheres containing rewards such as martial arts manuals, force combat blades, and Muya crystals. These glowing spheres could all be stored via mental command, extraordinarily convenient. He first placed the ancient civilization gravity chamber in the corner of the training hall. Then he walked inside. The gravity range of the ancient civilization gravity chamber was 0-8990 G. Belonging to the beginner-level model. A planetary stage level 1 warrior's internal organs and bones could withstand 1,000 times Earth's gravity. However, Ping's physical foundation was too weak, having never undergone gravity chamber training before, so initially he could only gradually adapt starting from 100 times gravity. When receiving the reward, information on how to use the gravity chamber was directly imprinted into his mind. He wasn't worried about being unfamiliar with its operation since he'd never used one before. Without hesitation, he adjusted the gravity to 100 times immediately. Bang! His shoulders suddenly sank under an invisible weight, a sinking sensation spreading through his muscles and skin. Ping endured this discomfort, retrieving the martial arts manual Blazing Fire chapter from the spatial wristband. The moment his fingers touched the manual, a flood of information surged straight into his mind. It took a full half-hour before the transmission finished. His head throbbed with a dull ache. This cultivation technique contains way too much content, it's practically all-encompassing. Sword techniques, movement techniques, cultivation methods, and it even includes detailed instructions on power exertion techniques. He browsed through them with obsessive fascination. In the following days, Ping stayed in the training hall the entire time, even turning off the communication function of his wristband. He instructed both his wife and Sui not to disturb him unless it was absolutely necessary. Europe. HR Alliance Council Headquarters. Many high-ranking figures had gathered for this meeting. Although no members of parliament were present, the standards were remarkably high. The decision-makers from key financial groups had nearly all arrived. The subject of their discussion was the new genetic serum developed by Pingwei Materials Corporation. These past few days, the medicinal effects have become evident, just as the martial artists from central China-based city described. After taking it, my physical fitness showed remarkable improvement in just half a month. According to estimates, gaining nearly 10,000 gene and punching power within 2 months shouldn't be an issue. As these words were spoken, the conference hall immediately erupted in an uproar. The high-level attendees whispered among themselves, their voices tinged with astonishment. If the efficacy of this gene serum was indeed genuine, then a single dose could create a warrior nearing the strength of a war god. With barely over 3,000 war gods in the entire world, possessing such a serum, let alone mass-producing it, meant that even a mere 1% breakthrough rate from its use would yield 10 new war gods per 1,000 doses. It could be said, whoever possesses the genetic serum will hold a certain degree of influence within the Hall of War Gods. Silence. The alliance leader slammed the table and said, "We still don't know whether the genetic serum has side effects. I propose sending a team to central China-based city to infiltrate Pingwei Material Company first. If no side effects are confirmed after 1 year of usage, we can then attempt to obtain its formula." Seconded. I second the motion. Most of the key decision-makers agreed, though a few raised concerns. Ping is already at the peak of war god level. If he discovers we've sent infiltrators, he might immediately terminate cooperation with our HR alliance. Good point. Ping is a combat god from Extreme Martial Arts Gym, and our HR alliance can't use forceful measures against him. So I think it's better to build a good relationship with him and deepen our cooperation. I agree. Many consortiums in China have joined our HR alliance. Since Ping has established his own company, he'll likely be open to cooperation. With our vast financial resources, pulling him into our fold isn't impossible. The two sides quickly started arguing. Seeing this, the presiding officer could only halt the meeting for now, preparing to report this matter to the council members for their decision. Similar incidents were simultaneously occurring across all major powers and influential factions. After all, the effects of the gene serum were too potent. Anyone could recognize the immense value hidden behind it. Even setting aside other considerations, just the potential to increase the number of war gods alone was irresistible in its temptation. Inside the gravity chamber, after more than 20 days of adaptation, Ping had already adjusted the gravity to over 800 times normal. Under such intense Earth-like gravitational force, his muscles, bones, and even the deeper cellular levels of his body were profoundly affected. Merely standing for a short while caused massive energy depletion within him.
pushing himself to the absolute limit.
When he could endure no longer, he hastily sat cross-legged, retrieving a Muya crystal to absorb its vibrant, life-filled energy. As the crystal's power surged through him, his body began rapidly evolving.
Absorption complete.
He stood up again and began practicing the saber technique, 12 Flames of the Inferno, from the Blazing Flames chapter. This saber technique far surpassed the ninefold thunder saber. Cultivating it to the pinnacle could unleash a 36-fold explosive force. Moreover, the movements of this saber technique allowed a martial artist to enter a state of extreme focus, facilitating the fusion of genetic energy with spirit and body. For martial artists with high comprehension, this technique could even serve as a gateway to the realm of mastery.
The foundational movements of the technique weren't overly complex, there were 36 in total.
However, without specialized guidance from the martial manual, achieving proficiency would be exceedingly difficult. Shen Ping had been diligently studying and practicing the instructions from the manual every day, steadily increasing his mastery of the movements.
Whoosh! A moment later,
after completing the 24 movements, the freshly saturated cells in his body were once again completely depleted, forcing him to continue absorbing Mayan crystals. This cycle repeated, and the Mayan crystals were rapidly consumed. Another 10 days passed.
He completely mastered all 36 movements.
Finally attained basic proficiency in this blade technique, though mastering the first strike will likely still take quite some time, he mused.
Stepping out of the gravity chamber,
Shen Ping took a cold shower, rinsing off the sweat clinging to his body before changing into fresh clothes and heading downstairs to the living room. Lately, he had been completely immersed in training within the gravity chamber, focusing primarily on mastering the basics of the blazing saber technique.
Chapter 39, Laying the Foundation. In the living room,
the large TV screen was broadcasting recent major events in Huaxia country, mostly footage of the Huaxia military achieving overwhelming victories in battles against monsters. Every day around 7 p.m., this program would air nationwide, aiming to boost morale and inspire the people.
Suyin, dressed in a pink casual outfit, sat on the sofa playing with the child while occasionally glancing at the screen.
The sound of footsteps came from the staircase. She turned her gaze and, seeing Shen Ping approach, quickly stood up and somewhat awkwardly called out, "Husband, have you finished your training?" Shen Ping nodded, walked over to the couch, gently tapped the child's cheek with his fingers, then gestured for the maid nearby to take the child away for care. He then plopped down on Suyin's left side, wrapping his arms around her as he asked with concern, "How's your health been lately?"
Suyin's cheeks flushed slightly as she instinctively touched her stomach and replied, "The doctor says I'm perfectly healthy.
Even marital relations are fine now, all thanks to that medicinal wine you made, hubby." Ever since the rewards of spiritual herbs became more abundant, he'd taken to steeping 1 or 2 portions into medicinal wine for both his wife and Suyin to drink. This mild yet potent tonic continuously improved their physical constitutions over time. Shen Ping felt a warmth stir within him. In recent times, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, neglecting all other aspects of life, let alone enjoying marital pleasures with his wife. But the thought of the child growing in Suyin's belly made him suppress this fleeting desire.
"Take your time, I'll keep you company properly after you've given birth."
He planted a kiss on Suyin's forehead and whispered softly, "Of course, if you really can't hold back, we can go gentle tonight for one round."
Suyin's delicate, petite earlobes quickly flushed pink.
Gnawing at her lips, she nodded slowly. Having just begun experiencing intimacy with Shen Ping, she still harbored an insatiable longing. Once tasting sweetness, one always craves more. While the two were whispering to each other, Li Yuewei returned home from work at the company. Seeing Shen Ping and Suyin snuggled together, she smiled without minding.
Stretching lazily, she said, "I'm exhausted.
The company has been piled with work lately. I really need to hire a few more secretaries soon. Xiao Lin alone simply can't handle everything."
Hearing this,
Shen Ping pondered and said, "Indeed, we need to hire a few more people. I'll add 2 more to my office as well. You can make use of them when I'm not around."
"Got it,"
Li Yuewei replied, picking up a washed apple from the coffee table and taking a couple of bites before adding, "By the way, dear, Captain Qin has come to the company looking for you several times, and the head of the Zhang family has been visiting our company quite frequently lately.
It's probably about the potion."
After Pingwei Materials Corporation signed contracts with several major factions, news of the genetic potion spread thoroughly throughout the central China-based city and even within the War God Palace. Not only have domestic financial groups and families come knocking, but even other war gods from the War God Palace have been trying to call Shen Ping. Unfortunately, lately, his communication has been completely unreachable. Even the company couldn't locate him. "I'll go to the company in a few days to deal with things." Shen Ping estimated that Qin Shan's stock of potions had been nearly exhausted during this period, so it was time to produce more.
This would also be a good opportunity to test the effects of the newly rewarded S-grade genetic potion. They chatted for a while. The villa servants soon brought out the prepared dishes one by one. During the meal,
Li Yuewei continued discussing company matters. Recently, the reputation of Pingwei Materials Company had grown increasingly prominent in central China-based city, attracting numerous corporate leaders from various industries seeking collaborations. Most of them aimed to expand their connections rather than purely focusing on business deals. While Shen Ping listened quietly, his mind was calculating the next steps. This time, the company's industry profits exceeded 1 trillion Chinese yuan. It would be nearly impossible to see another explosive surge in the short term. Even if the effects of the S-grade genetic potion could help high-level martial generals break through to the war god level, he had no intention of selling it openly. After all, the C-grade genetic potion was already more than enough to satisfy global demand for quite some time. Thus, if he wanted to continue earning rewards in the industry, he would have to focus on foundational growth. My body's genetic primal energy isn't far from breaking through to the second stage. Based on the enhancement speed in the gravity chamber, it should take no more than 4 or 5 days to reach the breakthrough. With the 9th level of Ninefold Thunderblade, coupled with the conceptual level mastery of both blade technique and movement, I should be able to join the ranks of first-tier council members. That's more than enough to establish a faction. Establishing a faction isn't just about having strength. Resources are equally crucial. Without them, members of the organization would lack cohesion. Why do the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and Thunder Martial Arts Hall command such loyalty among martial artists? On one hand, it's due to the prestige and power of the world's top 2 strongest figures. On the other hand, it's because they control substantial resources. If it weren't for the pharmaceutical formula, Shen Ping wouldn't be in such a hurry to lay the foundation of his own faction. But now, with monopoly resources at his disposal and personal strength to back him up, there's simply no need to train martial artists for other organizations. On the morning of June 5th, Shen Ping arrived at the company's biopharmaceutical department. All members of the Whirlwind Squad were present. Seeing Shen Ping, they all stood up to greet him. Old Shen, Brother Shen, Captain Qin Shan said, "These are the newcomers from our team. I brought them here today to broaden their horizons and pick up a couple of standard genetic boosters for them. An ordinary gene serum could enable a martial artist to break through to the rank of battle general within a few months, even approaching intermediate battle general level. This would save Li Yichen and Xuejin a great deal of time and arduous training for their improvement." Shen Ping laughed heartily. "We're all family here. Just take 2 bottles later." Qin Shan glanced at the 2 new members. Li Yichen and Xuejin quickly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Shen." Shen Ping waved his hand dismissively, then looked towards Mu Yang and Zhou Qiang. "What about you two? Must be high-level warriors by now?" Mu Yang grinned and said, "Thanks to Brother Shen's blessings, I reached high-level warrior status 10 days ago." At this moment, Qin Shan suddenly pressed his palm heavily on Mu Yang's shoulder. This guy hit the jackpot with timing. To be a high-level warrior at such a young age, breaking through to war god status won't be difficult for him in the future. Mu Yang's face still flushed with excitement as he replied, "Captain, don't praise me too much. Compared to Brother Shen, I'm nothing special. Go away. You actually dare compare yourself to old Shen?" Zhou Qiang rolled his eyes. Qin Shan chuckled. "Alright, enough with the jokes, Xiangzi. You guys go check out the company building. Old Shen and I have something to discuss." Mu Yang, Zhou Qiang, and the other 2 tactfully left. Only then did Qin Shan speak up. "Old Shen, about the matter you asked me to handle last time, it's done. For Pingwei material security issues, I've recruited a few retired intermediate-level warrior fighters. I'm also planning to appoint Yu Tai as the leader of this security team." Yu Tai was another member of their squad. Last time in the wilderness area, his leg was severed during an attack. Although he had a prosthetic installed, his strength was far from what it used to be. But now with the gene potion, even with a severed leg, his strength could reach the level of an average high-ranking warrior. "I'll cover the cost of the potion for him first." Shen Ping shot Qin Shan an annoyed look. "Captain, aren't you mocking me here? Besides, old Yu is more stubborn than a mule. If he finds out you covered the money, he'd probably rather die than come to me." Qin Shan sighed helplessly. "Fair point. Forget it. We'll just have to explain it clearly to him when the time comes." The 2 men chatted as they arrived at the top floor of the company. No one without proper clearance could access this level. Shen Ping turned into a room, then withdrew the prepared potions from his spatial wrist device. "Captain, here's the batch for the next month. Additionally, there's one more advanced dose capable of elevating a high-ranking battle general to intermediate-level war god. You should take this one first. Don't rush to refuse, Captain. Only after you break through to war god can you continue assisting me properly. Let me say something. Successfully advanced to the first round. Thank you all for your support. The second round will start the day after tomorrow, and it's crucial. It will determine whether this book can continue. The author begs everyone to keep following the updates. As for extra chapters, there will be continuous explosive updates after the book goes on sale. Bow. Chapter 040, The Beast Wave Erupts. Qin Shan's eyes widened in astonishment. Previously believing that C-grade genetic enhancers already boasted formidable effects, he never expected Shen Ping to possess even more advanced variants, ones capable of breaking through to intermediate war god tier. Even ordinary war god level warriors commanded immense respect within base cities, with every corporate conglomerate and family across the nation treating them with deference. An intermediate war god could hold high-ranking positions within either of the two great martial halls, becoming figures that every global faction would actively seek to recruit.
Snapped out of it. Looking at the potion Shinping handed over, Qin Shan's breathing grew heavy.
Faced with a potion of this level, no one could resist its allure. But he understood just how enormous this favor was. Even if he repaid it with an equivalent sum of money, the weight of the debt would remain. In the end, he reached out and grasped the potion. Raising his gaze to meet Shinping's, he said solemnly, "Old Shin, I won't waste words on empty gratitude.
If there's anything you need me to do, just say the word."
Shinping clapped Qin Shan on the shoulder and grinned.
"Captain, between brothers like us, it's all about lifting each other up.
If it were you who'd found the ancient civilization ruins, I know you'd help me too, and Muyang and the others as well.
So don't feel like you owe me anything or carry this as baggage. That's not what I want to see." Hearing this,
Qin Shan took a deep breath, punched Shinping's chest with his fist, and laughed. "You suddenly pulled out this kind of potion. How could I not lose my composure?"
Seeing the captain's expression,
Shinping said with a relaxed tone, "Come on, let's find another place to talk."
The two took the elevator to his office.
After sitting down and drinking another cup of tea, he resumed their previous conversation.
"Old Shin, the emergence of C-grade genetic potions has sparked competition among major factions for shares, but they ultimately can't produce war gods and won't attract attention from the council level. However, that S-grade genetic potion you revealed earlier is entirely different."
Qin Shan's expression turned grave. If word gets out about it, even council members would be shaken. Breaking through to mid-level war god in a short time means that if given to a young, talented martial artist, it could save them considerable time, allowing them to focus on blade techniques and movement skills. In the future, they would have a better chance of advancing to the council level without missing their prime cultivation period. Apart from this, if any organization could master such a drug, it would quickly attract martial artists from around the world, because everyone wants to break through to war god.
Shinping nodded. "Captain, I understand its value.
That's why I don't plan to openly sell the S-grade gene serum like before."
Qin Shan's brow relaxed slightly. "Good. Resources for breaking through to war god, most major factions likely have them, though they're scarce."
"Old Shin, you could treat this serum as your company's strategic reserve, using it to recruit top talent." Shinping gave a faint hum and continued, "This is exactly what I wanted to tell you. Before, Muyang mentioned that C-grade genetic serums could be used to establish something like a mercenary force.
That got me thinking at the time.
Now that we have S-grade genetic serums, that idea can actually be put into practice."
"Oh, what idea do you have?"
"I plan to establish a martial arts school."
"What? Establishing a martial arts school?" Qin Shan was taken aback.
Seeing that Shinping didn't seem to be joking, he hesitated and said, "Old Shin, the two major global martial arts schools have long been deeply rooted in people's minds. There haven't been no forces, even countries, that attempted to open martial arts schools before, but without exception, they all failed.
Since the Great Cataclysm, the Limit Dojo and Thunder Dojo have been established in every base city across the globe, becoming deeply rooted.
Most importantly, they are home to the world's first and second strongest martial artists, and therefore command immense prestige." As he spoke, he lightly shook his head. "It's very difficult for a newly established dojo to gain a foothold.
You might not even be able to recruit any martial artists to join."
Shinping knew the captain was stating facts.
He shrugged and said, "How would I know if I don't try?
Besides, I don't intend to challenge the status of these two major dojos.
I just want to cultivate my own force. At worst, I'll establish it only in the Huazhong base city." After listening,
Qin Shan pondered for a moment before saying, "If that's the case, it might be worth a try." Though Shinping had decided to establish a martial arts school as his foundation for development, he wasn't in a hurry. He first had Qin Shan return to consume the genetic serum and waited for his breakthrough to the war god level before proceeding with the plan. The days passed one by one. The uproar caused by the genetic serum gradually subsided, but the number of factions seeking cooperation with Pingwei Materials Company only increased. Shinping took time to meet with the head of the Zheng family. Given their past cooperation and the fact that the villa in Lishui district was a gift from the Zheng family, he eventually agreed to sell 2 doses of the genetic serum to them.
After handling numerous miscellaneous tasks,
he left the base city and headed towards the Taihang Mountains, partly to collect the medium lord-level materials needed for the S-grade gene serum, and also to train in the wildfire movement technique from the Flame chapter. This technique emphasized the harmony between the body and the spatial environment even more than the flowing light from the ninefold Thunderblade. With the support of his realm-level movement skills, he quickly mastered the basics of wildfire. Time soon reached August. The rainy season arrived in central China's base city. On the 2nd, torrential rain poured down relentlessly, and the skies above the entire base city were shrouded in gloomy black clouds. The occasional flash of lightning seemed to tear open the jaws of some colossal beast,
Li Shui Villa. Xinping was sitting on the sofa watching TV with Suyin.
Her belly had grown noticeably larger, making daily tasks increasingly inconvenient. Moreover, pregnancy often brings emotional fluctuations, so she particularly needed companionship. Back when his wife Liu Wei was pregnant, he had made time to accompany her almost daily. Now that Xiaoyin was carrying their child, it was only natural to divide his attention equally. Buzz. Suddenly, his communications wristband vibrated. He glanced at it. Seeing it was Commander Chu from the military district's defense line, he rose and stepped outside the living room to answer the call.
Commander Chu, God of War Xinping, I hope I'm not disturbing you? Not at all. What is it, Commander Chu? Please go ahead. Over the phone, Chief Chu said gravely, here's the situation. Recently, the mutant beasts deep within the Taihang Mountains have been unusually restless. Even at the periphery, we're spotting Lord-level specimens. Based on our past experience and field survey data, the Taihang Mountains are highly likely to spawn a beast tide. That's why I called, to give you advance notice. If the beast tide erupts, we hope Battle God Xinping can rush to reinforce the military district's defense lines. In China, both land-based and aerial mutant beast populations form tides that attack military defense lines annually. Last year, the northern military district encountered several beast tides, though all were third-tier threats, nothing too severe. Xinping guessed this one would likely be third-tier too. Second-tier beast tides were comparatively rare, mostly concentrated around mid-September. Don't worry, Chief Chu, I'll head there immediately when the time comes. End of communication. He thought to himself that if a beast tide emerged, it would be the perfect opportunity to showcase his true strength and intimidate all factions across the globe. With my planetary level second-tier strength, dealing with lord-level monsters is as easy as splitting melons and chopping vegetables. During the beast tide, I'll kill as many monsters as I can to lighten the burden on the soldiers defending the military zone. Yet, only 3 days later, Chief Chu called again, his voice tinged with urgency. Battle God Xinping, the Taihang mountain range is facing a level 2 beast tide this time. Please come as quickly as possible. Chapter 041. Where did this council-level fighter come from? If this were a war base on the Southeast Military District's defense line, a level 2 beast tide wouldn't pose significant pressure. With the government and military support, along with the combat gods dispatched by the two major martial arts associations, it could be resolved relatively easily. However, for the Northern Military District, which had fewer elite fighters, a level 2 beast tide represented a substantial onslaught, causing defensive pressure to skyrocket, especially during this period in August, when the military district hadn't yet deployed additional combat gods, relying solely on the soldiers, officers, and stationed military combat gods along the defense line would result in heavy casualties. Thus, in addition to calling Xinping, Commander Chu of the military district immediately contacted the presidents of the two major martial arts associations in the base city, requesting them to deploy combat gods for reinforcement. Upon receiving the phone call, Xinping immediately boarded his saucer-shaped fighter aircraft and swiftly headed towards the military defense line in the Taihang Mountains. This aircraft was purchased at the auction of the War God Palace. Though not as comfortable as smart fighters, its speed was decent. Less than half an hour later, the saucer-shaped fighter aircraft arrived above the military defense line situated at a canyon on the edge of the Taihang Mountains. Whoosh! The aircraft hatch swung open. His black god combat suit automatically formed into battle attire and a helmet, completely encasing his body. Twin flames flickered faintly in his eyes as he gazed downward. Below the defensive line's mountain range, the ground swarmed with an overwhelming tide of land monsters. From the dense forest canopy, swarms of avian sky monsters erupted continuously. The creatures came in terrifying variety, familiar wolf and tiger types, boar-like beasts, alongside rarer eagle and fox variants. Yet the ironclad fire ants and black-horned sheep dominated numerically, comprising nearly half the horde. Among them slithered other grotesque mutations, clear evidence that since the Great Nirvana, terrestrial beasts too spawned frightening new abominations. Of course, compared to the variety of sea monsters, land monsters are far fewer in type. Boom, boom, boom. The defensive line roared with artillery fire, tearing swarms of siege monsters into mincemeat. But these weapons only worked against beast soldiers and generals. When it came to lord-level beasts, the base had no choice but to target and eliminate them with laser cannons. However, laser cannons are ultimately operated by humans. Even a war god needs neural reaction speed, and the velocity of medium and high-level lords is extremely fast. They can easily dodge the laser cannon's targeted shots. This is precisely why military defense lines must be stationed with high-level war gods. Without them, human soldiers simply cannot eliminate the most threatening lord-level creatures. In the era of base cities, the development of human technological weapons was still too slow. We could only rely on weapon fragments salvaged from ancient civilization ruins to produce high-powered laser cannons. If not for the two mighty warriors, Hong and Thunder God, negotiating with the king-class beasts,
military zones would face even more frequent beast tides every year. Xinping stepped out of the hatch, hovering mid-air as he gazed at the sea of beasts below. His desire to grow stronger intensified at this sight. Anyone witnessing such a scene would experience a baptism of the soul, for this was war between species. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, flames erupted across his body like a descending pillar of fire as he plunged toward the densely packed monster horde in the mountain range. The moment he neared the surface beasts, a second-grade Origin Force combat blade, the flaming saber, materialized in his hand. With a flash of fiery blade light, a roaring mid-level Lord-class beast collapsed thunderously. Plop, plop, plop. Xinping's figure flickered like a ghostly shadow as he darted among hordes of monsters. Every time his flames streaked across the sky, another Lord-level beast fell dead. As one Lord-level monster after another collapsed, a high-tier avian lord soon locked onto him. Yet before it could close the distance, its skull was shattered by the blazing saber. These thick-skinned high-tier lords with formidable defenses crumbled like tofu before his second-order Origin Force blade. Brothers, charge! Officers and soldiers on the defense base platform erupted in excited cheers at the sight. Originally overwhelmed by the pressure of dealing with the Lord-level beast's assault, they now had no need to worry about them, thanks to this flame-wielding powerhouse who'd appeared out of nowhere. All they needed to do was unleash their full firepower to obliterate waves of commander and soldier-level mutants. Tap tap tap. Without the disturbance of Lord-level monsters, against the thermal weapons of the base's defense line, the hordes of beast generals and beast soldiers were nothing more than targets, unable to even reach the base's edge. At this moment, within the base's command hall, Commander Chu of the military district methodically directed various squads to eliminate the most threatening monsters. However, when he suddenly spotted the appearance of the flaming warrior, he was momentarily stunned before exclaiming joyfully, "A warrior beyond the war god realm has arrived." Splendid! With the assistance of such an assembly-level powerhouse, we'll easily survive this second-level beast tide. The faces of the other officers lit up with excitement one after another. Nationwide, level 2 beast tides only erupted 5 or 6 times a year. For their northern military district, encountering 2 annually was already considered frequent most years. They faced just one around October. With this outbreak happening ahead of schedule, it was unlikely another would occur later in the year. I wonder which faction this council-level powerhouse belongs to. An officer couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked. Chief Chu shook his head. I'm not sure either. Both the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall are fully aware of our military district's capabilities. They wouldn't send an inspector for a level 2 beast tide. And as for the national government, they're even less likely to intervene. It must be a reclusive parliament member, probably just passing through here. There are only slightly over 50 parliament members globally, and none would act lightly. Not to mention a Tier 2 beast tide. Even the Tier 1 beast tide in the Southeast Military District wouldn't prompt a parliament member to intervene. Only in the case of a disaster-level beast tide, when a king-class monster attacks, would a parliament-level powerhouse take action. Commander Chu, our Limit Dojo's war god has already arrived. Our Thunder Dojo's war god will be here shortly. The presidents of the 2 major martial arts associations called Chief Chu one after another. Soon, 2 disc-shaped fighter jets landed on the tarmac of the base's defensive line, and several war gods stepped out in succession. Chief Chu hastily went forward to greet them. After a brief handshake, the president of Thunderbolt Martial Arts Association said, "Given the urgency of the situation, let's not waste time." President Jiang, do you dare compete to see who can kill more Lord-level monsters? President Jiang snorted, "Bring it on. My Limit Dojo fears no challenge from your Thunder Dojo." The 2 major dojos often clashed, competing over anything and everything. Commander Chu had long grown accustomed to it. However, this time, he quickly interjected, "Ladies and gentlemen, we already have a parliamentary-level expert assisting us. Your task," he gestured toward the base's perimeter, "is to guard the defensive line and eliminate any stray Lord-class monsters." The 2 dojo presidents spoke in unison, "A parliamentary-level expert?" With that, they exchanged a glare before immediately rushing to the highest vantage point of the defensive line. Peering ahead, they saw a figure wreathed in flames carving through the endless tide of monsters in the distant mountain range, slaughtering the Lord-class beasts with terrifying efficiency. Chapter 42, Recruitment and the Martial Arts School. So this truly is an existence that surpasses war gods. The heads of the 2 major martial arts schools exchanged looks of astonishment. Under normal circumstances, council-level powerhouses rarely participated in the battles against beast tides. Such elite fighters would only take action when disaster-level beast tides erupted, when king-class monsters assaulted military defense lines. For a level 2 beast tide like this, with the joint efforts of several high-level warlords and the firepower suppression from the defensive line base, it can definitely be held off. Flame abilities, could it be Councilwoman Far? Don't joke around. Why would Councilwoman Far from the HR Alliance come to China to help fend off the beast tide? as the two speculated about the council members' identity. The number of monsters emerging from the mountain range kept increasing, including the appearance of a seven-tailed marten fox. With lightning speed, it dashed out from the mountains in the blink of an eye and leaped before the frontline base. If this Lord-class monster broke through into the heart of the military base, the casualties among soldiers would be disastrous. Hurry, stop it, Chief Chu urgently shouted into his earpiece. The heads of the two major martial arts associations and the war gods they brought immediately took action. However, there was one figure faster than them all. Just as the seven-tailed marten fox was about to dart away again, a fiery blade light flashed, instantly killing the creature. Only then did President Jiang and the others clearly see the face of the flaming figure. General Shen, the war god Shen Ping? The two association presidents froze in place. They never could have imagined that this existence surpassing even war gods would turn out to be Shen Ping from Pingwei Materials Corporation. Hovering midair before the group, Shen Ping smiled faintly. President Jiang, President Wu, now's not the time for daydreaming. With that, he transformed into a streak of fiery light and charged toward the horde of monsters once more. The beast tide wouldn't cease anytime soon. Even though he had slain no small number of Lord-grade monsters, it wasn't enough to deter those frenzied beasts. Watching the flaming figure vanish into the distance, the two guild leaders finally snapped out of their daze, utterly astounded. Shen Ping actually broke through to the council member level? That upgrade speed is downright unbelievable. He'd only earned the title of high-level war god at the beginning of this year, and now, just over 6 months later, he's already a council member? Though the peak of war god is just one step away from council member, that single step is a massive chasm. Globally, only about 50 people have managed to cross it. Numerous war gods whose physical stats long reach the peak have been stuck for years without breaking through. Delays spanning several years are perfectly common. It must be treasure from an ancient civilization ruins. Almost instinctively, both of them recalled the ancient civilization ruins in South America. Only ruins could yield those new gen gene serums. Only ruins could possess treasures capable of helping martial artists break through to the council member level. That god of war Shen Ping, no, Counselor Shin now, has really hit the jackpot. Once again, they couldn't help but feel envious. One can only envy such things, as discovering ancient civilization relics often comes down to sheer luck. Take Hong and Thunder God for example, they managed to surpass war god status within just a few years during the Grand Nirvana period. Apart from their innate talents, the key factor was obtaining treasures from ancient civilization ruins. Thanks to the assistance of council member Shin Ping, the defense base weathered this level 2 beast tide with remarkable ease. By dawn the next day, when the beast tide ended, the base recorded its lowest soldier casualties since its establishment, and not a single war god was injured. Thank you, Counselor Shen. Although Chief Chu knew that given Shin Ping's current strength, this assistance might be a one-time offer, he remained genuinely grateful from the bottom of his heart. Shin Ping waved his hand. No need for formalities, Chief Chu. Aside from the high-level Lord-class beasts, I'll donate the other monster materials to the nation. I hope our soldiers can be better equipped with defensive weapons. Chief Chu saluted him in military fashion. That same midday, the news of a new planetary counselor emerging globally spread like wildfire. Forces including the Extreme Martial Arts School, Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, the 5 major nations, and the HR Alliance immediately learned that Shin Ping had broken through to the counselor level. Amidst their shock and envy, they flooded him with congratulatory calls. Counselor Shen, congratulations, congratulations. Jiai, China's planetary counselor, personally visited to offer congratulations, radiating genuine enthusiasm. Shin Ping modestly exchanged a few polite words in response. Then the two sat on the villa rooftop, chatting over tea. During the conversation, Counselor Jia extended an olive branch. Shin Ping, now that you've broken through to the counselor level, according to Horizon martial arts rules, you'll be granted the position of 6th Enforcer, and we'll hold an Enforcer inauguration ceremony. But I hope you'll come to Huaxia. If you're willing to join, I guarantee you the highest privileges, command of one of Huaxia's special operations teams with full autonomy. And whenever the nation discovers treasures or ruins, you'll be the first notified with priority selection rights. Shin Ping declined politely. Counselor Jia, I appreciate your kindness. Should the nation require my assistance, I will certainly help. But as for joining you, I must apologize, I have other plans. In response, Jia Yi wasn't overly disappointed. He knew that recruiting counselors from the Lima Dojo was notoriously difficult, as Hong controlled numerous treasures that could elevate warriors to the counselor level, resources the state simply couldn't provide. They chatted a while longer. Jia Yi soon departed, and scarcely had he left when Qin Shan arrived right after. Entering the villa, Qin Shan asked in a low voice, Olchen, I'm not interrupting your reception of other guests, am I? Shin Ping joked with a smile. Counselor Jia Yi of our Huaxia nation was just here. Ah. Qin Shan was startled and quickly said, then you should go attend to him. I'm in no hurry, I'll sit for a while first.
It's already gone.
Shin Ping gave Qin Shan a pat on the shoulder and chuckled, relax, don't be nervous.
I doubt anyone's coming at this hour.
Qin Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief and offered his congratulations, old Shin. Congratulations on becoming an existence that transcends even a martial god. With that, he continued teasingly, tisk tisk, never thought I, Qin Shan, could have such a friend. You wouldn't believe it, after news broke of you becoming a council member, my comm bracelet nearly got blown up by all the calls. Probably Yang Mu, Xiangzi, Yute, and the others are all the same. In ancient China, there was a saying that when one man attains enlightenment, even his pets ascend to heaven. Now that Shin Ping had broken through to become a council member, the status and prestige of his family and friends would naturally rise with him.
Captain, you didn't come here just to flatter me, did you?
Shin Ping laughed and joked, if that's the case, then say more, I love hearing it. Qin Shan rolled his eyes. He knew very well that Shin Ping wasn't that kind of person. So, he straightened up and got to the point. Last month, I broke through to war god level. After training and consolidating my strength these past days, I should be able to hunt a lord level monster and pass the war god palace's assessment.
Should we start preparing to establish a martial arts hall? Shin Ping nodded. We can start preparing now. With the news of my counselor position spreading, we'll be able to attract many martial artists' attention to the martial arts school. Qin Shan asked, have you decided on a name for the martial arts school?
Shin Ping stood up and paced back and forth in the living room before finally saying, let's call it Blazing Wind Martial Arts School.
Chapter 043, Unexpected Surprise. The night was deep.
The bright moon hung high in the sky. Inside the gravity chamber of the villa's cavernous training hall, after finishing his cultivation session, Shin Ping opened the virtual panel. Having displayed strength at the parliamentary level this time, he estimated his family assessment wouldn't be too low. Splash! The virtual interface slowly materialized. A new line of text came into view before his eyes. You assisted the military defense line in resisting a level 2 beast tide. Your family's reputation gradually rose in the central China base city, and their global fame skyrocketed, taking a firm and powerful stride toward prosperity. Rewards, 10 Muya crystals, 20 portions of vegetation spirits, the first form of blazing flame saber technique, and the first level of wildfire movement technique. Bonus SS grade genetic potion recipe, auxiliary plant life, flaming starflower sapling. Seeing the rewards, his pupils involuntarily constricted sharply. The first line of rewards held no major surprises, but unexpectedly, the additional rewards actually included the auxiliary plant life. This was completely beyond his expectations. From genetic potion formulas to the gravity chamber last time, and now auxiliary plant life. Could it be that the additional rewards randomly offered good items? Shin Ping couldn't help but speculate. Auxiliary plant life is truly a marvelous treasure that can significantly enhance one's combat prowess in all aspects. Once bonded to its master, it will never betray, becoming a lifelong companion. Such a resource holds immense value even across the cosmos. Claim, without hesitation. He directly recited it in his heart. Splash! Instantly, a flood of insights and experiences related to Blazing 12 Swords and Prairie Fire surged through his mind. By absorbing and digesting these realizations, there was no need for arduous training. Regular practice alone would suffice to master them completely. Apart from this, there were also the wooden spirit crystals, herbal essences, as well as medicinal formulas and, finally, the auxiliary plant life companions. The other rewards were swiftly stored away. His gaze fell upon the floating ember star flower, a vibrant, blazing crimson plant densely covered with barbed thorns, its stem crowned with 3 fiery-hued leaves, strikingly beautiful to behold. Shin Ping cautiously reached out to touch it. Instantly, the thorns on the leaf surface pierced his skin, greedily drinking his blood until, satiated moments later, they retracted like a contented belch. In that very instant, a fragile bond formed between him and this symbiotic plant lifeform. A flood of knowledge about the ember star flower surged into his mind. Such plant lifeforms are exceedingly rare in the cosmos. Legends claim they emerge as symbiotic flora when ember star behemoths devour stars. Possessing terrifying devouring and corrosive digestive abilities, once bonded, they can coalesce into blazing ember star armor upon their host's body, a defense of formidable resilience. Ha! Excellent, truly excellent. Though I'll have another mouth to feed with my Xing crystals now, with this plant's assistance, my combat power will experience a substantial surge. He was exhilarated. Judging from the information, the flaming starflower was considerably stronger than the cloudvine in terms of offensive capabilities, though it lacked the latter's resilience and vitality. In battle, it could easily be damaged or destroyed by enemies, but if utilized properly, its supportive combat power would surpass even that of the cloudvine. He took out 2 Myaxing crystals to feed the flaming starflower, and its 2 leaves danced with exuberance. Being still in its juvenile stage, it was easily satiated. After practicing the fiery blade technique in the training hall for a while, he took a shower in the bathroom and then returned to the master bedroom. Li Yuewei was still awake, flipping through the latest magazine. She wore a silky pink and white nightgown, reclining sideways against the edge of the bed with her voluptuous hip curves perfectly facing the doorway. Though they were practically an old married couple by now, the sight of his wife's fair and ample figure still sent a surge of heat through Shinping's chest. He strode forward and tugged open her nightgown. "Stop it!" With a coquettish protest, Li Yuewei turned sideways and hooked an arm around Shinping's neck. Thanks to the nourishment of the herbal spirits, her physique was now far from ordinary, and her skin had taken on a radiant glow that rendered daily cosmetics completely unnecessary. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Shinping, brimming with excitement. "Honey, I never imagined you'd become a council-level powerhouse. There are only 50-some in the entire world. At work today, everyone kept calling me the councilman's wife, with some praising my exceptional taste. But what do they know? It's not about taste, it's the fortune I earned from my past life that brought me to you in this one." Shinping tightened his embrace, chuckling. "Did you coat your lips with honey tonight? Your words are sweeter than usual." Li Yuewei bit her lower lip. "I'm just so happy, so thrilled. Hubby, whatever you ask for tonight, I'll agree to it." Shinping's eyes gleamed. "Anything?" Seeing his wife nod, he leaned in and whispered a phrase. Li Yuewei's cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she shook her head like a rattledrum. No. That place definitely wouldn't work." Shinping feigned a sigh. "See? Who was it that promised to agree to any request just now? All right, but you must be gentle." "Don't worry, darling, I'll be very gentle." The next day, Li Yuewei lay on the bed, complaining resentfully. "Husband, it's all your fault. I'm still sore and won't be able to go to the office today. Tell my secretary to cancel all my scheduled work." Shinping kissed her forehead and said, "All right, I'll go to the company later." During breakfast, Suyin noticed her cousin hadn't come and casually asked, "Your cousin accidentally bumped her leg last night. She's resting now. Don't worry, she should be able to get out of bed by noon." "Oh." Suyin lowered her head to continue eating porridge, though inwardly she felt suspicious. She knew very well how strong her cousin's physique was now. There's no way she could have gotten hurt from a simple bump. 2 p.m. After handling company affairs, Shinping boarded the disc-shaped fighter and headed straight to Hongning Base City. Among the council members who congratulated him yesterday was the world's strongest fighter, Hong. The two exchanged a few words, and Hong invited him to visit the headquarters of the Limit Dojo when he had time. As the disc-shaped fighter entered the airspace above Hongning Base City, Shinping peered through the aircraft window at the city below. The entire base city was filled with pavilions, towers, and buildings with an antique architectural style. Amidst such surroundings, one couldn't help but feel transported back to ancient times. What Shinping envied most was that this base city had been entirely built by Hong himself. It housed an extraordinary number of martial artists and wealthy individuals. Ever since the Great Cataclysm, every year witnessed a steady influx of rich and powerful figures migrating here, ultimately forging Hongning Base City into its current scale. Overwhelming martial strength represents prestige and security, precisely why those affluent individuals spare no effort to come here. Not long after, the saucer-shaped aircraft landed on the lawn in front of a massive spaceship that stretched nearly 10,000 meters in length. Stepping out of the spacecraft cabin, glancing at the heavily guarded military stationed outside the ship, he strode directly toward the front. At that moment, 2 young women in blue robes emerged from the spacecraft's dozens of meters wide silvery white gangway, swiftly approaching him. "Counselor Shun, please come with us," they said. Arriving at the hatch, a beam of blue light shone from the spacecraft, enveloping Shinping. "Beep, Counselor Shinping, welcome to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's global headquarters." Chapter 044, Global Broadcast. In the serene reception room, only 2 sitting cushions occupied the empty space. The moment Shinping stepped inside, he immediately sensed an invisible force enveloping him like rippling water waves. Under this force field, he had an intuition. No matter what he did, the black-haired man sitting on the cushion would effortlessly perceive it. A domain. "So, this is Hong's domain?" he muttered to himself. Planetary-level warriors also possess this intangible force, an unseen wave generated by genetic primal energy and consciousness. Yet compared to the force field within this reception chamber, theirs is far inferior. "Councilman Shen." The black-haired man calmly gazed at Shinping, gesturing toward the cushion opposite him. "Have a seat." "Yes, Grandmaster." Shinping nodded, took a few steps forward, and sat on the cushion. Lifting his gaze, he saw, for the first time, the face of Hong, the world's strongest warrior. It was an ordinary face, the kind that wouldn't draw a second glance on the street, were it not for the power behind it. But now, neither nations nor organizations across the globe could afford to ignore this face. Hong smiled and said, "I'd been to South America several times, but only discovered one ancient civilization relic. Finding artifacts from another relic is your fortunate destiny. Originally, I planned to send you to the number 9 ancient civilization relic to obtain the Black God suit, but I didn't expect you'd break through to the council level so quickly." Shinping remained silent, continuing to listen attentively. Hong then continued in a gentle tone, "According to the martial arts school's rules, since you've achieved this breakthrough, you're now qualified to become an inspector. Our limit dojo has 5 inspectors, you'll be the 6th. Hearing this, Shinping couldn't help but speak up. Headmaster, I'd like to leave Limitless Martial Arts Academy. Hong showed a hint of surprise, though he maintained his smile.
Was it Councilman Jia from Huaxia who persuaded you? Every legislator worldwide possesses nuclear-level deterrence capability.
Breaking through naturally attracts recruitment efforts from all factions.
But in Han's view, Xinping was most likely to be recruited by legislator Jia Yi, since this newly promoted legislator was Chinese, hence his question.
Xinping shook his head and said, Counselor Jia invited me, but I declined. I plan to establish a martial arts school, just like the chief instructor.
Establish a martial arts school?
A flash of surprise crossed Hong's eyes, followed by a smile.
That makes sense. You have the gene potion, and if I'm not mistaken, the gene potion you obtained from the ancient civilization ruins can be mass-produced, right? Xinping admitted, yes, it can be mass-produced. Hong's eyes gleamed faintly, including elixirs that allow martial artists to break through to high-level warrior general status? Yes, he answered without hiding anything.
Upon hearing this, Hong burst into laughter and said, Great, I fully support you. If we can mass-produce this, the number of warriors worldwide breaking through to advanced warlord level would soar.
This is indeed a wonderful thing. Councilman Shen, if there's anything you need, feel free to collaborate with our Extreme Martial Arts Academy.
Additionally, I'll instruct my subordinates that during the initial phase of your dojo's establishment, Extreme Martial Arts Academy won't compete with you. Xinping hurriedly responded, Thank you, head instructor.
No need to thank me.
Each time a new war god emerges in the world, humanity gains another measure of strength, tipping the scales in our battle against the monstrous beasts. By establishing this martial arts school, you're carving out a future for warriors across the globe.
Thank you sincerely, Hong said earnestly. A moment later, Xinping departed the Limit Dojo headquarters aboard the Qiankuan-class intelligent fighter jet gifted by Hong.
Their meeting had been quite pleasant, though Hong had assassin origins. He possessed a profound strategic vision and crisis awareness. He understood that only by continuously nurturing powerful warriors among Earth's humans could the planet be protected when extraterrestrial civilizations eventually discovered it.
With this conviction, Hong naturally approved of Xinping's idea to establish a martial arts academy to train more warriors. By evening,
the evening glow dyed half the sky crimson. On the lawn in front of the villa in Lishui district, the intelligent fighter aircraft that had returned from Hongning Base City slowly hovered to a stop. Just as Xinping stepped out of the cabin door, his communication watch buzzed.
It was Counselor Jia. His first question was straight to the point. Councilman Shen, are you planning to build a martial arts school? Xinping wasn't surprised.
When he left Extreme Martial Arts School, he'd asked Captain Qin Shan to announce his plans to establish his own school. As a newly appointed council member, every move he made would draw attention, let alone something as significant as founding a martial arts school.
Within just over an hour, reactions rippled through influential circles worldwide. Yes, the school will officially open on the 1st of next month. I hope Councilman Jia can grace us with his presence. Establish the Yanfeng Martial Arts School with as much fanfare as possible. Only this way can we attract more martial artists. Jia Yi laughed candidly. Counselor Shen's martial arts school, I'll definitely come to support you. However, developing a martial arts school is no easy task. Without substantial resources, it's difficult to recruit martial artists to join. You should be mentally prepared for that, right?
Xinping could tell Jia Yi was trying to fish for information. He smiled and said, Counselor Jia will find out when the martial arts school opens. The call ended. Jia Yi from the Kyoto Base City muttered, This Xinping is still keeping us in suspense. The only thing currently attracting attention at Pingwei Materials Company is the new gene therapy.
Could there be other resources in the ancient ruins of South America?
Forget it. It's only a little over half a month anyway.
Let's see what he can come up with that's truly impressive by then.
Apart from Jia Yi, numerous council members from around the world began calling Xinping, their words laced with probing undertones. After all, in an environment where the two major martial arts schools and the HR Alliance dominated the vast majority of warriors, anyone daring to establish a new martial arts school must possess unique resources. As for those who secretly mocked Xinping for overestimating his abilities, there were none. After all, having reached the status of a council member, he lacked neither identity, wealth, nor influence. Unless someone was absolutely certain, no one would willingly stir up trouble.
On the morning of August 30th,
Xinping accompanied Suyin for a walk in the neighborhood, with passers-by greeting him warmly along the way. However, Suyin, now visibly pregnant, whispered, Darling, you're already a council member.
People might think it's improper seeing you accompany me like this. Let's head back. You're my wife. What difference does it make if I accompany you?
Xinping said indifferently, Let them see what they want to see. Suyin affectionately kissed his cheek and said shyly in a gentle voice, Once I've given birth, I'll properly spend time doing the things you love with you, dear husband.
Xinping blinked and asked playfully, And what exactly is this thing that I like? It's like that kind of. Like what? Suyin whispered softly, Academic research. You know me best, Xiaoying. Xinping couldn't help but burst into laughter.
The couple flirted for a while longer. Suyin brought up a serious matter. Hubby, the martial arts school's inauguration is the day after tomorrow.
I have a few classmates working at the government television station. Could we invite them to attend? Shinping nodded solemnly and replied, of course they can come. Since they're from the TV station, they can help with publicity coverage.
In fact, I plan to broadcast this event globally.
Live stream globally?
Suyin looked surprised. She hadn't expected her husband to make things so grand. Shinping gently wrapped his arms around Suyin's waist. Only by letting more people know can our martial arts school grow rapidly.
Chapter 045, The Counselor's Shock. September 1, 2052. The weather was clear and pleasant, with gentle breezes and warm sunshine. At the foot of a skyscraper in the eastern district of central China-based city, a bustling crowd was hard at work. Among them, the burly Qin Shan directed with authority, the banner's position is wrong, too low. And make sure the font highlights the name of Yinfeng Martial Arts School prominently. Soon after, several martial artists stepped out of the building. He immediately asked, Xiangzi, Muyang, is the conference hall ready? Muyang slumped his shoulders and said, all done, nearly broke my back. I'd rather fight monsters in the wilderness than deal with these chores. If it weren't for the helper's sister-in-law sent over, we probably wouldn't have finished by now. He complained, not only did the tables and chairs have to be perfectly aligned, but they also needed to show a sense of hierarchy, and every item placed on them had to be positioned without the slightest error. Good heavens, it almost took years off my life. Zhou Qian unusually refrained from mocking Muyan, apparently sharing the same sentiment.
Qin Shan smiled, alright, stop complaining. Once this martial arts academy's grand opening ceremony is over, countless martial artists will envy us.
Hearing this,
Muyang immediately perked up, his eyes shining intently as he stared at the captain.
Can S-grade genetic serum really help one break through to mid-level war god? Qin Shan said irritably, how many times have you asked? Does the mid-level war god status on my ID look fake to you? I just wanted to double-check a few more times. Muyang chuckled.
Qin Shan waved his hand and urged, stop joking around here.
Go double-check everything right away and see if there's anything that hasn't been properly set up.
The global live broadcast officially starts at 2 p.m., and all the major powers will switch to the ceremony's dedicated channel.
Olchen personally called the governments of these major nations for this event. It's a big deal. Don't mess it up. Got it. I'm heading out now.
Around 10 a.m., Shinping arrived at the building with Li Yuewei and Suyin. Seeing the banner hanging above, a smile spread across his face.
Counselor Shen. Counselor Shen.
The staff from the city government television station had arrived early. They set up all the equipment and were waiting for representatives from various factions to arrive for the live broadcast. When they saw Shinping appear, they quickly stepped forward to greet him. Shinping smiled and said, thank you all for your hard work.
Taking the elevator.
Upon arriving at the conference hall, he stepped forward and embraced Qin Shan, patting his shoulder as he said, Captain, I've troubled you all this time. All the preparations for establishing the Flame Wind Martial Arts Academy had been handled by Qin Shan from start to finish.
Don't mention it. Remember, I'm the first president of the Flame Wind Martial Arts Academy, appointed by you. The two exchanged a smile. Just past noon, the Zhang Corporation from Base City arrived. Zhang Guorui, accompanied by the Zhang family's outstanding younger generation, strode briskly up to Shinping and congratulated him with a smile. Counselor Shin, congratulations on establishing your martial arts school. Shinping responded politely, Master Zhang's presence honors our Yinfeng Martial Arts School greatly. Please, have a seat.
No sooner had Zhang Guorui and his party taken their seats than a disc-shaped fighter aircraft slowly landed outside. It was the Su family from Jiangnan Base City. Following the Zus arrival, representatives from Extremity Martial Arts School, Thunder Martial Arts School, the HR Alliance, various mercenary forces, and government delegates from the 5 strongest nations arrived in succession. The lawn in front of the building was lined with parked fighter jets, one after another from noon until 2 o'clock without pause. After all, this was the martial arts school established by Shinping. Whether out of respect for the councilman's status or for the benefits of the genetic enhancers, they all rushed to show their support even without invitations. Whenever a council member's fighter jet landed, Shinping personally went out to greet them.
Councilman Jia, Councilor Zhu, Councilor Wang.
As numerous council members, each a formidable warrior, arrived, the atmosphere in the conference hall reached its peak. Precisely at 2 o'clock, the television host began the proceedings while high-definition cameras focused on all the attending council members, broadcasting live across the globe.
At this moment,
in a cylindrical apartment building on the 32nd floor of the South Bank community in Yian District, Yangzhou City, part of the Jiangnan Base City, Luo Feng's younger brother Luo Hua was watching television.
Brother, come quick.
The live broadcast of the new martial artist combat assessment they've been talking about on the news has started.
Coming.
Luo Feng quickly finished his shower and sat on the sofa, his hair still damp, but his eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the TV. On the screen, the host was introducing a series of dignitaries. He wasn't too familiar with these council members, all he knew was that this was the opening ceremony of a new martial arts hall. Ever since I can remember, there were only the Limit Martial Arts Hall and the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. Now there's an additional Blazing Wind Martial Arts Hall. The more martial arts halls there are, the better, Luo Feng murmured to himself. Luo Hua, sitting beside him in a wheelchair, couldn't help but ask, "Brother, how strong do you think someone must be to establish a martial arts school?" Luo Feng shook his head. "I don't know, but they must be incredibly powerful." Both of them continued watching TV. Nowadays, every ordinary citizen in global base cities was fascinated by martial arts matters, just like people used to follow celebrity gossip. Establishing a martial arts school was major news that attracted everyone's attention. Yanfeng Martial Arts Headquarters Building, Conference Hall. After introducing the global council members, the host began elaborating on Shen Ping's rise to prominence and the reasons behind establishing the martial arts school. Of course, the speech was embellished, citing noble causes like cultivating more martial artists and protecting humanity on Earth, painting Shen Ping as nothing short of a grand hero. Listening from his seat, Shen Ping couldn't help feeling a chill of discomfort. Jia A chuckled, casting a sidelong glance as he said in a teasing tone, "Councilman Shen, was opening this martial arts school truly what you had in mind?" Shen Ping gave an awkward smile. The other council members around them couldn't help but smile in amusement. After some song and dance performances, Xin Shan took the stage again, delivering a passionate speech from his script. Finally, it was Shen Ping's turn to give the closing address. All the council members including Hong and Thunder God, along with representatives from various factions in attendance, instantly perked up. They knew the main event had arrived. After all, if the Blazing Wind Martial Arts School didn't present something impressive at this globally watched ceremony, how could they claim to be developing? And if it were just some minor display, Councilman Shin wouldn't have made such a grand production of it. Thank you all for coming to the inauguration ceremony of Blazing Wind Martial Arts School. I'll skip the pleasantries, I'm sure everyone is wondering what qualifies me to establish a martial arts school. As Shin Ping spoke, he activated a mechanism on the stage, causing a metal case to rise. Opening it, he withdrew the genetic serum inside. This is the standard genetic enhancement serum, nothing unfamiliar to those present here. A single dose of this serum enables a martial artist to reach warlord-level physical attributes within 4 months. As they spoke, another metal container ascended onto the stage. This is the Class C genetic enhancement serum. When the third metal container rose, every seated council member and faction representative fixed their unblinking gaze upon it. Shin Ping smiled as he took out the genetic serum from the box and continued, "This is an S-grade genetic serum. It can help a high-level war god break through to become a mid-level war god within 6 months. Splash! With those words, the entire conference hall erupted in gasps of shock. Every eye was fixed on the S-grade serum. While none of the global factions lacked resources capable of helping martial artists break through to the war god level, such resources were exceedingly rare. If the Flame Wind Martial Hall could mass-produce the serum like they did with the C-grade variant, its impact would be utterly staggering. Just as the legislators were reeling from the shock, a metal box rose once more on the stage. Chapter 046, Tremendous Impact. Swish! Almost instantly, countless gazes followed the lift platform as it shifted toward the metal box. Even Hong and the Thunder God seated in the first row couldn't help straightening their posture. If the effects of the S-grade genetic serum were already this potent, could there possibly be something even stronger? At this moment, Shin Ping's voice slowly rang out. This is an SS-grade genetic potion. It can elevate a warrior-level martial artist to the peak of warrior rank within half a year. With those words, the entire conference hall instantly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only heavy breathing could be heard intermittently. Every council member and faction representative present understood perfectly well what reaching the peak of warrior rank meant. It meant being just one step away from joining the ranks of the world's supreme powerhouses, gaining the qualifications to stand as equals with the 5 great superpowers. Under normal circumstances, it would take an immortal warrior an extremely long period of training to reach the peak of the immortal level, and this is for warriors with exceptional potential. For those with average potential, the immortal rank would be their lifetime limit. Even the top-ranked trainees in the global elite training camp of Limit Dojo wouldn't dare claim they could reach the peak of the immortal level. Yet now, just one dose of this SS-grade genetic enhancement could achieve a breakthrough within half a year, a prospect that absolutely stunned everyone. You know, during the Grand Nirvana era, even Hong and Thunder God, the fastest rising legends of that time, remained at the immortal warrior level for a considerable period. From the podium in the conference hall, Shin Ping's voice rang out again. So join Yanfeng Martial Arts School. Come to us, and you'll receive an ordinary gene potion worth 200 million for free. As he spoke, his voice gradually grew louder and more impassioned, Come to us, and you can quickly become a high-level combat general. Come to us, and regardless of whether you have potential, you can become a war god through your own efforts, even reach the pinnacle of war god status." His words echoed throughout the conference hall for a long time.
South Bank Residential District. Luo Hua in front of the TV was filled with excitement. Just a single dose of that potion can turn someone into a combat god. It's incredible. Brother, you must join Yanfeng Martial Arts Hall in the future. Then maybe our Luo family can have a combat god martial artist. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled, his fists clenched tightly as he murmured the name Yanfeng Martial Arts Hall under his breath. Deep down, he vowed, a martial artist, everything starts with becoming a martial artist. I must become one as soon as possible. Not only did Luo Hua and Luo Feng remember the name Yanfeng Martial Arts Hall, but everyone watching the live broadcast worldwide at that moment had etched it into their minds. After all, a martial arts hall that lets you become a combat god purely by taking a potion without assessing potential or talent, who wouldn't want to join? 5 o'clock. The martial arts hall's founding ceremony officially came to an end. All the representatives from various factions in the seats stood up, yet not a single one left. Even the government broadcasters and building staff were slowly packing up. Clearly, everyone wanted to hear about the medicine. At that moment, the council members had already surrounded Xinping at the center. Councilman Shen, may I ask how many SS-grade genetic serums can be produced each year? Councilman Shen, no matter the cost of the SS genetic serum, our HR alliance wants 100 doses annually. Councilman Shen, our great nation of America is very eager to deepen cooperation with you. The impact of the SS-grade genetic serum was groundbreaking. Even the council members couldn't remain calm. Xinping responded with a polite, mild-mannered smile, but his words offered no room for compromise. Establishing his martial arts school had always been about strengthening the foundation of his own family. There was no way he would train warriors for other factions. Of course, he understood that such a serum couldn't be entirely withheld from sale, but even if he were to sell it, he would wait until the Blazing Wind Martial Arts School had firmly established itself. Time passed bit by bit. The council members could only take their leave. Representatives from the corporate families and mercenary factions, who had long been waiting outside, swarmed forward. While they didn't dare hope for the SS-grade serum, they were absolutely determined to secure the S-grade version. But Xinping still held to his stance: if you want the gene serum, come to Yanfeng Martial Arts Hall. It wasn't until past 9 in the evening that all the attendees of the ceremony finally left. Qin Shan, Muyan, Zhou Qiang, and other members of the Hurricane Squad eagerly approached. Old Shen, Brother Shen. Looking at the expressions on their faces, Xinping smiled and said, our Yanfeng Martial Arts Hall's grand ceremony can be considered a complete success. Now we just have to wait for applications from martial artists worldwide. Muyang immediately asked, Brother Shen, how many martial artists do you estimate will join our Yanfeng Martial Arts Hall in the short term? Hearing this, Xinping pondered for a moment before replying seriously. Currently, most martial artists worldwide have either joined the HR Alliance, one of the two major martial arts halls, or are employed by mercenary groups or major nations. There aren't many unaffiliated fighters remaining. Moreover, China's martial artist practical assessment has just been conducted recently, so I estimate we won't exceed 1,000 new members in the short term. Qin Shan nodded. True, while our martial hall's potions are indeed attractive, aside from those, we lack strong offerings in techniques, materials, and other areas. Moreover, we haven't clarified how the potions will be distributed within the hall. Other martial artists will likely adopt a wait-and-see approach for now. Muyang smiled. 1,000 people isn't bad. Once we establish branches across all base cities worldwide, more will join our martial hall. No rush. First, focus on improving your own strength. Also, collaborating with other factions must be prioritized. In a few days, I'll initiate talks with various groups to secure distribution rights for techniques, combat suits, weapons, and other items. This step was absolutely necessary. For the Yanfeng Martial Arts School to grow, it couldn't solely rely on selling gene potions. If the two major martial arts schools and the HR Alliance refused to cooperate, Yanfeng would face serious difficulties. After all, martial artists needed more than just physical conditioning, they also required weapons, combat manuals, and other essentials. However, Xinping wasn't particularly worried. Hong had previously pledged his support during their meeting at the Extreme Martial Arts School headquarters, so he knew Extreme wouldn't be an issue. Qin Shan and the others nodded in agreement. They knew they had plenty of work ahead of them. Leaving the building, returning to the Lishuwei district villa, dinner was already prepared. During the meal, Xinping was still thinking about the martial arts school. Li Yuewei spoke up, honey, since the martial arts school is just starting up, we'll need quite a few hands. Should we transfer some staff from the company over?
After a moment's thought, Shinping replied, "That won't be necessary. In a few days, have Secretary Lin recruit some presentable people to handle promotion and reception for the school." Suyin immediately chimed in, "Honey, Central China Art Academy has many internship students, they'd be perfect for clerical and promotional work at the martial arts school."
Got it. Let's recruit some from this group of students first.
Shinping knew Suyin wanted to help him, so he gratefully accepted her kindness. After settling these matters, he finished his meal and went to the martial arts hall, where he first opened the virtual panel.
Sure enough, new text had appeared on it, 2 whole lines of characters. Chapter 047, Looking Toward the Future. You have established the Blazing Wind Martial Arts School, elevating your family's foundation and taking a significant step toward prosperity. Reward, 2 meteoric crystals, second form of the Blazing Flame Saber technique, second layer of the Wildfire Movement technique. You have established the Blazing Wind Martial Arts School, gaining soaring prestige in Central China-based city and substantially increasing your global fame, taking a solid and forceful small step toward prosperity. Reward, 5 meteoric crystals, 10 portions of plant essences, third form of the Blazing Flame Saber technique, third layer of the Wildfire Movement technique. Additional reward, 1 small spaceship. After reading the reward, Shinping's eyes suddenly lit up. A spaceship actually appeared among the additional rewards. This was a first. It seemed his previous guess was correct, the items in the extra column were most likely randomized, and there was always a chance something truly valuable would appear. From now on, he needed to strive for solid and substantial family evaluations, as only through these could he continuously obtain additional rewards. As for the foundational family evaluations, nothing came as much of a surprise to him, with the sole exception that both his saber techniques and movement skills had improved among the rewards. What truly astonished him was that the comprehension levels of 12 Blazing Strikes and Prairie Fire far surpassed the 9-fold Thunder Saber technique. According to his previous estimates, advancing in these areas would require at least substantial family evaluations. Yet now, just an ordinary major breakthrough had granted him these improvements. So it seems that as my strength grows, the level of rewards from the family evaluation is likely to rise as well. Shinping silently speculated to himself. This was a good thing for him. It meant that even with an average evaluation, he would continue to gain breakthroughs in his blade techniques and movement skills. According to the information in 12 Blazes of the Flame Saber, reaching the 8th blade technique alone would allow him to independently step into the realm of mastery. For any other planetary level warrior, mastering the 8th move of this saber technique manual would be extremely difficult. Even achieving stellar level breakthroughs might not guarantee success. The deeper one delves into this saber art, the more formidable the challenges become. But he was different. All he needed was to gain family evaluations to master it. If I can master the domain, with the leverage of the flame saber technique, as long as my physical genetic essence keeps up, my combat power will surpass Hong and Thunder God completely, becoming the strongest in the world. 5 more evaluations. I still need 5 more family evaluations, and preferably all significant leaps at that. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The 4 directions for improvement, progeny, foundation, industry, and reputation, had mostly reached their limits for now. Particularly in industry, it was hard to achieve major growth in the short term. As for reputation, after the global broadcast, he had practically become a household name. Under such circumstances, further elevating his reputation would be quite difficult, so all that remains is descendants and foundations. In the future, the focus must be on expanding and developing the martial arts school, and descendants should also be valued. Strive to become the world's #1 within 3 years. Shinping's eyes sparkled with anticipation and vision for the future. All previous plans had been accomplished ahead of schedule, and this time his ambitions were even greater. The days passed one by one. As expected, initially there weren't many martial artists applying to join Yinfeng Martial Arts School, only slightly over 1,000. Most were still waiting to observe, wanting to see what benefits and compensation the school would offer, as well as how difficult it would be to obtain genetic enhancers. Though Shinping was eager to develop the martial arts school, he didn't rush for quick success by lowering the requirements for obtaining genetic enhancers. Aside from the basic enhancers being relatively easy to acquire, whether it was grade C, S, or even SS, all required contributions to the school. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was the end of December. By this time, Yinfeng Martial Arts School had expanded to every satellite city in the central China base city, and its membership had grown from the initial 1,000+ to over 5,000. Yang, the fighter combat assessment for base city is on the 1st of next month. Whether our martial arts school can recruit promising talents depends on you now. Inside the Martial Arts Academy building, Xinshan solemnly declared that over these months, he had completely elevated his physical abilities to the level of a mid-tier war god, becoming the first president truly capable of commanding respect. Don't worry, I will never lose to the 2 major martial arts schools or the HR Alliance. Mu Yang was brimming with confidence. The ordinary gene potions from martial arts schools held little appeal for warrior rank fighters,
but for those undergoing combat qualification assessments, their allure was undeniable. Becoming a battle commander in a short span would save them countless hours of training.
More importantly, their survival rates during their first excursion into the wilderness would skyrocket upon reaching this rank. Old Shin is taking this combat assessment seriously. Let's hope Mu Yang doesn't screw it up. Zhou Qiang couldn't help but voice his concern.
Mu Yang hesitated for a moment before asking, "Captain, if we come across promising talent, what level of benefits can I offer?" Qin Shan replied gravely, "If they're truly exceptional, you can include S-grade genetic enhancers directly in the contract."
No issues then, leave this one to me. 12th floor of the corporate tower. Inside the teacher's office, Shen Ping walked in and saw Suyin reviewing promotional materials. He couldn't help but approach and say, "Xiaoyin, you're due to give birth in just over half a month. You shouldn't come to the martial arts hall during this time, stay home and rest properly." Ever since the martial arts hall was established, Suyin, who was supposed to be home resting during pregnancy, had taken charge of all its promotion and miscellaneous tasks, often working late into the night. Sometimes, if Shen Ping hadn't forced her to leave, she might have stayed until the very end. Suyin replied gently, "Husband, I'm perfectly fine.
During my last test at the martial arts hall, my physical fitness reached intermediate warrior level." Xian Liuwei had been regularly consuming medicinal wine infused with plant essence, which had rapidly improved their physical conditioning. If not for their initially low baseline, they could have even reached advanced warrior level.
Seeing this, Shen Ping didn't persuade further.
At night when he returned to the villa,
after dinner,
as usual, he changed into his training attire and entered the ancient civilization gravity chamber to practice his blade techniques. As he began demonstrating the movements of the third stance of the blazing fire technique, the energy within his cells was rapidly being consumed.
2 hours later, sensing the explosive surge of genetic primal energy within his body, he couldn't help but break into a delighted smile. Planetary level 3 achieved. With my current combat power, I can definitely stand among the top ranks of global council members. Combining my blade techniques with the blazing prairie movement technique, plus the planetary level flame star flower's assistance, I'm fully capable of matching the 5 chief counselors. The only question is whether I could defeat Thunder God in a fight. Training concluded. Shen Ping twirled the fiery blade in his hand, silently pondering to himself. Among global council members, Thunder God possesses the highest genetic primal energy potential. However, limited by Earth's genetic constraints and lacking advanced secret techniques, he can achieve at most 7-fold power amplification. Yet his fiery blade's third strike could reach 9-fold amplification. Whether in attack, defense, or sudden bursts of speed, all could achieve 9-fold enhancement. Combined with his scorching prairie movement technique, he estimated that even if he couldn't defeat Thunder God, he wouldn't be easily bested either. Tomorrow I'll go test my skills against some king-level monsters first. After breaking through to the planetary level, he hadn't yet fought against a king-class monster. Now that his strength had improved, his hands were naturally itching for a fight. So the next day, Shen Ping took off in his smart fighter jet, leaving the base city and arriving at the Australian continent. The number of king-class monsters here was relatively high, making it the perfect place to sharpen his skills. P.S. Thank you all for the monthly votes. Please don't stop following the book. This week's recommendation and readership are really important. Chapter 48 Family Members. Whoosh! The intelligent fighter jet hovered mid-air. As the cabin door opened, Shen Ping emerged slowly, his body encased in armor wargear condensed from flaming starflowers. He carried a second-grade Origin Force saber with flame patterns, the blazing saber, on his back, wore combat boots, and gazed down upon the Australian continent below him. Among all continents worldwide, Australia harbored the largest population of monsters. The sheer number of beasts meant an exceptionally high incidence of king-class monsters emerging here. Consequently, the denser monster territories became, the more likely one would encounter king-class creatures roaming about. Whoosh! Channeling genetic primordial energy, his entire body transformed into a blazing fire as he charged downward toward the monster horde. The howling wind mingled with waves of beastly roars. Among the monstrous tide, the lord-class creatures instantly detected this human who dared to provoke them, immediately raising thunderous bellows toward the heavens. The deafening sound shook the very air. A multitude of monsters joined in with roars, the beast horde growing increasingly frenzied. At the heart of the dense monster formations, the king-class beast sky-boring Rat King remained motionless, its elongated icy eyes radiating chilling cruelty. As a king-class creature with considerable intelligence, it immediately recognized that this human confronting them must be a formidable warrior among mankind. Sizzle! The Rat King emitted a series of shrill, piercing shrieks. Instantly, the surrounding lord-class monsters leaped into action, charging toward the fiery warrior. Plop, plop, plop. At the moment before colliding with the sharp, curved horn of a high-ranking lord-level monster,
Shinping flickered slightly and instantly dodged to the left side of the beast's massive frame. Then, with lightning speed, his flaming combat blade slashed down. The razor-sharp second-tier origin force blade immediately tore a long, grievous wound across the monster's skull. Then he employed the prairie fire movement technique, his figure flickering swiftly, so fast that even a faint afterimage appeared midair. Every flicker of the flaming warblade was followed by a thunderous impact as another Lord-class monster crashed heavily to the ground. Seeing this, at the heart of the monster horde, the Burrow Sky Mouse King could no longer sit still. Its slender, snake-like tail lashed out like a whip, striking toward Shinping with frightening speed. Shinping had long been anticipating this attack from the king-class mutant beast. With a swift movement of his blazing prairie footwork, he easily dodged the lightning-fast strike and landed precisely on the body of the sky-grilling Rat King. Compared to the 100-meter-plus frame of the king-class beast, his tiny figure quickly darted along its back toward the head region. Crack! At that moment, the sky-piercing Rat King whipped its tail towards him with a sonic boom, while the fur on its back bristled into needle-like spikes in an instant. Its reaction was undeniably swift, but Shinping was faster still. As he flashed to its head, his blazing battle blade had already swung down. Splash! The remarkably tough fur was as fragile as paper under the blazing battle blade. Blood sprayed profusely as the sky-piercing Rat King let out a shrill, agonized roar before swiftly burrowing its head into the ground. But at that very moment, Shinping swung his blade once more. Moving with his body like flowing water, he severed the sky-grilling Mouse King's head in the blink of an eye. Bang! The colossal king-class beast crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact that shook the earth. Without their leader, the surrounding horde of monsters scattered like startled birds, fleeing in terror from the humans standing before them. The sky-piercing Rat King is just one of the weaker species among monarch-level monsters. Its most formidable ability is burrowing underground. Once it digs into the earth, killing it becomes far more difficult. However, no matter how fast it moves, it still can't match my agility. While cutting and collecting materials, Shinping reflected on his experience killing the king-level monster. Truthfully, there wasn't much worth praising in this battle. Its swift execution relied entirely on overwhelming strength. Particularly after activating the third layer of the wildfire movement technique, his footwork became nearly harmonized with space itself, allowing him to evade and reposition with startling speed in close quarters. Keep going! After collecting the materials, he returned to the intelligent fighter aircraft to rest briefly before heading to the next location to hunt for king-class monsters. Several days were spent. He consecutively eliminated 3 king-class monsters, one of which rivaled a planetary level 3. Shinping engaged in a prolonged battle for several hours before finally defeating it. However, to avoid drawing the attention of more powerful king-class monsters, he did not continue. After all, this trip to the Australian continent was primarily for practice. The combination of blazing saber technique and wildfire movement technique can truly unleash formidable combat power. Once I break through to the domain realm, my combat strength will undergo a qualitative leap. That's when I'll find some powerful king-level monsters to test my skills. On the way back to central China base city, Shinping was deep in thought as he dialed Qin Shan's number. Ring, ring. The communication line connected. He inquired about the recruitment situation for the martial artist's combat assessment. Qin Shan said excitedly, "Ha, old Shin. This Yangmu recruitment round has gone remarkably well. Over 60% of those who passed the combat assessment chose our Blazing Wind Dojo. We even managed to poach a promising recruit who was pre-selected by Thunderbolt Dojo." The central China base city holds combat assessments twice yearly, with each session typically attracting over 1,000 prospective martial artists on average. 60% conversion rate is indeed a substantial number. This brought a smile to Shinping's face. Excellent. It seems our Yanfeng martial arts school's gene therapy holds immense appeal for these young martial artists who've just passed their combat trials. Qin Shan remarked, "Of course it does. After becoming a martial artist, most aim to make money. While the HR Alliance offers higher earnings, none compare to quickly advancing to warrior-level status first. The profits come much faster that way. Olshin, judging by our latest recruitment results, I believe we can accelerate our school's expansion. We need rapid deployment across other base cities and all satellite district-level academies. Students are our priority. Youth represents potential. The more disciples we train today, the more core pillars our school will have tomorrow. Very few students across the nation's base cities become martial artists, and those who do usually emerge only in universities. Having advanced trainees in high schools is already considered quite good. However, Qin Shan's intention is clearly to start indoctrinating students early about the benefits of the Yanfeng Martial Arts School. Shinping pondered for a moment before saying, "All right, I'll allocate some funds later to start expanding in the central China base city first. For other base cities, there's no need to rush, just establishing within the base urban areas will suffice for now." Currently, the association heads, supervisors, and branch instructors within the martial arts schools haven't been fully trained yet. Once this framework is in place, we can then develop other base cities across the country. There's no issue with members of the Gale Squad becoming the core of the martial arts school. However, whether it's Muyang, Zhouqiang, or Yutai, they all need time to absorb and adapt to the genetic serum. The number of usable people at hand is still too few. He now keenly feels the severe shortage of personnel, with only Captain Qin Shan being truly capable of handling matters independently. Rubbing his temples, he sighed, we can only take it step by step. Returning to the Lishui district villa, Xinping spent every day either training in the gravity chamber or staying at the martial arts hall, rarely visiting the Pingwei Materials Company anymore. December 23rd, the day Suyin went into labor. He stayed by her side throughout the entire process. Childbirth was painful, and he held Xiao Yin's hand, continuously encouraging her. At last, with a loud cry, his third descendant was born. Congratulations, Councilman Shen, it's a chubby baby boy. Let's give him a name. Shen Chang. This was the name that had been decided long ago. After taking the child, Xinping casually opened the virtual interface. Seeing the text that appeared on it, his gaze instantly froze in astonishment. Chapter 049, a windfall reward like manna from heaven. Your family welcomes a new descendant, taking a step towards prosperity. Reward, Blazing Flame / Fourth Strike, Flame Spread Movement Technique, 4th level. Your family members have reached 5. Extra reward, 100 cubic meters of locked divine water. Xinping rubbed his eyes vigorously as the reward displayed in the second line of text burned clearly into his pupils. It was true. After confirming this wasn't a hallucination, his breathing grew ragged. His face erupted with ecstasy. Locke's divine water. He never imagined that after his family members reached 5 in number, there would be an additional reward, and one as rare and precious as Locke's divine water, a cosmic treasure. This was the ultimate substance for nurturing plant life and healing the body, far surpassing even the effects of another rare treasure, the life fruit. The level of life force contained within it was extraordinarily high, making it immensely valuable. Compared to it, the faint vitality contained in spirit nectar was utterly insignificant. 1 cubic kilometer of Luoku divine water can be auctioned for 8.9 million Hunyuan units, which means the 100 cubic meters of Luoku divine water awarded this time is worth nearly 100 million Hunyuan units. Xinping frantically calculated in his mind, his head buzzing with excitement. What did 1 Hunyuan unit even mean? To put it into perspective, the net worth of a relatively impoverished immortal was only about 200 Hunyuan units, roughly the value of an average star domain. And if a star domain contained over 600 star systems, it meant the reward he'd obtained was equivalent to the worth of 3 or 4 star systems. My God! The additional reward given by the family member this time is unbelievably generous. Right now, he felt like he had been suddenly struck dizzy by an unimaginable fortune. Ever since activating the family cheat system, there had been some hefty random rewards, but compared to Luoku divine water, they were absolutely insignificant. Husband, husband. Suyin watched Xinping standing frozen in place and couldn't help calling out to him repeatedly. After what felt like ages, only then did Xinping snap out of it. Hurriedly suppressing his barely concealable excitement, he said with a smile, Yinin, this is our child. I'm so happy. A blissful expression appeared on Su Yin's sweet face as she genuinely felt Xinping's joyous emotions. Li Yuewei, who was peeling an apple beside them, said with a smile, Xiaoyin, your husband treats you even better. When I gave birth, he wasn't this excited. Xinping hastily replied, that's not true. I'd be happy no matter which of you gave birth. It's the crystallization of our lives. After staying at the hospital for 3 or 4 days, Su Yin was discharged. Due to her excellent physical condition, the doctor said her postpartum recovery would be very quick. If she wanted to resume marital relations, she only needed to wait about a week. Still a whole week to go, Su Yin said unconsciously. Li Yuewei teased, what's the matter? Can't wait? Su Yin's cheeks grew slightly flushed. Throughout her pregnancy, she'd only been intimate with Xinping once or twice, and the prolonged abstinence had weighed heavily on her. At the peak of her youth, never having known physical pleasure would have been one thing, but having tasted it once, the lingering itch grew unbearable. Li Yuewei could tell from Su Yin's expression that she had guessed right. It's just a matter of days anyway. Once you've fully recovered, cousin won't compete with you. The two chatted in the back of the car. As for Xinping, his heart had already flown to the family rewards, leaving him no attention for anything else. Back at the villa, he didn't even bother showering, heading straight to the training hall instead. Our husband is truly a cultivation maniac, but it's precisely this diligence of his that brought us to where we are today. Li Yuewei complained superficially but was actually praising him. Sui nodded and said, yes, our husband is indeed very diligent. Li Yuewei glanced upstairs and whispered, Xiaoyin, can you handle it when you're intimate with our husband? I. Su Yin's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, stammering incoherently. Tisk, no need to be shy with your cousin. I couldn't handle it before, but now that my physical condition has improved greatly, I should be able to endure it. Li Yuewei curled the corner of her lips and said with a smile,
that's not necessarily true. Don't forget, he's now a powerhouse beyond war god. Let me tell you. Just as the two were whispering to each other, Xinping had already arrived at the training hall. Claim, unable to contain his eagerness, he silently recited in his heart. Instantly, vast insights and experiential knowledge of the blazing flame saber technique and wildfire movement flooded his mind like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, 100 cubic meters of locked divine water materialized, stored in translucent containers, appearing like an enormous one-bedroom layout cube. Whoosh! Inhale! He took more than 10 successive deep breaths to steady himself. Xinping suppressed the agitation and excitement in his heart, then took out one drop of Locke's divine water. Put! In an instant, the entire martial arts hall became bone-chillingly cold. Waves of frigid air emanated from the divine rock water. Yet despite the intense cold, his mind felt strangely soothed. Every cell in his body sprang to life, and even his auxiliary plant lifeform, the flaring star blossom, radiated palpable waves of longing. Rock divine water has a wide range of uses. It can be consumed by anything capable of absorbing life force. Beyond cultivating plant life, it also accelerates cultivation progress. As his thoughts drifted away, without hesitation, he drank that single drop of Loki's divine water. Bang! As the Lock God's water poured into his belly, his entire body felt as if it were freezing stiff. But in the next moment, an indescribable exhilaration surged through him, 10 times more intense than the pleasure of lovemaking. Xinping quickly entered the gravity chamber, adjusted the gravity settings, and immediately began his training. As his cells started absorbing the life energy of the Lock divine water, the depths of his cells were instantly transformed by this exceptionally high-level vitality. His bones, muscles, skin, and internal organs rapidly strengthened at this moment, while his genetic primordial energy surged dramatically, far exceeding the effects of absorbing Muya crystals. Half a month passed. After continuous training, he had partially digested and absorbed the energy of this single drop of Lock divine water. Feeling the genetic primordial energy within his body and the miniature planet in his dantian, his face was filled with excitement. Planetary level 4 achieved. The Luoka divine water truly lives up to its name. If I were using wood crystal, even with gravity chamber training, breaking through to planetary level 4 would have taken at least a year. Yet here we are after just half a month, and most of the Luoka divine water's potency still lies dormant within my cells, yet to be absorbed. Xinping clenched his fist tightly. With the Luoka divine water aiding his cultivation, his strength would now progress at an unprecedented pace. At this moment, the newly bonded auxiliary plant life, the flame starflower, once again conveyed its yearning. He gently stroked the flame starflower and reassured, "Don't worry, there'll be plenty for you too." Compared to auxiliary cultivation, the Lock God's water proved far superior for nurturing plant life, as these botanical beings absorbed the essence of life spirits with significantly greater efficiency than human bodies ever could. He took out the container holding the Rock God's water. He placed the flame starflower inside the cube, simultaneously reminding, "Don't overdo it." Sizzle! The moment the flame starflower came into contact with the Rock God's water, its roots began absorbing frantically. In just half an hour, the flame starflower sprouted a new leaf, and its main vine started branching out, forming a new main stem. Chapter 050, Steady Growth. Late at night, the stars shone brilliantly. Bright moonlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the expansive martial arts hall in the villa. After several hours of nourishment, the firestar vine had grown 11 main vines, reaching a total of 12 before ceasing its absorption. Each vine's leaves had become sharper than before, with the fiery patterns on their surfaces growing increasingly vivid and striking, almost taking on an unnatural, bewitching quality. Truly worthy of being called nectar of the gods. Even though he knew Locke's divine water was exceptionally effective for nurturing auxiliary plant life, Xinping couldn't contain his excitement when he saw the growth of the flame starflower. After just one absorbing session, it had grown continuously from its juvenile state to planetary level tier 6. This was only because it was still too young and couldn't withstand more energy, otherwise, it would have developed more main vines. He put away the Locke's divine water. The flame starflower immediately conveyed its reluctance. Xinping chuckled wryly while stroking its leaves. "First finish digesting the energy you've stored before I give you more." The blazing starflower immediately danced with joy. With the Lock divine water, cultivating the blazing starflower to planetary class in a short time won't be an issue, and perhaps even I can make a breakthrough to planetary class with this. During his shower, he pondered, Earth's genetic lineage is exceptionally low-leveled. Breaking through to the planetary stage is already the limit for most people. Though he could keep advancing with Muya crystals, the difficulty spikes exponentially with each upgrade, requiring increasingly longer periods. But now, with the Luoka divine water, everything has changed completely. This supremely potent life force will accelerate his cultivation speed dramatically. The rewards for family members are unexpectedly generous. Could it be that the golden finger cheat system places greater emphasis on bloodline and familial ties? Or is the appearance of Luoke divine water as a bonus reward this time pure coincidence? Shen Ping's thoughts wandered. If he could continuously obtain locked divine water through family members, his growth speed and the family's improvement would be much faster than anticipated. After finishing his shower, he entered Suin's bedroom. Compared to his wife Liu Wei, Xiao Yin's room was predominantly pink in tone, with cute cartoon patterns adorning the walls, and even the bedding was a lovely pink. He gently closed the door. Sensing slight movement beneath the covers, he smiled and lay down on the edge of the bed, then reached his hand under the blanket. Xiaoyin, have you been waiting long? Lately, he had been diligently practicing his martial arts, unintentionally neglecting the eagerly expectant Suin. Husband, your cultivation is most important. Waiting a few more days won't matter. You say it doesn't matter, but the moment I touch you, your body responds like you just stepped out of the bath. While whispering these sweet words, Shen Ping burrowed under the covers. He could feel the warmth inside. He didn't hesitate and passionately loved Suin with all his might. After their intense passion was spent, it was already dawn the next day. During breakfast, Liu Wei noticed her cousin's eyes brimming with an indescribable delight and couldn't help remarking, Xiaoyin, it seems your husband kept you well fed last night. Suin responded with a bashful smile, lowering her head to sip her porridge. Seeing this, with a tinge of jealousy in her teasing tone, Liu Wei lamented, how miserable I am, left all alone in an empty room for over half a month. Shen Ping took a bite of the cold dish before turning to his wife with a suggestion, Dear, if you're feeling lonely with no one to chat with, perhaps you could spend evenings in Xiao Yin's room. The two women flushed crimson upon hearing this. Liu Wei chided, You're so rotten, always thinking about such things. Shen Ping said with a completely straight face, Don't wrong me, wasn't it you who said you'd be lonely without company? At least chatting with Xiaoyin could help pass the time. Liu Wei rolled her eyes, If I go, I won't be coming back at night. Let's get down to business. Recently, the company's material procurement performance has surged dramatically, and we've even had warriors from other base cities coming to sell. I think it's time to establish branches in other base cities. Hearing this, Shen Ping wasn't surprised. As the first and second waves of warriors using gene boosters experienced skyrocketing physical enhancements, the combat-level warriors from the two major martial arts halls in HR Alliance couldn't remain idle any longer. Currently, the only ways to obtain gene boosters were either joining Yanfeng Martial Arts Hall or selling monster materials to Pingwei Materials Company. Even though this method required accumulating star ratings over time to exchange for boosters, nothing could deter warriors' pursuit of greater strength. Yes, just notify the government departments in other base cities in advance, and maintain balanced relationships with HR Alliance and the two major martial halls. When appropriate, we can raise material prices slightly. Liu Wei understood what Shen Ping meant. At this stage, both Yanfeng Martial Arts Academy and Pingwei Materials Company were thriving, which inevitably encroached on the interests of other factions. Therefore, sometimes they had to concede a portion of their gains. 9:30 a.m. Shen Ping and Suin arrived at the headquarters building of Yanfeng Martial Arts Academy. They had just entered the office. President Qin Shan came over to report, Master, the branches of Yanfeng Martial Arts School have been fully established in district-level schools across the satellite cities of Anqing, Luochang, and others. After some minor renovations, those schools will soon be open for students to enroll. Shen Ping sat back in his office chair and smiled, That's quite efficient. Qin Shan shrugged, mainly because the local governments and the satellite cities were very enthusiastic and cooperative. He then added, Here's the 2-year development plan drafted for the martial arts school. Take a look, and if there are no issues, I'll instruct Muyang and the others to proceed accordingly. Shen Ping took the proposal and skimmed through it briefly. The content outlined establishing branches in all 5 major base cities of Huaxia within 2 years, appointing branch heads and 3 chief supervisors, while simultaneously developing residential compounds exclusively for martial arts halls to strengthen cohesion among practitioners. Overall, it proposed steady growth. This made him nod in satisfaction. Although Yanfeng Martial Arts School is currently overshadowing the 2 major martial arts schools, he knows this is just a temporary surge brought about by the gene potion. When it comes to heritage and actual strength, Yanfeng is far from being a rival to the 2 major schools. It can't even compare to the Asian branch of the HR Alliance within the country. Therefore, steady and unhurried step-by-step development is the most reliable approach. Okay, let's execute according to this plan. The focus should be on nurturing our school's war generals and war gods. After Qin Shan left, he glanced at the virtual panel. His foundation improvement once again earned family evaluation points, just as anticipated. The rewards were merely Muya crystals, the 5th stance of his blade technique, and the 5th layer of the Liao Yuan movement art. Just 3 more evaluations, and I'll reach the 8th stance. In the following days, Shen Ping's life revolved almost entirely between his villa and the martial arts hall. Though it seemed monotonous to others, he found endless joy in it, spending nights alternately pampering his wives,
with occasional trips to the wildlands to practice his blade techniques against king-class monsters. During the New Year holiday, the villa buzzed with lively activity as visitors came daily to offer New Year greetings. His smartwatch vibrated incessantly with calls from all 5 superpowers, 2 major martial arts academies, the HR Alliance, and other prominent organizations wishing him well. Esteemed figures like Jia Yi even paid personal visits. Thus 2052 quietly passed into history, giving way to 2053. Early March arrived. Su Yin's pregnancy once again marked a promising start to the new year. Chapter 051, the first planetary-level warrior on Earth. Boom! Amidst the rolling thunder. As June arrived, central China Bay City welcomed the first torrential downpour of the month. The heavy rain quickly formed curtains of water, enveloping the entire Bay City in a hazy veil of precipitation. Under the relentless downpour, the windows of towering skyscrapers grew misty and blurred, as if coated with fog. At this moment, inside the conference hall of the Yinfeng Martial Arts Association headquarters, Shen Ping's expression turned grave. The importance of the Yinfeng branches established in each Bay City lies not in the number of martial artists but in their quality. Although our association is newly founded, we cannot appoint instructors indiscriminately. Beyond strength, they must also possess adequate comprehension in skills like blade techniques and body movement. With gene potions available, physical fitness can be improved eventually, but knife techniques, movement skills, and other realms cannot rely on gene potions. This aspect must be strictly controlled. Our martial arts school doesn't lack gene potions, and in the future, it may not even lack war gods. What we lack are talented seedlings with outstanding potential. The president of Yinfeng Hall in Jiangnan Bay City hastily stood up. Hall Master, it was my failure to perform my duties properly. After returning, I will strictly follow your instructions in arranging the instructors. Shen Ping looked at President Chang. The man had a good relationship with Qin Shan and was among the first batch of martial artists to take gene potions. Now his strength had reached the level of a war god. Out of respect for Qin Shan, Shen Ping had entrusted him with the important position of president in Jiangnan Bay City. In less than a month, the Jiangnan Bay City received numerous negative reports, with many martial artists disapproving of the appointed instructors. In truth, instructor positions within martial arts schools are mostly filled by retired or disabled martial artists in the 2 major guilds. However, since Yinfeng Martial Arts School was newly established, the selection of instructors was treated with great importance. Coupled with the generous benefits attached to the position, it became a focal point of controversy. If one were to scrutinize the matter closely, Chairman Chang couldn't be said to be entirely at fault. It was merely that his mindset hadn't adapted to the changes. Just this once. Yes, Master. After Chairman Chang took his seat, Shen Ping turned his gaze to the branch masters and instructors of other gyms and continued, in just 2 months, the combat trials for warriors in each base city will begin. You must prepare in advance. Many outstanding warrior candidates have already distinguished themselves. Don't wait until after the trials to recruit them. Furthermore, regarding mentalists, as soon as you discover one, spare no expense in recruiting them to our gym, no matter what it takes. Yes, Master. After the meeting concluded, walking back to the office along the corridor, Qin Shan followed beside Shen Ping and sighed, "It was my oversight. Old Chang isn't really suited to managing a club." Shen Ping shook his head. "Don't blame yourself. Right now, we have too few capable people at the martial arts school, there's no helping it, and it's only natural that various issues will crop up at the start. As long as we resolve them, it's fine. By the way, Muyang hasn't been to the school for a while, how's he doing?" Speaking of Muyang, a hint of a smile appeared on Qin Shan's face. "That kid's been pushing himself hard training in the wilderness zone. He just called me a few days ago saying he'll reach wargod level in half a month at most." Shen Ping immediately chuckled. Impressive. While gene serums can greatly enhance physical fitness, breaking through this quickly means he's been putting in serious work. Qin Shan nodded and added, "Zhou Qiang and Yutai are also close to breakthroughs. Once they succeed, we should establish branch halls in North China and Western China's base cities, and have them serve as hall masters." The 2 men continued their conversation as they returned to the office. After drinking a cup of tea, Shen Ping looked at Qin Shan and continued, "What about you? The gene potion you took last time should be fully assimilated by now, right?" "Yeah, it's been completely absorbed. Recently, my punching power hasn't been increasing as quickly." "Then it's time to take the SS grade gene potion. Aim to reach peak war god level by year's end. The Martial Arts Academy needs a supervising envoy too." The SS grade gene potion was extremely valuable, and Qin Shan didn't bother with formalities, immediately replying, "Deal." After Qin Shan left, Shen Ping walked slowly to the window, gazing at the rain outside as his mind gradually settled. Over the past 6 months, his cultivation progress had been steady. Though he hadn't continued absorbing rock god's water, by digesting most of the previously stored energy, his genetic primal energy had already broken through to planetary level 5. By month's end, I'll be able to use Rock God's water again. If he were to recklessly pursue breakthroughs without regard for his foundation, he could reach planetary level 9 within a few years, but that would damage his cultivation base, resulting in more loss than gain. However, the auxiliary plant lifeform Blazing Starflower is entirely different. It doesn't concern itself with foundational matters. After reaching planetary level 8, its absorption and digestion capabilities improved significantly. Moreover, even if it can't fully absorb energy, it can simply shed leaves and some root sections to protect its main vine. So as long as there's locked divine water available, it can keep advancing indefinitely. Opening the virtual panel. The displayed text was from April, still showing foundational enhancement rewards. Both my blade technique and movement technique have reached the 6th level now. Pity I didn't receive any additional rewards either time. He turned around, settled into his office chair. Rubbing his temples in contemplation, he realized, by this point, every aspect of his family's development had entered a stable phase. Achieving major evaluations like before would be improbable in the short term, exactly as he'd anticipated, since all growth inevitably reaches periods of stabilization. Knock knock. The knocking at the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in, soon. The office door pushed open. Secretary Lin stepped in with the click-clack of her high heels. She had been transferred to the martial arts hall primarily because the place was severely understaffed, and this secretary's work performance was excellent. That's why he had asked his wife to transfer Lin Jing here. Hall Master, the heads of the Zhang and Su families have requested an audience. Should I arrange a meeting with them? In the past, had the head of the Zhang family extended an invitation, he would have certainly agreed to meet. But now, with his changed status and standing, while he wouldn't refuse a private visit over a meal and casual conversation, in such a formal setting, to be honest, Shenping had no desire to see him. They came with the head of the Su family, clearly just another group of lobbyists sent by the HR Alliance trying to secure a share of the SS-grade gene serum. No need. Yes, master. Returning to the villa in the evening, he stepped into the training hall and glanced at the blazing starflower. Its main vines had already grown to 23 stems, densely covered with fiery red leaves that resembled flaming blades. Each leaf's surface was studded with barbed thorns, razor-sharp and gleaming dangerously. Sensing Shinping's aura, the flare star vine affectionately coiled its leaves around Shinping's body. This little one's growth is truly astonishing. Once it breaks through to 24 main vines, it'll reach stellar level. At this rate, it might even break through by month's end. He gently stroked the flare star vine. Once a plant lifeform recognizes its master, it would never betray. This was his most important companion and auxiliary partner. The days passed one by one. In the blink of an eye, late June arrived. Late this night, Shinping entered the gravity chamber and took another dose of Locker's divine water. As the extremely pure life energy surged into his body, his genetic primal energy skyrocketed while his bones, muscles, and cellular structures underwent continuous transformations deep within. This lasted for nearly an hour. He slowly opened his eyes. Planetary level 6 achieved. Before he could even rejoice, the fire starflower soaking in the locked divine water began its transformation. P.S. The previous chapter is under review and cannot be displayed. Chapter 052, Trouble at the Martial Arts School. Whoosh! The leaves of the fire starflower grew wildly as its main vine roots rapidly spread through the locked divine water, absorbing vast amounts of life energy. As the energy reached saturation, its main vine split off another primary stem, which in the blink of an eye grew as tall as the others. Meanwhile, its flame-colored leaves bloomed fully, revealing sharp barbs on their surfaces. 24 main vines. This is the mark of the flame blossom transcending the stellar level. Unlike the planetary level, the stellar-grade flamestar vine not only grows additional main vines, but also significantly enhances its leaf constriction and corrosive burning capabilities, while its vitality has also improved. During combat, as long as one main vine remains intact, the others can quickly regenerate even if damaged. To destroy the flame starflower, it's necessary to eradicate all of its main vines completely. Feeling the joy after the breakthrough of the flaming starflower, Shinping stepped forward and gently stroked its leaves. His gaze swept across the specially crafted cube, noting that a considerable amount of the Luxian water inside had been consumed. Yet not a trace of regret showed on his face. After all, the Yenqing flower reaching star level would bring him immense benefits. With the acquisition of the stellar-grade pyroflora, the creatures on Earth no longer pose any threat. Now we can accelerate the implementation of our previously established development plans. His eyes gleamed with excitement. For a family's development, formidable martial prowess is essential. It deters the riffraff and prevents unnecessary troubles. Moreover, he had already reached planetary level 6, far surpassing even the third counselor, the Ice Emperor, on a global scale. He suppressed his excitement. Setting aside distracting thoughts, he went downstairs for a shower before heading to his wife Li Yuewei's bedroom. Finding her still managing company affairs on her laptop, he couldn't resist sneaking up behind her with frisky hands. Wait a moment. I'm busy. Li Yuewei suppressed her bodily reactions and chided him. Shinping leaned closer to his wife and glanced at the laptop, which displayed the half-year performance report of Pingwei Materials Company. Having not visited the company in a while, his grasp of its development wasn't as clear as before. Seeing the figures, he gasped, "This year's first-half profits aren't bad at all, they actually exceeded 50 billion. With a net profit this high in just half a year, it means Pingwei Materials Corporation's overall production scale has reached globally top-tier standards. From its establishment to now, merely a few years, this growth speed is truly astonishing." Li Yuewei smiled. "Thanks to the gene potions, many martial artists are willing to sell to our company under the star rating system."
Moreover, this March, the company established subsidiaries in both the Jingdu base city and Jiangnan base city. Judging by the current growth trends, the second half of the year will be even better.
Though we still can't compare to the HR Alliance. Xinping kissed his wife on the cheek and said, "The HR Alliance has been developing for many years, with financial consortium families backing it from within.
These consortiums control the global economy. How could Pingwei Materials possibly surpass them in just a few years?"
Li Yuewei clenched her delicate fists, her eyes sparkling with the demeanor of a strong businesswoman. "If we can't surpass them in a few years, then we'll take 10, 20 years. I firmly believe our company can become the strongest in the world."
Watching his wife's confidence,
Xinping smiled gently. "Go for it, honey.
I'll always support you." Hearing this,
Li Yuewei placed her notebook on the bedside table, burrowed under the covers, and peeked out with just her head visible. Her tongue darted out to moisten her lips as she murmured, "Darling, I want your support right now." Soon the bed began to tremble.
The next day, during breakfast,
Xinping discussed the matter of children's upbringing with his wife and Suyin.
"There's no need to rush our son into studying yet. He's still young.
Focus first on nurturing his proper understanding of the world around him. In a couple more years, we can send him to the neighborhood school to study alongside other children.
Don't spoil him too much. Countless affluent families have ruined their children through excessive pampering.
Our family enjoys comfortable circumstances. We lack neither money nor cultivation resources, so we should place special emphasis on developing his abilities in other areas."
Environmental factors have tremendous influence on children.
Growing up in a privileged district like Lishui, combined with having a powerhouse council member like him as a father, no matter how excellent the education, the child will inevitably develop a sense of superiority. This is extremely difficult to avoid. Li Yuewei and Sui nodded in succession. They had no other opinions regarding the child's upbringing.
Half a month passed in a flash.
After becoming accustomed to the full extent of his planetary level 6 strength, Xinping boarded the intelligent fighter jet once more and headed to the Australian continent. This time, his target was the king-tier monster known as King Kong, one of the most infamous beasts in the region. Originally, he had planned to master his domain first before engaging in fierce battles with more formidable king-tier monsters to hone his blade techniques and movement skills. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Yan Xinghua's breakthrough to the stellar level ensured his safety was no longer a concern, allowing him to freely immerse himself in rigorous training. Bang! Arriving at the area where the King Kong sovereign resided. With flames surging across his body, he charged straight toward the King Kong sovereign. The world's formidable king-class monsters were under surveillance by the 2 great martial arts institutions and the 5 major powers, primarily to prevent them from instigating beast tides to besiege base cities.
Due to the oceanic barrier in the Australian continent, the surveillance here wasn't as dense as in other countries, though satellites could still capture their movements. In response, Xinping didn't mind.
Now at planetary stage 6 with his blazing saber technique reaching the 6th layer, he could unleash 18 times his normal strength. His formidable power left him unconcerned about exposure. Roar! The Golden King's true form was a massive white ape. Sensing the fiery genetic energy emanating from Xinping, it pounded its chest and roared at the sky, its savage eyes gleaming with disdain. Among the planetary counselor-level powerhouses, it feared only Hong and Thunder God. The other speakers gave it slight pause, but as for this unfamiliar counselor before it, the beast didn't spare him a second thought. The descending ball of flame made no attempt to dodge King Kong's massive fist, crashing squarely against it with full force. Bang! The terrifying impact sent the nearly 30-meter-tall King Kong staggering back a considerable distance before barely steadying itself, its pupils burning with fury.
Without hesitation, Jin Gangwang charged fiercely toward Xinping. Xinping no longer clashed head-on as before.
His earlier move was purely to test the explosive power of the blazing saber technique. With a whoosh, as he executed the raging prairie movement technique, his entire body seemed to merge with space itself, his figure flickering like a phantom. No matter how fast the King Kong ape's fists were, not a single blow could touch Xinping. Instead, its own body accumulated numerous wounds. Roar! Roar! The King Kong ape was enraged. It realized the tiny human before it wasn't even using his full strength, merely treating it as a whetstone to sharpen his skills. Since becoming a king-class monster, no one had ever dared to look down on it like this. It immediately roared and erupted with power, its body seemingly swelling slightly as its speed and reflexes intensified. Good,
just like that. Shen Ping laughed heartily. Normally, he couldn't fully unleash himself when training in the gravity chamber. His mastery of saber techniques and movement skills relied solely on the insights rewarded from his system. But now, locked in combat with the King Kong, that constant oppressive thrill excited every cell in his body. Through real battle, he gained new understandings of how to integrate his saber techniques, footwork, and the surrounding environment. After tempering himself for 2 or 3 days straight, the King Kong would flee at the mere sight of him. Its former arrogance completely vanished. Seeing this, no longer holding back, Shen Ping fully unleashed his power and effortlessly slew the King Kong with the aid of the flaming starflower. On the way back to the base city, Qin Shan called, "Gym Master, something's happened at the martial arts gym." Chapter 053, Taking Matters into His Own Hands. Headquarters building of Yinfeng Martial Arts Gym. Inside the teacher's office, Shen Ping listened calmly as Qin Shan gave a detailed report. The cause of the incident isn't complicated. It was a conflict sparked by 2 squads fighting over monster materials, a common occurrence in the wilderness. However, the captain of one squad, called Mountain Fire Team, was a warrior who'd taken the second wave of gene therapy and was fortunate enough to break through to combat god level. But because of this, when the conflict arose, the other squad insulted them, calling the Mountain Fire captain a drug junkie who got lucky becoming a combat god by relying on medication. The insults were extremely harsh, and eventually both squads fought in deadly earnest. Both sides suffered injuries, and the matter might have ended there. But just yesterday, a high-ranking combat god from the EU, clad in black god armor, crippled the Mountain Fire captain. They even recorded the incident and posted it on the HR Alliance forum, publicly mocking our Blazing Wind dojo as being full of mediocrities. Qin Shan's voice turned icy. This matter has stirred up quite a discussion in the martial arts community. We admit we were outmatched in skill, but someone must be pulling strings behind this. Shen Ping smiled, though his grin carried a chilling edge. Truth be told, ever since Yinfeng Martial Arts Academy was established, there had been no shortage of snide remarks among martial artists. At its core, it was simple jealousy towards those who catapulted to elite warrior status or with sheer luck, even broke through to combat god level using gene serums. After all, most martial artists were mediocre, with limited potential. But now these gene serums had appeared, offering people a shortcut to skyrocket up the ranks. Naturally, this bred resentment, so a few cutting remarks were to be expected. About these matters, he didn't take them to heart, because the current combat gods of Yinfeng Martial Arts School indeed relied on gene potions. There was nothing to hide. Even his captain Qin Shan had achieved his current strength entirely through accumulated gene potions. Therefore, when recruiting martial artists who passed practical combat assessments, he imposed extremely strict requirements. Moreover, for any promising talents, he offered very generous terms, all with the aim of cultivating and enhancing the martial arts school's foundational strength. But this by no means implied the martial arts school would tolerate outside forces stirring up trouble, nor did it mean outsiders could bully the school's members over this matter. European Union mercenaries? Yes. Send them an email, tell that high-level war god to issue a public apology and offer life water along with additional compensation. Then we'll consider the matter settled. Qin Shan nodded, then hesitated before reminding him, "Old Shen, the reason they dare to act so arrogantly is because they rely on the black god armor, and it could also be a test." Shen Ping gave a faint hum in acknowledgement. He understood perfectly well the underlying reason for this incident. Not long ago, several mercenary factions from the European Union had attempted to secure a share of the genetic serums from the martial arts school, but he had refused, which had created enmity between them. Now in my eyes, whether I have the black god armor or not makes no difference. Both Hong and Thunder God have slain council-level warriors equipped with black god suits. As for him, a 6th-stage planetary-level fighter armed with the 18-fold power unleash of the blazing saber technique and footwork far surpassing the realm of comprehension, such feats were equally possible. And that wasn't even accounting for the stellar-level flare aster at his disposal. Qin Shan grinned at these words. Years of living together. He knew Shen Ping would never exaggerate his abilities. Soon, the notification email was sent out under the name of Yinfeng Martial Arts School. Within a short time, martial artists worldwide who were following this matter became aware of this email. Jia, a council member from Huaxia, personally called and said, "Councilman Shen, if there's anything you need help with, just say the word." As fellow Huaxia people, I can't stand the way the EU is acting. Shen Ping smiled and said, "Councillor Jia, I appreciate your kindness, but the Blazing Wind Martial Arts Academy will handle this matter well." The call ended. Jia Yi thought to himself, not even a high-level war god would dare to provocatively challenge a counselor so easily, even with black god armor. There must be another counselor supporting this behind the scenes. Let's see how Shen Ping responds. The black god armor had astounding defensive capabilities, but counselor-level experts could still rely on overwhelming force to batter a war god warrior to death through successive shockwaves. However, killing someone at the same power level was far more difficult. So far, only Hong and Thunder God had managed such a feat. It wasn't just Jia, many counselors around the world were quietly observing the situation as well. Shen Ping, an ordinary council member, possessed an SS-grade gene serum. How could this not stir covetous desires? Had he been willing to share a portion through cooperation, the major factions would have spared him trouble out of respect for the serum. Yet after establishing his martial arts school, he refused to yield even a sliver of his share, inevitably breeding discontent among the other counselors. The clash between the two squads was merely the spark that lit the fuse. Councilman Shin has only recently reached the planetary level. Most likely this matter will be downplayed until it's nothing at all. I suspect they'll most likely use genetic enhancers to solve it. Regardless, if this matter isn't handled properly, it's bound to damage Yanfeng Martial Arts School's reputation. Yanfeng Martial Arts School could only establish itself within China. Do they really think genetic serums can make them equal to the two great martial arts schools? The martial arts forums buzzed endlessly with debates. Yet senior war god Hardman, who received the email, offered no response, clearly ignoring Yanfeng Martial Arts School's notice. Inside the teacher's office, Xin Ping stood by the window, gazing at the distant skyscrapers, and calmly said, "Send the second letter. Give him half an hour to apologize, this is his second chance." Xin Shan nodded. Yet, half an hour later, there was still no word from the EU mercenaries. As the old Chinese saying goes, courtesy before force. Since he refused both chances, don't blame me for using overwhelming power. As they spoke, Xin Ping stepped out of the martial arts hall building and boarded an intelligent fighter jet, swiftly transforming into a streak of light as he headed toward the European Union. The warrior forums of major factions like the HR Alliance, Limit Home, and Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall had completely erupted. All warriors following the incident were frantically posting messages. Counselor Shen has gone to the EU. This might actually lead to a fight. This matter has caused too big an impact. Councilman Shen will definitely demand an explanation. Otherwise, how will the martial arts school continue to grow in the future? I'm just worried other council members might interfere. Flame Wind Martial Arts School belongs to our Huaxia. That Hardman is too arrogant, bullying a freshly breakthrough combat god? If he's got guts, let him challenge someone at his own level. It was just a minor incident from the start. Clearly someone's using this as an excuse to target Flame Wind Martial Arts School. Many martial artists noticed something was wrong with this situation, yet as events unfolded, there seemed to be a growing intensity. Everyone understood that Councilman Shin of Yanfeng Martial Arts Hall would have to step forward personally. Boom! The intelligent combat aircraft entered European Union airspace, heading straight for the location of Hardman's mercenary force. Within minutes, it hovered above the mercenary headquarters building. The cabin door slowly opened. Xin Ping stepped out, his eyes blazing with fire as he surveyed the entire building. Then, his voice infused with genetic primal energy reverberated, "Hardman, get out here." The sound kept circling and reverberating. Many warriors in the mercenary building instinctively raised their heads, looking at the figure in the sky. Chapter 054, Showing Off. Inside the building, Hardman of the Iron Wolf mercenaries was drinking vodka when he heard the booming roar in the distance, instinctively shrinking his shoulders. He knew the master of the Yanfeng Martial Arts Academy had arrived. "What are you so scared of? He's just a regular councilman. You think he can waltz right into our mercenary headquarters and kill you?" A burly white man sitting to Hardman's left scoffed. "Besides, Councilman Farr is already on his way. With him here, nothing's gonna happen. Keep drinking and ignore it." Bang! As the two conversed, a fiery streak of light rapidly approached from the distant sky above the building, soon coming to a hovering stop directly opposite Xin Ping. The burly white man laughed heartily. "Councilman Farr has arrived. Come, let's go out and meet this Councilman Shen." Hartman immediately felt relieved and followed the sturdy white man out of the martial arts hall building. Swish! Hardman had just appeared when he sensed a pair of scorching eyes locking onto him, followed by a voice exploding in his ears. "Hardman, will you take your own life, or shall I do it for you?" "Master Shen, please calm down." Hardman simply had a momentary lapse in judgment and acted foolishly. "For the sake of my Iron Wolf mercenaries, let this matter go. I'll make sure Hardman apologizes to Captain Shanhua later," the burly white man declared in fluent English. Xin Ping's communication wristband had a translation function. Hearing this, he said coldly, "I gave you a chance. Since you won't take the honorable way out, I'll help you myself." The words barely faded. Counselor Farr, hovering nearby, stepped forward and blocked Xin Ping's path. Flames wreathed his body like a throne of fire, and his genetic energy aura spread outward. "Counselor Shen, why trouble yourself with a mere high-level war god? The Iron Wolf mercenaries were in the wrong." Xin Ping cut him off sharply, his gaze piercing. "Counselor Farr, do you intend to stand in my way?" Farr smiled faintly. "I'm not standing in your way. The Iron Wolf mercenaries have a cooperative relationship with our HR Alliance. In consideration of HR." His words were abruptly cut short as a fiery figure suddenly appeared before him. Before he could react, a scorching blade flash streaked across like a burst of flames. Boom! The next instant, Representative Farr was sent flying like a severed kite string,
crashing heavily into the skyscraper behind him.
The impact created a deep, human-shaped crater in the building's surface. Whoosh! With another flicker of the flaming figure's movement, Representative Farr's limp body, now resembling a slaughtered hog, was unceremoniously flung before Hardman and the leader of the Iron Wolf mercenaries. At this moment, the air around the entire building seemed to freeze completely. All the martial artists stared at the figure lying on the ground, their breaths caught in their throats. This was Councilman Farr, an existence surpassing even war gods. The result was unexpectedly being severely injured by a single strike from the Yinfeng Martial Arts Academy's master. Even if one hadn't anticipated Councilman Shen's sudden attack, Councilman Farr was wearing a black god suit. To inflict such severe damage with a single strike, globally only Hong and Thunder God could accomplish this. Even the third council leader, the frozen Emperor Harmondson, was incapable of such a feat. Then a chilling voice rang out, "Councilman Farr, if it weren't for the consideration of the first and second council leaders of the Warrior God Palace, you would already be a dead man." Quiet. The surroundings were deathly quiet. The Iron Wolf mercenary leader and Hardman watched Shinping's figure, feeling fear and panic for the first time. They never imagined the martial arts hall master of Yinfeng would be this terrifyingly powerful. As they snapped back to reality, without a second thought, both men sprinted away frantically, pounding the ground at the fastest speed of their lives, darting off like rockets. Shinping's face remained expressionless. Thinking of running now? Too late. Put. Activating the blazing prairie movement technique, his figure flickered like a specter twice. Each flicker was accompanied by a startlingly swift flash of blade light. Hardman and the mercenary leaders simply lacked the reaction time to respond, falling rigidly to the ground with expressions of horror permanently frozen in their wide-open eyes. Splash! After killing the two, Shinping returned to the Iron Wolf mercenary headquarters and, looking at the dumbstruck martial artists, said coldly, "From today onward, the Iron Wolf mercenaries are disbanded. Anyone who dares to call themselves a member of the Iron Wolf mercenaries will meet the same fate as them." After speaking, he glanced at the motionless Congressman Farr, let out a cold snort, and transformed into a streak of fiery light that shot into the sky. Once he stepped into the cabin of the smart fighter jet, the aircraft swiftly vanished from sight. A long while, the severely injured Councillor Farr could no longer suppress the surging blood in his chest, vomiting a mouthful of blood with a loud wah. He coughed violently, yet his eyes revealed sheer terror. That slash just now. He had truly tasted the flavor of death. Half an hour later, on various martial arts forums, an exceptionally eye-catching message was pinned at the top of the homepage. Breaking news, Iron Wolf, leader of the Iron Wolf mercenaries, and Hardman are dead. Representative Farr, who came to mediate, was severely injured by a single strike from Representative Shen. The Iron Wolf mercenaries have officially disbanded. The news shocked all martial artists following the incident. In just a few short minutes, the post received tens of thousands of replies below. "Holy crap, really? My god, the master of Yinfeng Martial Arts School is this strong? 1/critically injured council member Farr of the HR Alliance? Bro, this is too exaggerated. Is there any video footage? Don't be ridiculous. The master of Yinfeng Martial Arts Hall just recently broke through to planetary level. There's no way he could be a match for Councillor Farr, let alone inflict serious injuries with a single strike. This must be fake." Many martial artists couldn't believe it. Although they knew Hardman would surely face punishment, the outcome was completely different from what they'd anticipated. No one could have imagined that two war gods would perish, and even the mediating Councillor Farr would be severely injured. It was simply unbelievable. Yet only a few minutes had passed. Extreme Martial Arts Gym, Thunder Martial Arts Gym, including the HR Alliance, as well as the 5 major powers, all issued statements on their official websites. The Iron Wolf mercenaries have wantonly murdered members of Blazing Wind Martial Arts Gym in an exceptionally vicious manner. We hereby announce the termination of all cooperation with the Iron Wolf mercenaries. After releasing the statement, the HR Alliance immediately followed up with a public apology letter, promising full compensation for all losses suffered by the injured member of Blazing Wind Martial Arts Gym. This sent shockwaves through the entire martial artist community. Many warriors in the War God Palace were utterly stunned. The news was evidently true. Inside the massive starship at the headquarters of the Limit Dojo, the Ball Thunder God sat beside the black-clothed Hong and grinned. This Shinping has really hidden his strength well. Although that Far guy isn't much, he's still a councilman and has a black god suit. To severely wound him in a single slash, Shinping's genetic primordial energy must be at least at planetary level 5, and his swordsmanship realm is no joke either. Hong smiled and then said, "The Diamond King on the Australian continent is dead, killed by Shinping. It seems the benefits he gained from the ancient ruins in South America were substantial. No wonder he dares to establish a martial arts school. TSK, that Diamond King was much stronger than Far." Thunder God excitedly said, "That kid must be at least planetary tier 5 or above. I've got to find a chance to spar with him." Hong couldn't help but chuckle. "You, still as battle-hungry as ever. Thor laughed. If I can't beat you, I at least need to find someone I can actually defeat. Hong shook his head. Having another planetary level warrior like you and me on Earth is a good thing. Whether it's dealing with beasts or preparing for the universe in the future, we'll have one more ally. Chapter 055 Unleashed. Huazhong Base City. Flamewind Marshall Pavilion Headquarters Building. The news of Shinping severely injuring Counselor Farr and slaying 2 Iron Wolf mercenary gods of war had already spread, and naturally all the martial artists in the dojo were aware. At this moment, Qin Shan was leading all the members as they stood on the lawn, waiting, as a smart fighter jet appeared on the horizon. The dojo members erupted in excitement. It's the master! The master has returned! Whoosh! The fighter jet landed. Qin Shan and the other supervisors hurried forward. Greetings, Hall Master. Their voices were filled with excitement and reverence. Shinping chuckled and shook his head. Why so formal? It's just a minor matter resolved. Alright, everyone, quickly return to your posts and get back to work. Qin Shan couldn't help but interject. Hall Master, this is hardly a minor matter. You severely injured Counselor Farah, boosting our martial hall's prestige tremendously. Even on the forums and in the Hall of Gods, many are calling you the third speaker. A supervisor hastily chimed in. That's right. After this incident, no one would dare whisper behind our backs that everyone in our martial arts school relies on medicine anymore. Shinping swept his gaze across the room, noticing admiration and genuine respect in many members' eyes. Previously, though these members had shown him courtesy and respect when they met, it was merely the deference due to a council-level powerhouse. Now, their reverence came from the heart. The shift in attitude was entirely different. Indeed, true strength remains the most fundamental virtue in every martial artist's eyes, he muttered to himself. Since the Great Nirvana, martial prowess has been revered worldwide, with a flourishing martial culture. Even ordinary people worship and respect the strong. Though he had previously founded a martial arts gym and sold gene potions that greatly assisted warriors, his prestige wasn't particularly high. But now, things were different. After the Iron Wolf mercenaries incident, his prestige within the gym skyrocketed rapidly. He took the elevator up to his office. He hadn't even sat down yet. His communication wristwatch began vibrating. It was Jiai calling. After answering, Jiai's hearty laughter came through the wristwatch. Councilman Shin, you've kept me in the dark. Had I known you were this capable, I'd never have presumed to offer my help. Shinping hurriedly explained that he hadn't intentionally concealed anything, but simply didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. Understood. Jiai smiled and continued. How do you plan to deal with the HR Alliance situation? Noticing that Jiai had proactively brought up the HR Alliance, Shinping guessed the council member was likely here as a mediator, so he responded, Counselor Jia, might I inquire what suggestions you have? There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone before the voice continued. The Mountain Fire Squad incident was orchestrated by several high-ranking officials within the HR Alliance. The Iron Wolf mercenary group was simply their pawn to test the waters. However, the 9 core family conglomerates of the HR Alliance have intricate relationships with one another, and they also compete fiercely. Just now, Speaker Isadora called me and confirmed that this scheme originated from the family conglomerate associated with Congressman Farr. They have convened a top-level meeting and will impose the most severe penalties on that family. Congressman Farr's faction will essentially lose all influence within the EU moving forward. Additionally, Speaker Isadora will personally visit to offer an apology. At this point, his voice lowered. Congressman Shin, the Underground Alliance is deeply entrenched and exerts immense influence over the economies of major powers. I hope you will consider this matter very carefully. Shinping understood the implication behind Congressman Jia's words. Congressman Jia, as long as the mastermind behind this incident receives the punishment they deserve, I will not escalate the scope of accountability further. Jia immediately felt relieved upon hearing this. Nowadays, the number of monsters in both the seas and on land is increasing daily, placing immense pressure on major powers. If council members were to start killing each other during such critical times, it would spell disaster for humanity as a whole. The 5 speaker paladins of the Warrior God Palace had established these constraints precisely with humanity's future in mind. The call ended. Before long, his wristwatch vibrated again. It was a message from another council member. For the next half hour, his wrist communicator never stopped buzzing. After demonstrating strength comparable to Hong and Thunder God, the attitudes of global council members toward him drastically changed. All these calls were coming to express their condolences. Knock knock. There was a knock at the door. Come in. As Qin Shan entered, he hastily reported, Guild Leader, the HR Alliance's speaker, Isabella, has arrived. She's waiting in the reception room. Shinping raised his eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't expected her to come so quickly. Rising to his feet, he went to meet this legendary underground queen in the reception room. For someone capable of presiding over the 9 core financial families of the HR Alliance as their chief negotiator,
her political acumen was truly formidable.
Councilman Shen, Madam Isadora. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries,
silver-haired Speaker Isadora smiled and said, Councillor Shen, it's truly astonishing that in such a short time since becoming planetary class, you've already rivaled the first and second speakers. Shen Ping replied modestly, I was just fortunate to stumble upon some artifacts from the ancient ruins.
Luck is also part of one's strength.
Chairwoman Isadora said, the main reason for my visit is to apologize for HR Alliance's misconduct this time. We failed to properly manage our internal affairs, causing losses to Yinfeng Martial Arts School. With these words, she stood up and bowed to Shen Ping. It must be said that for an underground queen to display such humility requires tremendous courage.
Shen Ping looked at this elderly woman and said slowly, the cooperation between Yinfeng Martial Arts School and HR Alliance will continue. However, we'll need to trouble Madame Isadora for assistance with establishing our European branch dojos in the future. Hearing this,
Chairman Isadora smiled, it is an honor for our HR Alliance.
Watching him depart,
Shen Ping knew that after this incident, the Blazing Wind Martial Arts School had firmly established its footing globally. There would be no more obstacles to its future development, and the 5 major powers along with other base cities would cooperate fully in establishing branches. With gene potions, vegetation spirits, Muya crystals, and other resources, the foundation of my Shen family can finally advance by leaps and bounds. Previously, family development required considering various influencing factors, but now he no longer needed to have any reservations and could fully implement his plans without restraint.
Returning to his office, he opened the virtual panel. New text appeared on it.
You severely wounded Councilman Farr, causing your family's global prestige to surge dramatically, taking a substantial and powerful step toward prosperity. Rewards, Martial's Secret Technique Shadow Blade, 10 with Spirit Crystals, Flaming Saber Art, 7th Stance, Roaring Wilds Movement Technique, 7th Layer. Additional reward, 3 bottles of Grade C Bloodline Evolution Serum, Improved Version, and 1 virtual training ground. Seeing the evaluation displayed in the font,
Shen Ping wore a pensive expression on his face.
Since establishing his martial arts school, his reputation had spread worldwide, making him a household name. However, this recent display of his true prowess had caused his prestige to skyrocket. It was clear that reputation and prestige were 2 entirely different dimensions. As his gaze swept downward, a glimmer of delight gradually lit up his eyes. The extra reward yielded another treasure, a Bloodline Evolution Serum.
Such items were rare even across the universe.
The main reason Earth's genetic warriors progressed so slowly was their inferior bloodlines. Now, with the Bloodline Evolution Serum, reaching the planetary stage would no longer be a challenge.
Chapter 056, Elite Training Camp. Evening, Li Shui District Villa.
The lavish and exquisite dinner exuded a rich aroma, featuring tender and delicious meat dishes, a green organic vegetable salad, plus specially prepared thick rice porridge.
Just the smell alone was enough to whet one's appetite.
Li Yuewei, his wife, praised the maid a few words and then began recounting interesting incidents she'd encountered at work that day. Shen Ping kept his head down and ate his meal. Su Yin, however, listened with keen interest. These days, her belly was gradually swelling, and being confined at home every day was quite boring for her, so she loved listening to her cousin's stories about office life the most.
After finishing the meal,
he quickly made his way to the training hall. He then silently recited claim in his heart. Instantly, a flood of insights and experiences related to the blazing saber technique and flowing prairie movement flooded his mind. Shen Ping had long grown accustomed to such abrupt increases in knowledge. He shook his head slightly and turned his gaze toward the other rewards floating in the air. First is the martial arts secret technique Shadow Blade, a method focused on the speed and power delivery of saber techniques. It consists of 8 levels, though it falls short compared to the power progression of 12 Flame Saber. Each level only increases force by 2-fold, and once fully mastered, it can unleash a 16-fold power boost. Next are the relatively common rewards, Muya crystals and plant spirits, which he directly stored in his wristwatch space. By now, the space had accumulated quite a few Muya crystals and plant spirits, enough to serve as a resource reserve for his family. Moreover, once his wife and Suyin reach the physical level of a high-tier war god, the Muya crystals can help them break through to planetary level. Then he turned his attention to the virtual training ground, equipped with a virtual helmet.
Merely touching it flooded his consciousness with a wealth of information about the facility.
The virtual training ground consists of 2 parts, one similar to the trial tower in the Limit Dojo's elite training camp, where one can hone saber techniques and movement skills while accurately testing their amplitude level. The other part is far more significant, functioning much like the combat space in the slaughterhouse. It allows users to set up simulated opponents for sparring practice. However, overall, its features are simpler than the slaughterhouses, making it a streamlined version of the combat space. Even so, Shen Ping's eyes lit up. While he could rely on his family's rewards to directly master blade techniques and footwork, after all, these hadn't been accumulated through his own hard work over time. Even if mastered proficiently, using them freely would remain difficult. Now with the virtual training ground, he could set up stronger opponents to enhance his mastery of blade techniques and footwork, as well as his combat experience. Warrior secret techniques and virtual training grounds. With these two resources, Yanfeng Martial Arts Hall can establish its own elite training camp. A warrior's physical fitness is crucial as it forms the foundation of all strength, but realms like blade techniques and footwork are equally important. The reason HR Alliance and other factions mock Yanfeng Martial Arts Hall's warriors as drugpots is precisely because their footwork and blade techniques are too mediocre. Even someone like Qin Shan is relatively weak in these aspects.
Finally, Xin Ping's gaze settled on the C-grade bloodline evolution serum.
The suspended syringe contained an unparalleled, shimmering liquid of breathtaking beauty, so mesmerizing it seemed to render even the most exquisite treasures of the world insignificant in its presence. The bloodline evolution serum is incredibly rare, only the first use yields significant effects.
When paired with the Muyatsi crystal, it can rapidly enhance one's genetic primal energy.
However, subsequent uses won't provide the same boost. This is an improved version awarded by the family, but its efficacy remains uncertain.
Took a deep breath.
He removed the cap from the syringe directly, then inserted the needle into his skin and pressed the plunger slowly. The colored liquid inside flowed into his body. The moment the liquid spread through his bloodstream, an excruciating pain like being sliced by 1,000 blades overwhelmed him. Even with mental preparation, Xin Ping was now curled up on the ground in excruciating pain, gritting his teeth as he endured the agony.
Bloodline evolution is an exceedingly protracted process. Bloodline evolution agents accelerate this process rapidly, restructuring one's lineage down to the marrow.
Naturally, this feels like having one's sinews pulled and bones scraped clean. The ordeal lasted nearly an entire hour. Only then did the pain finally subside. Lying flat on his back, he gasped for air in great heaves. Though his body felt extraordinarily comfortable now, he couldn't muster the strength to move even a finger. He gradually regained his composure. He hastily took out a drop of locked divine water and began cultivating, extracting the extremely high-level life force within it. As the energy of the locked divine water merged into his body, each cell that had just undergone a fundamental transformation hungrily, greedily, and frenziedly absorbed and devoured the energy. During this process, his planetary level 6th stage genetic primal energy visibly surged at an astonishing rate while simultaneously nourishing his bones, muscles, and skin. At one point, flames even began to rise from the surface of his body. A full day passed. The cells in his body had finally reached saturation state. Xin Ping clenched his fists, feeling the genetic primordial energy within him as a trace of excitement flashed across his face. Planetary level 7th stage. It's worth noting that progressing through planetary levels becomes increasingly difficult. Advancing from 6th to 7th stage normally required at least a year of cultivation even with the accelerated effects of locked divine water. Yet now, having just broken through to 6th stage not long ago, he'd achieved another breakthrough in merely a single day. Now looking across the globe, apart from Hong who has entered the domain, no one is my match. The 3-year plan I set earlier has been basically completed ahead of schedule. As he got up to shower, thoughts swirled in his mind. There are still 6 or 7 years before the Golden Horn Beast disaster. During this time, I must strive to break through to the planetary level. With Luoka divine water and the evolution of his genetic lineage within his body, Xin Ping believed he could accomplish this cultivation plan.
The days passed one by one.
In the blink of an eye, central China-based city entered the month of November. The first wave of cold air from the north swept southward, engulfing the entire northern region, from the capital-based city to North China-based city, in a blizzard.
Yanfeng Martial Arts Association headquarters building. Inside the teacher's office,
Xin Ping sipped his coffee while casually browsing through development reports from martial arts branches in various base cities. Over the past few months, apart from his time at the headquarters, he spent every moment immersed in the virtual training grounds, setting opponents at Planetary Stage 8 who practiced the same saber techniques and movement skills. Through prolonged training, his combat experience far exceeded his previous level. His mastery of the blazing saber technique and scorching plane's movement skill had reached a level of effortless precision. Click-clack. Just then, the crisp sound of high heels tapping against the floor echoed through the room. He subconsciously looked up and saw Secretary Lin enter, wearing a black and white office skirt suit. Seeing the confident ease radiating from her expression, he couldn't help but smile. Lin Jing, compared to when you first joined Pingwei Materials, you've matured quite a bit. Lin Jing paused briefly before replying gracefully, thanks to the opportunities and platform Chief Instructor and President Li provided, I've been able to temper myself and grow.
Otherwise, I might still be an ordinary attendant at the HR Alliance Mall.
As she spoke, she handed over the document in her hand. Xin Ping skimmed through it quickly. It was a proposal for the elite training camp of Yanfeng Martial Arts Hall. Ever since he had demonstrated his capabilities in the EU, the number of martial artists applying to join Yanfeng had skyrocketed. Over the past few months, branches had been established in all 6 major base cities across the country, and even the EU and the United States had pre-selected sites, inviting Yanfeng to set up halls there. So last month, he proposed establishing a training camp.
Chapter 057, Painting the Vision. The proposal contained detailed plans.
After all, the training camp was the most crucial part of the martial arts school. Take the two major training camps of the Lima Dojo as an example. They have nearly encompassed a large number of talented young martial artists from around the globe. This is precisely why the Lima Dojo's reserve and number of war gods far surpass those of other organizations. Therefore, for the Flame Wind Dojo's training camp, 3 sets of plans were developed, covering everything from site selection and regional recruitment to specific training methods. These 3 plans drew lessons from the Lima Dojo and Thunder Dojo's approaches to cultivating geniuses, integrating and refining them before combining them with the dojo's gene potions to formulate the most suitable method. Shin Ping read through carefully and unconsciously nodded in approval. The fact that they could produce such a detailed proposal clearly showed that Qin Shan and the other managers had put in considerable effort. They had even gone so far as to personally visit the global training camps of Extreme Martial Arts Academy for on-site research. However, in his view, their choices regarding location and training methods were somewhat conservative and mild. Secretary Lin, please notify all the branch hall leaders and managers to come to the headquarters for a meeting before 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Yes, Master Lin.
Lin Jing responded and turned to leave, swaying her hips as she walked. Shin Ping couldn't help but steal several long glances at the seductive curve of her full rear. There seemed to be an irresistible magnetism about it. But he quickly averted his gaze, shaking his head and chiding himself for being too absorbed in martial training lately, which had left his blood energy overly restless. Tonight, he thought, I'll have to thoroughly discuss some scholarly matters with my wife.
After handling miscellaneous affairs, he rose and walked to the window. Outside, goosefeather snowflakes had begun to drift down unnoticed.
Opening a window, gusts of icy wind carried glistening snowflakes into the room. Gazing at the distant snowscape, he saw nothing but a world cloaked in silver. The central China-based city lies in the heart of the Central Plains, mostly surrounded by land monsters.
Though numerous, they're far less dangerous than oceanic threats.
The Martial Arts Association headquarters built here, it's still too sheltered for real training.
After reviewing the proposal, this was the first question that came to his mind.
Take the headquarters building of Lima Dojo as an example. Initially, its surroundings were plagued by numerous monsters.
Only after continuous development did it gradually evolve into the Hongning base city.
For Blazing Wind Dojo to grow and improve, it couldn't afford to become too comfortable. Especially with various genetic serums available to rapidly enhance physical fitness, the focus had to remain on honing skills through actual monster combat. Thus, not only did the training camp's location require careful consideration, but even this headquarters building would need to be relocated.
2 p.m. Conference Hall. Shin Ping voiced his thoughts.
Qin Shan, Mu Yan, and others began whispering discussions with the presidents and directors from other base cities.
The training camp location proposed in the plan was set in central China base city.
Initially, they hadn't seen any issues with it, but after hearing Shin Ping's perspective, they now felt it indeed seemed somewhat too comfortable. Moreover, the most crucial point was that once the training camp was established, elite talents would frequently need to venture out for practical challenges. At that point, they couldn't possibly compete with the base city's martial artist teams for monster-killing opportunities.
Not long after,
one of the supervisors stood up and said, "Master, I think we could locate the headquarters of our martial arts school and the training camp near the Taihang Mountains. There are plenty of monsters there, making it ideal for elites and our members to hone their skills." As soon as those words were spoken, someone raised an objection. The Taihang Mountains border the northern military defense line and are highly susceptible to beast tides.
I don't think it's a suitable location. Once a beast tide erupts, it involves millions of monsters.
Although the training camp would undoubtedly have many war gods stationed there and wouldn't fear the tides, dealing with several such events each year could easily disrupt the training rhythm of the camp. Everyone should understand this. The purpose of our Yanfeng martial arts training camp is not to stockpile war gods but to cultivate truly powerful geniuses with formidable combat strength. The closer we are to densely populated monster areas, the better. Yes, the martial arts school has genetic serums. The prodigies in the training camp won't need to worry about enhancing their physical fitness. They can focus entirely on honing their blade techniques and movement skills.
And the Taihang Mountains happen to be an excellent training environment for this purpose. In my opinion, since we're not afraid of beast tides, why not directly establish a base near the Southeast Military District's defense line? That area is close to the sea and isn't far from City Number 003. It's the perfect place to temper prodigies. City Number 003 is known as the Meat Grinder Battlefield, a demon's lair. It certainly tempers warriors effectively, but it's too dangerous there. Being near the sea, you could encounter king-class monsters or even beast emperor attacks at any moment. Many supervisors and members began arguing heatedly. Some suggested going to the Taihang Mountains, others proposed heading to City Number 003, and a few even recommended following Hongning Base City's example by going directly to Africa. Shen Ping listened in silence,
but inwardly leaned toward the area near the Southeast Military District's defensive line. There, martial arts school members and training camp prodigies would constantly face danger, inevitably creating pressure, and pressure generates motivation. As the arguments gradually died down, he slowly straightened in his seat. The other association heads and executives immediately fell silent upon seeing Shinping's movement, and the meeting hall became quiet in an instant. Let's set it up near city number 003. As for those king-level monsters and the Beast Emperor, if they dare attack the Yanfeng Martial Arts School, they won't be leaving alive. His voice was soft, yet carried undeniable weight, brimming with an overwhelming confidence. After all, with his planetary 7th-tier strength coupled with the 21-fold explosive power of the Blazing Flame's 7th strike, the two Beast Emperors were no match for him on land. Xin Shan, Mu Yang, and other association heads along with the remaining core members all nodded in agreement. Lastly, regarding the selection of elite talents apart from the quotas allocated to major factions, our base city's branches and sub-branches must thoroughly penetrate every district-level school. Our Blazing Wind Dojo has a weaker foundation compared to the two major dojos, and our establishment time is shorter, so we must work even harder. Don't hesitate to invest resources and funds in training. As long as promising talents are identified, each person can apply for a 1 billion Chinese yuan training contract. Shinping swept his gaze across the room and lowered his voice. The more outstanding talents you discover, the more the Martial Arts Academy's resources will favor you, including SS-grade gene potions, and even more precious resources. Splash! As soon as these words were spoken, all members of the Martial Arts Academy exchanged astonished looks. SS-grade gene potions were already the best resources the Academy had to offer. What could be more precious than that? Could it be treasures that could help one break through to the planetary level? Thinking of the gym owner's rise to power, all the martial arts school members felt their passion ignite, wishing they could immediately head to the base city's lower districts to scout for promising talents. After the meeting concluded, the martial arts school members filed out one after another. Mu Yang trailed at the end, walking out alongside Shinping. He watched with a look of wanting to speak but hesitating. Shinping couldn't help but laugh. Ask whatever you want, you're not usually one to be hesitant. Mu Yang scratched his head. Master, does our martial arts school still have potions that can help someone break through to the planetary level? No. Seeing how straightforward Shinping's answer was, Mu Yang froze for a moment. Then what are the even more precious resources? Shinping burst into laughter and patted Mu Yang's shoulder. When you reach the pinnacle of war god status and become the one who discovers the most promising martial arts talents, you'll understand. Leaving behind a thoroughly exasperated Mu Yang, he returned to his office. The purpose of painting such an ambitious vision during this meeting was to rapidly develop their foundation, enhance the martial arts school's heritage, and ultimately secure an evaluation that would surpass even the most rock-solid achievements. Chapter 058, Slaying the East Sea Azure Dragon. Please keep reading. Late December. The cold air brought by the frost wreaked havoc across the nation. Starting from mid-month, several heavy snowstorms had fallen continuously in central China base city. The willow trees planted along the streets bent under the weight of accumulated snow, their branches drooping low. Some roads even froze over, causing traffic disruptions. This day, in the maternity ward of City People's Hospital, Shinping stayed by Su Yin's side, holding her sweat-drenched palm, continuously cheering her on. Hang in there, Showing. Because Su Yin was carrying twins this time and had suffered from fetal distress earlier, it resulted in a somewhat difficult labor. Fortunately, her physical fitness had long reached the level of a battle god, granting her ample strength, so she smoothly delivered 2 babies before long. Congratulations, Councilman Shin, they're a pair of boy and girl twins. The doctor hurriedly offered his felicitations. A look of joy appeared on Shinping's face. The more family members there were, the easier it would be to obtain additional rewards in the future. The last batch of Lot Divine Water had brought him tremendous improvement. If he could acquire it again, the family's reserve resources would reach an even higher level. He glanced at the child. Following the names previously decided, he named the boy Shin Chen and the girl Shin Ling. For the first generation of the family lineage, he planned to use single character names, reserving double character names for the second generation. Not long after, Su Yin was transferred to a premium ward, and after merely 2 days of rest in the hospital, her body had fully recovered, allowing her to be discharged. During dinner that evening, Li Weiwei mentioned the relocation of Yanfeng Martial Arts Association's headquarters building and the establishment of the training camp. The southeastern military front line has been highly efficient. They've already cleared the monsters from an industrial park near the Huangpu River. With just a bit of renovation, we can move in. However, dealing with the surrounding monsters will fall to the Martial Arts Association itself. Shinping laughed. That's only natural. While moving the headquarters and training camp near the southeastern military frontline's war base will help the military defend against beast tides, we can't expect General Li Dawei to handle absolutely everything for us. Li Yuewei hesitated. Dear, city number 003 is different from other places, there's an uncountable number of monsters there. The headquarters. Xin Ping waved his hand to interrupt her. Relocating the headquarters there means we're fully prepared for long-term battles with the monsters. As for safety, there's no need to worry, I'll be personally overseeing it. Hearing this, his wife fell silent. After finishing the meal, Xin Ping arrived at the enormous training hall. Only after calming his mind did he open the virtual interface. 2 new lines of text appeared on it. Your family has given birth to a bloodline, taking one step closer to prosperity. Reward, 8th level of Blazing Flame Saber Technique, 8th tier of Wildfire Movement Technique. Your bloodline clan has taken a small step toward prosperity. Reward, 9th level of Blazing Flame Saber Technique, 1st realm of Spatial Domain. Upon reading this, he froze in stunned disbelief. The slightest evaluation of a family's bloodline awakening unexpectedly rewarded him with spatial domain control, an actual domain. The Blazing Saber technique only grants flame domain mastery upon reaching the 8th stance. From the 1st stance to the 8th, even martial artists with exceptional comprehension would typically need to reach planetary rank 8 or 9 to achieve this. Most practitioners can't accomplish this until reaching cosmic rank. This illustrates just how difficult domain mastery truly is, not to mention a spatial level domain, which is exponentially more challenging to attain. Coming back to his senses, Xin Ping's face lit up with ecstasy. It should be noted that in the Swallowing Star Sky world, comprehending the laws of the universe requires innate talent in that particular law. Take Luo Feng for example, the only reason he could comprehend both the gold and space laws was entirely due to his golden horned beast and demon slayer race clones. Most genetic warriors and spiritual masters who lack such talent must progress step by step, starting with mastering their domains. By continuously improving their domains, they can eventually perceive the cosmic laws through them. Generally speaking, when one reaches the 8th or even 9th level of domain mastery, they can faintly sense the cosmic laws. Now, the family evaluation reward directly granted him the space domain. This means that as long as he keeps earning favorable family evaluations, he'll have opportunities to further enhance his domain, potentially one day achieving comprehension of cosmic laws. As expected, only the evaluation of family bloodlines can truly yield something good. At this moment, Xin Ping was beside himself with excitement. He understood perfectly well that comprehending the laws was the true path to the pinnacle of the universe. Only those gifted in the laws could step onto the grand stage of this vast primordial universe and perform their own legendary tales. Whoosh! Inhale. He took over a dozen calming breaths in quick succession. He suppressed his excitement and joy. Then he silently thought claim. Bang! Almost instantly, a torrent of insights and experience about the 8th and 9th strokes of the Blazing Flame Saber technique flooded his consciousness, along with the final level of the Scorching Plane Movement technique and the realm of spatial mastery. Given Xin Ping's original genetic energy and talent, possessing spatial domain abilities would have been impossible. But now, after claiming the reward, his genetic energy underwent a subtle transformation. Even the miniature planet within his dantian now emitted a faint gray glow. Splash! Close your eyes. He instinctively activated his spatial domain, immediately releasing genetic primal energy from his body. It swiftly merged with the surrounding environment, and soon his mind and body also blended seamlessly into the surroundings, resonating mysteriously with the genetic primal energy. In an instant, within his domain, Xin Ping was like a deity, exerting perfect control over everything around him. His perception was razor-sharp, as if equipped with a 360-degree radar scanning his surroundings. Beyond this, the slightest thought from him could instantly solidify the very air within his territory, weighing it down with the oppressive density of dispersed genetic energy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After meditating intently for over half an hour, he opened his eyes and executed the Blazing Prairie movement technique within his domain. Each flicker of his figure was astonishingly fast, leaving behind clear afterimages in his original position. My movement burst speed can truly be called explosive growth. If I were to enter the ocean now, I might even be able to catch up to the Thunder Dragon Beast Emperor. He was overjoyed. Now, just the instantaneous burst speed within his spatial domain alone had skyrocketed his combat prowess, let alone its other marvelous applications. He retracted his domain. Xin Ping began assimilating the insights and experiences gained from the Blazing Flame Saber technique and wildfire movement art. Time passed bit by bit. 5 days later, eventually, he completely digested the comprehension of the 8th and 9th saber strikes of the Blazing Flame and the 8th level of the wildfire movement art obtained this time. Thereafter, Xin Ping continued cultivating with single-minded focus, oblivious to worldly affairs. Every day, apart from meals, he spent all his time in the training hall, familiarizing himself with the saber techniques and movement arts through the virtual trial ground, including the flame domain mastered from the 8th strike of Blazing Flame. Seeing this, his wife Li Yuewei ensuing tactfully refrained from disturbing Xin Ping, carefully avoiding any mention of company or martial arts school matters in his presence. February 15, 2054. After finishing his training, Shin Ping walked out of the martial arts hall onto the villa's spacious balcony. Feeling the faint chill in the air, he instinctively reached out to touch the flowing currents. These past days had been sleepless and mealtime forgetting. Regarding the twin domains of fire and space, he'd grown gradually familiar. Though still far from complete mastery, his current combat prowess was already beyond compare with his past self. Turn on the communication wristband.
Dialed Qin Shan's number. Guildmaster, have you finished your training session?
Shin Ping gave an affirmative hum and inquired about recent affairs at the martial arts headquarters building. Qin Shan immediately replied, the headquarters building on the Huangpu Riverside is completely renovated, and all the training camp facilities have been fully constructed.
We're just waiting for the gym owner's approval before all headquarters members can relocate.
At this point, he hesitated slightly before continuing. However, according to General Li Dawei, our recent frequent monster clearing operations in city number 003 have attracted the attention of King Class C monsters.
There's a high likelihood this could trigger a monster tide. Hearing this,
a cold smile played on Shin Ping's lips.
So the King Class monsters are trying to intimidate our martial arts school? Seems they've grown too comfortable in their sea territory. Perfect timing, I've been itching for action lately.
Qin Shan, immediately notify the Southeastern Military Defense Line and have them send me the coordinates of these King Class monsters.
Qin Shan was taken aback. Gym owner, are you planning to take on the King Class Sea monsters yourself?
Yes, but what if the two Sea Emperors? Shin Ping interrupted, even if they don't come, I plan to deal with them anyway this time. The call ended. Qin Shan froze where he stood. He never expected the Hallmaster to not only target the Sea Kings this time but also take on the two Sea Emperors. Those were monstrous beasts even Hong, the world's strongest fighter, couldn't handle.
Could the gym owner already possess combat strength surpassing Hong's?
At this thought, Qin Shan, his face alight with excitement, immediately dialed Chief Li Dawei.
2 hours later,
above the coastline not far from the Huangpu River, an intelligent fighter jet cut through the sky before hovering in place. With a hiss, the cabin door opened and Shan Ping, clad in flame-colored battle armor, stepped out.
At this moment, his communication wristband vibrated. The voice of Military District Chief Li Dawei crackled through. Councilman Shen, we've transmitted the exact coordinates of the two King Class sea beasts near the Huangpu River in the southeastern waters.
Be extremely careful, though these creatures aren't as notorious as the East Sea Dragon or the poisonous Jellyfish King. Their aquatic combat capabilities are formidable.
Eliminating them will prove exceptionally difficult. Councilman Shen only needs to exert a little intimidation.
Shin Ping replied with I know and then hung up the call.
Bang!
Then he rushed straight toward the king-level monster like a ball of flame. In the military war base command room along the Huangpu River, Li Dawei frowned as he looked at the screen before him. He didn't know much about Shin Ping of the Yinfeng Martial Arts Hall, who had risen rapidly as a new elite, but the fact that the man had severely wounded HR Alliance's Congressman Fair with a single strike showed his considerable strength. The decision to establish the Martial Arts Hall headquarters near the defense line had earned Shin Ping Li Dawei's respect and admiration. Naturally, he didn't want to see the man get injured in the ocean. Royal-class monsters weaken when they come ashore, but in the ocean, ordinary congressman-ranked warriors are completely helpless against them. There are also countless royal-class monsters in the sea. If they get entangled and attract the attention of more powerful royal-class monsters, things could get troublesome indeed. I'd better notify Congressman Jia, just in case.
Soon, Jia Yi received the news. Don't worry, judging by Councilman Shen's past behavior, he's not the reckless or impulsive type. This move is likely just a warning shot. I'm heading over now. Li Dawei breathed a sigh of relief. With Councilman Jia present, they could lend assistance if danger arose. At this moment, southeastern waters, two king-level monsters swimming in the distance along the coastline sensed the rapidly approaching fiery aura from above. Their cold, indifferent eyes showed they didn't consider this human a threat at all. In these waters, aside from the 5 grand speakers of the world, they feared no one. Bang! As the flames crashed heavily into the sea's surface, 2 king-class monsters swiftly closed in from either side, charging toward Shin Ping. Their massive bodies, each hundreds of meters long, effortlessly churned the seawater, sending towering sprays into the air. One of the crab-shaped king-level monsters raised its 2 enormous fiery red pincers, their razor-sharp edges resembling scythes covered in serrated teeth, surging forward to sweep toward Shin Ping's body. Yet just as the fiery red pincer was about to graze Shin Ping's body, the flames suddenly erupted in speed. With a single lunge, it flashed directly to the cracked skull of that crab-like king-class monster. The king-class monster's indifferent eyes widened. Whoosh! In the next instant, a blazing sword light flashed forth. Put! The hard shell of the crab-like king-class monster was as fragile as tofu beneath this blade's radiance, easily cleaved apart by the flaming battle sword. Brain matter mixed with blood burst apart, its cold gaze instantly dimming as its massive frame plummeted toward the ocean floor. The other king-class monster witnessed this scene and fled in terror. What a pity it's too slow. Even without using his spatial domain,
Shinping could easily catch up. With another slash, this king-level monster perished. After killing 2 king-level monsters, he surged out of the sea and flew toward deeper waters, his fiery aura flaunting boldly around him.
Only a dozen minutes into his flight, the sea below suddenly churned violently as a bluish-black scaled serpent with a purple belly burst forth. Nearly 200 meters long, its eyes glowed an eerie red. This was the infamous Eastern Sea Azure Dragon of the southeastern waters. Cold crimson eyes locked onto Shinping, their gaze seeming to say, "Human, you should not have set foot here." Yet what greeted it was a blade's gleam wreathed in searing flames. Bang! The blade moved with blinding speed. Though the East Sea Azure Dragon reacted swiftly, its massive bulk remained unavoidable. Shinping's strike landed squarely on its dark green scaled armor. Sizzle! The second Tier Force combat blade sparked as it made contact with the scaly armor, then sliced through it like tofu, carving out a ghastly wound. The Eastern Sea Azure Dragon let out an ear-splitting roar of pain, its tail whipping toward Shinping like a lightning-fast whip, the air splitting with a sharp sonic boom. Swish! Shinping dodged effortlessly with a flicker, then appeared beside the dragon's head. His blazing combat blade swung down once more, elongating rapidly as it descended. Boom! With unmatched blade speed and the overwhelming explosive force of the 7th strike of the flame sword to 21 times its usual power amplified by his planetary Tier 7 stage genetic energy, Shinping cleanly severed the Eastern Sea Azure Dragon's head. Blood gushed in torrents, splattering across the ocean's surface in a massive, crimson wave. The massive body of the East Sea Azure Dragon crashed heavily into the water, sending towering waves cascading outward. Inside the military district's frontline command center, Li Dawei and his adjutants stared at the screen, their faces frozen in shock. They had just been marveling at Shinping's strength, how he had managed to slay 2 king-level sea monsters so swiftly, only to witness the East Sea Azure Dragon appear moments later. Before they could even begin to worry for Shinping's safety, the satellite feed displayed the unbelievable scene unfolding before them. Oh my god, that was the East Sea Azure Dragon, a fiercely powerful king-level monster, dead just like that? The adjutant couldn't help but exclaim. Li Dawei took a deep breath and laughed heartily. They say council member Shin's strength rivals that of the third speaker. Seeing this now, his power has already surpassed the Snow Emperor of America. He's truly worthy of being called the third speaker. Buzz. At this moment, his communication wristband vibrated. Chairman Shen is amazing, Li Dawei said with a laugh. Shinping responded modestly with a simple acknowledgement before saying, "Chiefly, please send me the recent location coordinates of the 2 sea beast emperors in the waters. P.S. Combining 2 chapters into one won't split them. Currently ranked 13th on the new books chart, please keep reading." Chapter 059 Sensation. Hearing the voice coming from the wristwatch, Li Dawei froze for a moment before cautiously asking, Counselor Shen, what do you need the coordinates of the 2 beast emperors for?" Shinping chuckled. "Since my Yanfeng martial arts headquarters has relocated to the Huangpu River area, it's only natural that we eliminate the 2 most threatening beast emperors in these waters." Li Dawei was instantly dumbfounded. Deal with the beast emperor? Was he insane, or was Chairman Shen out of his mind? Not even the world's top fighter Hong would dare say something like that. "Chairman Shen, you may have slain the East Sea Azure Dragon, but neither of the 2 beast emperors can be compared to it. You mustn't act rashly," he pleaded earnestly. "There are an immense number of king-class monsters globally. The sea alone harbors at least 10 times more of them than human council elites. And the 2 beast emperors? Each rose from slaughtering countless king-class beasts. Their combat experience is vast, and their strength in the ocean is unmatched." Shinping said with unwavering determination, "My mind is made up." Seeing that persuasion was futile, he had no choice but to send Shinping the coordinates of the sea areas where the 2 great beast emperors had recently appeared. And just as Shinping was rushing toward the coordinate region, Jia Yi from Huaxia arrived at the Southeast Military Zone's defensive line base. Stepping out of the fighter jet, he saw Li Dawei approaching and hurriedly asked, "Where is Councilman Shen? Did he engage with a king-level monster?" Li Dawei gave a wry smile. "Speaker Shen has already taken down 2 king-level monsters and even slain the East Sea Azure Dragon." "What? The East Sea Azure Dragon? Councilman Shen killed it?" A look of astonishment crossed Jia Yi's face. The East Sea Azure Dragon was not something to be trifled with. However, Li Dawei's next words completely shocked him. "Hiss! Has Councilman Shen lost his mind? How could he take the initiative to seek out the Beast Emperor? Why didn't you stop him?" Jia Yi couldn't help but rebuke as soon as he regained his composure. As a council member, even though Li Dawei was the military district commander, Jia Yi didn't care. Shinping was Chinese, and Jia Yi had high hopes for him. Even if he founded his own Yanfeng martial arts school, in Jia Yi's eyes, he was still a councilman of China. If he were to perish in the ocean, it would be an enormous loss for China. Li Dawei said helplessly, "Counselor Jia, I tried to persuade him, but it didn't work." Jia Yi shook his head. He knew that someone of Li Dawei's status and strength wouldn't be able to dissuade him, so he said, "I'll call the first counselor right away." Soon, Hong promptly received Jia Yi's call. "Councilman Jia, what's the matter?
First speaker, Councilman Shin has gone to the sea region to confront the two beast emperors. I hope you'll lend assistance for the sake of humanity, so Councilman Shin doesn't get harmed.
Hong froze. You're saying Councilman Shin went to face the two beast emperors? Yes, it's already been some time. Hong frowned. He truly hadn't expected Shin Ping to be so impulsive. If those two beast emperors could be dealt with, he would have done so long ago. Why would he have let them survive till now? Alright, I'll head over immediately. In a Pacific Ocean region not far from an island, the eight-armed beast emperor stirred the waves with its massive tentacles as it swam contentedly through the water, occasionally hunting some monsters to snack on. This was one way it grew stronger, though since becoming a beast emperor, its growth rate had slowed significantly. It simply wasn't in a hurry. After all, globally speaking, nothing in the oceanic domain could threaten it. Even if it couldn't defeat the human first speaker, it could swiftly retreat into the depths. Boom! Suddenly, a streak of fire split the distant sky, rapidly closing in on its position. The colossal octopus beast emperor, as massive as an island, sensed formidable genetic energy and surfaced. Ice-cold eyes larger than houses locked onto the fiery streak as its intelligence swiftly identified the approaching human as a council-level powerhouse. But it wasn't Hong or Thunder God. It had memorized the auras of both these council members. Roar! The octopus monster emperor emitted a piercing sound, its eyes burning with rage. How dare anyone other than Hong or Thunder God charge at it? This was outright provocation. Whoosh! Its massive, thick, and rigid tentacle shot out from the sea in an instant. Just as the flaming figure was about to touch the water's surface, it lashed out like lightning, strangling toward the flames like a deadly whip. Sizzle! At that exact moment, the flaming figure vanished into thin air, only to reappear in the next second right behind the beast emperor octopus's skull. With a pff sound, the terrifying explosive force of the blazing blade light tore a long, gaping wound across its skull. A roar! The beast emperor octopus let out agonized roars, its 8 tentacles churning the sea into a frenzied whirlpool, weaving a dense web of strangling strikes in a desperate attempt to crush Shin Ping. Yet no matter how wildly it thrashed, it couldn't even graze his form. Instead, with every flicker of the blade's glow, more wounds split open across its skull. At the same time, flames surged around Shin Ping, scorching the wounds of the octopus beast king with blazing currents. Sensing its disadvantage, the 8-clawed sovereign hastily dove downward at full speed. If it managed to escape into the ocean's depths, the massive water resistance would form a barrier, severely weakening Shin Ping's strength. But the 8-clawed sovereign had clearly underestimated him. Trying to run? Too late. Shin Ping held nothing back, unleashing the full force of his blade technique as it came crashing down upon the Octobeast Emperor's skull with devastating speed. Boom! Its skull visibly caved inward, then suddenly swelled before bursting open with a splatter of crimson and pale fluids. Eyes as large as houses dimmed, its tentacles went limp, and the creature began sinking into the ocean depths. Splash! Shin Ping's battle armor, coalesced from blazing celestial flowers, extended outward to entangle the octopus beast emperor before forcibly dragging it onto a nearby island. He then called Qinshan, mobilize personnel immediately to my current location. There's an island here with the octopus beast emperor's corpse stranded on its shores. Hallmaster, is the 8-clawed beast emperor dead? Yes, it's dead. The call ended. Qinshan clenched his fists in excitement. This was a beast emperor after all. It was actually killed by Shin Ping. Although he had mentally prepared himself when Shin Ping declared his intention to deal with the beast emperor, the moment he heard of the 8-clawed beast emperor's death, he was still overcome with exhilaration. Hurry, come with me to dispose of the 8-clawed beast emperor's corpse. All members of the martial arts guild headquarters froze in shock. President, what did you just say? Qinshan laughed heartily. The 8-clawed beast emperor is dead, killed by our pavilion master himself. The corpse is now lying on the shore of an island. Everyone, move quickly. My God. Mu Yang, Zhou Tai, and the other martial arts school members were completely dumbfounded. Their guild leader actually managed to slay a beast emperor. This was truly earth-shattering news. At the same time, inside the command center of the military zone's defensive stronghold, when Shen Ping arrived at the designated coordinates, the satellite radar screen displayed the immense life signal of the Octobeast Emperor. Jia Yi and Li Dawei were glued to the screen, their hearts pounded with unbearable tension. Yet not long after, the life aura of the Octobeast Emperor on the screen visibly weakened at a rapid pace until it completely dissipated. Both men were instantly stunned. A Beast Emperor. That was a powerful monster that had plagued humanity for so many years. He just died like that? Coming to their senses, the two men simultaneously rubbed their eyes vigorously. After confirming they hadn't seen wrong, they exchanged glances, seeing identical looks of stunned disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. Chapter 060, The Era of Earth's Humanity. At this moment, inside the primal-level intelligent fighter jet en route to the Pacific Ocean, Hong stared at the radar screen displayed on the fighter jet,
his eyes reflecting the same astonishment as Li Dawei and Jia. He knew all too well how difficult it was to kill the two beast emperors in the ocean. Even with a domain advantage, defeating them was easy, but killing them? Hard. Incredibly hard. Although the screen showed that the eight-clawed beast emperor had underestimated Shinping's sudden burst of speed when it tried to escape was utterly shocking. A moment later, Han's expression returned to calm. Buzz. His wristwatch vibrated. Seeing it was Thor, a faint smile crept across his lips. The five great world powers in various factions had been monitoring the two beast emperors of the seas. When one of the eight-tentacled beast emperor's life force suddenly vanished, it naturally wouldn't take long for everyone to notice. After answering, Thor's exaggerated voice rang out, "Hong, you got the news, right? The octopus beast king is dead." Hong replied softly, "Shinping killed it. I'm heading to the Pacific right now." Thor couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, Shinping's rise has been absurdly fast. From becoming a planetary class warrior to reaching this level in just a few years, he's grown even quicker than you and I did during the Great Nirvana period. The guy's downright monstrous. I was actually planning to spar with him, show this second speaker what real power looks like. But now, at this rate, he'd probably wipe the floor with me. He was utterly depressed. Han couldn't resist teasing, "You're already used to being pinned down by me anyway, one more person won't make a difference." Thor was left speechless. At that moment, Hong suddenly sighed with emotion. "Ever since I founded the Limit Dojo, I've been hoping for a true genius to emerge on Earth. Now we finally have one." Regardless of whether it's because of the ancient civilization ruins, Shinping's ability to kill the Beast Emperor makes him indisputably qualified to be the first speaker. Having said this, his voice grew somber. With the death of the Beast Emperor, Earth will transition from the era of base cities to truly embrace the age of humanity. Thor was stunned for a moment, then nodded solemnly, "Yes, the era of us Earth's humans is coming." The two Beast Emperors had always been the most pressing threat to them both. The number of monarch-level sea and land beasts might be vast, but neither Hong nor Thunder God viewed them as significant threats. Only the Beast Emperors gave them headaches, making them hesitate to exterminate too many monarch-level creatures for fear of provoking retaliation from the two Supreme Beast Emperors. Now, at last, a council-level warrior capable of slaying a Beast Emperor has emerged. Inside the military district command room, Jia Yi and Li Dawei had already recovered from their initial shock, their faces now brimming with excitement. After all, Shinping's slaying of the Octopus Beast Emperor would have tremendous repercussions. If he could manage to kill the other Beast Emperor, Thunder Dragon Emperor, human-based cities worldwide could experience a wave of expansion. Counselor Jia, Counselor Shin is already heading toward the Thunder Dragon Emperor's location. I suggest we launch a global live broadcast, allowing everyone to witness Counselor Shin slay the Beast Emperor with their own eyes. This is the honor he rightfully deserves. Moreover, broadcasting it globally would significantly boost human morale, Li Dawei said earnestly. Jia Yi hesitated. What if Councilman Shin fails to kill the Thunder Dragon Emperor? A global broadcast might damage his prestige. Li Dawei laughed. That's why we should ask for Chairman Shin's opinion first. Jia Yi nodded. He immediately dialed Shinping's number. A little over 10 minutes later, after obtaining Shinping's consent, all satellites across the globe focused on the waters near the Australian continent, the exact location where the Thunder Dragon Emperor had previously appeared. Slowly emerging from the intelligent fighter jet was a figure glowing with fiery hues. At this moment, live footage began broadcasting on the massive screens above the HR Alliance shopping plazas in every base city, on family televisions across China, the United States, the European Union, and all other base cities. Every channel switched to live broadcast. In schools, martial arts halls, and even the Warrior's Palace, all screens were tuned to the live stream. Whether they were shoppers on the streets, office workers on the job, government officials, students, martial artists, or even war gods, everyone instinctively turned their gaze to the live broadcast. South Bank Residential District. Luo Hua, Luo Feng, and their parents all gathered around the television, staring intently at the screen. Soon, the live broadcast gradually began to include commentary. Friends watching at home, whatever you're doing, please set it aside. Today, something monumental has happened globally. Just moments ago, Grandmaster Shin from Yanfeng Martial Arts Hall has slain Octopus Beast Emperor, one of the two great beast emperors ruling the seas. Beast emperors are the strongest among global monsters, capable of unleashing devastating beast tides that threaten humanity's homes at any moment. Now only one remains, and today, Grandmaster Shin is about to eliminate the other beast emperor, Thunder Dragon Emperor. As the impassioned commentary echoed from every screen, the entire world erupted in excitement. Especially the warriors and martial artists, they widened their eyes, staring intently at the live broadcast screen.
the Octopus Beast Emperor was actually dead. And it wasn't killed by the world's #1 speaker Hong, simply astonishing. No wonder there was a global broadcast. This is a major event that affects all of humanity. The Thunder Dragon Emperor is known for its speed, lightning attacks, and cunning even more so than the Octopus Beast Emperor. I wonder if Speaker Shin will be able to defeat it. Of course he can. Since Speaker Shin already killed the Octopus Beast Emperor, he'll definitely take down the Thunder Dragon Emperor too. That's right, we have to trust Speaker Shin. All the warriors tensed up. The commentator's voice continued, Council Speaker Shin is moving extremely fast. He's flying through the air without any visible means of propulsion, already exceeding speeds of Mach 13 and still accelerating. A primordial-class smart fighter jet. Hong was also watching the live broadcast. As expected, Shin Ping's strength far surpasses even the third speaker. His genetic energy level exceeds mine. Thunder Dragon Emperor has appeared. Shin Ping's genetic primal energy remained completely unconcealed, easily detected by the Thunder Dragon Emperor of this sea region. Like the Octopus Beast Emperor, it emerged to observe the situation. However, unlike its counterpart, the Thunder Dragon Emperor's first reaction upon seeing flames rapidly charging toward it wasn't fury, it instinctively dove straight into the depths of the ocean. Damn it, this Thunder Dragon Emperor's got no guts, what a cowardly sneak. Thunder God cursed irritably. At that moment, the commentator's voice grew tense. Speaker Shin has plunged into the seawater. His speed is dropping, the water's resistance is immense, it's still decreasing. The Thunder Dragon Emperor's speed is skyrocketing. Oh no! It's taken a wide clockwise turn and is launching a lightning-fast ambush on Speaker Shin from the right side, look out! Because the depths of the sea are difficult to explore, the live broadcast displayed points of life energy, and all martial artists and ordinary citizens could see one red dot rapidly colliding with the blue dot. Jia Yi and Li Dawei were on tenterhooks, their hearts in their throats. Li Weiwei and Suing dared not even look at the screen, terrified that their husbands might perish under the Thunder Dragon Emperor's attack. When the red dot and the blue dot finally collided, no one knew what was happening. Deep in the sea, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Shin Ping's lips. When he deliberately slowed his speed, the Thunder Dragon Emperor had fallen right into his trap. Die! At the instant Thunder Drake Emperor came charging over. With the dual domains of flame and space superimposed, his life force violently surged, his speed instantly skyrocketing, and the blazing combat blade in his hand cleaved through like parting seawater, landing squarely on Thunder Drake Emperor's body. At the same time, Flame Bloom Master's vines madly grew and entangled Thunder Drake Emperor, preventing its escape. Thus, in just a few breaths of frantic entanglement, the aura representing Thunder Dragon Emperor's life force rapidly weakened before finally vanishing. Everyone watching the live broadcast froze momentarily. Then the commentator's impassioned voice erupted first, heavens! Thunder Dragon Emperor is dead! Thunder Dragon Emperor is dead! Chairman Shin has successfully slain Thunder Dragon Emperor. Long live humanity! Almost instantaneously, tidal waves of cheers erupted from the HR Alliance commercial plazas before every base city. Chapter 061, New Family Evaluation. The waters off the continent of Australia. Shin Ping dragged the colossal body of the Thunder Dragon Emperor across the sea. Though his speed wasn't fast, it was still much quicker than the fighter jets speeding through the sky from various factions. In just half an hour, he reached an island near the mainland and unceremoniously dumped the enormous corpse of the Thunder Dragon Emperor onto the beach. He left all subsequent matters, including processing the Beast Emperor's carcass materials and negotiations with other factions, to Qin Shan. Meanwhile, he boarded the intelligent fighter jet and headed back to the martial arts headquarters building by the Huangpu River. On the road, he opened the virtual interface. A new line of text appeared above. You have slain 2 Beast Emperors, ascended to the position of first speaker, and your family's global prestige has skyrocketed, taking the most powerful stride toward prosperity. Rewards granted: Immortal Tier Spatial Secret Technique Phantom Void, 2nd layer of Flame Domain, 2nd layer of Spatial Domain, 10th form of Blazing Saber, 30 Muya Crystals, and 50 Botanical Spirits. Additional rewards: 10 C-grade Bloodline Evolution Serums, 1 D-grade Interstellar Spacecraft, and the Warrior's Divine Weapon, Flaming God Saber. After reading the rewards, Shin Ping's eyes suddenly gleamed. When he decisively killed the Beast Emperor during the global livestream, he had a premonition that his family's evaluation of him might reach new heights. Now, just as he anticipated, it had resulted in the most powerful assessment possible. Moreover, the rewards were substantially richer than before. Not only did they include advancements in his domain abilities, but also an immortal-level secret technique, clear evidence that the reward tier had significantly escalated. Apart from this, there was even an additional type of supplementary reward. This means that if one receives the highest evaluation in the future,
the chances of obtaining valuable extra rewards will increase.
The warrior's divine weapon, Flaming God Saber.
A look of joy appeared on his face. In the world of swallowing the starry sky, weapons that qualify as divine weapons are anything but ordinary. Like the 9 divine weapons of the controllers, each one is incredibly valuable, requiring even beginners to comprehend the laws of the universe to wield them. Similarly, warriors possess divine weapons capable of unleashing the power of these cosmic laws. I wonder how difficult it is to wield this Flame God blade. Right now, I'm only at the 2nd level of domain cultivation, still far from comprehending the laws of fire.
He pondered silently.
If the Flame God blade required mastery of cosmic laws like the controller's divine weapons did, he wouldn't be able to use it yet. However, Shin Ping wasn't overly discouraged. With the family golden finger cheat at his disposal, as long as he kept earning family evaluation points, his domain would continue advancing until he inevitably reached the realm of law comprehension.
Bang!
The intelligent fighter jet returned to the Huangpu River headquarters of Yanfeng Martial Arts Hall, landing smoothly on the front lawn. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered around the martial arts hall building, including Counselor Jia, Li Dawei, and many war god-level warriors, all looking at Shin Ping with eyes full of admiration and fervor. To Shin Ping's surprise, both Hong and Thunder God were present.
Ha, Council Speaker Shin, you've been hiding your abilities too well.
Without a word, you actually took down the 2 beast emperors in the ocean. The bald Thunder God stepped forward enthusiastically. Hong followed by his side, teasing with a smile, Ray, you got it wrong. You should call him First Speaker.
That's right, First Speaker.
Thunder God scratched his head and said.
Shin Ping was speechless.
Director Hong and Director Ray, please don't poke fun at me. Hong smiled, then seriously extended his hand. Shin Ping, thank you for killing the 2 great beast emperors and eliminating the greatest threat from the monsters. From now on, we humans on Earth no longer need to fear the monsters and can freely expand. The 2 beast emperors had risen since the Great Nirvana period, their strength far surpassing other king-class monsters. Now that they've been killed, it will take quite some time for other sea kings to become beast emperors themselves.
During this period, humanity can rapidly expand its territory.
Shin Ping shook Hong's hand and replied, as a human, this is what I should do. At these words, the surrounding crowd immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause, with some warriors even cheering.
Evening.
Cities around the world erupted in jubilation, with every street and alley filled with cheers of celebration. In Huaxia country, fireworks and firecrackers lit up the sky, while television stations repeatedly broadcast the footage of Shin Ping slaying the Thunder Dragon Emperor. The ratings were astonishingly high. Meanwhile, at the villa in the Lishui district,
in the martial arts hall,
as the mastermind behind all this, Shin Ping remained exceptionally calm.
He turned his gaze to the virtual frame. Claim it,
with a silent thought in his heart.
The flame domain, the spatial domain, and profound insights into the 10th blade of Inferno surged rapidly into his mind.
Once fully absorbed and digested, he would directly master the 2nd level of the flame domain and the 2nd level of the spatial domain. Beyond all this, like the Muya crystal, plant spirits, bloodline evolution serum, and even the spaceship, all of them were stored inside the wristwatch space. In the end, only the eternal grade space secret manual and the warrior's divine weapon, the flame god blade, remained.
He wasn't in a hurry to examine the secret manual just yet.
He first looked at the divine weapon with its ancient aura, its blade adorned with flame-colored patterns, and reached out to stroke the blade, as if he could feel the tremor of the flame god blade.
The moment he touched it,
information about the flame god blade flooded Shin Ping's mind. It was a divine weapon of flame and space principles, with a total of 7 layers, each of which drastically increased in difficulty. The first 2 layers required at least an introductory mastery of flame principles to grasp, while the third demanded comprehension of space principles to unleash. And fully mastering all 7 layers, though not as formidable as the divine blade of creation, which could challenge even undying foes, would render all beings beneath the undying level as nothing before its edge. The flame god weapon, from now on, it shall be my exclusive divine armament. It will accompany me throughout my cultivation journey for a long time. But before that, I must first comprehend the laws of flame, Shin Ping silently affirmed in his heart. Storing away the flame god blade, he then turned his attention to the spatial technique Phantom Void. This technique shared remarkable similarities with the controller's spatial method 10,000 threads flow. Both were applications of spatial law that could unleash multiple phantom avatars. The greater the number of avatars one could manifest, the deeper their comprehension and utilization of spatial laws. At its pinnacle, mastering this technique could achieve the realm of instantaneous teleportation. Yet its entry threshold was similarly tremendously high. The law of flames, the law of space. I still need to strive for as many clan evaluation rewards as possible. He sighed inwardly. Shaking his head to suppress distracting thoughts, he began assimilating the rewards from his domain and blade techniques. Regardless of what the future held, his task in this moment was to cultivate steadily, one step at a time.
The days passed one by one.
The excitement and commotion brought by Shin Ping's slaying of the 2 beast emperors gradually subsided,
and the global base cities returned to their former tranquility. Yet beneath this calm, the 5 major powers launched operations to clear out the monstrous beasts from the counties near their base cities. However, the scale remained limited, as there were still many monarch-level beasts on land and in the seas. Though these monarch-level creatures feared Jinping, who had slain the beast emperors along with the 3 chairmen Hong and Thunder God, pushing them too hard could provoke devastating attacks on the base cities. Thus, the 5 major powers adopted a boiling the frog slowly strategy, gradually reclaiming the wilderness zones. Jiangnan Base City, number 3 High School of Yian District. Wei Wen looked at Luo Feng's excited face and couldn't help but ask, "Ah Feng, did you really sign the training contract with Yanfeng Martial Arts Hall?" Luo Feng nodded with a smile. Wei Wen instantly became thrilled. "That's amazing. Ah Feng, I heard Yanfeng Martial Arts Hall offers excellent benefits. Once you sign the contract, you can immediately move into a villa in the warriors' residential area. I never expected they'd take notice of you right after you became an intermediate-level trainee. But thinking about it, it makes sense. In our Yian district, there are only 2 first-year high school students who've reached intermediate-level status, and you're one of them." At this point, Wei Wen said enviously, "From now on, you'll be able to freely come and go in high-end residential areas. You'll have to invite me over for a visit when that happens." Luo Feng chuckled, "No problem. Ever since the master of Yanfeng Martial Arts Hall killed the 2 beast emperors and became the first counselor, the number of martial artists joining Yanfeng Martial Arts Hall has skyrocketed globally. Students in schools across China's base cities now all aspire to secure training contracts with Yanfeng Martial Arts Hall, because it represents not only generous benefits but also unparalleled strength. The contract states that as long as I become a martial artist during high school, I can get the gene potion for free. My previous goal was to enter a military academy through the college entrance exam to improve my family's situation, but now all I need is to become a martial artist as soon as possible. No more worries about home." Luo Feng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future. Chapter 062, Going to Mars. In the blink of an eye, over a year quietly passed by. Early June, 2055. The first heavy rain of the year poured down on the central China base city, washing the air with an exceptional freshness under the torrential downpour. Li Shui District Villa. During breakfast time, Jinping, along with his wife Liu Wei and Su Yin, were watching the morning news on the living room television, which broadcasted the recent establishment of the 7th base city by Huaxia near the East China seacoast. This base city is situated close to the eastern coastal areas. Many people speculated that after the establishment of the base city, there would definitely be sea-based king-class monsters launching beast tides. Liu Wei looked at Jinping and asked, "Honey, I've heard things have been unsettled near the sea recently. Are there king-class monsters active along the coastline?" Jinping nodded. "There were a few king-class monsters, but I've already killed them all. Other king-class monsters wouldn't dare approach for a while now." Xinyu, munching on bread, immediately cheered, "Dad is so awesome." Suyin smiled faintly, "Of course your father is amazing, he's the world's #1 council chairman. Xiaoyu, when you grow up, you must train hard and strive to be just as incredible as him." Xinyu nodded eagerly with his little head, waving his tiny fist. "I will definitely become as strong as Dad and go hunt monsters in the ocean." Li Yuewei chuckled and ruffled the child's hair. "Hurry up and eat now, you still have preschool soon." After finishing the meal, on the way to the Huangpu River Martial Arts Headquarters building in his intelligent fighter jet, Jinping opened the virtual panel. "Your family business profits have skyrocketed, taking a solid and powerful step toward prosperity. Reward, 4th level of flame domain, 4th level of space domain. Additional reward, 3D grade bloodline evolution agents, 1 auxiliary intelligent optical brain." As early as January this year, he placed the martial artist's secret technique Shadow Blade and SS grade gene potions among the items available for sale at the Martial Arts Academy, instantly sparking fierce competition among martial artists desperate to purchase them. The secret technique, which far surpassed the power amplification of 9 heavenly thunderblades, even drew the attention of council-level experts who scrambled to buy complete sets. Both Hong and Thunder God made no exception. After all, the detailed explanations on force exertion levels and methodologies within surpassed 9 heavenly thunderblades and world annihilation by a considerable margin. By today, the profits generated solely from these 2 items already exceeded 10 trillion Huaxia dollars, and the revenue continues to flow in endlessly. Consequently, after a long period without receiving any family evaluations, the family business finally gained recognition once again. With a quick glance, the standard rewards remained largely unchanged. Over the past year or so, his foundational achievements had earned significant recognition, which elevated the rewards in the industrial sector to the 4th tier this time. The rest consisted of Muya crystals and plant spirits, and additional rewards brought something new: an auxiliary intelligent optical brain. With it, whether piloting fighter jets, boarding spacecraft, or assessing the strength of other martial artists, everything would become much more convenient from now on.
Arriving at the martial arts hall's headquarters building, Xinping went directly to the spacious inner office to claim his rewards.
Assistant Optical Brain. From now on, I'll call you number 1.
Yes, master. He spent some time absorbing and processing the rewards related to the domain.
By afternoon,
he left the martial arts headquarters and had the Auxiliary Intelligent Brain Unit number 1 control the smart fighter jet to patrol the entire southeastern coastline.
Unit 1, scan my genetic primal energy level.
Master, your current genetic primal energy has reached planet level 8.
Listening to the intelligent brain's voice,
he nodded to himself in silent acknowledgement. Over the past year, not only had his own strength advanced by a tier, but the entire Blazing Wind Martial Arts Academy had experienced meteoric growth. The number of newly added counselor-level powerhouses alone had reached 3, Qin Shan, Mu Yang, and another academy inspector. Among these 3, only Qin Shan had directly received the Muya crystal from Xinping. The other 2, Mu Yang and the inspector, had emerged as outstanding talents through their exceptional potential, earning rewards he had established, which propelled them straight to the planetary level.
Apart from this,
within the academy, the number of members who had reached the warlord level had increased by over 200, with more than 100 attaining intermediate warlord status. Of these, more than 40 had reached peak physical condition as warlords. Although most had relied on gene potions to boost their abilities, the virtual trial grounds of the elite training camp ensured that every academy member who became a warlord was at least decent in blade techniques and movement skills. Those with outstanding comprehension abilities performed even more remarkably. However, compared to Luo Feng, whom the martial arts school discovered, they pale in comparison. Within just over a year, his physical fitness surged from an intermediate trainee level to that of a war god. Combined with his psychic abilities, he has already earned the martial arts school's highest war god evaluation. More importantly, his comprehension was fully demonstrated in the virtual training ground, mastering the second stage of Shadow Blade in just over a year and achieving a quadruple force multiplier.
He is the most dazzling genius in the entire elite training camp of the martial arts school. After patrolling the coastline, Xinping didn't rush back to the martial arts school headquarters. Instead, he headed to the Pacific Ocean, then soared straight into the sky, piercing through the cumulus clouds. Suspended in midair, he retrieved the rewarded D-grade small starship. Previously, without an auxiliary AI brain, even if he received the starship's operating system information, he wouldn't have known how to operate it. But now, with the auxiliary AI brain, he could command it to navigate through space. A moment later, Number 1 successfully took control of the spacecraft's systems. Let's go, set course for Mars. Excitement rang clearly in his voice.
After all, Mars contained vast deposits of xiantai ore. These rare metallic minerals were an extraordinarily valuable resource.
If they could secure them, Xinping estimated his family's fortunes would experience another meteoric rise. Bang! The bluish saucer-shaped spacecraft had already left Earth with tremendous acceleration in its cloaked state. This was a Class D cosmic vessel, a higher grade than even the Black Dragon Mountain's C5 class ship.
The control room was extravagantly furnished, equipped with every imaginable facility.
Number 1, simulate external view at 100% accuracy. Yes, master.
Soon, the control room gradually faded, replaced by the boundless expanse of space.
Looking back, a sapphire blue planet rapidly shrank into the distance, growing ever smaller. Earth. Is this really the Earth I live on?
This was Xinping's first time viewing Earth from such a perspective, and everything else in space apart from Earth struck him as novel and fascinating. Even comets and asteroids appeared extraordinarily beautiful and dazzling. As the spaceship approached Mars, its speed gradually decreased.
Not long after,
the spaceship landed on the surface of Mars. Using the vessel's scanning capabilities, pyramid-shaped energy towers were easily detected, while beneath these structures lay sprawling steel cities. Yet his target wasn't these immovable metallic metropolises, but rather the vast deposits of profound iron ore concealed within them. With the solar flame flower possessing stellar Tier 3 strength, Xinping feared no assault from the operational steel cities. Locating a cave entrance on Mars' surface, he soon detected an enormous iron gate through his spatial domain. There are robots inside the spaceship. He immediately ordered Number 1 to arrange for robots to push open the massive iron gate, then used flame starflowers to destroy the energy supply area. After that, he began searching for mysterious iron ore within the pitch-black steel city.
Chapter 063, Astonishing Industrial Reward. Flame starflowers, bloom now.
Within the colossal steel city, the vividly flame-colored ember starflower has fully bloomed, with its 26 main vines, each stretching several kilometers long. On Earth, it had never truly been able to unleash its potential, but here in the subterranean depths of Mars, it could finally spread freely without restraint. As the main vines grew wildly, their blade-like leaves, sharp as flaming swords and seemingly equipped with built-in radar, scoured every nook and cranny of the steel city without missing a single spot.
At the same time,
under the guidance of the auxiliary smart optical brain,
Shinping swiftly made his way toward the warehouse. Upon entering, he was thrilled to see mountains of black iron piled high everywhere. Although this A8 grade metal was considered worthless in the wider universe, it held significant value on Earth, let alone in such massive quantities. However, he knew there were even more precious Tier B8 black iron essence and Tier C8 metallic iron cores. So next, he used his wristwatch storage space to transport these small mountains of black iron or outside bit by bit, like ants moving a mountain. Only then did he enter the warehouse, having the flame starflower corrode a man-sized hole in the heavy gate. After stepping inside, he saw over 1,000 tons of black iron essence, which he immediately stored away in his wristwatch space. Then Shinping continued his plundering. Mystic iron essence, mystic iron motherlode. As tons of metal ores were relocated to the surface of Mars, the reserves inside the Steel City steadily diminished. After nearly 3 hours of effort, he finally managed to loot over 30,000 tons of mystic iron essence and more than 2 tons of mystic iron motherlode. What remained were hundreds of millions of tons of ordinary mystic iron. In truth, the entire Steel City was constructed from mystic iron, but Shinping didn't dismantle it mainly because the quantity was simply too vast, far exceeding the capacity of his wristwatch's storage space. Leave the Steel City be for now. We'll send martial arts hall members later to dismantle it piece by piece. Number 1. Return to Earth. Bang! The auxiliary intelligent optical brain swiftly maneuvered the spaceship away from the Martian surface. Inside the control room, Shinping took over a dozen deep breaths in succession before eagerly opening the virtual panel. His purpose in scavenging so much Shintai essence and Mother Shintai on Mars was to obtain the family rewards for industrial contributions. Sure enough, a new font appears in the virtual frame. You have mined vast quantities of mysterious iron essence, and mysterious iron motherlode on Mars. Your family business surges exponentially, taking the most powerful stride toward prosperity. Reward: Immortal level martial arts secret technique Frost Flame, 2 sets of 3rd tier force armor, 5th level mastery of Flame Domain, 5th level mastery of Space Domain, 11th Blade of Inferno, 50 Muya crystals, 100 botanical spirits. Additional rewards: Flame Law Affinity, 2 E grade bloodline evolution agents, 1 C3 grade gamma ray gun. Seeing the first line of text, Shinping heaved a deep sigh of relief. His guess had been correct. Any metals like black iron obtained from Mars would be calculated into the family business profits. Such vast metal deposits directly catapulted the family's evaluation from most promising to a giant leap forward, clearly indicating the immense value of these newly acquired mineral resources. His gaze continued sweeping downward. The ordinary rewards have become even more generous, featuring immortal-level secret techniques and 3rd-tier origin force combat suits. The remaining domain and technique upgrades were within expectations, while the quantities of Muya crystals and plant spirit rewards have also skyrocketed. In the future, Muya crystals can be reserved as family assets, while plant spirits can be used to nurture elite talents within the Flame Wind Martial Arts School. In fact, Luo Feng, who joined the martial arts school, was able to grow into a war god level fighter in just over a year primarily because the plant spirits enabled him to swiftly advance as a warrior. He continued reading further. His eyes widened in shock. The bonus reward actually granted innate talent in the Law of Flame. My god, this was something Shinping had never dared to imagine. He originally thought he'd gradually step into the realm of laws through slow cultivation in his domain. Who could have guessed that after reaching the highest tier in clan evaluation, the extra reward would be so astonishingly powerful? At this moment, his entire body trembled with excitement. This was innate talent in the Law of Flame. With it, one can effortlessly comprehend the laws of the universe, becoming a prodigy of cosmic principles, while also gaining an exceptionally high ceiling for future growth. Whoosh! Inhale. He took several dozen deep breaths once more. Shinping suppressed this surge of excitement, then continued examining the rewards. The Bloodline Evolution Serum was now an even more advanced version, which still fell within expectations. However, the third item, the new laser pistol, was something entirely different. This weapon was far more portable than laser cannons, with an extremely short charging time. Using it to eliminate newly ascended cosmic tier beings would essentially guarantee a one-shot kill. Laser guns, 3rd-level force armor, and an immortal-grade secret technique, my trump cards have grown, all thanks to the family's rewards. But I mustn't let this breed arrogance. To go further in this devouring starry sky world, this is far from enough, he murmured to himself. Bang! Before long, the spaceship entered Earth's atmosphere. He stepped out directly, stowing the ship into his wristwatch's spatial storage, then transformed into a streak of fiery light speeding toward the direction of central China Base City. He had left for Mars a little past 2 in the afternoon, and by the time he returned, it was already past 6 in the evening. His wife Liu Wei and Suyin had already finished work. As the company and martial arts school flourished, the two of them now had little daily work to handle, only needing to make decisions, so they normally weren't very busy. After changing his clothes upon returning home,
Ping immediately headed to the training hall. As for this, Liu Wei and Su Yin had long grown accustomed to it. Inside the martial arts hall, claim, as the thought crossed his mind, the family rewards emerged one by one. Other items such as Muya crystals, plant spirits, laser guns, and so on were all directly stored into the wristwatch space. He focused on examining the reward for his fire talent. On the surface of the miniature planet within his dantian, fiery-colored patterns had emerged. As soon as his genetic primordial energy extended to these unique flame patterns, his mind could clearly sense a peculiar undulation in the universe. Upon touching this undulation, Ping felt as though he had gained a deeper understanding and insight into the flames of the universe, almost as if he himself had become fire. Subsequently, he immersed himself in comprehending the laws of fire. Lost in this intoxicating cultivation, days slipped by one after another. August arrived in the blink of an eye, bringing with it sweltering heat. Boom, rumble. One moment the sky was clear, the next it darkened with rolling thunderclouds. Ping walked slowly through the wilderness near the base city, letting large raindrops pelt his body. Like an ascetic monk, he continued forward while steadily attuning his genetic primal energy to the flame god blade in his hand. The flame god blade was a warrior's divine weapon. Though lacking the sentience of a controller's armament, to wield it with perfect mastery required nourishing it with genetic primal energy. Only by achieving unity between man and blade could one comprehend its true essence. These past days, at night he contemplated the principles of fire, while during the day he harmonized with the flaming god blade in the wilderness zone. His progress was remarkably swift, and he was barely able to practice the first level of the flaming god blade, spark cleft. Buzz. Suddenly, the communication wristband started vibrating. It's Qin Shan. After answering, Qin Shan's voice brimmed with excitement. Gym Master, Luo Feng, one of our elite training camp members at the martial arts gym, has discovered a large number of plant spirits on a fog-shrouded lake island in Australia. Mu Yang has already rushed to the scene. Ping raised his eyebrows, looking astonished. Luo Feng discovered it? Yes. Alright, I'll head over right away. Chapter 064, The Misty Islands Cloud Vine. The mysterious Misty Island, one of Earth's three most dangerous locations, the Australian continent. Deep within the caverns of the subterranean rock layers, Luo Feng glanced at his communication wristband. It's been almost over an hour since I notified the martial arts school. The strong fighters sent by the school should arrive soon. I wonder if the gym master will come this time. His eyes shimmered with anticipation. Since Gym Master Yanfeng slew the two sea sovereigns, his prestige had surpassed even that of the former first chairman and Limit Dojo's gym master, earning worship from countless martial artists. Every trainee in the elite program longed to meet this legendary leader, and he was no exception. After all, the reason he had chosen to join the Blazing Wind Martial Arts Hall in the first place was because he had watched the livestream of the hall's master slaying the Thunder Dragon Emperor. According to the reward policy set by the Martial Arts Hall for discovering valuable locations, with all the plant spirits on Mist Island this time, I should receive at least 5 or 6 of them. With these plant spirits, not only will my younger brother be able to walk again, but I can also ensure my parents' good health. Moreover, my own strength can rapidly advance to the peak of war god level. Luo Feng clenched his fists. Though his rise had been swift, his devotion to protecting his family was etched deep into his bones. Buzz. His communication wristband vibrated. Seeing it was Su Xin calling, he promptly answered and began chatting with Su Xin. In the past, his family had been poor, living in the South Bank residential area. Even though he had secretly admired Su Xin since his first year of high school, he never dared to confess his feelings. It wasn't until later, after joining the Yanfeng martial arts school and receiving training, that he gradually started interacting with her. Though the unspoken barrier between them remained intact, mutual affection had already blossomed between the two. Luo Feng, where are you right now? Why is it so dark over there? Listening to Su Xian's voice, Luo Feng said with a smile, I'm training in the Australian continent. It's nighttime here now. Su Xian said with admiration, I really envy you, being able to train outdoors instead of having to study hard in the classroom like us. Luo Feng hastily added, we also have to study at the training camp. Only when we're out training do we get a break from homework. They chatted for a while. He hung up the call upon hearing the commotion outside and rushed out from underground. Spotting the descending intelligent fighter jet, he immediately hurried over. Greetings, Inspector Mu. Mu Yan laughed heartily. Luo Feng, you've really rendered great service this time. Vegetal spirits are extraordinarily rare. There have been very few discovered worldwide. Who'd have thought this misty island would have so many? Aside from you, are there other people on the island? Luo Feng quickly shook his head. Just me. I accidentally wandered into this place while fighting beasts. Finding this area quite mysterious, I began to explore it. Little did I expect to encounter several thick willow trees with incredibly strong offensive capabilities. Mu Yang nodded. Those are willow-type vegetal spirits. Come, take me there. Although he had relied on Muya crystals to break through to the planetary level, The Martial Hall's virtual training grounds allowed for one-on-one simulated combat with customized opponents. His blade techniques and body movements had long been honed to perfection. As the two hurried toward the location of 9 Willows, Luo Feng asked, "Inspector Mu, will the Martial Hall Master come this time?" Mu Yang smiled and replied, "Yes." With this mist island being so extraordinary, there might be even more exceptional things hidden here. The Hall Master will definitely have to step in when the time comes. I'll handle the 9 Willow-type plant spirits first. You go search the island for other plant spirits. Other members of the Martial Hall will arrive soon to assist in the search. Since Luo Feng had discovered Mist Island, the Flamewind Martial Hall naturally claimed this treasure trove for themselves. A little over 10 minutes later, above the island shrouded in mist, several saucer-shaped fighter jets hover motionlessly. Qin Shan arrived with other members of the martial arts school. Unlike the Limit Dojo, the Blazing Wind Dojo allocated rewards for discovering treasure sites as follows: 30% to the discoverer, 40% to combat and mining members, and the remaining 30% to the collective ownership of the dojo itself. This mist-covered island on the Australian continent is truly remarkable. Not a single monster inhabits it. It's astonishing that such a place remained undiscovered until now. Qin Shan examined the martial arts hall, clicking his tongue in admiration. The Australian continent had always been a perilous land teeming with monstrous beasts. Martial artists rarely ventured here, and most areas remained unexplored by them. After all, the time that had passed since the Great Nirvana period wasn't particularly long. In no time, a deep blue smart fighter jet streaked across the horizon. As the aircraft door swung open, Xinping strode out, clad in battle robes the color of flames. "Greetings, Sect Master." Qin Shan and the other Martial Hall members all bowed in salute. They had not come for mining, but were responsible for maintaining perimeter security. Xinping gave a slight nod. "Are Muyang and Luo Feng both on the island?" "Yes. They've already started extracting the plant souls. However, the Fog Island area is quite vast. I'm afraid it will take considerable time," Qin Shan replied. Xinping gave a non-committal hum and fell silent, hovering in the sky as he surveyed the mist-shrouded island below. He knew that buried 10,000 meters beneath this land lay the wreckage of the falling Ink Star spaceship, but pinpointing its exact location would prove difficult. Luo Feng had only managed to find it because of Babata's guidance. Half an hour passed. Mu Yang rushed out of Misty Island and excitedly said, "Hall Master, Captain, this island has too many plant spirits. Luo Feng and I can only cover so much ground. It'd be more efficient to have the others join the search, but they must be careful. Aside from the willow-type plant spirits, there are other dangerous plants here." Qin Shan glanced at Xinping and, seeing him nod, immediately ordered the other members to enter Misty Island. As over a dozen members set out, he couldn't help commenting, "Hall Master, the sheer number of plant spirits on this island is unusual. Could it be linked to an ancient civilization relic?" Xinping looked at Qin Shan in surprise, never expecting him to be so perceptive. He guessed that there must be an ancient civilization relic in this area, but thinking about it, it made sense. Apart from a few ancient civilization relics around the world, it was nearly impossible for large quantities of plant spirits to appear elsewhere. Qin Shan naturally speculated in this direction. "Highly likely," he replied with a nod and added, "After the plant spirits are harvested, have someone stationed on Fog Island to continue exploration." Yes, Fog Island had existed since the Great Nirvana period. This was something Babata had planned long ago, aiming to attract Earth's geniuses to test their mental realm amplitude and select suitable heirs to inherit the legacy of the MO Skyliner. Among all of Earth's inhabitants, Luo Feng possessed the highest mental realm amplitude, which was why he was chosen. Now that the Fog Island has been discovered ahead of schedule by Luo Feng, it will soon be exposed to the scrutiny of the entire world. Xinping has no way to conceal this, as it would be difficult to hide once the martial arts hall establishes a presence here. Moreover, there isn't much point in trying to keep it a secret. The Muya crystals were entirely thrown out by Babata. As the two continued their conversation, the mining progress on Fog Island steadily increased. 2 hours later, the towering vines on the island were startled, their dark purple tendrils lashing out like whips piercing the heavens, striking directly at the mining Muyang. Seeing this, Xinping flashed to Muyang's side in an instant, reaching out to grasp the dark purple vine. Flames danced across his body, with layers of fiery currents radiating outward around him. No matter how violently the dark purple vine thrashed, it couldn't break free. "Headmaster." Muyang patted his chest. "Thank heavens you arrived in time. I'd never have dodged that. What in the world is this thing? Its length and attack speed are terrifying." Xinping chuckled. "This is actually a treasure. Alright, take Luo Feng and get out of here first. I'll handle this vine myself." The cloud vine is an auxiliary plant lifeform, and its value in the cosmos is extraordinarily high, far exceeding those metal mineral deposits on Mars. If he were to collect it, he might even receive another reward related to industrial assets. Chapter 065, The Beginning of a Family's Rise. Boom!
Above the misty island, thick black-purple vines emerged one after another, each of unimaginable length.
They whipped through the sky with terrifying speed, lashing toward Shenping's position like monstrous whips. Inside the aircraft cabin, Luo Feng, Xin Shan, Mu Yang, and the others turned pale with fright at the sight.
What kind of plant is this? It can grow so long, and its attacking speed is incredibly fast.
Even an ordinary council member would likely suffer severe injuries upon encountering it. Luckily, we didn't disturb it when we were extracting those other plant spirits earlier, or the consequences would have been unthinkable.
Mu Yang spoke with lingering fear. Luo Feng also felt a lingering fear.
He was only an advanced warlord, and even with his psychic abilities allowing him to burrow underground, each of those pitch-purple vines stretched over 1,000 meters long, they could definitely reach him with their speed.
The dojo master is truly formidable.
Just one hand rendered that vine creature completely powerless. Xin Shan laughed upon hearing this and said, "The master has even slain 2 of the ocean's beast emperors. Handling this vine creature was naturally effortless for him. By the way, Luo Feng, you've hit the jackpot this time. There are over 100 plant spirits on the island. Since you discovered this treasure trove, you're entitled to 30% of the shares, and with your participation in the extraction, your total share basically comes to 50%. Mu Yang also chimed in, "Yeah, and I only get a measly 20%. Luo Feng smiled, "Luck, just good luck."
Xin Shan continued, "The dojo master has many treasures. Have you decided what to exchange these grass and wood spirits for?" Luo Feng was taken aback. Mu Yang answered without hesitation, "Absolutely gotta be the Muyatzi crystals."
Luo Feng, "Let me tell you, those crystals are treasures. I broke through to planetary level precisely because of them. If you exchange for one, you'll reach planetary level 2. And since you're a mental force master, once your body breaks through, you'll be counted among the strongest of the council members."
Muya crystal?
Luo Feng felt tempted upon hearing this and smiled. "We'll talk about it when the time comes."
Secretly, he thought to himself, no matter what treasures we redeem, we must save some plant spirits for my family to consume.
While the 3 of them were discussing, the battle on Fog Island had already concluded. Though the demon vine was formidable, it stood no chance against Shenping. After subduing the vine, he approached the fighter jet and said, "Alright, there are still some plant spirits left on the island.
The remaining tasks can be handled by other members. If you wish to continue harvesting, feel free. Once things wrap up here, Luo Feng, Muyan, come to my office." Muyan's face lit up with delight. Luo Feng also revealed an expression of anticipation. 2 p.m. Headquarters building of Yinfeng Martial Arts Academy on the Huangpu River. Shenping had barely taken his seat when his communication wristband began vibrating. It was Hong. Connected. Hong's low voice sounded, "Shenping, I heard your martial arts school discovered a treasure trove in the Australian continent with many plant spirits?"
Shenping smiled, seeing no need to conceal the matter. "Indeed, it was luckily found by a member of our training camp."
Hearing this,
Hong pondered for a moment before saying, "During the Great Nirvana period, I also collected some treasures.
If Counselor Shin is willing, we could exchange them for plant spirits. I'll offer commensurate value. Moreover, I'd be even more welcoming if Counselor Shin could provide items that enable warriors to break through to the counselor level." Shenping wasn't surprised.
Since Muyang and Qinshan successively advanced to the planetary level, global forces and major martial arts schools had grown increasingly interested in the treasures he possessed. Jia Yi and representatives from nations like the United States had come knocking, but he'd never relented. Now hearing Hung's proposal, after some thought, he said, "Alright." Hung indeed possessed quite a few valuable items that were useless to him, but could greatly benefit the martial arts hall members, especially Luo Feng the psychic warrior. The call ended. Shenping opened the virtual panel. When he saw the new script, a smile spread across his face. As expected, acquiring treasures could indeed be counted toward the family's business profits. In truth, the value of items rewarded by the family had long surpassed anything he had obtained back on Earth. The Lock God's water alone was incredibly precious. Yet, there was a fundamental difference between personal acquisitions and family rewards. You have acquired the Cloud Vine, and your family's business has skyrocketed, taking a step toward prosperity. Rewards: enhanced talent in the laws of fire, immortal level spatial control secret technique 1000 thread flow, 5 third-tier origin force blades, 3 sets of third-tier origin force armor, mastery over the 6th realm of the fire domain, mastery over the 6th realm of the spatial domain, the 12th blade technique of blazing fury. Additional rewards: 2 S-grade bloodline evolution agents, 1 E-class spaceship, 1 C5 grade laser gun, 1 auxiliary plant life, star devouring grass. His gaze quickly scanned through the list. Shenping couldn't contain his excitement. The family business had actually reached the prosperity standard. What an utterly unexpected delight. It seems the Cloudvine's value in the universe is indeed quite substantial. Moreover, judging by the rewards, the prosperity evaluation offers exceptionally generous compensation. Even flame law talent has become a standard reward. This means that from now on, any prosperity evaluation will grant him talent in various laws.
You know.
Even among geniuses who comprehend the same universal origin laws, talents vary in strength. Take Bolin from the Genius Tournament, his talent far surpasses other prodigies. His previously acquired flame law talent merely qualified him as an average law comprehension genius.
Knock knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the office door,
suppressing the excitement in his heart. "Come in," he said casually.
It's Mu Yang.
After reaching council tier status, this guy still hasn't changed a bit. The moment he walked through the door, he eagerly rubbed his hands together and exclaimed warmly, "Brother Shin, you've got to hook me up with some good stuff this time."
Shin Ping rolled his eyes. "With your measly 20% share, what good stuff could you possibly expect?" "What? No way." Mu Yang immediately pulled a long face. Shin Ping was in quite a good mood at the moment. After teasing Mu Yang a bit, he had the intelligent brain display the list of exchangeable items they'd prepared. The items included Muya crystals, first-tier origin force combat suits, battle blades, the blazing flame cultivation manual, and the wildfire movement technique. Wow, so many.
Mu Yang scanned the dazzling array before finally gritting his teeth and declaring, "I'll take the Origin Force combat suit." He clearly realized the importance of defense. Had Shin Ping not been by his side this time, he'd likely have been in serious danger.
Shin Ping nodded.
"After exchanging for the Force armor, you still have the equivalent of 4 plant spirits left.
Do you wish to continue exchanging or save them? Keep it. I haven't decided yet which items to exchange for next." After Mu Yan left, next was Luo Feng. His 50% share this time yielded over 50 plant spirits. Calculated in the star units established by Hong, their value exceeded 100 stars. Looking at the virtually displayed items, Luo Feng didn't quite know how to choose. "Master, I don't understand the uses of these items. I'd like to hear your suggestions." Shin Ping smiled. "You can exchange for a first-grade Origin Force combat suit. This is essentially the Black God set worn by council-level warriors. It can weaken 90% of attacks." Luo Feng's eyes brightened slightly. "I'll take it.
You've obtained quite a few plant spirits this time. The Millennium Willow Heart alone can elevate your physical constitution to advanced levels. At that point, your psychic abilities won't be far from the counselor tier, and you'll be able to break through on your own.
Using a Muya crystal would be a waste.
You could instead choose the Blazing Prairie movement technique, as the remaining items won't be of much help to you. In that case, you can exchange for 1 Muya crystal and then visit the Limit Dojo." Chief Hong collected many treasures during the Great Cataclysm period, and there should be something suitable for a psychic fighter. When you present the Muya crystal, I'm sure Hong will give you something valuable in return,"
Shin Ping said. Luo Feng nodded repeatedly. The dojo had a virtual training field where he made steady progress in psychic abilities.
With virtual opponents as reference points, his mental force amplification improved rapidly.
Watching Luo Feng's departing figure,
Shin Ping narrowed his eyes slightly. This time, with the Yinfeng Martial Arts Academy he had established, Luo Feng's rise was astonishingly rapid. Now that he had even exchanged for the Origin Force combat suit, there was absolutely no need for him to go grind in the number 9 ancient civilization ruins anymore. After all, the foundational secret techniques that the number 9 ancient civilization ruins offered were all things that Babata possessed.
It won't be long before major forces across the globe learn about Mist Island's uniqueness.
I believe they'll quickly dispatch research teams there. Barbata had thrown out the Moyun vine seed precisely for this day. Once all the major global forces were gathered, their plan would commence using Mu Yajing crystals to create monster beast emperors, thereby luring the world's strongest council members to rush over so suitable inheritors could be selected. 2 days later, as expected, Luo Feng exchanged for an intelligent fighter jet, the Sky Shuttle, and the foundational techniques for a spiritual reader. Meanwhile, Hall Master Hong, who obtained the Mu Yajing crystals, was overjoyed and personally called Shin Ping to express his gratitude.
November 27, 2055.
As the second wave of cold air swept across, the entire northern region was engulfed in snowstorms. However, the atmosphere across Huaxia was bustling with excitement. With the complete construction of the 7th base city and the deployment of various facilities, power grids, air defense networks, and laser cannons, the country began an orderly relocation of citizens into these base cities. The primary targets for this relocation were residents from impoverished neighborhoods, of course, on a voluntary basis. But no one was unwilling. After all, moving to the 7th base city not only guaranteed free housing but also came with additional compensation funds.
Take, for example, the Southern Bank residential area in Jiangnan Base City. Over 70% of its residents were willing to relocate. Li Shui District Villa.
Li Yuewei was also talking about this matter.
Many employees at our Pingwei company also want to relocate. Some senior executives have suggested that we quickly establish a branch office there, so relocated employees can work there.
The compensation provided by the government this time is quite substantial. Suin replied with a smile. The southeast base city is close to the coast, making it highly susceptible to beast tides.
That's why the government provides substantial compensation there.
Shin Ping listened absent-mindedly to their conversation. his mind preoccupied with other matters. Over the past few months after comprehending the Industrial Rewards program, he had successfully mastered the first layer of the Flame God weapon by relying on his enhanced innate talent for the fundamental fire laws of the universe. Now, he could truly be called a genius of the universal origin laws in every sense of the word. Buzz. Suddenly, his communications wristband vibrated. After answering, Qin Shan's voice immediately rang out. Hall Master, a beast emperor has appeared near Misty Island. Right now, all 5 global superpowers and the 2 major martial arts associations have mobilized their forces and are heading there.
Shen Ping's spirits lifted. Babata couldn't hold back any longer and finally made its move.
After waiting for over 50,000 years, it simply couldn't wait anymore.
I'll head over right now.
With that, he got up to change clothes.
His wife couldn't help but ask, "Honey, what's the matter? Why so urgent? A beast emperor has appeared near Kirishima." "What? A third beast emperor has been born?"
"Yes." Shin Ping changed his clothes and immediately boarded the smart fighter jet heading towards the Australian continent. As he traveled, he couldn't help but ponder, once Luo Feng officially became a disciple, he could start arranging for the spaceship to mine the mystic iron ore on Mars. When Babata sees the spaceship, he'll definitely plan to head into the cosmos. If we can make contact with the universe ahead of schedule, the family could advance much faster. He thought to himself. On Earth now, apart from growing his lineage, other aspects like the family's enterprises, prestige, and foundation have already reached considerable heights difficult to surpass in the short term.
But venturing into space would open up entirely new horizons. Bang!
The intelligent fighter jet sliced through the vast sky, traversing for over an hour before arriving at the Australian continent. The dense mist that once shrouded Kirishima Island has completely dissipated, revealing the central island and surrounding lake waters. Currently, armed forces from across the globe have established camps around the island, deploying numerous detection devices. It was through these sensors that the sudden emergence of the Beast Emperor was detected.
Hall Master, First Counselor, Counselor Shen.
As Shin Ping arrived, the other council members came forward one after another to greet him.
Hong and Thunder God also walked over with smiles. Master Shin, this place is quite peculiar.
Not only does the lake contain a large number of aquatic monsters, but the density of Lord-level monsters is astonishing. Now, with the birth of a Beast Emperor, it's certainly no ordinary matter.
Hong said slowly. Shen Ping glanced at Hong. Master Hong, you're implying there might be ruins of an ancient civilization here, aren't you?
Hong smiled. Indeed, the more precious the land, the more likely it holds ancient ruins. Once we deal with the Beast Emperor beneath this island, I believe those relics will reveal themselves. Thunder God said bluntly, Master Shen, you're the strongest among us council members, having already slain 2 Beast Emperors in the ocean.
This newly emerged Beast Emperor would be no match for you, so, how about lending us a hand? Shin Ping remained silent. He gazed at the vast island lake, checked the life detector again, then walked over to Hong. Master Hong, wouldn't you like to battle a Beast Emperor? This is a rare opportunity.
Seeing Thunder God also look at him,
Hong pondered and nodded. All right, I do harbor such intentions. Once a monstrous beast breaks through to the Beast Emperor level, its power undergoes a complete metamorphosis.
Ordinary council members are no match for it. Although the Beast Emperor of Mist Island has only recently transformed, Hong isn't confident after all. He doesn't have a devil vine like some do. But with Shin Ping by his side, he was quite eager to give it a try. The 3 of them soon arrived above the lake. Brother Hong, you better put your back into it. With so many people watching, it'd be embarrassing if you can't win. Thor teased. Hong ignored Thunder God, closing his eyes to adjust his state before transforming into a streak of black light and swiftly disappearing into the lake. This action quickly drew the attention of various major factions. Hong has entered the underground of Misty Island. He's going to battle the Beast Emperor. Many council members and even war god level fighters were staring intently at the life detector. As the former first speaker, Hong had risen to prominence since the Great Nirvana period and commanded immense prestige. Despite Shin Ping's recent rise overshadowing Hong's glory, in the eyes of global council members, Hong remained invincible. Chapter 066, Shin Ping and Hong. Before the life detector, numerous martial artists gathered, their eyes fixed unwaveringly. At first, Hong's speed surged astonishingly fast as he swiftly plunged into the lake's depths to engage the Beast Emperor in combat. The battle between man and beast seemed to shake heaven and earth, creating massive disturbances that shattered even the central island. Ultimately, the Beast Emperor tore the island apart completely, causing massive amounts of lake water to come flooding in. Damn it, the Beast Emperor is diving deeper. Hong's speed is dropping. He's still slowing down. The Beast Emperor struck. After speed plummeted sharply. Despite possessing his domain, Hong was quickly overwhelmed by the Beast Emperor's relentless assaults. Soon forced into retreat, though he had wounded the Beast Emperor initially, he emerged injured himself. Brother Hong, your injury? Bald Thunder God quickly rushed over. Hong shook his head. My wounds aren't serious, just need some rest. That Beast Emperor is cunning. It knew my speed would drop underwater, so it kept diving deeper.
It's massive, every inch of that lakebed is its battlefield. With that, he turned to Shin Ping. Master Shin, it's your turn now.
Shin Ping nodded, then transformed into a ball of flames and rushed into the lake. Thunder God sighed, Brother Hong, you're so strong and even have your own domain, yet you can't handle this newly born beast emperor. Humans are indeed at a disadvantage compared to monsters.
Hong remained silent. This came down to genetic physique and bone structure.
On land, he was practically invincible, no beast emperor could rival him. But in water, it was a different story.
Boom, boom.
In just moments, layers of 100-meter-high waves churned across the lake's surface, and within barely a dozen breaths, Shin Ping had already dragged out the massive corpse of a beast emperor.
Master Shin of the martial hall is truly extraordinary.
Master Shin proved himself capable of slaying 2 beast emperors in the ocean over a year ago. Dispatching this single beast emperor was naturally effortless for him.
Hong's era has passed.
Many council members murmured in low voices. Thor maintained a stern expression, yet Hong remained completely unfazed. He had never cared for glory or retaining his position as first speaker. With Shin Ping's rise, he was content to remain inconspicuous.
Boom! As the carcass of the beast emperor was tossed ashore, the very earth trembled from the impact.
All the council members gazed at the fiery figure in the sky, their eyes filled with respect and a hint of fear. After all, someone who could effortlessly slay the beast emperor would have no trouble killing them just as easily. Now that the beast emperor has been dealt with, everyone is free to explore the lake. But let me make one thing clear, you may compete for treasures, but if anyone deliberately goes for the kill, don't blame me for being merciless later.
Hearing this, some council members frowned inwardly but did not voice further objections. After all, Shin Ping's strength was undeniable. Even the third counselor, the Ice Snow Emperor, was far from being his match, who would dare raise any objections. Moreover, the other party didn't say serious injuries were prohibited, just don't kill anyone. Whoosh!
As Shin Ping finished speaking, some council members couldn't wait to begin exploring beneath the lake. Hong and Thunder God arrived beside the Beast Emperor's remains. If there truly are treasures, Pavilion Master Shin, it's inevitable that there will be casualties and bloodshed in the fighting. Hong said softly. Shin Ping watched the lake water that had collapsed the island and slowly replied, I know.
As long as there's no deliberate targeting, I can't control everything. I'm just giving these council members a reminder. Hong and Thunder God nodded in turn. Thor joked, Master Shin, if any treasures appear during the scramble, do go easy on us. Shin Ping laughed heartily, Master Lei, haven't you always wanted to spar with me? This is the perfect opportunity. Thor quickly backed down, no way, I can't even beat a beast emperor, how could I possibly stand a chance against you? I'd rather not embarrass myself. Hong couldn't help but laugh.
At that moment, Shin Ping called Luo Feng over and explained to Hong and Thunder God, this is Luo Feng from my martial arts school.
Hong, you've met him before.
He's a spiritual reader, and his physical fitness has already reached the high-level warfare god tier. During this Fog Island exploration, if you encounter him, please don't engage.
Hong glanced at Luo Feng. Understood.
Whoosh! The two left to summon the warfare gods and council members from the Limit Martial Arts School and Thunderbolt Martial Arts School. Shin Ping looked at Luo Feng earnestly and said, you're not yet at the planetary level, and our martial arts school has a weak foundation. That's why we've called you here this time. When exploring for treasures, you must be careful. With your force armor, as long as you don't encounter Hong or Lei Shen, you'll be able to protect yourself.
If anything happens, call me immediately.
Luo Feng replied gratefully, understood, master. Mu Yan, a man named Qin Shan, and another inspector surnamed Chen walked over.
Looking at Mu Yan's impatient expression, Shin Ping smiled and said, all right, everyone, go forth and search for the treasures.
Upon hearing this, Mu Yang immediately exclaimed excitedly, treasures, here I come. While the members of the Yanfeng Martial Arts School ventured into the lake and underground rock layers to explore, he wasn't in any hurry to join them. After all, the entire Misty Island was orchestrated by Babata. Rushing would be pointless. Time passed bit by bit. After more than 4 hours, the first Muya crystal appeared beside Luo Feng, triggering the first fierce battle over possession. Then came the second crystal, followed by the third. Although this time the Earth Dragon King did not evolve by devouring the white crystals, when the news of the Muyatzi crystals spread, major global forces went wild with excitement. Mu Yang, Qin Shan, and Luo Feng were also extremely thrilled, having witnessed the power of the Muyatzi crystals firsthand. Especially Mu Yang and Qin Shan, who had absorbed the Muyatzi crystals to break through to the planetary level. Thus, every Muyatzi crystal represented a potential planetary level powerhouse. How could such a thing not drive people to madness? Even though Shin Ping had warned them beforehand, casualties still occurred. A European Union war god had his heart shattered by a counselor during the scramble for a Muyatzi crystal. Regarding such incidents, Shin Ping couldn't say much, as the counselor hadn't acted with malicious intent. Those martial artists without black god suits were essentially cannon fodder in this brutal battle. Although Luo Feng wasn't at the planetary level, relying on his powerful spiritual force weapons and primal armor, he still managed to see several Muya crystals, 2 of which remained undetected by others. Additionally, he notified Shinping to secure 3 others for their possession. More than 20 hours had passed since the treasure hunt began. 8 woodvine crystals emerged from beneath the earth. Clearly, this was a major move by Babata. Shinping rushed over at top speed, but the overpowering aroma from the 8 wood spiritual crystals had already attracted the counselor-level powerhouses from all the major factions. Hong and Thunder God arrived simultaneously as well. Only 4 wood spiritual crystals remained, suspended above the underground river. All the council members' breathing became heavier, yet none dared to make a move. With the global first speaker, second speaker, and third speaker all present, it was far from their turn to act. Hong didn't even glance at the Muya crystal, instead smiling at Shinping. Master Shin, I've long wanted to spar with you. Taking advantage of this opportunity, shall we have a match? Shinping also smiled, sure. Hong's eyes lit up, excellent. I hope Master Shin will demonstrate his full strength. Shinping responded solemnly, I won't hold back. Withholding one's true capability would be disrespectful to Hong, so this time he would show his true strength. P.S. Just 1 chapter today, starting tomorrow we'll release multiple chapters in bursts. Chapter 67, Departure, The Universe. 10K word premium chapter seeking first subscriptions. Bang! 2 gazes intertwined. Their battle spirits ignited and surged. Numerous council members and teams of supreme warlords watched the two, instinctively stepping back, though their eyes burned with fervor. After all, one was the former #1 speaker of the world, revered like a deity, while the other was the current rising star, the one who had slain 3 sovereign beasts and now held the title of first speaker. A clash between the new and former global #1. It was impossible not to feel the blood boil with excitement. Sizzle. At this moment, black energy swiftly spread around Hong, and all the council members trapped in the black energy struggled as if stuck in quicksand, unable to move. Almost instantaneously, Shinping's body also radiated a fiery-hued energy. The black and fiery energies collided. The underground river surged with towering waves, instantly reducing the lord-level monsters within it to nothingness. Mu Yongqin Shan watched the scene excitedly. Though Luofeng was shocked by the constraints of the airflow, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a battle between 2 elder council members, a rare sight to behold. Boom! At this moment, Hong moved. With lightning speed, the battle saber in his hand swept like a shadow and struck Shinping's shoulder in an instant. Its shadow blade, swift as a phantom, only a fleeting gleam of the blade remains visible. Hong has clearly cultivated this secret technique to a remarkable level. The surrounding counselors couldn't help but murmur in awe. Shadow Blade is a secret manual sold by the Blazing Wind Martial Arts Hall. Far superior to Ninefold Thunder Blade or Global Annihilation, its cultivation threshold is equally daunting. Many counselors remain stuck on the first 2 layers to this day. Luofeng, who also cultivated the Shadow Blade technique, couldn't help feeling shocked at this moment. What astonishing blade speed! Whoosh! The blade, like carrying black energy currents, slashed directly toward Shinping's body. All the watching council members froze in shock. They never expected Shinping's reaction to be so sluggish. This shouldn't be happening. This is none other than the Hall Master Yanfeng, the slayer of the 2 beast emperors of the sea. Yet at that very moment, Hong suddenly retreated at breakneck speed. Just as many council members were stunned, they saw Shinping, who had supposedly been struck down by Hong, explode into fragments, revealing he had merely been an afterimage. This is simply unbelievable. They were all council-level experts, yet couldn't even discern the afterimages of his movements. Clearly his movement techniques had surpassed their comprehension. Bang! At this moment, Shinping abruptly appeared to the right of Hong's retreating path. The flaming battle saber in his hand traced an arc through the air before suddenly splitting into multiple saber beams, slashing forward with terrifying speed. Hong hastily raised his own blade to block, but each time he blocked the attacks, he was horrified to discover that the force behind the blade's radiance was absolutely terrifying. Just 1 or 2 strikes were enough to split his tiger's mouth. The webbing between thumb and index finger, and the bones in his arms were shattered by the impact. If not for his domain, he wouldn't even have been able to block at all. Yet despite this, by the time he had withstood all the blade radiance, his arms were completely immobilized, and his body was blasted backward, smashing hard into the bedrock deep underground. He raised his gaze, staring at the fiery figure hovering above the underground river. For the first time, Hong felt a sense of powerlessness. He clearly understood that the opponent had held back in that last strike. Otherwise, instead of being merely blown away, he would have been severely injured. You know, a planetary-level warrior with a domain is virtually invincible among peers, not truly undefeatable, but possessing a domain makes one practically unassailable. But now, faced with a prodigy of the universe's fundamental laws, Hong was utterly defeated, so completely that he couldn't even offer the slightest resistance. He wore a bitter expression, but it quickly returned to normal as he flew back before Shinping once more, smiling as he said, Master Shin, I never expected you to be so formidable now, I couldn't even withstand a single strike from you. Shinping smiled and said, Master Hong, you have a domain, and I also have a domain, and I am the 6th level of the flame domain. Hong widened his eyes before sighing resignedly, 6th level domain, truly astonishing. My defeat was well deserved. Thunder God walked over at this moment, clapping Hong's shoulder with a loud laugh. Brother Hong, so even you have a day of being utterly crushed. Hong blared at Thunder God irritably. Weren't you planning to spar with Master Shin? Here's your chance. Thunder God hastily shook his head. If even you lost so quickly, I'd better pass. The three of them chatted and laughed. The surrounding council members, however, were utterly astonished. They knew Shinping was strong, but they hadn't expected him to be this formidable. Even Hong was utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Muyang and Qin Shan grinned from ear to ear. Luo Feng clenched his fists tightly. The Hallmaster is too powerful, so overwhelming that I can't even muster the thought of resisting against him. But one day, I'll surely reach his level. Shinping was unaware that his sparring match with Hong had made Luo Feng set him as a target to surpass. His gaze swept across the other council members before landing on the remaining wood spirit crystals. Without hesitation, he collected the last 4 crystals. The other council members didn't dare make a sound. There might still be more wood spirit crystals underground. Brother Hong, Hallmaster Shin, I'll take my leave first. Thor finished speaking and quickly departed. Council members from various other factions also successively took their leave. Soon, only Shinping, Luo Feng, Mu Yang, and the others remained above the dark river. Qin Shan said with shame, Hallmaster, we were useless. Out of 8 mutagen crystals, we only managed to seize 1, and even that was with Luo Feng providing cover. Luo Feng hastily replied, I only contributed a little effort. Shinping waved his hand and said, any contribution deserves a share. Let me hold on to the Muya crystals for now. You all should continue searching. The fact that so many Muya crystals have appeared on Mist Island is definitely not ordinary, there might be other treasures as well. Yes, Hall Master. After everyone had left, Shinping no longer remained at the bottom of the lake. The Muya crystals had been tossed out by Babata, and by now, the psychic breaths of all the participating counselor-level experts had been essentially measured. Even if more were thrown out, there weren't many left to be found. And so it was. After news of the Muya crystals on Mist Island spread, the remaining counselors from major global forces rushed over one after another. However, having missed the first wave of the crystal bounty, they essentially gained nothing. Before they knew it, 3 days had passed. Most of the council members left one after another having gained nothing, and even Hong and Thunder God departed with their martial arts school members. Only the staff conducting inspections around the lake continued to study Kurishima, the campsite where the Yinfeng Martial Arts Hall was stationed. Shinping smiled and said, this time, our Yinfeng Martial Arts School has had a good harvest. According to the previously agreed share distribution, Muyan, you'll get 2.4, Xinshan, you'll receive 1.8, Luo Feng, you get 5. Luo Feng's heart leapt with joy. He alone had secretly obtained 2 additional Muya crystals that no one knew about, bringing his total to 7, making him the biggest beneficiary of this Muya crystal feast. Alright, the Muya crystals beneath Mist Island's lake have been nearly completely searched. If you wish to continue exploring, feel free, any Muya crystals you find will be 100% yours to keep. With that, he boarded the intelligent fighter jet and left Mist Island. Muyan looked at Luo Feng and said, I plan to keep searching. What about you too? Luo Feng nodded. There's nothing urgent back at the dojo. I might as well try my luck here a while longer. Xinshan shook his head. I need to return to handle affairs at the dojo. I won't be joining you. Watching Qin Shan's retreating figure, Mu Yang sighed. Our captain always puts the martial arts school first in everything. Luo Feng said with a smile, I think that's precisely why the master values Chief Inspector Qin so much. Inside Yinfeng Martial Arts School, Qin Shan was the most prestigious inspecting commissioner who oversaw all matters, big and small, at the martial arts school. Maybe. Mudang clicked his tongue and said, Luo Feng, you've hit the jackpot this time. You owe us a drink later. Oh, and I heard you've been dating a girl from your school, how's it going? Have you two taken things to the bedroom yet? Luo Feng was speechless. Inspector Mu sometimes had a rather inappropriate way of speaking, but the reason this matter became known among the martial school members was because Su Xian had gone to the training camp to visit him during summer vacation. Inspector Mu, I'll go search now. Don't be shy. When it comes to women, I'm an absolute expert. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me, or we could exchange experiences firsthand. Hearing these words from behind, Luo Feng nearly stumbled and fell into the lake. He secretly vowed to keep his distance from this inspector in the future, mustn't let this guy corrupt him. Late at night, Central Plains Base City, inside the villa in Lishui District, on the bed, Shinping had just finished a conversation with his wife Liu Wei. Gazing at the moonlight streaming through the window,
His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Luo Feng should have finished becoming Babbitt's apprentice by now.
When he comes to the martial arts headquarters tomorrow to exchange treasures with the Muya crystals, I'll add the spaceship to the exchange list. He was certain that once Babbitt saw the spaceship, he would urge Luo Feng to leave Earth immediately to open an account in the universe. After all, Babbitt had waited over 50,000 years, the loneliness had lasted far too long. Leaving Earth for the nearest life-bearing planet would be quick, but without spatial coordinates, returning would require a slow, tedious voyage.
Honey, I want more. At this moment, his wife gasped between breaths.
Shen Ping flipped her over without hesitation.
The next day, Jiangnan Base City.
A thin mist enveloped the warrior's residential quarter belonging to the Yinfeng Martial Arts School, only gradually dispersing as golden sunlight spilled across it.
Luo Feng, who was taking a stroll in the neighborhood, was currently communicating with Babata telepathically through his wrist guard.
This time, exchanging with Muya crystals is a great opportunity.
Forget about botanical spirits, those things are only useful for ordinary people and apprentices.
What you should choose are treasures that benefit planetary-level fighters. If the Blazing Wind Martial Arts Hall doesn't have anything good, then go to the Limit Martial Arts Hall. The sky shuttle you exchanged earlier is indeed a treasure, left to you by your teacher.
There's also another item, the arc blade. Luo Feng couldn't help but say, Babata, the hall master has quite a few good items there. It's just that I can't recognize any of them.
When the time comes, you'll have to carefully pick out the best options for me.
Babata replied arrogantly, rest assured, I'm the infamous demon Babata, renowned across countless star systems.
I've traveled with my master, no treasure can escape my recognition.
However, you'd better be mentally prepared.
Your Blazing Wind Martial Arts Hall hasn't been established for long.
From what you've told me before, they've probably only excavated one ancient civilization ruins. Don't expect too many good finds.
It's actually the owner of Extreme Martial Arts Gym who rose to prominence during the Great Tribulation. He might have some good stuff hidden away.
Luo Feng nodded.
After finishing his walk, he had breakfast, told his parents, and then took a smart fighter jet to the headquarters of Yinfeng Martial Arts Gym by the Huangpu River.
Arriving at the headquarters building, just as I stepped into the hallway outside the office, I ran into Muyang, Xinshan, and another martial arts academy inspector. Muyang chuckled slyly, Luo Feng, you're here to redeem treasures too, right? Let me tell you, the hallmaster is definitely bringing out some good stuff this time.
Keep your eyes peeled, don't let anything slip by.
Luo Feng smiled faintly. After a while, when it was his turn, he walked into the office.
Shen Ping, upon seeing Luo Feng, couldn't help but smile and said, Luo Feng, have a seat. As they spoke, he ordered the #1 intelligent auxiliary brain to virtually display the exchange list items. Indeed, there are quite a few more items now.
Luo Feng's eyes shone brightly. Right now.
Babata, however, exclaimed in shock, good heavens,
what kind of ancient civilization ruins did your pavilion master excavate? There are so many cosmic treasures here.
Wait, there's even a spaceship.
Ha, Luo Feng,
hurry in exchange for the interstellar spacecraft. With a spaceship, we can travel into the cosmos and register for a virtual universe network account. Then you'll be able to enter the virtual universe anytime inside it. Every imaginable item exists.
That's truly the best place to cultivate your abilities.
Luo Feng studied the treasure list, communicating telepathically with Babata. Babata, I only have 7 wood spirit crystals, and only 5 of them are openly declared. Even if the pavilion master knows I've hidden 1 or 2, it still wouldn't be enough to exchange for a Class C spacecraft.
Babata hung his head low.
True, a Class C starship isn't cheap. While wood spirit crystals are universal treasures each capable of exchanging for over a dozen small starships, unless I hand over the remaining crystals, we really can't afford it.
Besides, the wood spirit crystals I've stored aren't even enough to cultivate both you and the cloud vine. Luo Feng wasn't as eager about venturing into the cosmos as Babata.
He said, Babata, check if there are any other exchangeable treasures available.
No,
you don't have enough wood spirit crystals for exchange. The botanical spirits are useless to you, and as for martial techniques, primal force armor and blades, your master has already prepared better ones for you than what's offered here.
Babata thought for a moment and said, Luo Feng, why don't you ask your hall master if he can offer some kind of discount? So Luo Feng looked at Shen Ping and asked, Director, can this spaceship really travel through the universe? Shen Ping smiled and said, of course. There are many ancient civilization ruins on Earth, which fully prove that civilizations indeed exist in the universe.
And this spaceship I obtained from those ancient ruins is completely intact with ample energy reserves, ready to venture into space at any time. At this point, he said meaningfully, Luo Feng, our Earth is too small, too weak.
Once alien civilizations discover us, the fate awaiting Earth will most likely be enslavement. Just think of the primitive tribes during Earth's age of discovery, their ends were utterly tragic. To the vast universe, our Earth is exactly that, a primitive tribe.
So it won't be long before I plan to venture into space and make contact with cosmic civilizations. Luo Feng, your talents hold promise, and I hope you'll grow swiftly. When the time comes, I can entrust the Martial Hall to you.
Luo Feng fell silent. After becoming Baba Ta's disciple, he understood all too well how insignificant Earth was. Forget about other threats, just a single spacecraft of cosmic adventurers discovering Earth could completely overrun the planet.
Your Hall Master does have a sense of crisis, though it's a shame that while leaving Earth is easy for him, returning will be far more difficult. When my master first arrived in the Milky Way, he used spatial techniques to conceal the coordinates around the solar system. Without those coordinates, one can only navigate through space aimlessly, find a wormhole by luck for a shortcut, or with bad luck, it'd take at least several years to return to Earth from another life-bearing planet. Babata said, Luo Feng, since your pavilion master plans to go into space, you can tag along when the time comes.
All you need to do is open an account. Luo Feng couldn't help but feel tempted.
Babata,
but wouldn't that expose the heritage of Meteor Ink Planet when we return?
Babata replied smugly, I am a magnificent intelligent lifeform. I can easily infiltrate a spaceship's intelligent control system without being detected. Even if your pavilion master has an intelligent optical brain, it would be the same. Only then did Luo Feng say, Pavilion master, I've always yearned to see the cosmos.
When do you plan to venture into space? Hearing this,
Shen Ping felt a surge of joy inwardly, but his expression remained calm.
Luo Feng, your strength is still too low. Focus on breaking through to the planetary level first. Alright, is there anything you'd like to exchange for treasures?
Luo Feng pondered for a moment before ultimately using a wood puppy crystal to exchange for some plant-based treasures that his parents and younger brother could use. Afterward, he and Babata hurried off to the Limit Dojo to acquire an ancient civilization gravity chamber.
Luo Feng, your dojo's leader is surprisingly reasonable.
With your current spiritual force and genetic warrior level, under my guidance, you'll break through both in just half a year.
Ha! Then we'll be ready to venture into the universe. Baba Tower was exhilarated.
Having stayed inside the MO Meteor spacecraft for so long, it had long yearned to venture out into the cosmos and seek adventure. However, bound by the duty of selecting an heir for its master, it could only endure solitary waiting.
The universe.
Luo Feng did harbor aspirations for it, albeit not as fervently. Besides, Earth still held his family, and Su Xian, whom he cherished, so he naturally wasn't eager to embark on cosmic adventures so soon.
Babata could sense Luo Feng's emotions. Don't worry, we're just going to the universe to open an account.
As your Hall Master said, your current strength is still too low.
A planetary-level fighter can barely make ends meet in the universe. Only at the stellar level can one become slightly more capable.
There's no hurry to start adventuring until you break through to stellar level.
Luo Feng nodded, then asked curiously, Babata, what level is the Hall Master at? Planetary level 9th stage. What? That's so much stronger than Hong? Luo Feng exclaimed in surprise. Babata curled his lip. Just planetary level 9th stage, what's the big deal?
In the grand scheme of the universe, at best you'd barely scrape by. And your pavilion master obtained quite a few decent items from the ancient civilization ruins, you can tell just by looking at that treasure list.
So his rapid progress is completely normal.
Just as I told you before, if we spared no expense to train you, 3 years, just 3 years could get you to the planetary level. But the cost would be that you'd never advance beyond that.
Luo Feng suddenly understood. Babat, you mean the pavilion master? Babat shook his head. I'm just making a comparison. The universe holds many things that can drastically enhance genetic primal energy, without any side effects at all. Don't aim too high beyond your reach.
Your goal right now is to push both combat and psychic force abilities to the planetary level.
While Babata was nurturing Luo Feng according to their planned timeline,
Shen Ping was also diligently cultivating. His genes, enhanced by the bloodline evolution serum, allowed him to absorb Luo Ku divine water with extraordinary efficiency. Coupled with the ancient civilization gravity chamber and various supplementary effects, his genetic primal energy progressed at a staggering rate, and this was while he prioritized foundational training and dedicated considerable time to contemplating the intricacies of the Flame God blade. Had he not diversified his focus, he would have already broken through to the planetary level long ago.
February 2056. The climate in central China Base City was still in its cold phase.
A fresh layer of snow blanketed the lawns and gardens of the residential complex.
Right now,
inside the ancient civilization gravity chamber, Shen Ping's breakthrough had reached its most critical moment. Under the infusion of extremely high-level life force from the Luxembourg divine water, his cellular genes frantically absorbed energy while transmitting wave after wave of power to his dantian.
The accumulated genetic energy of his 9th stage planetary rank finally reached a tipping point, quantity transformed into quality. Bang!
The miniature planet began to spin wildly.
As vast amounts of genetic primal energy expanded and contracted, the tiny planet finally transformed into a star.
With the birth of this star, peculiar magnetic fields radiated outward in all directions. The rotation of the stellar core within his dantian caused the genetic primal energy to undergo a fundamental transformation, which immediately triggered an evolution in his bones, blood, and entire body. The cells deep within his genes leaped toward a higher form of life. Were it not for the bloodline evolution serum, breaking through to the stellar level would have been exceedingly difficult for him. Genetic lineage imposes inherent limitations, and shattering those shackles requires an immense amount of energy. Several hours later, the transformation was complete. Splash! Shinping suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the changes and advancements in his body, unable to suppress the joy in his pupils. Planetary level 1. From now on, he had become a star-level genetic warrior. With such strength, he could be considered a significant figure if he went to a frontier planet in the universe. Even on a major planet, he could live comfortably by keeping a low profile. Most importantly, however, he wasn't just an ordinary star-level warrior, he was a genius in the universal origin laws, practically unrivaled among peers of his realm. The double reward for fire-based origin law talent has sharpened my perception of cosmic laws, though comprehending the second layer of the flame god's weapon still progresses slowly. If I could earn the thriving clan evaluation, my speed in deciphering the origin laws would increase further. Besides, the immortal level martial arts technique, Snowflame, should also be added to my training regimen. Suppress the joy. He fell into deep thought. Blazing snow wasn't merely a combat technique, it placed greater emphasis on comprehension and insight. According to its contents, mastering the first strike of blazing snow would signify no small achievement in understanding the fundamental laws of fire, so he would need to set aside time to study and contemplate it. Apart from this, there's also the spatial secret technique Phantom Void, which can't be neglected either. After calculating it out, Shinping felt his schedule was packed tight. Even so, he still had to set aside some time each day to study the universal language of the cosmos. Indeed, the auxiliary smart brain he received as a reward was programmed with the universal language. Learning truly has no bounds. He sighed with emotion. He stepped onto the villa balcony, gazing at the scenery within the community to relax his mind. His eyes drifted downward, catching sight of Suing playing with the children, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Compared to his ambitious and career-driven wife, Liu Wei, Xiaoying preferred staying at home to accompany the children. A family needed such a devoted wife to ensure the children grew up properly, never lacking in love. After all, the education children receive at home is an essential foundation. Shinping knew all too well, for true strength, resources mattered, but temperament and character were just as crucial. Without a solid foundation in one's nature, no amount of power could lead to true greatness. Swish! Dashed downstairs to the courtyard. He beckoned to his eldest son, Xinyu, saying, "Come here, Yuer." Xinyu hurried over. "Dad, excellent, your physique is growing stronger by the day." He gave a compliment. Starting from the age of 5, his eldest son has been receiving gentle nourishment from plant-based spirits, which has steadily improved his physical constitution over the past 2 years. As for blade techniques and movement skills, Shinping hasn't rushed his son into practicing them yet. At this stage, the boy's primary focus should be on his studies. Only when he understands certain principles will practicing blade techniques and movement skills yield twice the result with half the effort. Played with my son for a while. The nanny took the children out to play in the neighborhood. Meanwhile, Shinping pulled Suyin into the bedroom. Having been married for years, they knew each other so well that just a glance from him told Suyin what was coming. More than half an hour later, Suyin immediately began begging for mercy. Several times in a row. Only then did he let Xiaoyin off the hook. "The other day, your cousin mentioned that other national factions were active and invited you to attend. Why didn't you go?" Suyin shook her head. "I didn't really want to." Shinping knew Suyin was considering his feelings, afraid of causing him to lose face. He smiled and said, "You should go when invited. Staying home every day would get monotonous. Bring your old classmates and close friends out to enjoy the scenery together." He interrupted, "Xiaoyin, our family doesn't need to worry about face. Don't feel burdened when pursuing what you want to do. Everything I've strived for is for our home and for you." Suyin said moved, "Honey, thank you. Between us, no need for formalities." He spoke from his heart. Once he left Earth for the cosmos in the future, he would inevitably have to focus more energy on space and might have less time to care for his wife and the others. In the blink of an eye, it was already June. Since the battle over the Muya crystal on Foggy Island, over a dozen new council-level powerhouses had emerged globally in the past 6 months. Witnessing the effects of the Muya crystal, various factions were sparing no expense to acquire it, with the 5 great powers having the most fervent demand. Even Jiayi had come knocking several times. Shinping truly couldn't refuse any longer and reluctantly agreed to trade 2 Muya crystals. At the same time, the number of inspectors at Yinfeng Martial Arts Academy had already surged from 3 to 6, but today saw the addition of yet another. Headmaster. Luo Feng bowed slightly. Shinping glanced at him and, sensing the aura radiating from his body, couldn't help but smile. "You've broken through to the planetary level, and by the looks of it, your martial artist genetic primal energy has also advanced.
Luo Feng chuckled.
Nothing escapes your notice, headmaster. Xinping gestured for the other to sit, then said, since you've broken through to the planetary level, according to the Martial Arts Association's regulations, you can now serve as a regional inspector.
Have you thought about where you want to go? Luo Feng hadn't replied yet.
Babu Ta, currently in the wrist guard space, nibbled on an apple and remarked, being an inspector sounds boring.
Luo Feng, hurry up and ask Xinping when he plans to head into space. Luo Feng suppressed a sigh and replied first, I plan to serve as the inspector of my hometown. Alright, once we've settled on the date, we'll hold the succession ceremony, Xinping said. Luo Feng hesitated for a moment before saying, why not wait until the pavilion master goes to the universe? There's no rush to hold the ceremony before then. Xinping laughed. Luo Feng, are you in such a hurry to get into space? I just wanted to see other civilizations in the universe. Ha, Luo Feng, no need to explain to me. I'd previously said we'd discuss this after you reached planetary level. Now that you've broken through, we'll set off in a few days. Alright, leaving Yinfeng Martial Arts Academy. Babata was exhilarated.
Luo Feng, you earthlings staying in such a remote place, only by connecting with the cosmos can you develop faster.
The universe holds countless treasures. With enough money, you could mass-produce warriors from your Earth's trainees.
It knew Luo Feng wasn't particularly interested in space travel, but he was always eager to hear about other matters.
Sure enough, at this, Luo Feng couldn't help asking, there are actually treasures like that? Babata responded, of course.
The universe produces countless wonders, and something that merely helps one become a warrior is nothing special. Even nourishing the cloud vine with Mayan crystals isn't the most effective method. There are specific fruits designed to cultivate such plant life. Those would accelerate the cloud vine's growth much faster.
By the way, aren't you worried about Earth being discovered by space adventurers?
It's simple, once we reach the cosmos, just go to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's official office and purchase Earth to become its feudal lord. Then Earth would fall under the Empire's jurisdiction, and even if space adventurers discovered it, they wouldn't dare trespass without permission.
Luo Feng was stunned. You can buy planets? Babata waved his fist excitedly. It's perfectly normal for a cosmic-level being to own over a dozen life-sustaining planets. With enough money, you can buy anything.
This was all part of motivating Luo Feng to develop interest in space exploration.
Babata was trying his best, yet he still cautioned, Luo Feng, although you can purchase planets, Earth is different.
It's a place Master occupied back then, belonging to the Mo Meteor Shrine lineage. If you report and apply for it now, people might easily suspect you're a descendant of the Mo Meteor Shrine. Once your strength grows enough to face any threats without fear, then you can buy it and become Earth's sovereign.
Several days later, outer space of Earth, two intelligent fighter jets hovered. The cockpit doors opened, revealing the figures of Xinping and Luo Feng. Luo Feng, this trip into the cosmos may take several months to even a year or more. Have you settled everything with your family? Everything's arranged. Alright, let's set off then.
Xinping nodded and then took out a Class C starship. Although he still possessed Class D and E starships, using those for Qianlong Star would be too conspicuous and flashy. A Class C was just right. Splash! Arriving at the spaceship's control room,
Luo Feng looked around like an inquisitive child.
At this moment, an avatar of the intelligent optical brain appeared on the console screen, and a mechanical voice sounded, the spaceship has been activated and is about to leave Earth.
Would you like to enable the external scenery simulation? Babata muttered, how primitive. It's just an intelligent auxiliary optical brain. If I hacked into its system, it wouldn't be able to resist at all.
Being an intelligent lifeform, it could instantly bombard the auxiliary optical brain with massive data streams, overwhelming its processing capacity until it short-circuited, unable to even send out an alarm.
Luo Feng quickly communicated telepathically, Babata, don't act recklessly. Got it.
At this moment, Xinping said, 100% exterior scene simulation. As the voice trailed off, all the equipment in the control room gradually disappeared.
Noticing Luo Feng's inspection, Xinping smiled and said, Luo Feng, well, how does it feel to ride a spaceship? It's quite novel.
Luo Feng couldn't help but remark as he gazed at the surrounding nebula and the cosmic scenery of starry skies. Every living being has looked up at the twinkling stars, filled with longing for the universe, and he was no exception. Xinping nodded, it is novel, but after looking at it for too long, you'll find it numbing and uncomfortable.
Babata curled his lips. What's so impressive about a Class C spaceship?
Luo Feng, the meteorite starship is far more valuable than this one. When you pilot the meteorite starship, you'll understand what a true high-class cosmic vessel really is.
Luo Feng was speechless. Not long after, the spacecraft accelerated through space, entering the dark universe. Meanwhile, Babata continued educating Luo Feng about the dimensional ratio between normal space and the dark universe.
If it were a Mo Meteor Star spaceship, the acceleration would be much faster, and its maximum speed in dark space far exceeds this vessel. But for you, this ship is quite decent. Cosmic-level beings usually travel on ships of this grade.
Babata, How long do you estimate it will take to reach Qilong Star? About 11 days. Luo Feng, traveling through dark space is extremely monotonous and dull. You should rest or focus on your training. While Luo Feng was communicating with Babata,
Shinping closed his eyes to rest. To be honest, he felt quite nervous about his first journey into space. After all, it involved encountering alien civilizations in the universe. As they were about to arrive at Qiulongxing, the number one intelligent optical brain issued a reminder. Barbata asked, Luo Feng, there's a fee to dock at the Qilong Starport. Why don't you ask your hall master if he has the money? Luo Feng hurriedly asked. Shenping shrugged. I don't have any money. I plan to exchange some with Muya crystals. There should be currency exchange places at the port, right? Pupaha laughed heartily. So your gym leader doesn't know everything after all. Seems the ancient civilization ruins he acquired aren't all that impressive, huh? Luo Feng's lips twitched. Babat, stop with the sarcastic remarks. What do we do now? We can't just let the hall leader actually trade with the Muya crystals. Babat replied. Back then, my master left some spare change in the storage space. I checked, there are over 900 Qianwu coins. Enough for you to get by on Qiulong Star for a while. You can tell him you inherited an ancient civilization relic on Mist Island. Just don't mention anything about the meteorite lineage. Luo Feng nodded. Shinping had known this all along, but he still feigned surprise, so that's what happened. Back when we discovered the Mist Island's vegetation spirits and the demon vine, I had a feeling the island was a treasure trove, maybe even hiding relics of an ancient civilization. Turns out I was right. He looked at Luo Feng with a smile and said, inheriting ancient civilization relics is entirely a matter of luck. If you've obtained it, it's your destiny. Alright, since you have money and know a bit about the universe, I, the gym leader, will follow your lead here on Qiulong Star from now on. And so it was. After the spaceship landed on Qiulong Star, Shinping and Luo Feng first went to the administration building to register for citizenship, becoming citizens of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Then they opened accounts at the Virtual Universe Company and purchased some consciousness-sensing helmets. After completing these tasks, the two casually found a restaurant and entered a private booth with high confidentiality, then had their auxiliary intelligences connect to the virtual universe. Virtual universe connection initiating. A deep, vast voice reverberated in their consciousness. Soon, Shinping and Luo Feng appeared on the streets of an ancient city. Though the passers-by around them varied in race and stature, all wore identical plain gray garments with tiny green sprites perched on their shoulders. As Shinping looked toward Babata, Babata grinned and waved his fist. What are you looking at? I am the great demon Babata, far superior to that little guy on your shoulder. Remember to address me as Lord Babata when you see me in the future. Luo Feng's face darkened as he forced out a few dry laughs. Hall master, don't pay attention to him. Let's go explore first. As the two strolled through the streets, they were also quickly familiarizing themselves with everything in the virtual universe. Meanwhile, Babata took the opportunity to educate both Luo Feng and Shinping about the virtual universe, cautioning them not to become overly immersed in it. After familiarizing themselves with it, the two logged out of the virtual universe. Consciousness returned to the private dining room on Qiulong Star. The virtual universe is truly miraculous. I wonder how the virtual universe company was developed. Luo Feng couldn't help but say. Shinping smiled inwardly. The virtual universe wasn't some mere technology, but rather a powerful secret technique. A significant reason why the human race could rise so rapidly was precisely due to the virtual universe. Luo Feng, let's go shopping later. I plan to find a shop to sell some items for money. As you've seen, everything on Qiulong Star requires money. I can't keep relying on your funds. He was different from Luo Feng. His growth didn't rely on his own innate talent and comprehension, but rather on family evaluation rewards. Therefore, money was extremely important to him. Only with money could he purchase real estate on Qiulong Star to establish his family's foundation, develop family businesses, build reputation, and continuously receive higher family evaluations. Luo Feng nodded. The Qianwu coins in Babata's storage space had been partially spent on citizenship registration and account opening. As for purchasing cultivation treasures and resources, he was equally broke. Babata, among the items my teacher left me, is there anything that can be sold? Babata replied, it's better not to sell them. Your teacher left a dedicated bank account for you. Once you reach the planetary level, you can access those assets. There's no need to sell these treasures, it wouldn't be worth it. Of course, if absolutely necessary, you could choose the Arc Blade Disc. The Dun Tian shuttle is sufficient for your needs. After finishing his juice in the restaurant, the two chatted for a while longer before taking their leave to stroll around the nearby area. Before long, guided by Babata's suggestion, they arrived at a rare treasure shop that sold weapons and valuables. They stepped inside the store. Immediately, A server approached with a smile. "Honored sirs, how may I be of service to you?" Shin Ping said, "I want to sell force armor, tier 3. Compared to telekinetic weapons, force blades and force armor are relatively affordable, but beyond the third tier, they become considerably more expensive. After all, crafting third-tier weapons, armor, and telekinetic equipment is no easy feat." Sure enough, the waiter immediately escorted Shin Ping and Luo Feng to the reception room when he heard this. Babata then said to Luo Feng, "I never expected Shin Ping to be so generous. He's even selling a third-grade Yuan force armor. Although it's not as precious as the arc blades, it's still extremely valuable. When you hear the offer later, tell Shin Ping not to rush into making a deal." Luo Feng nodded. Inside the reception room, an elderly man stood up with a smile. "Honored guests, are you here to sell a third-grade Origin Force combat suit?" Shin Ping nodded. "Yes, not just a third-grade Origin Force combat suit, but also a third-grade Origin Force combat blade." The old man pressed further. "I wonder what type it is. Could our esteemed guest take it out? There's an urgent matter to attend to. Thank you all for your subscribing support. Something urgent came up today, and I truly didn't have time to write. I'll make up for the missed updates over the next 2 days." Chapter 068, Shin Ping's Manner. Shin Ping retrieved the force combat blade and force armor from his wristwatch space. The blade was the flame pattern saber. He now possessed the flame god saber, which would suffice until the immortal level. The other combat blades he carried could only serve as family reserves. As for the 2 third-tier flame pattern sabers, although third-tier weapons couldn't compare to third-tier force armor, crafting them to perfection still required considerable effort. As mentioned in the original text, generally only domain lords could barely manage to produce third-tier psychic weapons. Moreover, force armor was more expensive than weapons. These were protective suits for the body, and the demand for them was enormous. Beep! The green light enveloped the combat saber and battle suit. The old man smiled and said, "It's the flame pattern saber, along with a relatively standard Vulcan suit. The materials are quite good, and they're in perfect condition. How about this? I'll offer you 14 billion and 16 billion respectively for the purchase." At this moment, Luo Feng exchanged a glance with Shin Ping. The two temporarily left the reception room, which the old man didn't mind at all. "Guildmaster, my AI indicates the offer is too low. Flaming pattern blades typically sell for 15 billion black dragon coins, while the Vulcan suit goes for 16.5 billion. Tell him this, he'll definitely agree." Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Shin Ping nodded. He trusted Babata's judgment. After all, the AI had followed Hu Yanbo through many years of cosmic adventures and had intricate knowledge of every trade sector. Having arrived in the universe with nothing but the shirt on his back, he had no choice but to listen. With that, the two returned to the meeting room. 15 billion, 16.5 billion, that's the lowest price. There were more than just this one shop dealing in weapons and battle armor. After all, Zhou Longstar was a planet under the Domain Lord's jurisdiction, and its commerce was incredibly prosperous. If this treasure pavilion wasn't willing to meet his terms, he'd turn around and leave without hesitation. A few 100 million black dragon coins were at stake here. Even a difference of a few million would be a fortune not to be taken lightly. Deal. The old man was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected these two men, one at planetary level and one at stellar level, to have such precise understanding of his shop's profit margins, with their offer price hitting exactly the break-even point. After drafting the contract, the old man took Shin Ping and Luo Feng to the Universe Galaxy Bank to open an account. Soon, a staggering sum of 31.5 billion black dragon coins was transferred to the newly created account. Luo Feng exclaimed enviously, "Gym leader, you're a rich man now." Shin Ping laughed. "Luo Feng, buy whatever you want. I'll cover the bill." His family had rewarded him with many things, and this amount of money couldn't even compare to the Cloud Vine. Luo Feng said excitedly, "Then I won't hold back." Babata curled his lips inside the wristband space and said, "What's there to get so excited about? It's just over 30 billion. Your broken blade of red tungsten is priceless, and the entire Nomo Star spaceship would make even immortals drool with envy. That's real wealth. Aim higher with your standards." Luo Feng ignored Babata. No matter how valuable the Nomo Star inheritance was, it was useless if he couldn't access it. It could only remain hidden. Fortunately, he didn't say it out loud, otherwise Babata would have surely flown into a rage. The two of them then went on a shopping spree at the Rare Treasures store, purchasing cultivation resources like Greenwave Sap, which benefits planetary-level gene warriors, and Blue Snow Leaves, which significantly boosts the progress of planetary-level spirit readers. They also bought auxiliary items like Dew Essence that aid star-level warriors. Using the Muya Crystal and the Loch Divine Water for cultivation is essentially a waste for planetary and stellar-level practitioners, as their body cells cannot fully absorb such refined life energy. However, training with these resources would yield twice the result with half the effort. They left the treasure shop. Both were thoroughly satisfied. Luo Feng asked,
Guildmaster, where should we go next?
Shin Ping pondered for a moment. I'm planning to buy a villa on the Qilong Star.
Ask Babata if he has any good suggestions? Babata responded from within the wristband space, buy a residence? Completely unnecessary.
Qilong Star is merely a life-sustaining planet. Though it's bustling here, with the virtual universe network, you can order anything you need directly in the virtual universe. Luo Feng, tell him he should purchase a large warehouse instead, for receiving purchased items in the future.
Your current strength is still too weak. Stay put on Earth and focus on training. Only venture out when you reach the cosmic level. Luo Feng relayed Babata's words to Shin Ping. This statement actually makes perfect sense.
But Babata had no idea that Shin Ping relied on family rewards. Seeing Shin Ping's determination to purchase it, Babata said irritably, Luo Feng, to use Earth's terms, this gym owner is just an upstart, flashing cash whenever he gets money. Even the cheapest manor on Qilong Star costs over 10 billion black dragon coins.
With that kind of money, you'd be better off buying solar system level slaves.
If cosmic adventurers ever invade, at least Earth would have some fighting power.
Luo Feng said helplessly, Babata, this is the Pavilion Master's money, not mine. I don't have the authority to decide either. After strolling around,
Shin Ping ultimately purchased a manor near Qilong City on Qilong Star. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy a villa, but land on Qilong Star was extremely expensive. He simply couldn't afford it at the moment. Even this single manor close to Qilong City cost 20.5 billion black dragon coins. What a waste! What a waste! Over 20 billion black dragon coins could buy a whole bunch of planetary level slaves. But Bat kept shouting repeatedly from within the wristband space.
Luo Feng turned a deaf ear. Haha, Luo Feng, let's go have a drink at the estate I just bought.
Whoosh! The two left Qilong City and soon arrived at a rectangular estate spanning 1 kilometer in length and width, surrounded by similarly sized manors clustered closely together. Only the wealthy and noble could afford estates near Qilong City. Any resident plucked at random would likely be a prince or princess from some fledgling interstellar civilization.
Welcome, Master.
The estate had its own dedicated servants, all of whom were planetary level 9-stage spiritual masters and genetic warriors. The butler, a stellar level first-rank mental master, wore a gentleman's attire and carried himself with refined elegance, exuding warmth like a spring breeze.
Welcome, Master.
I am Deka, the butler of Manor 011-7861 on Qilong Star. It is my great pleasure to serve you. The butler's attitude was respectful and courteous. After all, if the master were dissatisfied, he could be replaced at any moment. Once dismissed, even as a planetary level warrior, his fate would be utterly miserable. The surrounding servants were strikingly beautiful, with a few even possessing nation-toppling allure, violet hair, silver eyes, and voluptuous, enchanting figures. Aside from their slender tails, they resembled humans almost entirely. On Earth, they would undoubtedly become the object of countless admirers' affections in no time. Yet on Qilong Star, they were merely estate servants. Even if Shin Ping were to kill them, no one would dare stand up for them.
All of you may retire now. I shall summon you if needed.
Yes, Master. The steward immediately left with more than a dozen servants. Luo Feng gazed at the scene before him and remarked, Chief, this estate is truly magnificent.
I'd love to buy one myself, but alas, I don't have the money. Shin Ping smiled. The ancient civilization relic you inherited on Misty Island should be quite valuable.
What? Didn't you keep anything else? Luo Feng shrugged helplessly. I did, but it's unusable.
Shin Ping tactfully didn't press further, instead gesturing Luo Feng to the open-air balcony of the manor's main villa. Come, have a drink. Try this fine wine from Qilong Star.
The two men downed their glasses in one go.
Their eyes widened in unison. Fine wine.
This liquor was not only intensely pungent, but also warmed the body from within.
Though it didn't enhance genetic primal energy, it bestowed an indescribable comfort throughout one's entire being. Luo Feng, being a connoisseur of fine spirits himself, couldn't help but close his eyes to savor the lingering aftertaste.
While reminiscing, Shin Ping opened the virtual interface. He spent an astronomical sum of over 20 billion black dragon coins on purchasing the estate, certainly not a waste.
Chapter 069, Barbassa was shocked. Sure enough, as expected, new text appeared in the virtual frame. Upon seeing the first line,
Shin Ping couldn't help but feel joy welling up in his heart. Prosperity. At last, the family foundation directly reached the level of prosperity. Back on Earth, he had established the Yanfeng martial arts school and expanded it globally, with roots in practically every base city. Yet, the family evaluation had barely improved, mostly remaining at the thriving level. But now, just after leaving Earth and settling his business at Qilong Star, he had already achieved the prosperous evaluation. How could this not make him overjoyed? The Earth is ultimately too small. Although it's a special planet forged by the Divine King Mountain Sitting Guest, if we want to develop our family and make it prosperous, venturing into the cosmos is an absolute necessity. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he focused his gaze intently on the text before him. You have purchased a manor on Qilong Star. causing your family's foundation to skyrocket and taking the first step toward prosperity. Reward: Flame Law Talent Enhancement, Immortal Level Martial Arts Secret Technique Thunder Movement, 5 3rd-tier Origin Force Battle Blades, 3 sets of 3rd-tier Origin Force Combat Armor, 7th level Flame Domain, 7th level Spatial Domain. Additional rewards: 3 S-grade Bloodline Evolution Agents, 1 E3 class Spaceship, 1 C9 class Laser Gun, 1 Blood Luo Crystal. The ordinary rewards remain unchanged. This was entirely within Shinping's expectations. In fact, since obtaining the family Golden Finger, he had largely figured out the pattern of the rewards. The same tier consistently offered identical reward items, with the only variations appearing in the secret techniques. The most important thing is the additional rewards. Only through additional rewards can good items appear randomly. His gaze swept downward. His eyes lit up. Blood Luo Crystal. It turned out to be Blood Luo Crystals, the crystallized essence of the beast god's blood, capable of enhancing genetic lineage. This was undoubtedly an exceptionally precious item, and what's more, it was a restricted class commodity. Apart from high-ranking human officials, no one else had any means of acquiring it. This suggests that the more additional reward items there are, the higher the probability of obtaining rare treasures, Shinping silently affirmed in his heart. Previously, it had just been a hypothesis, but after experiencing it so many times now, he was absolutely certain. And to increase the number of additional reward items, he had to consistently achieve higher clan evaluations, descendants and offspring, family wealth, foundations cultivating one seed at a time, and clan reputation. Currently, there are only these 4 directions, of which population growth is the slowest to develop. But now that we've reached the cosmos, we can pick up the pace. He pondered thoughtfully. In the universe, political marriages between families are extremely common, especially among those cosmic tier and domain lord level families. They're often vast in scale and frequently intermarry with other clans. Take for example the Norlan Mountain and the Gaosheng Wadi families. Their lineages are numerous, and family patriarchs rarely have just 1 or 2 wives. Only exceptional bloodlines would insist on monogamy. After all, the strength of the human race lies in its extraordinary reproductive capacity. Large populations naturally give birth to more geniuses. The implementation of monogamy to control population growth on Earth was due to its scarce resources and limited space. However, after the Great Nirvana event, this system has essentially become obsolete in practice. If not for the confined territories of the base cities, major powers would undoubtedly adopt polygamy to accelerate population growth. Of course, for someone as devoted and steadfast as Luo Feng, that's another matter entirely. After finishing their drinks, the two left the estate and headed to the Ganwu Dojo. The Ganwu Dojo on Xiu Long Star was the finest among all the Ganwu dojos across 100 nearby star systems. It attracted countless martial artists and psychic controllers, sprawling across a diameter of 280 kilometers. To put this into perspective, on Earth in his past life, an entire county might span merely 50 square kilometers, only becoming somewhat larger when factoring in surrounding townships. And this is just a dojo for cultivating martial artists with spiritual consciousness. The reason Babata insisted Luo Feng join the Qianwu dojo primarily stemmed from summarizing Emperor Hu Yanba's experience. If Hu Yanba, master of the falling meteor star, hadn't been so solitary, refusing to join any faction, he wouldn't have died. Even among powerful individuals, having background and status versus having none are entirely different concepts. Were it not for Luo Feng's later rise, Hu Yanbo wouldn't even have had the possibility of resurrection. But if Hu Yanbo were to join the Qianwu Cosmic Nation and become a member under the debt-ridden Qianwu Nation Lord, he would have a chance at being revived. Soon, the two entered the dojo to register. After paying the fees, Shinping and Luo Feng left the Qianwu dojo. Neither had any intention of training there, nor would they return in the future. Normally, displaying talent at the Qianwu dojo was the easiest way to stand out, as it was the dojo of the Qianwu Nation Lord, akin to a martial arts hall. But one is a genius in the fundamental laws of the Fire Universe's origin, while the other carries the lineage legacy of the Inkfall Star. Naturally, neither had any need to train at this dojo. The instructors at this Qilong Star branch only reached cosmic-level cultivation. Could cosmic-level teachers possibly cultivate geniuses who comprehend fundamental laws? Impossible. Luo Feng, before we return, I plan to order large quantities of purple dawn nectar. This substance can rapidly elevate Earth's advanced trainees to warrior status. Once they become warriors, they can join the Blazing Wind Martial Arts Hall to acquire genetic enhancement serums, progressing all the way to warlord and even combat god levels. Returning to the estate, Shinping said solemnly, compared to the universe, Earth is too weak. Right now, we can rely on selling artifacts from ancient civilizations to maintain our status, but the truth is, beings at the cosmic level could crush us at any moment.
And once Earth is discovered by cosmic level forces, we won't have any means to resist.
At this point, he clenched his fist.
Against planetary level threats, I fear nothing, but against cosmic level forces, I'm no match.
That's why we must nurture more powerful protectors on Earth. Only then can we truly defend our home. Luo Feng nodded emphatically. Hall Master, I support you. Earth is our homeland, and we must protect it no matter the cost.
Alright, then we'll wait at the manor for 1 or 2 days.
Once the violet light sap is delivered, we'll return to Earth.
Having completed their business on Shilong Star, Luo Feng was eager to return to Earth.
Unlike Shin Ping, his longing for home was intense. Even after just over a month away, he missed it dearly. Now, for Earth's sake, he could bear waiting an extra day or two. Babata spoke from within the wristband space. Luo Feng, your pavilion master is right, the universe is indeed cruel.
I suggest you persuade Shin Ping to purchase a planetary-level slave. Luo Feng hesitated for a moment.
Babata, the pavilion master himself is already at the planetary level.
If faced with planetary-level opponents, he can easily defeat them.
If we're buying slaves, only a cosmic-level one would truly be suitable.
Babata scoffed. Shin Ping is only at the first stage of the planetary level. He might not fear opponents at the same level, but what if they're 5th or 6th stage planetary level spiritual weapon masters? But the pavilion master possesses 6-fold domain power.
Babata,
didn't you say domains are incredibly rare?
What?
6-fold domain?
Babata exclaimed in shock. Impossible. How could a mere star-level cultivator possess a 6-fold domain?
Luo Feng blinked. Babata, why are you overreacting so much? Even Hong has a domain.
The gym leader just has deeper attainments in domains.
Babata turned serious. Luo Feng, you don't understand what a 6-fold domain at star level means.
Let me put it this way, if he had revealed his domain back at the Qianwu dojo, it would have absolutely drawn the full attention of their entire organization.
Even possessing a single stellar level domain is considered genius level talent, not to mention 6-fold domain.
Even in the advanced cosmic civilization of the Qianwu Empire, this would qualify someone as elite tier genius. Your master only left you resources sufficient to cultivate you to sector lord level, but those pertain only to spiritual force and genetic primal energy. As for realms like domain comprehension, your master never even expected you to achieve stellar level domain mastery.
Having said this,
Babata exclaimed excitedly, no wonder Shin Ping dares claim he fears no stellar level opponent. With 6-fold domain, he absolutely has that qualification.
Luo Feng,
quickly ask him if he'd be willing to join the falling meteorite faction.
Luo Feng froze in astonishment. What a genius in this field. Come on, don't you want to be a disciple of the Sirius Star just like your dojo master? Urged Barbata.
Luo Feng then turned his gaze to Shin Ping and said, Guild Master, you know I obtained an ancient civilization relic on Fog Island.
This relic is actually from a cosmic faction. I was wondering if you'd be willing to join my lineage.
Rest assured, the constraints within this lineage are minimal.
Shin Ping shook his head. Sorry Luo Feng, I've got my own.
Joining the Nebula Star lineage has both advantages and disadvantages.
If he didn't have the family's golden finger cheat, he definitely would have chosen to join.
Babata immediately felt disappointed, sensing that Nebula Star had missed out on a genius.
Luo Feng didn't react too strongly.
To him, joining or not made no difference. Moreover, the museum director had his own legacy inheritance, which was a good thing.
2 days later, Shin Ping and Luo Feng carried a large quantity of purple light dew as they boarded the spacecraft to return to Earth. Just before initiating the interstellar jump, Luo Feng suggested letting Babata take control of the spacecraft's navigation.
Though he didn't explain why, Shin Ping readily agreed. However, as they re-entered Earth's atmosphere,
Luo Feng finally revealed the truth about Earth being concealed by space concealment techniques. Pavilion Master, my lineage is rather special. I must ask you to strictly keep this confidential, never reveal the spatial coordinates. Otherwise, Earth could face grave danger.
Shin Ping immediately responded solemnly, rest assured, Luo Feng,
I won't divulge anything.
Earth is our shared homeland, and I care about it even more than you do.
Luo Feng nodded.
The fact that the Pavilion Master had established the Yanfeng Martial Arts Academy to train students and even sold precious gene serums at such low prices made it clear that his character was trustworthy.
Bang!
The spaceship tore through the atmosphere and quickly disappeared, replaced by an intelligent fighter jet. As the scenery gradually came into clearer view, the two exchanged a glance and couldn't help but smile.
Luo Feng, let's not rush to tell others about our journey to the cosmos. We can inform them when the time is right.
As for the purple light dew, I'll have the martial arts hall included in their sale items, keeping the price affordable, Shen Ping advised.
There aren't many martial artists on Earth, only about 1 million or so. However, the number of advanced trainees is enormous.
Many people in their 20s can reach the advanced trainee level with effort, but breaking through to become a martial artist is much more difficult. But with the help of Violet Nectar, the number of martial artists on Earth could skyrocket in a short time, reaching tens of millions without any problem.
Luo Feng was well aware that Earth had many valuable resources. If others made contact with the universe, they might unintentionally reveal these secrets, which could potentially lead to major trouble. Got it, Master. Chapter 070, Fighting for Earth. Central Plains Base City.
On the lawn in front of the Lishui District Villa, a smart fighter jet landed. While playing outside, Xinyu spotted the figure emerging from the aircraft cabin.
He immediately ran over, repeatedly calling out, "Daddy, Daddy!"
Young Xinchang also dashed over, stretching out his arms and saying, "Daddy, carry me."
Xinping laughed heartily and scooped Xinchang into his arms.
As for Xinyu, who was already 7 or 8 years old and had grown tall enough to reach his waist, there was naturally no need to carry him. Su Yin's face lit up with joy as she stepped forward, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and saying softly, "Honey, you're back."
Xinping nodded.
Having been away for over 2 months without a single word, he knew his wife must have been worried. However, Su Yin had a gentle nature and wasn't one to express her feelings openly. If it had been Liu Wei instead, she would have relentlessly pestered him with questions full of resentment. He gave the servant beside him a meaningful glance. The servant immediately took Xinchang, Xinyu, and the others to play inside the residential compound. Xinping, meanwhile, scooped up Su Yin and strode toward the master bedroom of the villa. With a swoosh, his clothes were torn to shreds. Soon their two bodies pressed tightly together, rolling over and over, until the burning passion spilled forth as blood. The violent commotion gradually subsided. Su Yin leaned against Xinping's chest, her jade-white fingers tracing absent-minded circles as she softly recounted the major events that had occurred at Blazing Wind Martial Arts School and around the world over the past 2 months. Extreme Martial Arts School has produced another planetary-level warrior. Our Blazing Wind Martial Arts School has 2 new ones, but since you weren't here, we haven't held the official inspector inauguration ceremony yet. Listening to her voice, Xinping chuckled while gazing into Su Yin's clear eyes. "Xiaoyin, when do you plan to break through to planetary level yourself?" "Ha, me? Yes." Whether it was Liu Wei or Su Yin, they had both hardly put in any effort when it came to cultivation. If not for relying on herb spirits and other treasures, they wouldn't even have reached the rank of war generals. Su Yin shook her head and said, "Husband, there's no real benefit in me becoming a planetary-level warrior. It would be better to leave this opportunity to the martial arts school, let them cultivate more planetary-level fighters." Xinping gently pinched Su Yin's cheek. "You always think about others and never consider yourself enough. Listen to me tonight, you and Yu Wei should focus on cultivating together and strive to break through to the planetary level. Once you succeed, I'll take you somewhere special." The anonymous neural response helmet he purchased on Xiu Longstar was naturally intended for his wives. Their physical prowess had already reached the pinnacle of war god level, and with the higher life energy concentration of Lot Divine Water, they could quickly break through to the planetary rank. After all, we're about to touch the universe, can't remain at apprentice 9th stage forever. "What kind of place is it?" Su Yin asked curiously. Xinping smiled mysteriously. "You'll have to break through first." As he spoke, he abruptly lowered his stance. Instantly, he was completely enveloped by moist warmth. Soon after, the bedroom once again swayed with spring's breeze. Several days later, Liu Wei and Su Yin both broke through to planetary level strength. Hovering midair, each face brimming with delight and wonder, they spent over 2 hours savoring the experience before reluctantly descending onto the grassy lawn. Xinping inquired about their abilities. Liu Wei closed her eyes and carefully sensed her genetic primordial energy. Instantly, water streams surged from her palms, coiling around her entire body like serpents, clearly demonstrating her hydrokinetic abilities. Su Yin's powers were focused on plant-based recovery abilities. "Not bad, all quite practical capabilities," he remarked. He praised. Liu Wei smiled and said, "Honey, we don't need to go fight in any battles. Quickly tell us, what fun place are you taking us to?" Su Yin blinked her eyes, sparkling with curiosity. Xinping then led the 2 women to the home theater room in the villa. Inside were small sofas where he had them sit, before handing them anonymous neural interface helmets. They'd all seen this stuff before, after all. As War God level fighters, they had access to the War God Palace, and the Yanfeng Martial Arts Academy also had virtual training arenas. He noticed the skeptical glint in the corners of their eyes. Xinping closed his eyes and had his auxiliary smart brain connect to the virtual universe. Liu Wei and Su Yin both put on their neural interface helmets as well. Swish! Virtual Universe Network. The Black Dragon Mountain Island under the jurisdiction of the Ganwu continent. On the street, 3 figures appeared out of nowhere. The bustling street was filled with warriors and spiritual masters from various cosmic races passing by. They glanced briefly at the trio before averting their gaze. Such sudden appearances on the street had long ceased to surprise them. Liu Wei stared at the passing crowds with wide, bewildered eyes. What kind of place is this? How can there be so many bizarre-looking people? Look at that one, they actually have 3 eyes. And that one over there, covered in Buddhist markings just like ancient Buddhas. Su Yin also gaped, her gaze darting back and forth. Could this be a virtual game world?
Shinping chuckled softly. This isn't a virtual game world, it's the virtual cosmic network. Everyone you're seeing here are humans from the various races across the universe. In other words, aliens. What? Aliens? Li Yuewei was utterly astonished. Honey, are there really aliens?
Suyin also looked at Shinping. Shinping didn't respond but instead led the two women to a nearby restaurant. Staying out on the street would have drawn too much attention. Sitting in the windowside private booth, they could watch the diverse array of cosmic humans outside, while those outside couldn't see into the booth.
Darling, the ancient ruins on Earth are actually remnants of cosmic civilizations.
The reason you couldn't reach me for over 2 months is because I traveled to a planet 320,000 light-years away, Xiaolong Star. He briefly recounted his activities on Xiaolong Star. Both women were utterly stunned. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined they would one day encounter extraterrestrials. After all, the existence of alien life had always been mere speculation on Earth. And even since the Great Nirvana, very little information about ancient ruins had been publicly disclosed.
As they snapped back to reality, the two women gazed once more at the cosmic humans on the outer streets, their eyes brimming with excitement and curiosity. The cosmos. This is the unimaginably vast universe. On Earth.
To be honest, they had long grown weary of it all. Even the usually driven Li Yuewei had lost interest in managing the company's affairs. With the formidable Yinfeng martial arts school backing them, the Pingwei Materials Company practically printed money without requiring much effort from her. But now, in the vast expanse of the universe, everything marked a fresh beginning.
Shinping ordered 3 glasses of juice. Here, try these cosmic delicacies.
The two women took curious sips, and their expressions immediately twisted into bewilderment.
This smell is awful.
Yes, compared to Earth's fruit juices, it does have a distinct flavor.
But after drinking it, a lingering sweetness rises in your mouth.
Shinping then took the two women on a stroll through the streets. Though they usually disliked shopping at home, they now browsed around as if visiting a supermarket or mall for the first time.
Their excitement lasted all the way until evening. This is the virtual universe. Most items here are virtual, but you can also purchase goods from the cosmos. Just compile a shopping list for me when you decide what you want to buy.
In a while, I'll take you both to the villa on Xiaolong Star.
Hearing this,
Li Yuewei and Suyin both got excited.
That's wonderful, darling. We love you. Late at night,
the two women were unusually attentive to Shinping together. No matter how much Shinping had hinted before, they rarely did anything like this. But now, they indulged in all sorts of shameless gestures to please him, giving Shinping double the pleasure. The sweetness of newlywed bliss is always fleeting.
Shinping spent half a month indulging passionately with his wives before devoting himself wholeheartedly to cultivation.
Additionally, he included purple mist nectar among the items sold at his martial arts school, immediately sparking a buying frenzy among elite students worldwide. However, no one seemed particularly surprised by the appearance of purple mist nectar. Before they knew it, more than 3 months had passed.
December 27, 2056.
A blizzard swept through the entire land, north and south. While the world outside lay frozen under blankets of snow,
the Flame Wind Martial Arts Hall was bustling with excitement.
The inauguration ceremony for the 7th Inspector General was underway, with all Global Council members present, along with representatives from the 5 major nations and various base cities. It was a time for celebration.
Hong and Thunder God sat beside Shinping.
Thor grinned and said, "Master Shin, that's rather unsportsmanlike, sneaking off to the universe with Luo Feng behind our backs and not even mentioning it when you returned."
Hong remained silent, though a smile played on his lips.
Shinping glanced back at Luo Feng, noticing his embarrassed expression, and immediately guessed it must have been Babata's doing. After all, Hong was a planetary-level martial artist, and such geniuses had long been in Babata's sights. And indeed, that was exactly the case.
Babata initially planned to recruit Shinping into the Mo Meteor Star faction, but was turned down.
So, she shifted her focus to Hong, who, upon hearing such a great opportunity, naturally agreed with delight and even brought Thunder God along. Master Shin, Luo Feng and we discussed it and decided to make another trip to Xiaolong Star next spring.
We're also planning to open virtual universe network accounts for the two of us. How about it? Want to join us?
Hong said with anticipation in his eyes. Shinping chuckled, "No problem. Even if you hadn't brought it up, I was planning to take my wife and kids there soon anyway. I still have an estate on Xiaolong Star that needs tending to." Thor said enviously, "Master Shin, you're really something. Just one trip to the cosmos, and you've bought a mansion.
You'd better treat me well when we get back."
Shinping laughed heartily, "Deal. I'll make sure you enjoy yourself so much you won't want to leave."
After the Inspector General ceremony concluded,
Hong, Thor, Shinping, and Luo Feng found a spot to sit down and share drinks together.
Shinping, Luo Feng told us about his experiences on the Xiaolong planet.
"What you did by purchasing the purple light dew was right.
For Earth to avoid being bullied by cosmic civilizations, we must grow stronger.
But we're still too weak now. Purple light dew alone isn't enough. Only when a few of us become truly powerful can we support and protect Earth,"
Hong said solemnly. Shinping nodded and said slowly, "The universe is vast, with countless powerful beings. To grow stronger, the best way is to engage in cosmic adventures. You too have now joined Luo Feng's faction, so I believe your progress will accelerate. As for me, I have my master's legacy. Let's work hard together, for Earth's future. Right, for Earth's future. Cheers! The four raised their glasses and drained them in one go, then exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Both Hong and Thunder God were natural talents with keen perception among Earth's earliest prodigies, and their strength improved rapidly after receiving training from the fallen star lineage. However, due to their genetic limitations, neither could break through to the star level in a short time. Hong, Thunder God, I assume you've both accessed the virtual universe network by now? Shin Ping said. Hong and Thunder God nodded. They had logged in through anonymous sensory helmets before, which was precisely why they were so eager to open accounts in the universe. The virtual universe is truly miraculous. There are many places inside suitable for warrior spirit masters to train. Let me recommend one to you. In the month or two before heading to Long Star, you can go check it out. Where is this place? The Killing Field. Chapter 071 Killing Field Lover. Virtual Universe. Black Dragon Mountain Island, the Slaughter Arena. Under the backdrop of a hall resembling a roiling sea of blood, sparsely scattered were 10,000 people, though against the city-sized expanse of the chamber, the crowd appeared vanishingly sparse. So this is the Slaughter Arena? Hong and Thunder God surveyed their surroundings with intense curiosity. Shin Ping was also visiting this place for the first time. With a smile, he explained, the Slaughter Arena is somewhat similar to the virtual training grounds of my Yanfeng martial arts school. Here, you can freely configure opponents according to the sword techniques or movement skills you practice, allowing you to spar with tailored adversaries and identify your shortcomings. However, compared to the rudimentary virtual training grounds, the Slaughter Arena is far superior. Here, you can configure any cultivation techniques or movement skills. Moreover, you can engage in battles through the slaughtered dueling space against opponents of the same realm from other universes. He explained in great detail. Hong and Thunder God's eyes grew brighter and fuller with excitement as they listened, itching to rush straight to the Slaughter Arena and experience it for themselves. But Bat on Luo Feng's shoulder said, Luo Feng, the slaughterhouse was always part of my training plan for you. I just didn't mention it earlier because your current strength is only at the 3-star planetary level. Now that Shin Ping has discovered this excellent place, you'll train here from now on, while still setting aside time daily to cultivate your gene primordial energy and spiritual telekinetic force. Next, Shin Ping led Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God to the slaughterhouse service counter to pay the fees. Even after purchasing the manor, he still had nearly 10 billion black dragon coins left, enough to sustain all four of them here for several months. So expensive. Thunder God, who now understood the concepts of black dragon coins and Ganwu coins, couldn't help but silently marvel when he saw Shin Ping casually producing hundreds of millions of black dragon coins. Luo Feng sighed helplessly and said to Babata, I think I should sell some items. Using the dojo master's resources all the time doesn't feel right. Barbara nodded in agreement. When we go to the Long Star next spring, you can sell one item then. Everything in the virtual universe requires money. Without it, you can only experience the novelty. After paying the fees, the four of them returned to the main hall. At that moment, several powerful figures bearing the Cosmic Mercenaries emblem on their chests approached. The four hastily stepped aside, casting sidelong glances at the three mercenaries with awe in their eyes. They're Cosmic Mercenaries. Those who possess this insignia must at least be at the cosmic level. Universal grade, capable of fighting on a white dwarf star. Breaking the limit? Hong and Thunder God couldn't help but exclaim. But Bat shook his lips slightly. What's all the fuss about? This is the arena of slaughter. As you just saw, a day here costs 2 million black dragon coins for a star-level warrior, and several 100,000 for a planet-level one. So anyone who can afford to stay here either has money or powerful backing. It's perfectly normal to see Cosmic Mercenaries here. Thor muttered, we don't have any backing. Shin Ping laughed heartily. True, we've got no connections. Let's go sharpen our skills in the killing space. The four immediately walked along the hall toward the branching corridors at the end. Each corridor led to a separate dimensional space. Splash! The surrounding scenery instantly changed. No longer was it a sea of blood, but rather a vast starry sky. At this moment, Shin Ping was standing on a meteorite, holding a metallic book in his hand that detailed the various rules and uses of the killing space. He immediately commanded the intelligent auxiliary brain, set up 1,000 star-level first-rank warriors, environment, grassland. Yes, master. Soon, the surroundings transformed into an endless expanse of green grassland. Watching the appearance of 1,000 star-level martial artists, Shin Ping's hands slowly coalesced into flaming war blades against ordinary star-level martial artists. He didn't even need the divine flame armament. Ever since activating the family's golden finger, I haven't had the chance for a proper, exhilarating battle. Now, at last, I can truly test the results of all these years of effort. Come at me. Boom, boom. thousands of star-level warriors charged toward Shinping in a mighty assault.
Each moved with blinding speed, surrounding him completely in the blink of an eye. The prairie fire movement technique activated. The blazing saber art was unleashed. Amidst the swirling currents of flame spreading through the surroundings, Shinping resembled a god of slaughter, effortlessly cutting down one warrior after another amidst the encirclement of over 1,000 star-level combatants. The sensation of each blade biting deep into flesh intoxicated him. Pfft. His saber flashed like lightning, its flame-lit arcs leaving star-level warriors of the same tier utterly defenseless. None could withstand even a single strike.
Soon after,
1,000 star-level warriors dissolved into a bloody rain before vanishing.
Shinping grinned.
Continue. He gradually had the auxiliary intelligent brain increase the opponent's strength from star-level first stage to third stage, then fifth stage, while constantly raising their realm. Eventually, only when facing a star-level third stage opponent with a primary domain did he finally feel some pressure. Yet with the explosive power of his 7th level flame domain, even such opponents were ultimately defeated by Shinping one after another.
Set opponent to comprehend flame laws while wielding Ember Divine armaments, mastering the first level of Spark Split, with battlefield environment, grassland arena. Instantly,
a fighting stage materialized out of thin air upon the vast grassland. Shinping stood on the platform, eyeing the man clad in blazing red armor opposite him with fighting spirit burning in his gaze. As a genius of the universe's fundamental laws, the previous skirmish had merely been an appetizer. Kill! The two soon collided with each other. Sizzle! The flame god weapon in his hand instantly slashed out 3 spark-like blade beams that split apart from 3 different angles, each striking toward his opponent.
Put!
With just one encounter, Shinping's head was severed.
Damn!
We're both geniuses who've mastered the essence of spark split. How is he so much stronger? Refusing to accept this disparity, he pressed on.
Defeat, defeat, and yet more defeat. He was utterly powerless to resist.
But through continuous battles, he finally understood where he had failed.
Although I've mastered the flame blade through my innate understanding of flame laws, my application of this saber technique is still crude.
Take Spark Cleave for example. Compared to my opponent who could make all 3 flaming saber streaks change trajectory mid-flight, this clearly reflects a disparity in technical mastery.
After figuring it out,
instead of feeling discouraged, Shinping became quite excited.
After all, wasn't the whole point of spending so much money to come to the slaughterhouse for improvement?
Until now, he had relied solely on his family's rewards to forcefully advance. Even if he mastered the skills, he still lacked practical application and combat experience. Now, with the slaughterhouse's facilities,
these shortcomings would be quickly remedied. Ha! Bring it on! And so it was. The more setbacks he faced, the more courage he found.
As for the life and death combat arena, he wasn't in a hurry to enter. He planned to refine his blade technique and sharpen his combat experience before stepping into the decisive battle space. It wasn't just Shinping. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God became so addicted to the killing field after experiencing it that they wished to stay in the slaughter space every waking moment. The constant awareness of their shortcomings and the ability to quickly compensate for them completely enthralled them all.
This is perfectly normal. Although many monsters emerged during the Great Nirvana period, along with some beast kings, these creatures fought purely on instinct without any understanding of skill execution or explosive techniques. Therefore, battling them offered limited training benefits. After breaking through to the planetary level, Hong and Thunder God essentially had no worthy opponents left. Now, in the slaughter arena, it's like they're receiving meticulous and expert guidance from a master for the first time, naturally feeling their progress has skyrocketed. February 10, 2057. Slaughter Arena Lobby.
Shinping, Luo Feng, and the other two chatted casually. This killing fields is truly a great place.
No wonder it's so expensive.
Over the past 2 months, I've felt significant improvement in my movement techniques and power exertion. If I were to face those 2 beast emperors we killed in the sea domain now, I'm confident I could take them down. Thunder God said excitedly.
Hong also nodded in agreement. Indeed.
Before, we were completely relying on our own deductions and trial and error, never realizing how far off we were with our physical force application.
Now I finally understand what it means to be like a frog at the bottom of a well. They were chatting.
A group of 5 or 6 men and women approached from nearby.
Thor immediately teased, Shinping, look, your sweetheart is here.
Shinping rolled his eyes helplessly. During this period, they had been spending every day at the slaughter field and had naturally gotten to know many elites from various factions who trained there as well. In the original storyline, Luo Feng and the others only befriended men, but with Shinping around, things were different after all. The slaughter field wasn't just populated by men.
Unlike Luo Feng and the others, he wasn't the shy type. Chapter 072 The Flame Realm Lord.
Among the 6 planetary level men and women, 3 males and 2 females were clearly clustered around the leading woman. She wore a gleaming white battlesuit, with a waterfall of silky silver white hair flowing freely. Her complexion was porcelain fine and unadorned like an earthling, yet her starry eyes held a violet hue, her nose bridge elegantly high, and her lips glossy red. Her figure was especially striking, curvaceous with long, straight legs. The contours of her battlesuit accentuated her alluring silhouette, and the swell of her bosom carried an indescribable magnetism.
Hey, Shinping.
She took the initiative to step forward and greet him. Shinping smiled and said, "Hi, Shui."
The full name of this young woman was extraordinarily long and Shui-gillibiliatus, stretching to over a dozen syllables. From their previous interactions, it was clear she came from no ordinary background, likely a descendant of some domain lord or world lord within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. When they first met, he'd personally witnessed a 2-star universal mercenary speaking to her with deference. You know, 2-star universal mercenaries required at least domain lord strength, and might even be world lords. So many martial artists and mental telepaths in the entire killing field hall didn't dare to casually approach and chat with this female warrior, let alone Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God. Only Shinping remained unfazed. After all, he was a genius in the cosmic origin laws, with considerable talent in fire attributes. With the triple reward bonuses, his aptitude now rivaled that of the golden-horned behemoth's innate comprehension of the metal law. This was precisely what gave him such unshakable confidence. In the world of I swallowed star/I, status and background mattered, but talent carried far greater weight. Once revealed, extraordinary aptitude would immediately draw the attention of powerhouses. There was simply no possibility of geniuses being suppressed. Thus, those gifted in origin laws enjoyed immensely high prestige. Though genius didn't equate to strength, only potential, and there was always the risk of perishing before reaching one's peak, no one could afford to disregard such a talent while they still lived. When shall we have another sparring session?
Shui sat right beside Shinping, her violet pupils shimmering with anticipation.
If we go again, I'm certain I can defeat you this time.
Luo Feng and Han Lei swiftly moved to a nearby table, careful not to disturb the pair.
Shinping shrugged.
The killing space allows you to set opponents. You could just set me as your opponent for endless duels.
By that logic, you've already defeated me countless times in your personal killing space, haven't you?
Shui snorted. I only set you to have threefold domains, but I know your true strength goes beyond that. There are very few star-level cultivators in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire who possess domains.
Since I've come across a rare genius like you, I can't let you go. Will you fight me or not?
Smiling brightly, she added, my rating in the battle space of the slaughter field is 8 stars.
You probably haven't been there yet, right? If you fight me, your star rating will rise quickly.
Shinping shot a glance at Shui in her gleaming white battlesuit and replied casually, you're no match for me, don't go looking for a beating. Besides, I don't care about star ratings at all. My goal is to find a truly worthy opponent, and I doubt there's anyone like that in the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire was merely a mid-level civilization under the rule of the Ganwu Universe Nation, located in a relatively remote region. In such a place, encountering star-level fighters with domains in the slaughter field was already uncommon. Even in the original work, when Man Luo discovered Hong's threefold domains, he took great interest and personally sent Ningyu to recruit him.
The 3 men and 2 women beside Shui twitched their lips.
They had always thought their young mistress, a descendant of Lord Invincible, a peak domain master who had gained recognition from the flaming origin laws, was arrogant enough as it was. Yet today, they'd encountered someone even more insufferable. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire was vast beyond measure, teeming with countless stellar-level martial artists and psychic masters, with the slaughter arena gathering elites and geniuses from all factions. But in this young man's words, not a single one of them was worth acknowledging.
Yet none of them dared call him arrogant.
After all, someone capable of defeating Shui clearly had the skills to back it up.
Just as I thought, you weren't going all out last time. Come on, let's have a real fight with me. And Shui grew even more excited.
She propped her elbows on the table, cupping her charming, beautiful face in her hands as her violet eyes blinked rapidly at Shinping. There was even a hint of coquettishness in her tone. She wasn't exactly old, after all.
Shinping snorted irritably. What a waste of time. There's no benefit in it for me. The more he acted this way.
And Shui persisted. I can give you Black Dragon coins, 100 million Black Dragon coins.
How about that?
With the strength of a first-level planetary warrior, 100 million Black Dragon coins would only last a little over a month in the killing field.
However, for just a single sparring match, this price was exceptionally high.
Not far away, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God listened secretly, clicking their tongues in astonishment, silently thinking to themselves that Shinping had encountered a rich young heir. Shinping looked Shui up and down. Her demeanor was indeed outstanding, especially those violet eyes, both cute and bewitchingly enchanting. After a moment's thought, he extended 2 fingers and said, 20 billion Black Dragon coins, and I'll let you witness a fraction of my true strength.
Hiss. 200 billion Black Dragon coins? The 3 men and 2 women beside him widened their eyes, thinking to themselves, Did this young man really dare to ask for such an insane amount? Even Luo Feng and the other two involuntarily twitched their faces. 200 billion black dragon coins would be enough to buy a manor on Xiao Long Star outright. Master Shin truly has a black heart. Ha, Master Shin is bringing glory to earth. The three exchanged glances, each reading the playful mockery in the other's eyes. Unexpectedly, and Shuei extended her palm and high-fived Shunping. Deal, you said you'd show your true strength. But if it's only partly revealed, don't blame me for making you cry. The two quickly entered the killing field's decisive battle space. Shinping's name in the decisive battle space was simply Shinping, a nickname he'd decided upon after careful consideration. Using his real name might help him gain some fame, and fame translated to clan evaluation points and clan rewards. Come, let's go watch the battle. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God hastily entered the decisive battle space. The remaining 3 men and 2 women who came within Shuei also entered the final battle space arena. Final battle space. On the boundless great grasslands stood a golden platform. This platform was 10 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide, and Shuei was already standing on the martial platform. Her figure was both graceful and valiant, clad in a bright white combat outfit covered with silver armor. Her long, silvery hair split effortlessly into 2 ponytails, and a blazing spear appeared in her hand. Her nickname in the decisive battle arena was Flame Goddess. Compared to the fully focused, Solomon Shuei, Shinping appeared far more relaxed. He grinned and said, Shuei, I'll let you attack first. Otherwise, if I make a move, you won't get a chance to counter. Alright, then you'd better watch out. Engaging combat. And Shuei's aura transformed dramatically, her entire body ablaze with flames, madness gleaming in her violet eyes as her spear fused with her being, swiftly morphing into a fiery dragon that lunged ferociously toward Shinping. The flaming dragon moved with blinding speed. It reached him in the blink of an eye. Yet, with an uncanny flicker, Shinping effortlessly evaded the strike. Soon after, a scorching current of flames emanated from around his body, not just searingly hot, but unnaturally dense, instantly sapping in Shuei's momentum to a crawl. Sixfold domain. As a descendant of Invincible, a peak realm lord, and Shuei naturally understood the distinct transformations of each tier within the flame domain. Sensing the might of her opponent's flames, her expression shifted, yet she gritted her teeth and continued charging toward Shinping. So what if it's sixfold domain? The strength unleashed by different domains varies, what truly matters is how one wields it. Bang! Her spear's momentum was as unstoppable as a raging torrent. Clang! Even after piercing through the fiery domain, the spear maintained its terrifying speed as it thrust towards Shinping. Yet with a single cleaving slash of his battle blade, a flash of steel accompanying the motion, the tremendous impact combined with the domain suppression sent the flaming spear careening away. Then the blade's light flashed once more, and Shuei's forehead sprouted a crimson wound before she collapsed heavily onto the arena floor. The sparring session soon concluded. Shinping's account now held an additional 20 billion black dragon coins, putting him in an exceptionally good mood. When he returned to the main hall of the killing grounds, his gaze towards Shuei grew noticeably warmer. After all, she was quite the wealthy young lady. The remaining 3 men and 2 women stood by Shuei's side, but their expressions had shifted. To unleash a sixfold domain while merely at the planetary level first rank, such strength undoubtedly marked an elite genius, the kind that would be fiercely sought after by all major factions in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Hong, Luo Feng, and Thunder God had all witnessed Shinping's sixfold domain before, so they remained the most composed among the group, and Shuei kept her eyes closed, still savoring the moment. Not long after, opening her eyes, she looked directly at Shinping and admitted frankly, Shinping, I truly can't defeat you right now, but I will surpass you eventually. The 6th level domain left her completely convinced of her defeat. Shinping smiled, took a sip of his drink, then signaled Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God to disconnect from the virtual universe network, vanishing in an instant. And Shuei also vanished. She returned to reality, then reconnected to the metaverse and immediately went to the residence where her grandfather, Mengzi, a peak world lord, cultivated within the virtual universe. The guards recognized Shuei as the beloved granddaughter of their lord and did not attempt to stop her. Grandfather. The Flame Realm's sovereign, Mengzi, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them and smiled. Shuei, what brings you to my place today? You usually find it rather oppressive here. And Shuei frowned slightly. Grandfather is a realm lord, so the place where he cultivates would naturally feel uncomfortable to me. But I came this time for a reason. Grandfather, I recently met a genius in the killing grounds. And Mengzi laughed and said, oh, the slaughtering fields are where all factions train their elites and scout for talents. If someone you'd call a genius appears there, they must be quite extraordinary. Of course, my standards are exceptionally high. That person possesses 6 layers of flaming domain despite only being at planetary level 1. Hearing this, and Mengzi's eyes suddenly lit up. Star level first tier, 6-fold? As a flame world lord, he naturally understood how rare it was for a star level cultivator to possess such advanced domain control, indicating exceptional talent. And Shuei nodded repeatedly while clinging to Mengzi's arm, coquettishly saying,
grandfather, geniuses like him would be considered elites in any major faction.
Don't you want to take him as your disciple? And Mengzi burst into laughter. Oh, taken a fancy to him, have you?
And Shuei stuck out her tongue, clenched her fists, and waved them excitedly.
Not at all. I just want to spar with him and beat him fair and square. And Mengzi was well aware of his granddaughter's competitive streak.
Among all his descendants, she was the only one who showed remarkable talent and insight in fire-based techniques.
Mastering 6-layered domain at just the first stage of planetary rank is truly impressive.
But recently, grandfather has important matters occupying his time, he said. Keep observing him for a while longer. If his character and other qualities prove satisfactory, then you may inquire about his intentions.
And Shuei urged anxiously, Grandfather, you must hurry. A genius like him will surely attract attention from many factions.
Right now, he's just emerged, and not many know about him yet.
Alright. Chapter 073, Fame in the Dual Space, the Milky Way Galaxy, Earth.
On the balcony of a villa in Lishui district, Xinping, Luofeng, Hong, and Thunder God gathered together, sipping strong liquor purchased from Qiulong Star. They savored the rich taste of the fine wine while chatting and laughing among themselves. Baldy Thunder God winked mischievously and said, Xinping, that in Shuei seems extraordinary. She didn't even blink before casually spending 20 billion black dragon coins. She might be a descendant or disciple of some domain lord, don't miss your chance.
The rest of us are counting on you now.
Hong chuckled, exactly.
We're all depending on you, our charming playboy.
Luofeng teased, no kidding. Out of the four of us, the only one who's managed to marry more than once is our esteemed pavilion master. Xinping took a sip of fine wine and clicked his tongue as he looked at the three of them.
I'm not being promiscuous, I'm making a contribution to Earth's population growth. Unlike you lot, who all talk big about serving the planet but won't even marry an extra wife. The more people Earth has, the higher the chance of geniuses being born. And we're all planetary or cosmic level fighters. Having more children means our descendants' genetic lineage will improve. Pass this down through generations, and who knows? Earth's bloodline might even catch up to some of the universal races one day.
Hong San was utterly speechless. Pretending to be righteous while being utterly debauched, this guy had truly mastered the art.
Alright, let's get down to business. Get yourselves ready in the next couple of days. Hearing this, Hong and Thunder God's eyes lit up slightly. Are we going to Qiulong Star now?
Yes.
Xinping nodded.
Staying on Earth may be safe for now, but comfort breeds complacency over time. This trip to Qiulong Star, I plan to stay at the estate for an extended period to acclimate to the rhythms of cosmic life. It'll also give the children a chance to learn and adapt to interstellar society early.
Hong reminded, Xinping, never reveal anything about Earth. Our planet is still very weak. If any powerful beings in the universe were to find out, they would undoubtedly take an interest.
Don't worry, I'll be careful about that.
Seeing this, Hong, Luofeng, and Thunder God didn't say anything more.
As a star-level warrior and the founder of Yanfeng Martial Arts School, Xinping naturally understood the implications as well as they did. By the way, I purchased a property on the Black Dragon Mountain Island in the Virtual Universe Network.
Once you open your accounts, just link your arrival points to this property address.
That way, you'll appear directly in the 9-Star Bay residential area, Xinping said. In the original story, Luofeng had purchased a property in Jiuxing Bay, so he didn't bother searching other neighborhoods and directly chose to buy his home there. Luofeng smiled and said, Guildmaster, you should have bought property long ago.
Every time I enter the virtual universe, I get looked down upon.
Xinping laughed heartily, drink up, drink up.
3 days later, headquarters building of Yanfeng Martial Arts School.
Xinshan, I'm leaving one anonymous virtual universe network consciousness sensing helmet for you.
You can take turns using it with Muyang and the others. That way, we can stay connected in the virtual universe. Next time I return, I'll take you all to open universe accounts. Xinping instructed.
Having already learned about the virtual universe and cosmic civilization, Xinshan nodded solemnly, understood.
Leave Earth matters to me. If anything happens, I'll immediately notify the Hall Master.
Nowadays, the Yanfeng Martial Arts School is in a rapid development phase, yet Xinshan handles everything big or small without needing Xinping's involvement. Even the company has executives managing all affairs.
Noon.
Outer space, a spaceship materialized out of nowhere. Gazing at the colossal triangular structure.
Is this really a spaceship?
It looks quite similar to an intelligent fighter jet, just a bit larger.
Curious, Thor remarked.
Xinping said casually, the gap is huge. A smart fighter can at best defend against king-level monsters, but this spaceship can withstand attacks from cosmic-level beings to some extent.
Come on, let's head to the control room.
At this moment, Babata said to Luofeng, your dojo master definitely owns more than one spaceship. Luofeng, find a way to get one from him. Then you'll be able to travel through space conveniently. The Nemesis Star spacecraft is too severely damaged, fixing it would cost a fortune.
Luofeng couldn't help but ask, Babata, after selling the arc blade disc, We should be able to afford a spaceship, right? You wouldn't understand. Even among spaceships, there's a world of difference between Class B and Class C. The arc blade disc your teacher left you is a third-tier spiritual weapon, and while it could fetch quite a few black dragon coins, buying a decent Class C spaceship would cost you a fortune. After that purchase, you wouldn't have enough left for your own training. Besides, your dojo master happens to have one just sitting around unused. It wouldn't hurt to borrow it for now. Once you break through to the planetary level and inherit your teacher's account, you'll be able to buy spaceships left and right without batting an eye. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng asked eagerly, Babada, just how much money did my teacher leave in that account? I can't say. In any case, it's a considerable amount, enough for you to use at the cosmic level, Barbara said with deliberately feigned mystery. Luo Feng rolled his eyes. By now, he fully understood the importance of money in the universe. As a martial artist from a poor family, he was extremely reluctant to owe the gym owner any favors, let alone having been spending the owner's money all these days. That's why he urgently needed money, otherwise he wouldn't have considered selling the arc blade disc. If it had been Babada in charge, notions of human courtesy wouldn't have mattered at all. It would have relentlessly exploited Shinping's resources for as long as possible. Boom! The spaceship quickly started up, vanishing into outer space beyond Earth in the blink of an eye. Scene simulation, 100%. Inside the control room, the surrounding environment instantly transformed into an endless expanse of glittering stars. Wow, so beautiful, look at that comet. Xinyu and Xinhui, the two children, kept looking back and forth. This time Xinping only brought the two older kids with him, like Xinchang, as well as Xinchen and Xinling, who weren't brought alone. Liu Wei and Suyin were also stunned by the starry night sky before them. Although they had seen many photos of Earth and the cosmic starscape before, those were all virtual, whereas now they were truly experiencing it firsthand in reality. Hong, Thunder God, it'll take a month to reach Qilong Star. You can rest during this time, or continue training at the virtual universe battle arena. Shinping closed his eyes as he finished speaking, his consciousness linking to the virtual universe. Luo Feng did the same. As for Hong and Thunder God, after experiencing the novelty, they ceased watching and followed into the battlefield. To them, improving themselves was all that truly mattered. Battlefield lobby. While drinking his beverage, Shinping watched as a screen appeared before his eyes, displaying extensive information on numerous opponents. All he had to do was send a challenge request, and if the opponent agreed, they could enter the decisive battle space for a showdown. His previous duel with Shuai had gone exactly like this. Lately, my progress in the slaughter field might seem significant, but in reality, my overall combat strength hasn't changed much. It's mainly been about mastering the family reward I previously acquired, the Flame God's Blade technique, alongside the Perception type Secret Art Snowflame, the movement technique Phantom Void, and the application of my domain. Now it's time to start issuing challenges. Although at my level, I can't find worthy opponents in the slaughter field of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire region. If I manage to earn reputation rewards, the gains would still be immense. Unlike Luo Feng, Hong, or Thunder God, Shinping was well aware of his strengths. His advantage didn't lie in deciphering blade techniques or footwork through sheer insight. Instead, it was in continuously earning family rewards to rapidly enhance his skills. After all, he was no genius and had enough self-awareness to realize that without the family's cheat-like advantages, he would be nothing. So, knowing exactly what his edge was yet refusing to wield it would be beyond foolish, it would be downright idiotic. Beep. As he sank deeper into thought, a challenge request popped up on the screen. A 6-star opponent? Come on, apart from Shuai, you'll be my first opponent. I'll give you the respect you deserve. Shinping clicked agree. He had previously battled Shuai in the dueling space, so the system automatically added domain to his profile. For a star-level first-stage cultivator to possess a domain was exceedingly rare naturally. The top fighters in the dueling space would take an interest. Splash. With his agreement, he teleported into the decisive battle space. Grasslands. On the dueling platform. Clad in black battle armor, his opponent, a third-stage star-level psychic warrior, gazed at him with keen interest, his eyes gleaming fiercely. A star-level fighter with a domain? Let me see just how powerful you really are. As they spoke. With that, he swiftly directed his psychic weapon straight toward Shinping. Bang! Shinping stood rooted in place without even dodging, his blade slashing straight onto the opponent's telekinetic weapon. The overwhelming explosive force instantly sent the weapon crashing into the arena floor. Before the black-armored adversary could react, his head was severed from his body. Staring at his corpse, Shinping shook his head. Psychic masters held an advantage over martial artists, and this opponent was indeed quite adept and steady in manipulating psychic weapons. Sadly, he had no idea just how terrifying a domain-level expert could be. He won the first match with ease, then the second match, the third match. With the domain evaluations, as the number of matches and star ratings increased, more and more opponents actively challenged him. Chapter 074, The Tremor of Black Dragon Mountain. The battles between masters were extremely swift,
especially for a prodigy of fundamental laws like Shin Ping. Even though he never used the fire law throughout, relying solely on his domain, he effortlessly defeated opponent after opponent. None of them possessed the strength to make him wield his blade a second time. 5 stars, 6 stars, 8 stars. His star rating kept rising. Battle record, 10 wins 0 losses, 25 wins 0 losses. In just over 3 hours, he fought 200 matches without a single defeat, complete victory. Such a meteoric rise in combat performance made many in the killing field's dueling space realize a planetary level expert had entered the arena. Thus, more and more challengers stepped forward to face Shin Ping. Those who came to the killing field were all elite talents cultivated by various factions. They feared not strong opponents, but the lack of worthy ones. A swiftly ascending fighter like Shin Ping became their prime target. Yet still, no one could match Shin Ping. Even the final opponent, a 9-star master in the stellar domain, was utterly defeated. My god! Which faction trained the Shin Ping? Even a triple domain elite genius with a 9-star rating was defeated. Indeed, I watched that battle, just one slash, the same as all his previous fights. A single stroke settled the opponent. Just who can push him to reveal his true strength? Now the elite talents from major forces like the 100 Tiger Tower, Northern Dragon City, 3 Axes Mountain, and the 16 great families have all been stirred into action, each challenging this Shin Ping. As Shin Ping continued to battle and challenge opponents in the killing field, he attracted more and more formidable warriors. The elite geniuses from the 2 Holy Lands, for major organizations, and 16 great families of the Black Dragon Mountain all sought to defeat this newly risen adversary. It was rare to encounter such a talent in Black Dragon Mountain who could effortlessly defeat even those possessing triple-layered domains. None of the elite warriors wanted to miss this opportunity. Shu Wei, hurry to the battle arena. That Shin Ping you fancy has entered the challenge space for a decisive battle. The whole arena's gone crazy, so many elite talents have gathered there. And Shu Wei received the email and quickly logged into the virtual universe network, rushing to the battle arena. Upon arrival, she noticed the hall was packed with elite members from various factions. Places like the battle arena often caught the attention of high-ranking faction members who monitored the challenge space, hoping to scout promising talents. Normally, they might just observe ordinary elite geniuses without much fanfare. But after witnessing Shin Ping's battles, they realized he was in a league of his own, effortlessly ending fights with a single strike while displaying a 7th-level flame domain. This immediately drew serious attention from all the major factions. A first-level planetary warrior comprehending 7-fold domains, even within the Qianwu Cosmic Nation, this qualifies as elite genius material, so they immediately dispatched their elite members to challenge him. Shu Wei, this Shin Ping has fought 400 battles now with a perfect record. His first 300 opponents varied in strength, but in the last 100 matches, he's been facing elites deliberately arranged by various factions. Among them was even a 4-fold domain genius, a first-tier elite from the Ice Snow Divine Kingdom. Upon hearing her friend's words, and Shu Wei showed no surprise. Shin Ping is a 6-fold domain genius. A 4-fold domain opponent would be no match for him. The real question is whether he's still hiding some of his strength. With a soft sigh, she said, originally, I wanted to hurry and have my grandfather accept him as a disciple, because I knew very well that once Shin Ping began challenging in the dueling space, he would inevitably attract attention. By then, there wouldn't be just one world lord trying to compete for him as a disciple. My grandfather, and Mengzi, is a peak world lord acknowledged by the Fire Origin Law. Even if other world lords try to compete, they shouldn't stand a chance. Shin Ping specializes in the fire domain. After all, my grandfather holds the greatest advantage. Thinking so, she hurriedly said, come on, let's go watch the battle in the combat zone. On the battlefield of slaughter, anyone could spectate by spending a certain amount of Black Dragon coins, though the fights at the planetary level were too low tier to be worth much expenditure. Only battles between star-level and domain-level combatants would attract significant attention from powerful spectators. However, in the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield's killing arenas, domain lords were scarce. Most chose to go to the Ganwu Cosmic Empire instead. And at this moment, the number of spectators watching Shin Ping's arena battles had skyrocketed to several thousand, nearly 1/3 of those who frequented the slaughterhouse grounds. Vast grasslands, black metal arena. Shin Ping gazed calmly at the man clad in black battle armor standing opposite him. I hail from the sacred Black Dragon Mountain. I hope you'll bring forth your full strength. The black-armored warrior said solemnly. Anyone who has witnessed Shin Ping's battles can feel the overwhelming pressure from that single saber strike of his. Even though I possess 6-layered domain and am one of the 2 most outstanding geniuses of the Holy Land Black Dragon Mountain, I'm not entirely confident. After all, his opponent had a 7-layered domain. Though a stronger domain doesn't necessarily guarantee victory, it still depends on individual performance and mastery of domain fusion. Superior domains do provide an advantage in combat. Shin Ping said indifferently, if I were to use my full strength, you wouldn't withstand even a single saber strike. The black-armored warrior's expression turned solemn as he gritted his teeth and said, even so, I still wish to witness your full strength. Whoosh! As he spoke, earthy yellow energy erupted from his entire body.
Domain suppression instantly spread across the black metal arena.
Very well, I'll grant you that respect.
Now,
Xinping estimated that his actions had likely caught the attention of numerous factions. Though it was only the first day of the bloody battlefield finals, his overwhelming strength made it time to reveal a trace of cosmic law comprehension. Only by doing so could he attract greater interest. In the universe of Swallowed Star, there was absolutely no need to conceal one's true abilities. The brighter one shone, the more attention they would garner, and the better resources they would obtain.
Boom!
As the fiery domain spread,
his figure suddenly vanished, reappearing the next instant as he charged into the six-layered domain of earth and yellow energy currents.
Perfect timing. The six-layered domain genius from the sacred land Black Dragon Mountain immediately unleashed his most powerful technique.
Yet the next moment,
a flash of spark-laden blade light erupted. The spear in his hand was forcefully deflected by the flashing blade, while another streak of light cleanly severed his head. The corpse collapsed heavily to the ground. Match 75, victorious. Thousands of watching spectators held their breath in stunned silence. If Xinping's blade had merely exerted overwhelming pressure before, this strike now evoked sheer despair, a suffocating hopelessness. The lobby of the slaughterhouse. And Xue sat in stunned silence. Is this his true strength? Her friend beside her exclaimed excitedly, Xue, so strong, so strong. That blade was dazzlingly beautiful. I've never seen such swordplay before.
What technique was that? In the corner,
the green-skinned elder, his head covered with wrinkles, had sharp lights gleaming in his eyes.
The law of fire's origin. First move of the Flame God Blade, Spark Split.
As the chief supervisor of the Kildojo's Black Dragon Mountain Island branch, his discerning eyes immediately recognized what Xinping's blade technique was. Who would have thought, in this remote corner of Black Dragon Mountain, I'd encounter a genius who has comprehended the law of origin, and this little fellow has already mastered Spark Split to perfection.
It's clear he didn't just recently step into the origin laws. A first-level planetary warrior?
An elite genius of the highest caliber. Even if he went to the Chenwu universe, he'd still be rated as top-tier elite talent. Manluo had initially planned to send Mingyu to observe and then dispatch top elites from the Ganwu side to give Xinping an unforgettable battle.
However, he never expected the opponent to also be a genius in the fundamental laws. Such prodigies were rare even across the entire Ganwu cosmic nation, making any further arrangements utterly meaningless.
After all, top-tier elite talents are rare and hard to come by. Suddenly, his gaze flickered toward the nearby entrance, where a powerfully built man strode into the hall.
Emblazoned across the man's chest was a pattern of 3 planets suspended above a boundless sea of blood. Splash!
The arena lobby fell silent.
Cosmic 3-star mercenary.
Such formidable warriors are rarely seen in the slaughter arena.
It's a realm master. And Xue couldn't help but exclaim she had seen this realm master when accompanying her grandfather. The Lord walked straight up to Manluo and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Manluo. A faint smile appeared on Manluo's lips. Lord Tali of the 100 Tigers Tower, you've arrived quickly.
Lord Tali hurriedly replied, I happen to be in the virtual universe, so I came immediately upon receiving the news from my subordinates.
A foundational law genius is truly once in a lifetime. How many years had it been since Black Dragon Mountain had produced a foundational law genius? Even in the Ganwu Cosmos Kingdom, such talents were exceedingly rare. Every power would fight tooth and nail for geniuses like these. As a lord, he didn't particularly care about domain geniuses. Most at the cosmic level could master domains. But becoming a law genius? Difficult. Exceptionally difficult. And to think they can comprehend the fundamental laws of the universe even at the planetary level, imagine just how extraordinary their comprehension talent must be. Once they reach the Realm Lord stage, where grasping the laws becomes easiest, their progress will accelerate even further. Manluo said indifferently, I won't stop you from recruiting them. Offer whatever terms you wish if you manage to persuade them. Consider it your good fortune. As you command, Lord Manluo.
Realm Lord Tali let out a sigh of relief before heading toward the meditation chamber.
After he left,
one after another, domain lords gradually appeared in the slaughterhouse hall, all having rushed over upon hearing the news.
Like Talus the domain lord, they first paid respects to Manluo before heading towards the meditation chamber. Damn it, what's going on? Why are so many powerful figures gathering at the slaughterhouse hall? Lord of a world, that's actually a lord of a world.
Luo Feng, who had just emerged from the slaughter space, was drinking a beverage when Babata started waving his fists and shouting. Elite geniuses like Shui and others were stunned to see so many lords of worlds, but upon realizing, they understood that all of them had come for Xinping.
Grandfather,
and Shuei hurried back to Mengzi's training quarters and recounted the situation at the slaughter arena.
You're saying the lords from the 100 Tigers Tower, Black Cloud Society, Three Axes Mountain, and Northern Dragon City, all the major factions, have gone to the slaughter arena?
Yes.
All for that little fellow you mentioned?
Yes. And Mengzi was astonished. A 6th-level stellar-class domain was indeed rare and could rank among the elite geniuses of the Black Dragon Mountain. He had considered taking the boy as a disciple, though he hadn't found the time. Yet now, other lords were stirring over this matter. Logically, even if they valued the boy, sending a domain lord subordinate would suffice. There was no need to go in person.
Something unknown had clearly occurred. Just a moment. Mengzi immediately sought answers, his eyes eventually widening in shock. What's wrong, Grandpa? And Shuei couldn't help but ask when she saw Mengzi's reaction. It was rare to see her grandfather so visibly affected.
Shuei, this young man named Shinping, whom you know isn't just a genius in his field, but also a prodigy in the universal origin laws. With those words,
and Shuei was utterly dumbfounded. A genius in universal origin laws? A random planetary level fighter she'd met casually at the slaughter arena turned out to be a laws prodigy?